Chapter 1. The Fish's Plight. Bloop bloop. Before me lies an endless expanse of azure. A rather unremarkable little fish exhales a few bubbles, its bulging eyes glimmering with a touch of humanity. This fish resembles a small carp, its body a shade of brown and measuring perhaps a tad over 3 centimeters, adorned with scales that do not appear particularly resilient. At this moment, the fish strains to glimpse its own entirety, even showing signs of flipping over in desperation. How utterly vexing this situation is for the fish. How on earth did I end up as a fish? Yu Yue gazes at the dappled sunlight dancing upon the water's surface, a wave of profound despair washing over him. In his previous life, Yu Yue is the esteemed eldest son of the Yu clan of the Eastern Empire on Earth, distinguished by exceptional abilities and a noble lineage, untouchable by ordinary folk. Yet, unexpectedly, a car accident had cast him into this predicament, transforming him into a fish, and he might soon find himself reduced to mere fish jerky. Curse this cruel fate. Yu Yue flipped himself back over, harboring boundless resentment towards the heavens. Suddenly, a ripple surged through the water, nearly flipping Yu Yue onto his back once more. Damn it! Upon closer inspection, Yu Yue felt a tightening within his small fish body, an instinctive response to danger. A large, menacing black fish was approaching him with a fierce demeanor, clearly not a friendly creature. Goodness! With those sharp teeth, he likely wouldn't even suffice as a morsel for it. What a wretched creature! Had it not eaten for ages, perhaps it had become foolish with hunger. Ding! The Supreme Evolution System has successfully activated, hidden talents unlocked. Just as Yu Yue was about to become a delectable snack for the looming black fish, a melodious voice resonated, and in an instant, his entire fish form became translucent, blending seamlessly with the surrounding seawater, as if he had vanished entirely. The bewildered black fish swirled around, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of its intended morsel, and, with no other option, continued its search for alternative delicacies. Meanwhile, the now transparent Yu Yue felt a semblance of a character attribute panel akin to those in his past gaming experiences materialize in his mind. Host, Yu Yue. Bloodline, ordinary sea fish juvenile. Cultivation realm, none. Lifespan, 1 year. Talents, concealment, sharpness. Evolution points, 0. Current world, divine. Continent. What a stroke of fortune this is. Perhaps the heavens are not entirely devoid of compassion. As Yu Yue regained his composure, a sense of unease washed over him. Why, pray tell, did he possess but a single year of life? And what were these points? He understood the concept of concealment, akin to invisibility, but what on earth was sharpness? Examining his soft fins, he noted they seemed considerably sharper than before, and comprehension dawned upon him. Ha! In light of this revelation, perhaps the life of a fish is not so arduous after all. Yu Yue released a bubble, acknowledging that as a juvenile carp, he occupied the lowest tier of the vast oceanic food chain. Wait to that moment. Yu Yue noticed a minuscule transparent shrimp, scarcely a centimeter in size, seemingly oblivious to his presence indeed. It was truly blind. Target locked. Juvenile shrimp. Successful hunt yields 1 evolution point. As the system notification echoed, a soft growl emanated from Yu Yue's belly, leaving him puzzled as to why a fish's stomach could growl. Perhaps it was simply hungry. With that thought, he promptly turned and opened his mouth to devour the tiny shrimp. Ah, the bliss of consuming food, a sensation that transcends species. Ding! You have gained 1 evolution point. Goodness gracious. It turns out that hunting other creatures is the way to acquire evolutionary energy. But Yu Yue gently patted his slightly bulging belly with his fin. After swallowing the shrimp, a pleasantly soothing energy radiated from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body, providing him with a sense of comfort. Simultaneously, as he wandered through the waters, Yu Yue observed his surroundings. The environment was not particularly deep sea, suggesting that larger marine creatures would not easily intrude upon his territory. Yet, he remained a feeble fish, so seizing the moment of newfound strength after his meal, he promptly swam towards the coral below. After all, that area might harbor some smaller marine creatures he could easily prey upon, and it could serve as a refuge, sparing him from becoming a snack for the ominous black fish. Target locked. Coral polyps. Successful hunt yields 1 evolution point. Hey there, my little darling, I'm coming for you. With a flick of his tail, Yu Yue consumed numerous coral polyps. Though they offered little flesh, they were, nonetheless, a source of evolutionary energy. 1 evolution point acquired. 1 evolution point acquired. The blue text flashed continuously before him, and Yu Yue patted his small belly, feeling a blissful sense of satisfaction. After all, even fish deserve a semblance of joy. Although he had not transformed into a formidable cultivator, As a denizen of the strong, he could not disgrace the fish kind, could he? Here, amidst the abundance of coral, there were surely multitudes of coral polyps. In Yu Yu's eyes, the combat prowess of these polyps was less than negligible. They were living points of evolution. Yet, he remained hungry, and a sense of bewilderment washed over him. How could such a diminutive fish like me consume so much? A flicker of self-mockery glinted in his gaze as he peered through the coral at the ominous black fish drifting above. In an instant, the self-mockery transformed into a chilling intent to kill. Indeed, the harsh reality of survival, whether for humans or other creatures, remains unyielding. The law of the jungle prevails. Under the dual pressures of hunger and the instinct to survive, Yu Yue resolved to exert himself further. Of course, his efforts consisted solely of devouring coral polyps. However, he proceeded with greater caution, for that dog-like black fish seemed unrelenting in its pursuit. If he were to expose his whereabouts, he would undoubtedly become a mere morsel. After all, that black fish appeared far from benign. Shoo! Slipping quietly, no gunfire allowed. Yu Yue released a stream of tiny bubbles as he lunged toward the nearby coral polyps. The mottled light upon the sea surface gradually dimmed, and Yu Yue, patting his now rounded belly, returned to the small nest he had fashioned within the corral mere hollow he had scraped out. Nevertheless, retreating into this refuge provided him with an immense sense of security. There's even a little fish. Yu Yue joyfully flicked his small tail as he chased a fish of similar size, which had likely become disoriented and wandered into Yu Yue's home. After a considerable time, lost among the intricate coral formations, Yu Yue not only failed to catch that little fish, but also found himself utterly bewildered. However, at this moment, Yu Yue had forgotten about the fish and was instead staring blankly at a tiny droplet of red atop the coral. Ding! Blood coral, type, trivial medicinal material. The blue text flickered in Yu Yue's mind, and at that moment, he developed a fondness for the little fish. What if he were to encounter it again in the future? He would consider it his little brother. With his fins wrapped around the blood coral, he began to suck at it, grateful that it was but a small morsel. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to consume it. Chapter 2. Survive and Thrive. System? Upon returning to his home, Yu Yue called out in his heart, and the system graciously displayed the attribute panel in his mind. Host, Yu Yue. Bloodline, ordinary sea fish juvenile. Lifespan, 1 year. Cultivation realm, none. Talents, stealth, sharpness. Evolution points, 121. Current world, divine continent. The plus sign must indicate options for enhancement, namely bloodline and cultivation, right? Yu Yue released a bubble laced with conflicting emotions. What should he choose? After a while, he settled on the bloodline option in his mind. Enhance. With a consumption of 60 points, Yu Yue felt an irresistible force surging from a point within him, sweeping across his entire being with wild ferocity. A wave of excruciating pain followed, nearly overwhelming him. Yet amidst the intense agony, Yu Yue sensed himself gradually growing stronger. Compared to becoming mere fertilizer for the ocean, this was indeed a painful yet joyful experience for Yu Yue. Subsequently, he involuntarily flipped onto his back, slowly sinking into the small pit he had created. Time passed without his notice until a ripple of light caught his eye. Groggily, he turned himself over, the pain from enhancing his bloodline having long since vanished. Ding! Host has awakened a new talent. Soul capture. Soul capture? Yu Yue felt a bit perplexed, but fortunately, the system provided an explanation. Soul capture, a talent for mental control, with added effects of intimidation, dizziness, and control. Gazing at his 3 major talents, Yu Yue pondered deeply, his fishy smile gradually growing more audacious. He shifted his body, a newfound sense of power erupting from within him. Now, Yu Yue's length had reached approximately 10 centimeters, more than 3 times his previous size. Moreover, it seemed his cultivation option could still be enhanced. Indeed, he was the destined fish. Enhance. With another 60 points consumed, Yu Yue transformed once more into a humble fish, his eyes tightly shut as he braced himself for the anticipated pain. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no unbearable agony, nor any need to cultivate his dantian to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everything required no effort on Yu Yue's part. Instead, Yu Yue found himself enveloped in an exceptionally comforting sensation, akin to basking in a pot of warm, fragrant fish soup. This metaphor is utterly inaccurate. Yu Yue rolled his eyes, observing his cultivation level on the panel shift from non-existent to that of an inconsequential beast. Had Yu Yue the ability to introspect, he would discover a sphere of pale violet energy suspended within him, a manifestation of his own power, referred to as spiritual energy by the practitioners of the divine realm. Should the cultivators of the divine realm lay eyes on Yu Yue, they would be astonished to see that this diminutive sea fish, measuring merely 10 centimeters, had crossed the threshold into the realm of beasts. Upon elevating his cultivation to that of an inconsequential beast, Yu Yue felt as though he had unlocked the gateway to a new world. The ocean became increasingly vivid through his fishy perspective, and he sensed movements from the distant coral clusters. Furthermore, his scales had grown significantly harder, and his fins now bore small, sharper teeth. The contrast between his current state and that of his former self as a small fish was nothing short of monumental in an entirely different realm. With the system by his side and 3 formidable talents at his disposal, Yu still felt a profound unease due to the terrifying presence of a large black fish. He resolved to remain cautious and continue his development. Once he felt absolutely secure, he would confront the formidable black fish. While foraging for points amidst the coral, Yu suddenly felt a tension coursing through him. Turning around, he spotted the large black fish glaring menacingly in his direction. Goodness! Yu gasped in shock, realizing that the black fish could detect him. Initially intending to bide his time, he now had no choice but to devise a plan to eliminate the black fish at that moment. The black fish charged towards Yu. Bang! The coral crumbled before the black fish with the fragility of tofu, shattered into pieces. How could I have anticipated such ferocity from this creature? Yu thought, astonished. Like a sharp sword, he darted from the coral, immediately becoming transparent, blending seamlessly into the surrounding water. In fact, when he swam directly beneath the black fish, it exhibited no reaction, continuing its assault on the coral. Yet, Yu Yu's innate talent for concealment proved remarkably effective, offering him a measure of relief. As long as he refrained from initiating an attack or revealing himself, it was highly improbable that any ordinary being would detect his presence. Target locked. Mature black dragonfish. Successful hunt will yield 230 evolution points. Wow, truly valuable. Yu Yu's eyes narrowed, excitement mingling with his murderous intent. Not only could he exact revenge, but he could also amass a substantial number of points and satiate his hunger. This unfortunate creature was undoubtedly doomed. However, this black dragonfish was unlike any other. There was an unmistakable glimmer of intelligence in its eyes. It seemed to sense something amiss in its surroundings, yet could not pinpoint the source of its unease, driving it into a frenzy. Nevertheless, the black fish's rage manifested solely in its relentless destruction of the coral, attempting to force the small fish out into the open. It's now or never. Yu did not wait for the waves to thrust him forward. Instead, he manifested directly beneath the great black fish, his sharp fins carving a horrific wound into its abdomen like a butcher's knife. As crimson blood stained the surrounding waters, Yu inhaled deeply, absorbing a wealth of vital essence, causing the great fish's eyes to dim rapidly. At that moment, the black dragon fish sensed Yu Yu's presence, its excitement fueled by the scent of blood, transforming it into a frenzy of rage. Ignoring its own draining vitality, it twisted its body and opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Yu Yu with ferocity. Soul capture! A cold smile graced Yu Yu's lips as he locked eyes with the black dragon fish. A strange light flickered in his gaze, and instantly, the black dragon fish's body slackened, flipping over to reveal its white belly as it plummeted towards the ocean floor. Was that it? The power of soul capture. Truly formidable. Indeed, the black dragonfish was merely subdued by the force of the soul capture, allowing Yu Yu to swiftly pursue it, ready to deliver the final blow with his fins. He thought to himself, from this day forth, this stretch of ocean shall be under my protection. Suddenly, a powerful sense of life and death crisis surged within Yu Yu. The black dragon fish abruptly flipped, its massive mouth snapping towards Yu Yu. If he had any hair, it would surely have stood on end in terror. With a swift flick of his tail, Yu Yu narrowly evaded the deadly bite. Missing by mere centimeters, she almost became 2 halves. Having escaped that perilous attack, the black dragonfish was now utterly drained, its earlier ferocity merely a last-ditch effort. The significant loss of blood and vitality had already rendered it a mere shadow of its former self. After hesitating for a moment, Yu Yu finally gathered the courage to strike again, ending the black dragonfish's life. Curse it! Such a creature was too cunning to underestimate. Ding! Hunt successful. Awarded 230 evolution points. The black dragonfish met a grim fate as Yu Yu refined all its flesh and blood essence. As he absorbed this essence, the purple energy mass around him seemed to condense, as if on the verge of forming something extraordinary. Meanwhile, the black dragonfish had already been reduced to a desiccated husk. Chapter 3. From this day forward, I shall be a steadfast fish. Yu Yu felt he had discovered the perfect path for survival. By lurking in the shadows close to his enemies and striking at their most vulnerable spots with his sharp fins, he could then conclude with the power of soul capture. It was nothing short of perfection. Delighted, Yu Yu summoned the system panel. Host, Yu Yu. Bloodline, see fish mature variant. Hidden bloodline, true dragon bloodline, 1,100,000,000. Lifespan, 3 years. Realm, an insignificant beast. Talent, stealth, sharpness, soul capture. Evolution points, 231. What a surprise. A lifespan of 3 years and a true dragon bloodline. Yu Yu was elated, feeling as if he had just received a boost of vitality. In his past life, he had often heard of fish leaping over the dragon gate, but little did he expect that in this life, he would have the opportunity to transform into a dragon. Though the probability was 1 in 100,000,000. Still, as a fish, one must have dreams. What if they come true? If today he encountered a great black fish with a hint of true dragon blood, tomorrow he might encounter even more. Though Yu effortlessly subdued the large black fish today, the creature's innate cunning in the face of danger still sent a shiver down his spine. The ocean brims with countless beings, and should he encounter a malevolent one, his fate would be sealed. Suppressing the tumult within, Yu earnestly reflected upon the battle of the day. The journey ahead is long and arduous. To leap through the dragon gate, he must traverse many more paths. The foundation upon which all this rests is his need for sufficient strength. Determined, Yu Yu resolved to embody the essence of a steadfast fish, navigating the currents with grace, neither faltering in the face of adversity nor succumbing to complacency. In calmer waters, he bolstered his spirits, reassuring himself that the challenges were manageable, and after regaining his composure, he focused on his cultivation options. Enhance. With an expenditure of 80 points, a resounding boom echoed. Above Yu Yu, the seawater coalesced into a small vortex, and the ethereal energies of nature flowed through the whirlpool into his form. In that moment, it was as if he were reborn. The swirling purple mist condensed into a faintly purple inner core, or rather, Yu Yu's demon core. The resplendent sunlight cascades down through the surface of the sea, as ethereal wisps of enigmatic gas are drawn into Yu Yu's being. This overwhelming sensation, felt in every moment, captivates him deeply. With 151 points remaining, should he enhance his bloodline? Yu Yu hesitates. The agony of his last bloodline upgrade still vivid in his memory, though he possesses a system to aid him. Establishing a solid foothold in this realm is no simple endeavor. To aspire to become a formidable force, one must inevitably endure suffering and tribulations. Yu Yu's gaze gradually solidified as he returned to the coral. Otherwise, during the terrifying enhancement of his bloodline and physique, if he were to faint again, he might be devoured by other marine creatures, and that would spell doom for him. Enhancement. As he expended 80 points, a violent wave of pain swept through his entire being once more. However, perhaps due to an increase in his own strength or a fortification of his willpower, this time Yu Yu did not lose consciousness. In his perception, he had transformed into a fish approximately 30 centimeters long, with scales that now bore a hint of lavender, imbued with an air of enigmatic mystery. As he writhed slightly, his somewhat larger form crushed the surrounding coral. Yu Yu now felt that if he were to encounter the previous black dragon fish again, he could easily overpower it without even resorting to his innate abilities. Host, Yu Yu bloodline, spiritual carp, hidden bloodline, true dragon bloodline, 1,100,000,000. Lifespan, 14 years. Cultivation realm, first tier demon beast talent, concealed sharp soul capture. Evolution points, 71. Yu Yu exerted some effort to extricate himself from the coral. After all, he had transformed into a formidable fish in this world. Due to his apprehension of becoming mere fodder for the ocean, he had seldom ventured out. Now that he possessed strength, it was only natural for him to familiarize himself with these waters. Yu Yu found himself in dire need of points, and it was no surprise that the required points for his next advancement would far exceed what a mere coral worm could offer. Thus, he sought greater prey to bolster his strength and satiate his hunger. As he roamed in search of quarry, Yu Yu was startled and quickly activated his camouflage ability, melding into the surrounding waters. Not far ahead, a nearly 2-meter-long sea snake appeared, seemingly on the same hunt for prey. Target locked, a mature flower spirit snake, which promised a reward of 70 evolution points upon its demise. Doubt flickered in Yu Yu's mind. Could he truly contend with such a creature? The snake's vibrant colors hinted at potent venom, and he pondered whether a single bite would cost him his life. To engage or not. He weighed the capabilities of both parties. The snake, adorned in such flamboyant hues, undoubtedly possessed lethal toxins. If ensnared and bitten, it would not be a trivial matter. Though his own size was dwarfed by that of the sea snake, he possessed formidable skills. Moreover, the snake appeared unguarded, presenting a significant opportunity for him to strike. He resolved to take the plunge. As Yu Yu gently swayed his tail, inching closer to the sea serpent, he endeavored to bolster his own courage. This serpent presumably lacked any cultivation. Otherwise, the system would surely have alerted him. What was there to fear in preying upon an ordinary sea serpent? Yet, to be honest, Yu Yu was entirely oblivious to how to wield his own cultivation, for no one had ever imparted such knowledge to him. Yu Yu drew ever closer to the sea serpent, his gaze fixed intently upon its vulnerable 7-inch mark, the creature's most fragile point. A successful strike would ensure the serpent's demise. Suddenly, a faint ripple echoed through the water as the sea serpent turned its head, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in Yu Yu's eyes. Seizing the fleeting moment of the serpent's distraction, he propelled himself through the water like a darting arrow, his fin cutting through the water with lethal precision, inflicting a gruesome wound at the serpent's vulnerable spot. Blood gushed forth from the injury. And had Yu Yu possessed a larger physique or more formidable fin, he could have severed the serpent's body in one fell swoop. At that moment, Yu Yu inhaled sharply, a dim purple light swirling around him as he voraciously consumed the essence of the sea serpent's life, force, and flesh. To his astonishment, however, the effect of his soul-devouring talent on the serpent proved to be alarmingly brief. Following the attack, the sea serpent emitted a piercing shriek and launched a furious counterattack against Yu Yu. Its elongated, powerful body coiled tightly around him, sharp venomous fangs gleaming with a menacing chill. Fortunately, Yu Yu's smaller stature allowed him to evade the serpent's wrathful bite. Simultaneously, the serpent's body was torn by Yu Yu's sharp fins and scales as it constricted him tighter, inflicting greater wounds with each passing moment, accompanied by its anguished roars. The sea serpent lost copious amounts of life force. In this stalemate, mere minutes passed, and as its blood stained the waters crimson, the serpent's grip on Yu Yu gradually weakened until it ultimately succumbed to death. Yu Yu shook his body and exhaled a sigh of relief. This sea serpent was undoubtedly extraordinary. Had it persevered a moment longer, he would have been choked to death. Ding! The hunt for the first-tier demon beast, the sea serpent, is complete. You have earned 70 evolution points. Chapter 4. Not even worthy of being called a younger brother. After devouring the essence of the sea serpent's flesh and blood, Yu Yu felt his stomach swell. A portion of the energy was absorbed by the demon core, while the remainder was assimilated by his body. This formidable sea serpent was a first-tier demon beast. Indeed, the ocean is a treacherous domain. One should not flaunt oneself as a fish, for such arrogance may lead to a watery grave. Satiated, Yu Yu leisurely blew bubbles, contemplating the day when he would transform into a true dragon. He imagined unleashing his sovereign aura, compelling all to kneel upon the surface of the sea and sing songs of conquest. Although this ambition seemed somewhat grandiose, with the system at his side, Yu Yu felt that as long as he remained diligent, this goal was within reach. As the sun rose and set, the temperature of the ocean remained perpetually constant, and time seemed to fly by. If one were to calculate, Yu Yu had been here for approximately 7 days. During this time, he relentlessly hunted the marine creatures within a 100-meter radius, accruing considerable battle experience and points. He had successfully slain 3 sea serpents, a sea turtle, and 4 aesthetically pleasing yet unpalatable jellyfish. With these points in hand, Yu Yu advanced effortlessly into the mid-tier of first-tier demon beasts. This is the remarkable prowess of the system. Insights and foundations are mere trifles. For Yu Yu, as long as the points were sufficient, elevating his cultivation was merely a matter of consequence. Consequently, he felt a sense of elation, believing himself to be a rather distinguished fish. Suddenly, the joyful flicking of his tail was interrupted by an overwhelming sense of oppression that surged within him. In an instant, Yu Yu's innate talent for concealment activated spontaneously. Could even the system be intimidated? Cautiously, he remained motionless, paralyzed by trepidation. What entity could instill such a formidable sense of pressure upon him? It felt as though a colossal dragon, brimming with an aura of dominance, was baring its fangs at him. Yet, with his innate talent for concealment, he felt a glimmer of hope. Yu Yu cautiously glanced at the sky above and the surrounding waters, pondering in disbelief. Was there truly nothing at all? Could it be that the system was experiencing a moment of disarray? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Yu Yu finally regained his composure, and the system returned to a state of tranquility. He exhaled deeply, releasing several bubbles, watching them ascend in their delicate shimmer. He could almost discern the reflection of his own visage. Yu Yue let out a sigh of relief. What a surprise. Perhaps he had been a bit too tense. Yet, a warning bell rang within him. Indeed, he must hasten to strengthen himself. With the support of his system father, this should not pose a problem. At present, his sole concern was his survival. At the very least, once he became more formidable, he ought not to tread so cautiously at the slightest rustle of the grass. He should no longer worry about becoming mere fertilizer for the vast ocean. Yes, for the sake of survival, he must persevere. With this thought, Yu Yue ceased to be troubled and instead swayed his tail, continuing his journey into the deep sea. The creatures dwelling in that realm were significantly more powerful than those in this small expanse of water. He was a fish with aspirations. Only through relentless progress could he preserve his life. One day, he would transform into a dragon. Unbeknownst to Yu Yue, after his departure, a gentle breeze swept across the azure ocean, and a figure clad in white seemed to materialize out of thin air. A smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a spring breeze. How intriguing! He had nearly evaded my perception and almost revealed my presence. The white-clad figure murmured, an expression of interest flickering in his gaze that seemed to encompass the entirety of the ocean. His aptitude is commendable. With a stroke of fortune, transformation within a decade is within reach. Very well, let us see how far you can go. Even as a mere fish, you must possess the qualifications to capture my attention. The murmurs ceased, along with the cool breeze above the ocean's surface. When the wind rose again, the white figure had already vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Yu Yue continued to joyfully sway his little tail, swimming towards the depths of the sea, blissfully unaware that a divine consciousness trailed closely behind him. He had lost track of how far he was from the shore, having descended to a considerable depth where even the sunlight's hue seemed obscure. No creatures were available for conversation. In fact, he had once encountered a carp of the same kind, and when the creature eagerly swam over to strike up a conversation, it nearly escalated into a scuffle. That little fish had no inkling of Yu Yue's intentions, mistaking his animated gestures for a challenge. Yu Yue, suppressing the urge to eliminate that girl, wandered aimlessly. After all, a mere mortal fish could no longer fulfill his need for points, rendering her insignificant. Reflecting on his own kindness, charm, and extraordinary prowess, Yu Yue continued his journey towards the depths of the ocean. He resembled a wanderer lost in the vastness of the sea, drifting without purpose. Encountering beings of some cultivation brought him immense joy, for only the pulsating points on his system panel could offer a semblance of solace to his cold heart. Yet, his gaze remained unwavering, devoid of any hint of confusion. It was filled solely with determination. Yu Yue had never been one to succumb to solitude, nor had he ever possessed a feeble spirit. As long as he had aspirations to pursue, no matter the obstacles along the way, he would surmount them. What is this? The sin of blood? At that moment, Yu Yue was taken aback. He released a bubble, and within the briny depths, it seemed that a trace of blood lay concealed. The potent vitality contained within that blood utterly captivated him. Yu Yue immediately awakened his latent talents and followed the scent of blood. As expected, a colossal squid, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, came into his view. On its head, 2 terrifying bite marks were oozing blood. Remarkably, this formidable creature had managed to escape from a shark, demonstrating its considerable prowess. As Yu Yue chatted away, it was only upon reaching the vast ocean that he truly realized the formidable creatures inhabiting these waters far surpassed those found on Earth. He had witnessed ferocious sharks tearing apart colossal sea beasts, encountered marine creatures capable of spewing flames, and even observed dragon-like sea monsters that instilled terror in the heavens. In comparison to these formidable beings, he considered himself scarcely more than a mere subordinate among them. Sharks, notorious for their brutality, were a fearsome presence. Thus, the fact that this octopus could escape from the jaws of a shark suggested it possessed extraordinary abilities. Yu Yue gently swayed his tail, and this time, the system did not prompt a hunting task, indicating that he was far from being a match for the squid, particularly at its peak. However, observing its feeble state now, Yu Yue believed that with his innate talent for stealth, he could seize the opportunity to strike. Leave this place. Scram. The voice echoed, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Yet, Yu Yue understood it clearly. This was the voice of the squid. It marked the first encounter he had with a communicative being since arriving in this world. Albeit not in the language of humankind, Yu Yue manifested his form, having now grown into a half-meter-long spiritual carp, emanating a faint purple glow, which indeed bestowed upon him an extraordinary appearance. A trace of derision flickered in Yu Yue's eyes. With such a demeanor, do you still wish for me to leave? Away with you. Yet the octopus, clearly lacking in intellect, could only intermittently emit sounds. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Yu Yue summoned 2 ethereal blades, crackling with a purplish lightning that surged forth at tremendous speed towards the octopus. Simultaneously, he transformed into a faint purple silhouette, darting towards the creature's wound. The octopus, filled with fury, would have devoured dozens of such small fish in a day had it not been grievously injured by a dastardly shark's ambush. How dare this mere fish provoke it? The octopus swung its 8 tentacles indiscriminately, attempting to crush both the swiftly approaching blades and Yu Yue himself. If this were on land, sparks would have surely ignited. As the blades shattered, they nearly severed one of the octopus's tentacles. Yu Yue was astonished. This was a technique he had painstakingly devised over the past few days, capable of shattering even the shells of moderately skilled sea turtles. Yet, he had failed to sever the tentacle of this octopus. Indeed, it was a formidable creature, having escaped the jaws of a shark. A piercing shriek erupted, creating a tumultuous wave. Already gravely injured, the octopus found its suffering exacerbated. Meanwhile, Yu Yue adeptly maneuvered around the tentacles, his tail striking forcefully against the wound inflicted by the shark earlier. Chapter 5. The Pinnacle of Deceit. The sharpness of his tail fin further exacerbated the octopus's injury. Moreover, surrounded by a shimmering purple glow, Yu Yue sensed the creature's vitality waning. Die! The octopus's voice dripped with malice, yet Yu Yue remained unfazed. Even if it had gained sentience, what of it? All he desired were points. In this world, the law of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. The murderous intent in his eyes coalesced into a palpable force as he summoned 2 more ethereal blades that decisively severed 2 of the octopus's tentacles. He prepared to strike again, but an overwhelming sense of peril surged within him. A dark, inky liquid began to spread from the octopus, emanating a noxious scent that made Yu Yue dizzy. Clearly, it was more toxic than that of a sea snake. Fortunately, Yu Yue managed to retreat swiftly, avoiding extensive contact with the ink. Damn it, his tail had merely acquired a slight smudge of ink. Yet, the resilient lavender scales were corroded painfully, inflicting a torment that surpassed even the agony of enhancing one's bloodline. The pain of bloodline enhancement felt akin to being smashed and reformed, while this corrosive torment was like needles incessantly piercing through flesh, a pain that struck to the very core. What an excruciating sensation! Had he been caught off guard from the onset, Yu Yue might have already been reduced to mere fish bones. Attempt to flee? Before the ink could dissipate, Yu Yue spotted the octopus, weighed down by its injuries, striving for escape. How could he allow it to flee? After releasing its ink, the octopus appeared significantly weakened, already vowing to remember this carp. Once it recovered, it would surely relish the opportunity to feast upon this fish as a delightful snack. Whoosh! 2 ethereal blades abruptly halted the cephalopod's advance. It swiftly came to a stop, its small eyes wide with terror. This spectral blade was not unfamiliar to it. While it was inconsequential when unscathed, it now posed a lethal threat. Before the fear could dissipate from the creature's eyes, a violet shadow had already materialized before it. In Yu Yue's eyes, there seemed to be an entire ocean contained within. The brilliance they emitted was most peculiar, with just a single glance. The intelligence of the octopus was utterly ensnared, and what awaited it was an eternal darkness. The successful hunt of the venomous ink squid yielded 260 points of evolution, truly worth it, suppressing the excruciating pain in his tail. Yu Yue initiated the process of refining the squid. A brilliant purple radiance emanated from his body, transforming from mere specks into a dazzling glow that enveloped the squid completely. An abundance of blood essence and vitality was meticulously refined by Yu Yue, serving as a formidable foundation for his burgeoning strength while replenishing the energy expended in previous battles. Furthermore, the evolution points garnered from this squid surpassed those obtained from the black dragon fish that possessed a trace of true dragon blood. Considering the points acquired from his hunts along the way, he realized that he could now elevate his abilities not once, but twice. Suddenly, an intense sense of foreboding surged within Yu Yue, alerting him to an imminent danger. This ominous feeling descended upon him with alarming swiftness. As he slowly turned, a shadow darted towards him at an astonishing speed. Yu Yue discerned with clarity a pair of bloodthirsty eyes fixated upon him. It was a shark, nearly 3 meters in length, circling around him while maintaining its relentless gaze. To be candid, although this creature was not particularly large, it posed a significant threat to Yu Yue. Moreover, noticing the corrosive marks on the shark's body, Yu Yue concluded that this was indeed the beast that had previously inflicted grave injuries upon the squid. Goodness, its sense of smell is astoundingly sharp. Is it part dog? Yu Yue muttered in dissatisfaction as he gazed at the circling sharks, feeling a profound aversion to the predatory glint in their eyes. Bloodthirsty, brutal, and tinged with a hint of amusement. It was as if he were merely a fish on their chopping board, destined to be slaughtered without mercy. Indeed, the notorious ferocity of these oceanic creatures rendered a diminutive fish of less than half a meter unworthy of their consideration. How could he, having yet to fully refine his own essence, willingly surrender himself to the jaws of such predators? A fierce glint flashed through Yu Yue's eyes. If the shark believed him to be an easy target, it was gravely mistaken. Possessing late-stage chi cultivation and an array of techniques, he was certainly not incapable of wrestling with this formidable creature. After all, those who sought to seize what was rightfully his deserved to meet their demise. With this thought in mind, Yu Yue dispatched a tendril of violet spiritual energy to secure the remains of the squid, preventing it from sinking into the abyss. He then propelled himself forward with fierce tail movements, resembling a bolt of purple lightning racing towards the shark. Upon witnessing this small entity daring to launch an attack, the shark's tiny eyes ignited with a distinctly human-like fury, and it opened its massive jaws to bite at Yu Yue. However, Yu Yue's speed was astonishing. He deftly maneuvered through the shark's gaping maw, leaving behind a trail of violet spiritual blade. Bang! Blood gushed forth from the shark's mouth, the pungent scent and excruciating pain rendering its small eyes of vivid crimson. As it opened its jaws wide, a surge of black electric energy mingled with the blood, striking Yu Yue directly. In a moment of bewilderment, Yu Yue pondered, are you a shark or an electric eel? At this instant, he felt more like a mere shadow of a person, yet you, indeed, resemble a hound. With little time for contemplation, the shark lunged towards Yu Yue, its gaping, somewhat battered maw intent on devouring him, transforming him into mere fodder for the ocean. Just as calamity loomed, a radiant purple aura erupted from Yu Yue's being, forcefully halting the shark's voracious bite. Having narrowly escaped, Yu Yue was struck by a wave of trepidation. Had the shark succeeded, even his form would have succumbed. Such a toll on his spiritual energy would be exorbitant. Soon after, two ethereal blades descended, with Yu Yue's true form following closely behind, employing his razor-sharp fins to carve a grotesque wound into the shark's relatively soft underbelly. Let it be known, do not provoke me. As Yu Yue gazed at the black electric sparks flashing from the shark's mouth, he vanished from sight, swiftly appearing at the creature's abdomen with a flick of his tail fin. With the precision of a blade cutting through iron, he inflicted a wound upon the shark. He then unleashed two ethereal blades towards the injury, paying the price by enduring another jolt of black electricity. Flipping onto his back, Yu Yue felt as if he were nearing his limit. What sorcery is this? A shark that can emit electricity? Surely, this is absurd. Could it possibly possess a system of its own? Yet, in hindsight, he felt the sacrifice was not in vain. For both Yu Yue and the shark, survival was a struggle. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, while the shark was losing blood at an alarming rate, its vitality being consumed. Yu Yue sensed that the shark's prowess surpassed his own. Indeed, this world was peculiar. Even a mere fish seemed to possess formidable strength. Yu Yue longed to howl at the heavens, but he lacked the luxury of such a moment, for the shark was a relentless beast, driven by pain and the instinct to survive, becoming more ferocious with each passing moment. As he watched the shark charge at him with its maw agape, Yu Yue felt a surge of determination. If he did not muster his resolve, he would not endure this onslaught. The shark had pushed him too far. It was time to unleash his ultimate move. Throughout his aimless drifting, he had not been idle. Aside from perfecting his ethereal blades, he had conceived a formidable technique. However, this was a move that his system had not revealed, and Yu Yue understood the grave risk involved. Should he execute it, he might not survive. Yet, there was no time to ponder such concerns. His spiritual energy was all but extinguished, and sleep was imminent. But slumber would only lead to the loss of the hard-won life he fought to maintain. Faced with certain death versus a mere possibility of death, Yu Yue naturally chose the latter. Suddenly, the shark seemed to sense an impending danger, retreating swiftly with its tail, its fierce little eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Yet even as it withdrew, the overwhelming sense of peril clung to it like a parasite. The source of this life-threatening aura was none other than Yu Yue himself. At that moment, blood-red energy enveloped Yu Yue, a manifestation of his own lifeblood. The steadily flowing blood coalesced into a blurry rune, while his form simultaneously began to wither. "You shall perish," he commanded. In the depths of his heart, Yu Yue let out a tremendous roar, though it lacked the grandeur one might expect. He found himself unable to muster any sound. For one, he was not particularly eloquent, and for another, he was on the brink of death. The essence of life, His vital blood was slipping away. To wield such a power by sacrificing his blood was an absolute taboo for all beings embarking on the path, let alone a lowly beast like Yu Yue. Chapter 6. The challenge of being a fish, the difficulty of being a diligent one at Yu Yue's current level. He was essentially doomed. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over him, nearly impossible to resist, and the only thing sustaining him was the outcome of this strike. He wished for the shark's demise. He would rather perish amidst his own technique, shattered into pieces, than become mere excrement within the belly of that loathsome shark. It must be said, Yu Yue is indeed a remarkable fish, having only recently begun to explore the realm of cultivation. He had never encountered such methods of power in this world, especially in such solitary circumstances. Yet, with his meager cultivation level, he managed to comprehend such profound techniques. There was an enigmatic figure observing him, whose demeanor remained unfazed even in the face of great turmoil. This figure gazed upon Yu Yue, astonishment flickering in his eyes. However, he soon regained his composure, for throughout the eons, he had witnessed countless prodigies. Yet a being capable of creating techniques at the first stage was a first for him. The figure in white murmured with a furrowed brow, pondering how a moment of inspiration could reveal such a being within the world. Albeit the drawbacks of this technique were substantial. Resolute, he decided that if this little fish could not endure, he would intervene. At that moment, this small fish had already qualified to catch his attention. Above Yu Yue, the crimson runes glowed a brilliant red, as if they would spill forth blood at any moment. At last, Yu Yue's vital blood ran dry, and the blood-red runes surged forth towards the shark with unparalleled speed. Boom! The shark, though possessing considerable intelligence, had never anticipated the existence of such a being in these waters. And yet, it was merely an inconspicuous little fish. The moment the blood-red runes emerged, it found itself utterly bound. Now it could only watch helplessly as the blood-red runes charged toward it, with no means of escape. Bang! The emaciated Yu Yue was thrust several meters away by the powerful shockwave. The late-stage shark was instantly slain by the blood-red runes, erupting into a crimson explosion. Blooming amidst the deep blue waters. Success in hunting the shark. Evolution points 350. The system notification rang out, cold and devoid of any emotion. Damn it. The host is on the verge of death. Yet, an inexplicable power surged into Yu Yue's body, causing his dim fish eyes to brighten slightly. Suck it in, you stubborn horse. Yu Yue felt as though he was facing retribution. He had turned other fish into dried fish. Yet now he was on the verge of becoming one himself. The immense loss of vital essence was nothing short of fatal for a being of his caliber, who would willingly embrace death when life remained, even by the thinnest of threads. The hope for survival is a tenacity that no creature can afford to relinquish. And Yu Yue was no exception. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he detonated the shark, causing its flesh and blood to coalesce, and he voraciously consumed the abundant essence. The desiccated veins within him began to greedily and frantically absorb the revitalizing sustenance. In almost an instant, Yu Yue's emaciated form was restored. Even the slightly purplish scales glimmered with an added brilliance. In the void, the figure clad in white, who had just lifted a hand, let it drop, his eyes flashing with renewed astonishment. This fish was rather fierce. Goodness, it was utterly terrifying. Such reckless abandon could not be repeated in the future. Yu Yue gently tapped his chest with his small fin, unknowingly causing a momentary pause in a lurking presence. However, the decision he made was to never rely on such a thing again. It was only moments ago that he had successfully hunted a shark, prompting the system to sense his host's imminent demise. Thus, it bestowed upon him a modicum of strength. Otherwise, in his previous state, he would have lacked the vigor to refine the shark. Had it not been for this fleeting power and to serendipity, he might have truly succumbed to the depths of the night. Consequently, he yearned even more for strength and the opportunity to grow. With the spirit of perseverance in the face of adversity, he digested the incompletely refined octopus and consumed a small portion of its tentacle to satiate his hunger. Only then did he flick his tail with satisfaction and depart, leaving behind a lingering scent of blood and a slowly rising dried octopus. His talents were undeniably exceptional. Yet it remained unclear whether his capacity for such ruthless techniques stemmed from innate gifts or a malevolent nature. In the shadows, an entity furrowed its brow, recognizing even for its kind that this brief interlude was a waste of time. Yet, certain matters demanded clarity. If this fish was indeed a merciless killer, then perhaps this ocean would no longer require his presence. Unbeknownst to you, he continued to swim deeper into the abyss, his tail flicking joyfully as his cunning eyes searched for creatures that could elevate his score. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant against any formidable adversaries that might emerge to challenge him. Alas, to be a fish is difficult, but to be a diligent fish is an even greater challenge. Yu Yue exhaled a bubble, feeling a slight ache in his tail. Even in the aquatic realm, one must balance work and rest. Today, he had amassed a considerable number of points. So it was imperative to find a cozy nook to recuperate and reflect on his gains. Thus, Yu, the fish, plunged into the seabed silt, using his body as a shovel to excavate a small refuge. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of threats, he gently floated into his little haven. System. Let me see how many points I have, he thought, and the system promptly displayed his attribute panel in his mind. Host. Yu Yue bloodline. Spiritual carp hidden bloodline. True dragon bloodline. 1, 100, 000, 000. Lifespan. 14 years cultivation realm. First stage demon beast. Mid-level. Talent. Concealed sharp soul capture evolution points. 1, 273 enhancement. With his thoughts focused on the cultivation option, Yu Yue felt a surge as 352 evolution points were consumed. A small vortex of heavenly spiritual energy formed within a 100 zhang radius, continuously being absorbed by him. Each wisp of spiritual energy filled him with immense power. His cultivation realm ascended directly to the late stage of the first-tier demon beast. This benefit from the system was particularly advantageous. Each time he advanced, Yu Yue found himself at the pinnacle of a minor realm. How delightful! He exhaled another bubble, feeling that if that shark were to appear before him now, he could effortlessly defeat it without resorting to any desperate measures. With his realm elevated, he felt buoyant and exuberant. Now at the late first stage, if he were to elevate once more, would he not ascend to the second stage? Yu Yue's little mouth moved adorably, an undeniable charm. If this were on Earth, given Yu Yue's current appearance, one could easily fetch $15 for him. However, at this moment, Yu, the fish, was oblivious to his own cuteness. His entire focus was captivated by the enticing plus sign behind the cultivation level option. Why not enhance himself if he could? After all, the points were earned through his own efforts, and there was no guilt in spending them. Thus, with a slight pout, Yu resolved to upgrade. Under a gaze that bore an unsettling intensity, the dissipated vortex of spiritual energy reformed and surged into Yu Yue's body with fervor. Insights and reflections were of no concern to him. His points were nearly depleted, yet he had not incurred any debt. And Yu Yue's cultivation aura soared to the pinnacle of the first tier. Only a slight distance remained to reach the second tier. What on earth? There's even a pinnacle to speak of? So, each tier comprises for minor realms? Gazing at his dwindling points, Yu Yue felt a pang of regret. This was hard-earned. After all, he had initially hoped to ascend directly to the second tier, but after all this effort, he remained merely a first-tier fish. One must be content. A fish must indeed find satisfaction, yet after a brief rest, it was time to earn more. While continually reassuring himself that, despite not breaking into the second tier, he could distinctly feel the enhanced power coursing through his shimmering fins, vastly superior to before. Yet, the reality of his single-digit points was disheartening. Shaking his head and blowing a bubble, Yu Yue slowly flipped onto his back. Even a fish needs to rest. At this moment, a man in white furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to capture this fish for further study. This was clearly a creature that had never encountered any cultivation techniques. Yet within a short span, it had shattered 2 minor realms. What was most astonishing was that each breakthrough placed it at the pinnacle of its current minor realm, which was quite extraordinary. Suppressing the urge to seize Yu for examination, the man's starry eyes shimmered with intrigue, hinting at his ulterior motives. Achoo. Meanwhile, Yu Yue let out a remarkably human sneeze, producing a flurry of bubbles, which made the man in white chuckle softly. This little creature was indeed delightful. Chapter 7. No longer an idler as the warm sunlight once again graced the surface of the ocean, the boundless sea seemed to radiate an added warmth. Yu Yue flipped himself out of his burrow in the muddy waters, swaying his little tail as he emerged from the silt, shaking off the remnants of his earthy abode. Thus commenced yet another day, devoid of excitement, spent in the monotonous pursuit of accumulating points. Yu, the fish, swiftly regained his spirit and ventured deeper into the abyss. Alas, the current state of Yu Yue was lamentably impoverished, a condition too distressing to behold. Thus, he had no choice but to fight fiercely and earn points. It was only through accumulating such points that he could hope to survive. The ocean was vast, and while Yu Yue had always considered himself somewhat knowledgeable, not quite a sage who comprehended the heavens and the earth, his experiences paled in comparison to the wonders before him. rendering his insights almost shameful to articulate. In the depths of the sea, myriad creatures coexisted. He had witnessed countless vibrant fish forming splendid schools, voraciously consuming shrimp and seaweed, only to be devoured themselves by larger predators. He had also observed two unknown sea beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, their blood staining the ocean in vast swathes of crimson. However, he had never encountered a being capable of communication. Many possessed cultivation, yet few exhibited true intelligence. Yu Yue had only previously encountered an octopus and a shark. What on earth is this? Initially, the sea was tranquil and basking in the warmth of the sun. Yu Yue felt no hint of danger. Suddenly, his scales erupted in alarm. He realized that not only furry creatures could become ruffled. Even those devoid of fur could have their scales ruffled as well. What astonished him was the appearance of a monstrous sea beast, seemingly materializing from thin air, measuring a staggering 10 meters in length. Its aura exuded a formidable presence, reaching the pinnacle of the first tier, comparable to Yu Yue's own level. Yet, this was not the most alarming aspect. What truly caught his attention was the creature's enormous maw, filled with sharp fangs, as it gnawed on a long, pristine object. As Yu Yue focused intently, he was startled to discover it was indeed a leg, a human leg. The sea beast appeared equally bewildered, seemingly at a loss as to how it had ended up in this place. Nevertheless, it proceeded with its ghastly task, audibly swallowing the leg. And then its gaze shifted to Yu Yue. Their eyes met, one pair, blood-red and filled with the savage light of a beast, and the other, sharp and icy, imbued with the essence of humanity. Before the sea beast could make a move, Yu Yue surged forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Although he currently inhabited the form of a fish, within him resided the soul of a human. Since his arrival in this world, he had never encountered another human. To finally see one, and only a mangled, bloody leg at that, ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Moreover, the system had directly targeted the sea beast, a sea demon, at the pinnacle of the first tier, exceedingly ferocious, with a penchant for human flesh, its physical prowess formidable, yielding 700 points upon its demise. A cold voice reverberated in Yu Yue's mind, while another gaze pierced through the void, fixated on him. At that moment, Yu Yue, who was barely less than a meter in length, darted past the sea beast with fierce determination. The enormous, grotesque sea demon had not anticipated that such a diminutive fish would dare to attack it. Just moments ago, it had been contemplating how to make a meal of Yu Yue. Confounded by the circumstances surrounding its arrival, the sea demon found itself in a momentary state of confusion, leaving it unprepared for the onslaught. The fin of Yu Yue sliced fiercely past him, the resilient fish skin seemingly rendered ineffective as it carved a wound nearly 2 meters long. Fresh blood gushed forth instantaneously. A resounding roar erupted from the sea monster, incredulous that such a fragile creature dared to inflict harm upon it. The excruciating pain and the scent of blood intensified its fury, and without hesitation, it opened its maw wide and lunged at Yu Yue. At this moment, Yu Yue's once vibrant gaze had turned utterly frigid. Threads of vitality continuously flowed into his body, allowing him to maintain a state of peak performance at all times. His diminutive size granted him agility several times greater than that of the sea monster. Had this situation occurred just yesterday, Yu Yue would have harbored murderous intent but would have undoubtedly fled, for he could not possibly contend with such a creature. Yet now, having ascended to the pinnacle of his tier, he found himself on par with the sea monster. Evading its gaping maw was a trivial task for him. However, the fish, merely evade? That was patently impossible. As he dodged, he relentlessly inflicted wounds upon the vast body of the sea monster with his fins. Thus, approximately 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. Even with Yu Yue's current prowess, fatigue set in, leaving him sore all over. He infused his fins with spiritual energy to inflict greater damage upon the sea monster. But despite continuously absorbing the creature's vitality, his own spiritual energy was dangerously low. Yet the sea monster was in an even worse state. While it might have endured initially, the passage of time had led to a terrifying depletion of its life force. Its once ferocious eyes now dimmed with the shadows of despair. Suddenly, the sea monster unleashed a furious onslaught, conjuring monstrous waves that wreaked havoc upon the surface, tossing countless small fish and shrimp into the air, their bellies exposed. Unlike Yu Yue, once they flipped, they would never right themselves again. This was the sea monster's signature technique. It relied on such methods to capsize fishing boats, and those hapless mortals who fell into the water faced a grim fate of being devoured. Yu Yue had initially believed that his nimble movements would enable him to exhaust the sea monster to death. Yet, he had not anticipated the creature's area of effect attack, which was utterly unforeseen. As the speed of vitality depletion slowed, a glimmer of survival flickered in the sea monster's eyes. With its limited intellect, it could scarcely fathom how it had ended up in such peril, confronting this formidable little creature. All it wished for now was to escape, to flee at once. For it possessed enough awareness to recognize that the previous strike had merely afforded it a brief respite from danger, not the means to vanquish the small fish. Thus, the sea monster turned tail and fled, terrified. The depths of the ocean were treacherous, and it yearned to return to its lair. Yet, as it pivoted, the recently eased flow of vitality abruptly intensified, and a fish appeared before the sea monster, its violet-tinged gaze fixed intently upon it. In the next moment, the sea monster's consciousness succumbed to darkness. Yu Yue possesses the innate talent of soul capture. Once unleashed, this extraordinary ability has already inflicted significant damage, leaving the sea demon utterly defenseless. Subsequently, a frigid glint flickers in Yu Yue's eyes as a violet spirit blade pierces through the gaping maw of the creature, reducing its entrails to a pulverized mess. The putrid blood stains a vast expanse of the ocean crimson. Having successfully hunted the sea demon, he gains 700 evolution points. With a cold snort, Yu Yue gazes upon the lifeless body of the sea demon, dismissing any thoughts of revulsion as he swiftly transmutes the carcass into dried fish. Without a moment's hesitation, he departs at breakneck speed. After all, the bloodshed may attract formidable predators, and Yu Yue is acutely aware of his relatively low position within the food chain. Thus, there are certain beings he knows he cannot contend with. It is far wiser to evade them and relish the freedom it affords. As he continues to wander, gauging the depths of the ocean, he realizes he has undoubtedly entered the true abyssal zone. This signifies that his future existence and hunts will ascend to unprecedented heights. However, it also heralds countless perils, where the hunter may swiftly become the hunted, while the fish are aware of these dangers. What eludes Yu Yue is the fact that he has unwittingly attracted the attention of a certain entity, which has marked him with a label of righteous vengeance. A nagging sensation lingers, as if someone is observing him from the shadows. As Yu Yue submerged himself to a certain depth, he exhaled a stream of long bubbles, feeling an unsettling sensation as if something were watching him intently. Could it be that even in his aquatic form, he remained the focal point of attention? It was rather absurd. He attributed this paranoia to overthinking. At this moment, Yu Yue had ventured far into the depths, just as he suspected. The scent of the sea monster's blood had indeed attracted several formidable beings, each capable of annihilating dozens of him in an instant. Yet, these beings now floated on the surface, trembling in fear, their hearts shrouded by terror. The source of their dread was a mysteriously appearing figure clad in white. Although lacking in refinement, he far surpassed others of his rank. With a righteous disdain for evil and exceptional spiritual awareness, he certainly justified the time spent by this busy elder. Should any familiar with this formidable entity know of his thoughts, they would undoubtedly be left with a few black lines etched upon their foreheads. You are still busy? They might wonder. In the entire divine continent, there are scarcely any matters worthy of your attention. However, the white-clad figure held a different perspective. Throughout the eons, he had never considered himself a mere bystander. As Yu Yue wandered through the expanse, he once again opened his attribute panel, noting that his points stood at a mere 700. Alas, it seemed that there was little he could enhance at this stage. It became evident that to elevate his cultivation, he would need to engage in combat and hunt. Chapter 8. The pink fishling. The fish, feeling a twinge of hunger, gently patted its belly. Earlier, it had refrained from consuming the sea demon, as it found it rather repulsive. However, the fish, found himself perplexed today, for it appeared that whatever he desired materialized before him. When he yearned for points, a sea demon had appeared, generously bestowing upon him 700 points. Gratitude be to the sea demon for its fortuitous demise. Now, with another desire for points and a growling belly, a large pink fish, radiating a sense of bewilderment, surfaced before him, scarcely 10 yards away. This pink creature possessed a modicum of cultivation, yet its aura was markedly serene, in stark contrast to the sea demon. Curiously, much like the demon, it too seemed to embody an air of confusion. Regardless, you thought, this creature must be worth several hundred points, and it appeared suitable for satiating his hunger. After all, a fish requires sustenance to thrive, and one meal missed could lead to dire discomfort. With that in mind, you lunged toward the nearly 2-meter-long pink fish. Splash! The large fish, keenly aware of its surroundings, faced you and emitted a warning signal, revealing that its cultivation was merely at the mid-stage of the first tier. Yu Yue was poised to eliminate it with the slightest gesture, fully aware of the formidable prowess of the great fish. With the flick of his fin, he was ready to commence his slaughter. Encountering him was indeed a stroke of misfortune for the creature. After all, the points he had amassed through his cultivation were woefully meager, and in this vast ocean, survival and strength could only be attained by treading upon the carcasses of other beings. Yet, in the next moment, Yu Yue was momentarily taken aback. For the pink giant fish, fully cognizant of its inferior strength, unleashed an overwhelming aura that eclipsed even that of the sea demon's desperate struggle before. Only upon discerning the small clusters of pink fry safeguarded by the fish's fins did Yu Yue grasp the gravity of the situation. The creature, fully aware that it could not match him and that combat would lead to its demise, defiantly positioned itself before him, driven solely by the instinct to protect its young. All beings possess a spirit. It is not solely humanity that harbors such emotions. Even the most fragile creatures possess maternal love, willing to sacrifice everything, including their very lives, for the sake of their offspring. Alas, Yu Yue gritted his teeth as he observed the small fish, which tirelessly shielded him, being pushed aside. Ready to confront the mother fish? With great difficulty, he made a momentous decision. He relinquished the points before him. Yu Yue was a cog in the wheel of natural selection, yet he believed his heart remained fervently alive. There are principles to being human, and similarly, there ought to be principles to being a fish. This mother fish was feeble and lacked intelligence. In the vastness of the ocean, it could meet its demise at any moment. However, Yu Yue remained indifferent to this fact. At the very least, he would not engage in such acts. He would never resort to insidious justifications, such as claiming that if he did not kill, others would, thus trampling on the very essence of his humanity. This is Yu Yue. Irrespective of his current state, humanity is an indelible aspect of his being. Though he had lost his corporeal form and his world, his thoughts remained intact. As long as he was still Yu Yue, humanity was something he could never forsake. Upon reaching this realization, a measure of relief illuminated his eyes. Stop pushing, I am leaving. He bellowed at the mother fish in the language of fish, then swiftly flicked his tail, sending playful splashes of water as he swam in the opposite direction of the mother fish. Alas, my current weakness precludes me from claiming my territory in this vast ocean. I must hasten my development. With a rumbling stomach, Yu Yue caught a reasonably sized, unremarkable sea fish and devoured it. Watching as 2 points were added to his attribute panel, a surge of frustration surged within him. Damn it, even coral polyps used to be worth a point. And now this sizable fish only grants me 2 points? There is no honesty in commerce, no honesty whatsoever. What has become of this world? Yu Yue felt a profound ache in his heart. However, if he were to turn back at this moment, he would find that the large pink fish, accompanied by its tiny offspring, had already transformed into fleeting specks of light, dissipating into the vast expanse of the ocean, each little fish included. Yu, engrossed in hunting, striving to accumulate points and satiate his hunger, overlooked a significant and glaring flaw. The realm of the pink fish was entirely within his grasp. Yet, the system failed to present him with a hint to hunt it. If he were to ponder this matter deeply, well, he would be unable to comprehend it. The dissipating light of the large fish coalesced into the form of an exquisitely handsome man clad in white. At that moment, the white-clad man gazed in the direction you was swimming, his eyes resembling the vastness of the starry sky, growing ever more profound. However, the satisfaction in his gaze was unmistakable. The fish were mere illusions, and the little fish were but phantoms. All of this was orchestrated by a certain powerful individual utilizing extraordinary means, even briefly imbuing it with magnificent vitality, indistinguishable from genuine life. Not to mention you. Even if a formidable demon were to arrive, not a single flaw could be discerned. This being, trailing a first-tier little fish, had been observing for nearly 3 days, during which he had affixed several labels upon you. For instance, decisive in battle, exceptionally gifted, vehemently opposed to evil, and possessing a pure soul, among others. Even one who had once lamented his refusal to take on disciples now found himself tempted. Yet suddenly, the corner of the white-clad man's mouth curved upward. Ah, the little fellow is in trouble. Let us see how far you can go in this moment. Having just feasted, you felt content as he relieved himself, offering a minuscule contribution of power to the ocean. But at that instant, Yu's body tensed, and his scales erupted. His hidden talents activated, his tail thrumming like a dual turbocharged engine. Under such propulsion, you darted forth like an arrow loosed from a bow. In the next heartbeat, the very waters where you had been erupted violently. Even after you had propelled himself away, he still felt a sharp pain in his back, his soul unsettled. You swiftly retreated, for a palpable aura of malevolence and brutality bore down upon him. Alas, you found himself regretting his impulsive decision to venture into the deep sea. Had it only been a few days? Aside from the nights spent burying himself in the sand for a semblance of peace, swimming in the ocean had meant nothing but combat. And now, a formidable threat was genuinely pursuing him from behind. As Yu turned his head, he beheld a fearsome beast with 3 eyes, its body clad in impenetrable scales and covered in a multitude of writhing tentacles. Advancing towards him with an overwhelming aura of menace, this creature was an imposing tinzhong in size, equivalent to over 30 meters. More importantly, Yu Yue was utterly unable to discern the beast's cultivation level or aura. He felt an urge to sing, for just as one wave recedes, another crashes upon the shore. Deep within the abyss of the ocean, profound sorrow enveloped him. What on earth is wrong with you? Are you truly so deranged as to pursue me relentlessly? Yu Yue glanced back and spat out a mouthful of fish language. Yet his tail and fins flickered with astonishing speed, fleeing for his life. This creature knew that he, Yu, was no match for his pursuer. Engaging in combat would undoubtedly result in him becoming mere fertilizer for the ocean in a matter of moments. As for why that ferocious beast was in hot pursuit, it certainly wasn't due to Yu possessing cough syrup. Rather, despite his small stature, his flesh and essence were truly comparable to that of a second-tier being. To the beast, that was an irresistible tonic. Roaring fiercely, the beast gazed at Yu Yue, its eyes brimming with greed. It sensed that consuming this morsel could potentially elevate it across a small realm. How could it possibly let such an opportunity slip away? Goodness, the soul of Yu Yue is in peril, and although the ability to conceal one's talents may be advantageous, at present, Yu finds himself submerged in water, causing ripples to emanate around him. The ferocious beast pursuing him is akin to a dog that has spotted a bone, closing the distance to Yu Yue alarmingly fast. You are pushing me to my limits. Yu Yue initially intended to rely on his relatively smaller stature and agile speed to escape. However, despite the beast's imposing size, its swiftness was astonishingly formidable. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. Moreover, if he persisted in this manner, his spiritual energy would inevitably be depleted first, leaving him with no capacity for resistance. This creature was undoubtedly above the second tier. Yet if he could employ a strategy to kite it and inflict some damage, he might still stand a chance to fight back. As Yu Yue contemplated, he swiftly turned around, exerting every ounce of his strength as a dense array of violet spiritual blades descended upon him. Yu Yue's body surged forward, charging towards the ferocious beast with unwavering determination. Such a maneuver would compel even a novice at the second tier to momentarily retreat from its overwhelming might. Yet, the beast exhibited no inclination to evade. As the violet spiritual blades struck its form, they shattered with a resounding crack. However, they merely left faint white marks upon the seemingly impenetrable scales of the creature. In that moment, the beast's 3 eyes gleamed with mockery as it opened its gaping maw, eagerly anticipating Yu Yue's unwitting surrender to its jaws. A futile dream. In his heart, Yu Yue let out a furious roar as he gazed at the fearsome beast's gaping maw. He unleashed several ethereal blades aimed at the creature's tongue. If he could inflict even the slightest wound, he would be able to continuously devour its life force. Only then would he be worthy of engaging with it. However, the intelligence of this beast was evidently far superior to any creature Yu Yue had encountered before. It unleashed a jet of water, shattering the ethereal blades. And then 2 tentacles came crashing down upon him, utterly sealing off his escape route. Damn it. Chapter 9. After overexertion, I feel as though my body has been emptied. What options remain for Yu Yue? Should he advance, he risks being devoured in one gulp, subsequently becoming mere nourishment for the ocean. Conversely, should he retreat, the tentacle would extend far beyond his entire fish form, leaving him vulnerable to a grievous fate. Thus, with unwavering resolve, Yu Yue brandished his diminutive fins and boldly confronted the descending tentacle of the ferocious beast amidst its incredulous gaze. The clash resounded, a deafening thud that seemed to unsettle the very depths of the ocean. Yu Yue was abruptly pulled into the depths of the ocean by a tentacle. With a single strike, blood incessantly flowed from the gaps in his scales, and even his sharp fins were marred with numerous cracks. The disparity in cultivation and physical strength was overwhelmingly vast. That previous blow had nearly left him gravely injured and on the brink of death. Yet, at this moment, Yu Yue had no intention of resisting. He was propelled forward by the sheer force, racing into the distance. The pitiful little fish left behind only a trail of bright crimson blood. The ferocious beast also moved, relentlessly pursuing Yu Yue with astonishing speed. As it deemed him an inevitable catch, the chase was indeed alarmingly swift. Was he truly approaching the end? Yu Yue's once vibrant eyes now appeared dim, filled with blood, rendering the world around him a crimson hue, reminiscent of the hell he had envisioned. It seemed he could no longer flee. Yu Yue came to a halt, his once soft and pliable form rapidly withering, as blood flowed from him like a gentle stream converging into a pool. Above his head, the crimson runes flickered once more, though their brilliance paled in comparison to the last time. So this is what it feels like to have vitality ebb away. In his previous life, he succumbed to a pitiful demise, but in this life, he would not allow it to happen again. You wretched creature! In the depths of his heart, Yu Yue let out a resounding cry, his dim eyes filled with unwavering resolve. He understood that this would be his final opportunity, with the emergence of the blood-red runes. His life would inevitably reach its true conclusion. Enough was enough. At that moment, a figure appeared as if conjured from the very depths of the sea. The surrounding waters dared not encroach upon a radius of 10 feet around him. As this presence manifested, an indescribable sense of oppression enveloped the air. Even the blood-red runes above Yu Yue's head shattered, transforming into vibrant life essence that flowed back into his body. A figure of extraordinary grace. A mere first tier being unexpectedly capable of wielding magic, decisive in combat, steadfast in mind, and possessing the pure soul of a child who endured solitude that ordinary beings could scarcely fathom. Truly remarkable. The figure in white chuckled lightly, extending a finger that gently pressed against Yu Yue's forehead. In an instant, the cracked fin and violet scales were restored to their original state. Meanwhile, Yu Yue, utterly drained of spirit, flipped onto his back, sinking into the depths of the ocean. With a casual gesture, the figure summoned the water below to gently cradle Yu Yue. As for the formidable beast that had once exuded dominance, it now trembled in fear, instinctively aware of its vulnerability. Before this human, it felt as if it were confronting the entirety of the ocean, an overwhelming sense of helplessness and terror unlike anything it had ever encountered in its life. All beings possess a spirit. It is no small feat for you to awaken your consciousness. Go forth. The figure smiled, a warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze emanating from his countenance. With a mere wave of his hand, the sea creature was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Utterly unscathed, the beast hastily fled, knowing full well that such an existence could claim its life in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yu Yue's consciousness had plunged into darkness, yet before succumbing entirely, he sensed that he had somehow survived. It seemed, a human had come to his rescue? Beyond that, he was aware of nothing else. During this time, Yu Yue briefly awakened, only to find himself nestled within a basket. Alas! The toll of exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, leaving him feeling utterly drained. A fleeting advertisement slogan crossed his mind, and with that, Yu Yue succumbed to slumber once more, oblivious to the reasons behind his fatigue. Unbeknownst to him, a remarkably handsome middle-aged man gazed down at the bamboo basket woven with spiritual energy, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. He deemed Yu Yue a promising talent, worthy of joining my sea pavilion. Perhaps now, that fox would no longer be bored each day. Time passed, though Yu Yue could not discern its passage, until he suddenly felt himself seized and tossed into the water. This water possesses an extraordinarily delightful sensation. Yu Yue was so content that he was nearly rolling over in delight. He utilized his meager divine sense to survey his surroundings, discovering that he found himself within a small pool, scarcely 3 yards in diameter. This pool was quite extraordinary, shrouded in ethereal mist that obscured the visage of the grand figure before him. Striving diligently in his cultivation, he aspired to achieve transformation at the earliest opportunity. After imparting a light, weightless remark, the grand figure slipped away. Yu Yue felt a sense of disappointment, as if his brilliance was being overlooked. At that moment, he realized he must strive for greatness. Despite having the support of a system, he could not afford to become complacent. Suddenly, it struck him. He not only lost the vast and boundless sea, but also the delightful little creatures within it that awaited his refinement. How could he accumulate points without them? What joy could he find without points? Wait a moment. Taking a deep breath and feeling the points rising within him, Yu Yue's eyes sparkled with delight. What nonsense was this about freedom and charming little beings? It turned out that this pool was the most delightful of all. At that moment, Yu Yue resolved to remain in this pool until his transformation was complete. 2 days later, Yu Yue contentedly released a bubble. The panel displayed, "Host, Yu Yue bloodline. Spiritual carp hidden bloodline. True dragon bloodline. 1, 100, 000, 000. Lifespan. 20 years cultivation realm. First stage monster, peak, talent, concealed sharpness and soul capture evolution points. 2, 696 at that moment. Yu Yue felt his existence as a fish was filled with brilliance. What does it mean to be impressive? What does it mean to be a big shot? It means casually tossing oneself into a pool and within just 2 short days, accumulating nearly 2,000 points. Even if this pool were merely the latrine of a powerful figure, Yu Yue would accept it, with the sound resonating in his heart. 2,000 evolution points were consumed. Those who refuse to pay their debts are truly foolish. The spring water within the pool was composed of the essence of heaven and earth. And at that moment, the spiritual energy was being fervently absorbed by Yu Yue. Indeed, this fish was extraordinarily audacious. He was like the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. As the cultivation level on the system panel changed, Yu Yue directly advanced to the second stage. He understood that here, all he needed to do was absorb the spiritual energy from the pool madly and accumulate points. Nothing else was required. Combat? Hunting? If it weren't for necessity, Yu Yue would have no desire to engage in such dangerous activities, where one could lose their life at any moment. He recalled the near-fatal encounter with that vicious beast, and a shiver ran down his spine. If he possessed enough strength, who would dare to provoke him? With a show of dominance, he could make others kneel before him, whether on land or sea, singing his praises. Furthermore, from now on, anyone encountering him must address him as master. Upon reflection, Yu Yue found the notion of being a salted fish rather appealing. Thus he devoted himself even more fervently to his cultivation. In a pavilion, the air was filled with enchanting melodies that ebbed and flowed, sometimes stirring the soul, at other times embodying a blend of valor and tenderness. Those with a discerning ear would recognize the instrument as the guzheng. The performer was none other than the esteemed master. While at the foot of the pavilion steps sat a young maiden in white, resting her chin in her hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with rapture. At that moment, a faint hum resonated, prompting the master to gently lay his long fingers flat, calming the vibrating strings of the guzheng. He cast a glance at the spiritual spring in the courtyard. Has there been a breakthrough so soon? Might the foundation be unstable? Should Yu Yue overhear this remark, he would surely be incensed. How could he, a legendary prodigy, be compared to mere mortals? Little did the master know, he had encountered a remarkable creature endowed with innate intelligence scarcely seen in today's world. He could not allow this little fish to find its path increasingly constricted. Hey, little bai. The master glanced at the maiden seated on the steps, an unusual hint of disdain flickering in his usually tranquil eyes. Master, the young girl blinked. I transformed 2,000 years ago. My name is now Bai Xiaoshuang, not little bai. The master's expression of disdain intensified. In my lifetime, I have taken on only 3 disciples. You are the youngest, yet the least. Well, let us say, you possess the most potential. May I assign you a challenging task? This was, indeed, a candid statement. Bai Xiaoshuang's lovely eyes twinkled like crescent moons as she thought. Since the master has requested her assistance, she would reluctantly accept, feeling quite pleased. Chapter 10. Endure for a moment. But the anger grows indeed. He did not disappoint. The master addressed Bai Xiaoshuang. In the center of my medicinal field, there lies a spiritual spring. You are aware of this. I have kept a fish in this spring, and I require your help in caring for it. I am a formidable master of the path to the heavens. You want me to tend to a fish? This is excessive. Bai Xiaoshuang's beautiful eyes blazed with indignation. This heartless master was punishing her for his own indulgence in spiritual herbs. Her senior brothers had all ventured forth to become renowned figures, while she remained unproven. The reason being, she was forbidden from wreaking havoc upon the world. What nonsense! How could someone as adorable as Bai Xiaoshuang ever harm anyone? That fish was quite extraordinary, possessing a high level of intelligence and capable of being a companion to you. The master coaxed gently. Impossible. You may consume 3 spiritual herbs daily. I, Bai Xiaoshuang, have my dignity for herbs. Higi, it's a deal. You are the best, master. Why are you silent, little fish? At this moment, sitting on the edge of the spring, Bai Xiaoshuang took a bite of the cane-shaped elixir in her hand, her eyes fixed on Yu Yue. She even reached out to gently pat Yu Yue's head. As for Yu Yue, his mind was buzzing. The cultivation process was heavily disrupted, and this girl was exceedingly irksome. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against her. Undeniably, she appeared charming and lovely, but it was all a fade crafted at the expense of intellect. At this instant, Yi regarded Bai Xiaoshuang as a simpleton. Oh, I almost forgot. You still cannot speak. Bai Xiaoshuang nibbled delicately, yet the elixir vanished at an astonishing pace. Wiping her small mouth, she looked at Yu Yue and said, "You should grow up quickly. When I was merely 200 years old, I had already refined the essence of the bones and could speak like a human." With that, she tossed a handful of fish food-like substance into the spring. Goodness! What kind of talent requires 200 years to articulate human speech? Yu looked down disdainfully as Bai Xiaoshuang tossed him fish food, his contempt only deepening. The young master Yu Yue declared that he would rather starve, gnawing on the tiles of the pond or his own scales, than consume anything she offered. A fish, after all, possesses its own dignity. However, at that moment, a single grain of fish food drifted perilously close to Yu Yue's mouth. To his astonishment, this was no mere fish food, it was a treasure. His eyes sparkled with increasing brightness, although he was unaware of its nature. He could distinctly sense the spiritual energy it contained. If he could refine it, it would yield a wealth of points. Moreover, after 2 days without sustenance, despite the pond's abundant spiritual energy ensuring he wouldn't perish, Yu Yue was indeed hungry. Seizing the opportunity while Bai Xiaoshuang was distracted, he quickly slurped the fish food into his mouth. Ding! Evolution points increased by 15. As Yu Yue's eyes sparkled with delight, he found the young girl far more endearing than the prominent figure he had previously encountered. Indeed, she was the most adorable presence in the entire divine realm. Moreover, the fish feed was delightful. It wasn't until Yu Yue had his fill that Bai Xiaoshuang stealthily plucked 2 stalks of spiritual herbs and returned to the pavilion, needing to report to her master. "Have you fed it?" The prominent figure was currently in a meditative state. "Yes, just some remnants of spiritual herbs. I crushed them into a ball for fish feed, quite reliable." Bai Xiaoshuang plopped down on the steps, pulling a small purple flower from her pocket and popping it into her mouth. Upon sensing the flower's value, even the prominent figure's lips twitched slightly. It was a millennium-old heavenly-grade spiritual herb. Suddenly, the prominent figure's consciousness swept toward the spring, where he saw Yu Yue floating belly up, and his face turned pale. "What vintage did you feed it?" Bai Xiaoshuang jumped in surprise, but upon seeing the prominent figure's grim expression, she felt a bit aggrieved and twisted the edge of her garment. "It was just some leftover materials from when I learned alchemy, probably earthly grade, and not even 1,000 years old." Upon hearing this, the prominent figure's complexion darkened. Earthly grade spiritual herbs, nearly a millennium old. That little fish could not withstand such potency. If anything were to happen, just wait and see. The prominent figure's face was ashen. Ever since the divine realm was heavily wounded by foreign tribes 100,000 years ago, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had waned significantly, resulting in a drastically reduced chance of ordinary beings gaining intelligence. This was also why he placed great importance on Yu Yue. "Well, I didn't do it on purpose," Bai Xiaoshuang mumbled, gazing down in dismay as she fiddled with the hem of her clothes. Ever since her senior brother and sister had left the sea pavilion, her master had become increasingly fierce. How frustrating. The prominent figure paid no heed to Bai Xiaoshuang, but took a step forward, instantly appearing beside the spring. Gazing at Yu Yue, who was floating belly up in the spiritual spring, he felt a pang of sorrow. What a waste of a naturally intelligent spirit carp. Shaking his head, he recognized that Yu Yue's intelligence and innate talent were even greater than Bai Xiaoshuang's when she first gained consciousness. It was unfathomable that such a precious life could be brought to the brink by that foolish act. Just then, Yu Yue flipped over, fixing his bright eyes on the prominent figure, and released a series of puzzled bubbles. What was happening? The prominent figure's gaze was fierce. Was the fish preparing to stew him for a meal? To his surprise, there seemed to be no ill effects on the little fish. Yet, how could a spirit carp under a year old endure the potency of nearly millennium-old earthly-grade spiritual herbs? Nevertheless, being a prominent figure, his momentary astonishment did not betray his expression. "Well, it seems you possess innate intelligence and exceptional talent. I need not worry about you being overwhelmed in the spiritual spring. Continue to cultivate diligently and strive for early transformation." Yu Yue was quite perceptive as he listened attentively to the esteemed figure, half emerging from the water, elegantly adjusting his fins, akin to a person respectfully bowing to a dignitary. The distinguished individual, with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, gracefully departed, exuding an air of sophistication and charm. In that moment, Yu Yue vowed fervently that one day he would attain a power akin to that of the esteemed figure, and at that time, he would delight in showcasing his prowess in a similar manner. After the distinguished figure left, A fleeting white silhouette stealthily slipped into the medicinal field. Bai Xiaoshuang, with her mischievous large eyes darting left and right, ensured the esteemed figure was truly absent before daring to show herself, making a beeline for the spiritual spring. You nearly got me killed. Bai Xiaoshuang glared fiercely at Yu Yue, revealing her small tiger teeth. What were you thinking, exposing your belly like that? Now I have to face the wrath of my master. Yu Yue, however, remained unfazed. I revel in my own delight. It's my pleasure. He mused. You, a formidable practitioner, surely cannot stoop to quarrel with a mere fish. With that, he dismissed the notion of contention. Bai Xiaoshuang, her cheeks puffed, tossed another handful of spiritual herb remnants into the spiritual spring before turning to leave. Yet, after just a few steps, she halted, fuming with indignation. How can I let this go? She thought. No sooner had the words left her lips than Yu Yue, blissfully indulging in the joy of the fish food, found himself seized with a sudden, forceful grip. With a sharp flick of her jade finger, she struck his forehead, leaving him momentarily dazed, stars swirling in his mind. Plop. Bai Xiaoshuang unceremoniously tossed Yu Yue back into the spring, satisfied as she clapped her hands, her spirits finally lifted. You must be lacking in intellectual development. As she faded into the distance, Yu Yue shook his bewildered head and proceeded to refine the fish food into points, continuing his cultivation. Now, he could acquire such splendid resources for his practice without risking life and limb. Thus, Yu Yue was akin to a fish harboring dreams. He yearned for greater strength, aspiring to transform. In due time, he thought, he would no longer be confined to this humble spiritual spring. The world would be his oyster, and he would revel in its vastness as he pleased. And that little bump on his head, he would surely repay that scoundrel girl in kind. Once a being has set its sights on a goal, it finds the impetus to forge ahead, be it human or fish. As Yu Yue immersed himself in meditation, the abundant spiritual energy from the spiritual spring was continuously absorbed by him. While accumulating points, he was simultaneously fortifying his physique. In truth, the first-tier demon beasts resembled the body refinement realm of human cultivators, primarily honing their physical forms. As the vast spiritual energy was absorbed, Yu Yue felt not the slightest discomfort. Rather, he experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort. After all, he was a being of exceptional abilities. Such concerns from the elder were indeed unwarranted. Meanwhile, the elder, seated in a pavilion and perusing a book, shook his head lightly, sighing. I have taken in yet another costly creature. I wonder if I can sustain this one in the future. The elder felt a twinge of melancholy. As the most formidable presence in the Eastern Sea region, he had once enjoyed immense wealth, surrounded by countless treasures. Yet, ever since he took on disciples, each one proved to be more extravagant than the last, particularly that by Xiaoduan. Now, he was on the verge of being unable to support his own disciple, all the while nurturing a fish. Curiously, this fish also appeared to possess great potential, eliciting a weary sigh from him. He truly found the situation burdensome. Why endure such trials? He was uncertain how many millions of years he had left to live, with each day passing inexorably. Yet, even amidst such circumstances, he had squandered precious days following this fish, ultimately bringing back a gluttonous creature with potential. The elder felt a pang of sorrow. Chapter 11. Those who dare defy shall kneel and sing conquest. After a moment of reflection, the elder returned to the pavilion. His life seemed remarkably simple, aside from reading. He engaged in playing the guzheng, showing no signs of cultivation. Perhaps, at his level, what was truly needed was insight rather than mere spiritual energy. The little fish was advancing rather rapidly. As the melody concluded, he glanced towards the direction of the medicinal fields, feeling a compelling urge to investigate what extraordinary abilities this little fish possessed. Despite its tender age, endowed with innate intelligence, it had encountered life and death struggles. Yet, even so, it managed to reach the second-tier demon beast level in such a short span, attaining peak conditions at each stage of advancement. Beyond its exceptional talent, the elder found it difficult to articulate other descriptors for Yu Yue. If a comparison were to be made, even he, at the same age, fell far short. Forget it, he thought. Given time, this fish would undoubtedly become a pillar of talent in the Eastern Sea region. The esteemed figure beamed with joy. In the aftermath of that cataclysmic battle, the divine continent was shattered into fragments. What was once a unified land was torn apart by overwhelming forces into 5 distinct realms: the Eastern Sea, the Southern Barbarians, the Central Plains, the Northern Snowy Domain, and the Western Territories. Among these, the Eastern Sea and the Southern barbarians were considerably weaker in overall strength compared to the other realms. Therefore, the eminent individual placed great importance on and had a pressing need for exceptional talents. 2 days passed. It is said that Yu Yue, who had long since acclimated to his second-tier state, was leisurely swimming about. However, the spirit spring was rather limited in size, and he soon grew bored of his aquatic wanderings. Thus, Yu Yue decided to flip onto his back and take a moment to rest, having already attained the second-tier cultivation. As a magnificent fish, indulging in a brief respite seemed entirely reasonable. At that moment, however, the esteemed figure had arrived with a rather forlorn expression, accompanied by Xiaoshuang, causing Yu Yue to hastily right himself. "How do you feel?" The eminent figure approached the spirit spring, and with a wave of his hand, numerous seeds radiating a verdant glow descended into the medicinal field. A gentle smile, akin to a warm spring breeze, graced his face as he remarked, "Cultivation is a balance of tension and relaxation. One must not be overly hasty." In Yu Yue's heart, he felt a sense of discontent, thinking to himself, "I am no ordinary fish." Yet, in the presence of the esteemed figure, he dared not reveal a hint of his thoughts. He half rose, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, as if to indicate his understanding. "Ah, within you lies a trace of true dragon blood. Strive diligently. And should your lineage return to its ancestral form, there exists the possibility of transformation into a dragon. Thus, I bestow upon you this technique." As the esteemed figure spoke, he raised his hand, and a radiant golden light enveloped Yu Yue's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. However, upon deeper contemplation, Yu Yue plunged into the spiritual spring with a resounding splash. This was truly astounding. The name Zhou Tian transformation into dragon technique alone was impressive. His aspiration was to one day become a true dragon, and when that day arrived, anyone who dared to oppose him would be met with his song of conquest. This Zhou Tian transformation into dragon technique was tailor-made for him. Xiaoshuang, observing Yu Yue's exuberance, couldn't help but smile softly, finding his demeanor somewhat lacking in ambition. However, had she known that Yu Yue had acquired the Zhou Tian transformation into dragon technique, she would undoubtedly be filled with envy. For it was the highest-ranking technique within the Sea Pavilion. Were it not for her lack of true dragon blood, she would have insisted on cultivating it herself. Not only Xiaoshuang, but even the corners of the esteemed figure's mouth curved into a gentle arc. This little fish indeed possessed a certain fortune. This technique had lain dormant for countless years and had now fortuitously found its way to him. Subsequently, the esteemed figure cast some spiritual herb seeds into the spiritual spring. For Yu Yue, these seeds were, well, not only gentle and nourishing, but also delicious. Filled with delight, Yu Yue quickly rose, bringing his little fish fins together in a gesture of gratitude. After receiving a nod from the esteemed figure, he immediately embraced the seeds, beginning to absorb their rich nutrients and spiritual energy, which filled his heart with an exhilarating sense of joy. Such was the life of a fish. What more could he desire? "Little Bai, the divine realm has been rather tumultuous lately. I must venture out. The Sea Pavilion and this little fish are entrusted to you. Please take good care of them, if you would." The esteemed figure gently ruffled Xiaoshuang's hair, yet his gaze held a hint of warning, implying that should anything befall the Sea Pavilion or the little fish, she would face dire consequences. However, the white fox failed to grasp the underlying message. Upon hearing that the esteemed figure would be leaving, her beautiful eyes turned crescent-shaped with delight. "Oh, splendid." At that moment, Xiaoshuang, noticing Yu Yue's fervent embrace of the spiritual herb seeds, felt a twinge of annoyance, thinking, "I am doing this for that wretched fish." Previously, she had been scolded by her master, but now, in the absence of a tiger in the mountain, the white one reigned supreme. It appeared she would need to consume more spiritual herbs to recover from this loss. Her delightful imaginings took flight as soon as the esteemed figure departed from the Sea Pavilion, prompting Xiaoshuang to recklessly pluck a sprig of spiritual herb resembling a sensitive plant, taking a bite with her large, expressive eyes filled with bliss. "Oh, I have yet to leave. Just how many treasures have you devoured over these 80,000 years?" A dangerous glimmer flickered in the esteemed figure's narrowed eyes. Startled, Xiaoshuang disregarded the remnants of soil clinging to the roots of the spiritual herb and hastily swallowed both root and leaves. "I didn't," she exclaimed. "You did." The master gently brushed away the dirt from the corner of Xiaoshuang's mouth, exuding a blend of helplessness and affection. Throughout his life, he had only 3 disciples, each akin to his own children. representing the most significant aspects of his existence. Although these three individuals were each more mischievous than the last, they were the treasures of his countless years of wealth. Bai Xiaoshuang grinned foolishly, prompting the master to shake his head with a smile before turning to Yu Yue in the spiritual spring. Devote yourself to your training. The Zhou Tian transforming dragon technique is the supreme heart method of our sea pavilion, renowned even across the divine continent. Do not squander this opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, the master vanished, leaving Yu Yue in awe of the remarkable presence that had just departed. With the master gone, Bai Xiaoshuang felt emboldened. The entire sea pavilion was now hers to explore, and she gleefully indulged in the abundance of spiritual herbs. Meanwhile, Yu Yue continued his cultivation. For although he had recently ascended to the realm of second-tier demon beasts, he still found himself unable to leave the confines of the spiritual spring. In truth, the atmosphere here was quite pleasant, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at will. As Yu Yue observed a butterfly gracefully fluttering above the spiritual spring, a pang of melancholy stirred within him. His heart ached further upon witnessing Bai Xiaoshuang entering the medicinal field to gather herbs for consumption. A droplet of crystalline water fell upon Bai Xiaoshuang's head, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of adorable bewilderment. Is it raining? Yet, as she turned her gaze, she caught sight of Yu Yue peering at her, his expressive eyes fixed upon her with an almost human-like curiosity. What troubles you, Xiaozi? Did I not just feed you a short while ago? Yu Yue almost fell headlong into the spiritual spring, nearly losing consciousness. What the heck? Xiaozi? When did he ever claim to be called that? Yu Yue, filled with indignation, pointed at Bai Xiaoshuang's mouth with his small fin, then gestured towards his own lips, seeking to comprehend the level of cultivation required to utter a word. What is this nonsense, you spirit cat? Not a bear, he retorted, recalling what his master had said about his inability to endure. Bai Xiaoshuang promptly stuffed the spirit herb into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he mumbled indistinctly, while a glimmer of caution flickered in his eyes. Was this fellow truly attempting to snatch his food? That simply could not be tolerated. He resolved not to indulge this troublesome behavior. Yu Yue felt somewhat speechless and could only point at Bai Xiaoshuang's mouth, then at his own, as if attempting to convey something. This left Yu Yue quite puzzled. Bai Xiaoshuang had previously mentioned the need to refine the horizontal bone. She was a demon beast after all, just as he was. Why then was communication so arduous? Could it be due to differences in their species? Oh, you wish to speak? Bai Xiaoshuang sighed in relief. As long as there was no contention over food, she could not guarantee her restraint against fish, after all. She was not a vegetarian. Ahem, here's the matter. Bai Xiaoshuang's expression turned serious. This creature resembled a girl of about 13 or 14 years, and with her little face taut, she appeared quite endearing. For a demon beast to articulate human speech, it required the refinement of the horizontal bone, a feat achievable only at the golden core stage, which is to say, the third tier. Furthermore, a demon beast possesses only 2 opportunities to transform throughout its lifetime. The first occurs at the third tier, while the second must await the 7th tier. Bai Xiaoshuang spoke with patience. Yet when she mentioned that the second transformation must wait until the 7th tier, it was evident that a hint of disdain flickered in Yu Yue's eyes. This displeased her somewhat. Bai Xiaoshuang herself had only transformed upon reaching the 7th tier. After all, you lack understanding. Do not presume this matter to be overly simplistic. Bai Xiaoshuang poked Yu Yue's forehead, and upon seeing the fearful look in his eyes, she continued. Although the human form is more conducive to cultivation and is more attuned to the laws of nature, we demon beasts possess our own unique attributes. Many demon beasts' bloodline abilities are intricately linked to their original forms, and their inherent combat prowess is significantly greater. Such demon beasts typically opt for transformation at the 7th tier, or forego transformation altogether. Yu Yue understood that he would have to wait until the 3rd tier to speak. However, for the esteemed young Master Yu, this was merely a trifling matter. He simply needed to continuously absorb spiritual energy and await the guidance of his system father to soar to new heights. After discussing some matters of cultivation with Yu Yue, Bai Xiaoshuang happily departed after harvesting a few spirit herbs, leaving Yu Yue to continue his training. Chapter 12. The reluctant circumstance. Yu Yue was merely perplexed, pondering whether, after his transformation, he would no longer need to remain in the water. This is a question worthy of contemplation. On the panel, a revered master had previously gifted him a renowned technique, which Yu Yue intended to examine for the possibility of enhancing it with his own points. The technique was named Zhou Tian Hua Long Ju, classified as a top-tier celestial grade. Its effects included 1. enhancing spiritual energy circulation through the meridians, capable of elevating the true dragon bloodline. 2. Accelerating the refinement of spiritual energy. It is noted as a supreme technique, a tool of extraordinary advantage, yet its comprehension is exceedingly challenging. How intriguing, Yu Yue remarked. How astonishing. The true dragon bloodline can indeed be refined, but shouldn't such a supreme technique be capable of annihilating myriad foes with a mere application? Must one truly comprehend its complexities? At this moment, Yu Yue also discovered an additional option for techniques on his system panel. Host, Yu Yue Bloodline, Spirit Carp, Hidden Bloodline, True Dragon Bloodline, 100,000. Lifespan, 20 years. Cultivation level, second tier monster, initial stage, technique, celestial transformation dragon art, uninitiated, talent, concealed sharpness soul capture evolution points, 3057. How perplexing. While my bloodline can be enhanced, this technique remains stagnant. Yu Yue was astonished. The discerning eye of the system should not be mistaken. Could it be that the Zhou Tian Hualong Ju was indeed as formidable as the expert had claimed? Well, Yu Yue chose to believe, for he understood the principle that one gets what one pays for. Thus, he restrained his impulse to enhance his bloodline and continued to absorb the spiritual energy from the spiritual spring. He yearned to discover how terrifying the Zhou Tian Hualong Ju truly was and what significance it would hold for him. 3 days passed, during which Bai Xiaoshuang visited only once to feed him fish food. Although she had scattered a considerable amount, she had not returned since, seemingly preoccupied with some scheme. Yu Yue also relished the tranquility. Over the course of 3 days, he refined all the fish food that Bai Xiaoshuang had discarded to him, while simultaneously drawing in a significant amount of spiritual energy from the spiritual spring. In nourishing himself, he also amassed a considerable number of evolution points. Goodness gracious. This should be sufficient, right? Yu Yue gazed at the system panel with a hint of displeasure. After a rough calculation, he concluded that with the 3 additional days and his previous accumulation of over 3,000 evolution points, his total should have surpassed 10,000. If he could not enhance the Zhou Tian transformation technique any further, he would truly lament his inability to sustain such efforts. He checked his points. Evolution points 10, 529. Without hesitation, he resolved to elevate his skills. There was no need to wait any longer. Enhance. With a resolute determination, Yu Yue focused his mind on the selection of the divine technique. Subsequently, he expended a total of 10,000 points. The Zhou Tian transformation dragon art instantly entered its introductory state. In that fleeting moment, Yu Yue's vision became hazy, and he appeared to witness an ancient divine dragon soaring through the skies, its colossal form seemingly too vast for the heavens to contain. As the dragon's might reverberated, all things bowed in reverence. The divine dragon cast a glance at Yu Yue, yet, perhaps, this gaze spanned a separation of no less than 1,000,000 years. As Yu Yue's mind suddenly stirred, he awoke to find the entire fish had turned belly up. Truly a fright for the fish. With a gentle flick of his fish fin against his chest, Yu Yue realized he had undergone a transformation. It seemed as though the meridians and acupoints within him had been reforged. Previously, he had merely tempered his body with spiritual energy. Now, in his cultivation, the spiritual energy flowed automatically in accordance with the operation of the Zhou Tian Hualong Ju, significantly accelerating his absorption of the celestial spirit energy, more than doubling it. He could even sense the minuscule fraction of true dragon blood within him gradually expanding, albeit ever so slightly. Indeed, this is remarkable. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before I, the young master, ascend to become a true dragon. Yu Yue joyfully swam over to a leftover morsel of fish food, eagerly devouring it. He now felt like a particularly distinguished fish. Once he transformed into a true dragon, would that little Bai Xiaoshuang still dare to provoke him? A fierce dragon's roar would teach him a lesson in humility. Yu Yue was completely immersed in the prospect of a splendid future. Bai Xiaoshuang, with her carefree demeanor, entered the medicinal herb field, plucked a few stalks of spiritual herbs, and sat down by the spiritual spring to munch on them. Here, take one, she said, generously tossing a delicate white flower beside Yu Yue, playfully teasing that the young lady Bai was indeed quite magnanimous. Yu Yue expressed his gratitude, for the most fundamental courtesy must always be observed. Moreover, this little flower seems significantly superior to the previous fish feed. Hey, do you wish to venture outside for a glimpse? Bai Xiaoshuang, after discarding the skin of the spiritual herb like one would with sugarcane, leaned down, her large eyes sparkling mischievously as she gazed at Yu Yue, who was engrossed in inhaling the small white flower. Evolution points 330. No wonder this girl finds such comfort in nibbling on spiritual herbs. Yu Yue swallowed the small flower, which had been drained yet still retained a hint of fragrance, and contentedly patted his little belly. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Turned his head, gazing at Bai Xiaoshuang with a hint of confusion in his eyes. This time, Bai Xiaoshuang instantly understood. The expression in his eyes clearly conveyed, "What did you say?" I inquired, "Do you wish to go out and play?" Bai Xiaoshuang, feeling exasperated, lightly flicked Yu Yue's forehead in response. Of course. Yu Yue, disregarding the ache in his head, eagerly nodded, only to realize the predicament. How could he venture outside? Leaving this spiritual spring would be akin to submerging a person in water. It would be fatal. "Well, I shall indulge your little curiosity and take you out for a brief adventure. But remember, it was you who requested this outing," Bai Xiaoshuang declared, clearly pleased. Yu Yue nodded once more. To be honest, he had found the confinement within this spiritual spring somewhat stifling. A brief respite outdoors would surely be delightful. Thus, he overlooked the underlying implications in Bai Xiaoshuang's words. As he nodded, Bai Xiaoshuang gracefully moved her slender fingers, lifting Yu Yue into the air. A flash of spiritual light enveloped them, reminiscent of the method employed by the master when he initially apprehended Yu Yue. The only difference was that the master had condensed his spiritual energy into a basket, while Bai Xiaoshuang conjured a fishbowl, complete with a handle for easy carrying. Meanwhile, Yu Yue transformed from a 30-centimeter spiritual fish into a diminutive creature measuring less than 10 centimeters. Alas, this was against his will, justified by the reasoning that smaller forms are cuter. Subsequently, our esteemed Bai Xiaoshuang proceeded to showcase her grandeur before Yu Yue. Yu Yue could hardly fathom the sight before him. A seemingly 13 or 14-year-old little girl gracefully traversing the air, her steps appearing diminutive and delicate. Yet beneath her, the islands scattered across the ocean had already slipped by in a blur, countless in number. Yu Yue was utterly unaware of the astonishing speed possessed by this girl. Moreover, the fish tank in which Yu Yue resided remained remarkably still, not a single ripple disturbing its surface. Fortunately, he was relieved, as he feared that this little creature might soar unsteadily and throw him off balance. With a hint of anxiety, Yu Yue gently tapped his small chest with a fish fin, aware of the perils of flight and the need to cherish his life. After merely a quarter of an hour, he could almost discern the edge of the continent, revealing beneath him a chain of interconnected islands, roughly comparable in size to Japan. Bai Xiaoshuang's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily before she deftly landed on the island with the fish tank in hand. This place resembles a primordial forest. Yu Yue's eyes widened as he beheld the boundless expanse of verdant greenery before him, where towering ancient trees reached for the heavens, accompanied by various startled creatures. Moreover, there lay an uprooted, unknown spiritual herb, plucked from its roots by Bai Xiaoshuang. The delight in Bai Xiaoshuang's large eyes was palpable. Indeed, the ocean had never truly belonged to her. Upon arriving in this place, she radiated the exuberance of a child returning home. Here, the trees thrived, unscathed by reckless deforestation. Nurtured by the rich spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, Yu Yue stifled the sensation of suffocation and inhaled a deep breath of fresh air. Yet, in an instant, he wondered where that girl, Bai Xiaoshuang, had vanished to. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby underbrush. Yu Yue turned his gaze to see a pristine white fox, its 9 tails trailing gracefully behind it, emerge from the thicket, its eyes fixated intently on the fish tank. What on earth? Yu Yue felt a deep sense of trepidation. Although he currently classified as a second-tier demon beast with various commendable abilities, he found himself utterly unable to discern the cultivation level of the white fox before him. However, he was acutely aware of the significance of those 9 tails. A 9-tailed fox, such beings possessed extraordinary powers. For instance, Sudaji. Here he was, merely a small fish spirit, utterly incapable of contending with such an entity. He could only be likened to a mere snack. He activated his concealment skill, yet it proved futile. The desolate grassland bore witness to a solitary fish tank, housing a lone fish. Perhaps he should leap out onto the grass and give it a try? However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the white fox gracefully approached the fish tank. Its movements were elegant, its fur soft, and its bright green eyes sparkled with an alluring charm. If this white fox were placed in his past life, it would have served as an exceptional companion for courting. Yet in the present context, it represented a harbinger of doom for him. Yu Yue. Where was the charm in that? The glimmering green eyes clearly conveyed a predatory hunger. Chapter 13. on the importance of clinging to powerful allies. You can turn invisible? That would indeed be a remarkable ability in the vast ocean, the little fox spoke, leaving Yu Yue both relieved and astonished. What a revelation! White Xiaoshuang's true form was actually that of a white fox, a nine-tailed fox. Could it be that this formidable figure, Yu Yue, emerged from his concealed state, releasing a bubble to express his dissatisfaction towards Bai Xiaoshuang? 80,000 years ago, my master discovered me right here, and it seems this island has diminished in size considerably. Allow me to show you around. There are numerous spiritual herbs to behold. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes as she bit down on the handle of the fish tank, gently carrying Yu Yue along. At this moment, Yu Yue began to comprehend that Bai Xiaoshuang had merely ventured out to revisit her homeland, transforming into her true form to unwind. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed from the depths of the forest. Before Yu Yue could react, a massive figure loomed before him. Grasping the grass in disbelief, he thought, "This defies all logic." Yu Yue found himself at a loss for words. A wolf, robust as an ox. This is surely a prelude to a gruesome fate. The chilling white fangs and the drool slowly dripping onto the ground unmistakably signify that Bai Xiaoshuang and Yu Yue are being regarded as delectable morsels. Good heavens, dear sister. We must flee at once. Yu Yue, in his anxiousness, knocked against the fish tank, attempting to draw Bai Xiaoshuang's attention. However, Bai Xiaoshuang paid him no heed, continuing her leisurely stroll with an elegance that was truly captivating. Had Yu Yue not been startled to the core, he would have certainly noticed the disdain glimmering in her alluring fox-like eyes. Yu Yue felt that he might meet his end today. Little did he expect that after becoming a disciple of a great master, he would be cast into a tragic scenario before even embarking on his journey. With his slight physique, it was likely that the ravenous wolf would devour him before he even had a chance to taste freedom. At that moment, Bai Xiaoshuang came to a halt, placing the fish tank on the grass, her beautiful eyes unwavering as she gazed at the approaching wolf. There was an air of calmness about her. She seemed entirely unperturbed. However, the wolf's eyes were filled with ferocity and cold-bloodedness. Ah, how impressive! Bai Xiaoshuang's 9 tails swayed leisurely, her tone reminiscent of someone admonishing a cherished pet. Hearing her demeanor, Yu Yue felt a slight sense of relief. After all, despite her quirks, she was not foolish. It was unnecessary to serve oneself as a meal. Having been alongside her master for so many years, her composure suggested that she possessed a strategy. If she remained untroubled, why should he fret over trivial matters? Realizing this, Yu Yue's fear dissipated. He leaned his little head against the wall of the fish tank, eager to witness a contest between formidable beings. However, an unusual occurrence unfolded. To his astonishment, as Bai Xiaoshuang spoke, the wolf, poised to pounce, suddenly attempted to retreat, but its body was already airborne. Consequently, it could only execute an emergency stop midair. Crashing heavily to the ground, it landed upright, its head nestled between its front legs, motionless, while its tail curiously swayed from side to side. If one disregarded the wolf's head, it resembled nothing less than an oversized Siberian husky. What on earth was happening? Yu Yue found himself momentarily bewildered. He had intended to witness an epic clash between formidable warriors, yet had the fierce wolf made a misstep in its movements? That seemed improbable. This was a guaranteed strike. There was no reason for error. Furthermore, Yu Yue's worldview was being profoundly challenged. Could it be that a wolf would wag its tail? At that moment, Bai Xiaoshuang gracefully picked up the fish tank and approached the ferocious wolf with unwavering composure. As she drew nearer, Yu Yue was finally able to scrutinize the imposing creature up close. Its massive frame and pristine fur emanated an undeniable aura of intimidation. No matter how one looked at it, this was a cunning and cold-blooded predator of the wilderness. Yet, it was trembling slightly, emitting a conciliatory whine and wagging its tail. What was this? A husky? A wolf? At that moment, the wolf realized its error, truly blind to its own folly. It had foolishly ventured forth to offer its head. Not only could Bai Xiaoshuang, but even those who accompanied her could lead it to its demise 100 or 1,000 times over, leaving not a trace behind. How could such a formidable beast cower before a mere little fox? Within Yu Yue's heart, there resided a profound disdain. However, this also unequivocally attested to the formidable prowess of Bai Xiaoshuang, that foolish vixen. How remarkable it is that merely tossing a handful of fish feed could yield such extraordinary results. Indeed, this is a robust opportunity that must be embraced with fervor. Yu Yue resolved to wholeheartedly embrace the significance of seeking powerful allies upon his return, and he was determined to execute this plan with utmost rigor. At that moment, By Xiaoshuang, clutching a fish tank, looked up at the menacing wolf. However, the wolf dared not meet her gaze, instead hiding its head between its forelegs, trembling in fear. Do you wish to capture me? The voice was somewhat juvenile, retaining that girlish tone, yet Yu Yue found himself inexplicably entranced. What an audacious little fox. Indeed, a being capable of wreaking havoc upon nations. If this little lowly were to mature, the consequences would be dire. The wolf's intimidation factor was exponentially greater than Yu Yue's. It involuntarily turned its head to glance at Bai Xiaoshuang, its once ferocious eyes now devoid of life, resembling a mere shell of a creature. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the wolf was propelled over 10 meters, smashing through numerous flowers and trees, all witnessed by Yu Yue in a dazed stupor. This is utterly astonishing, he gasped internally, as the robust wolf, akin to a bull in size, was effortlessly swatted away by a diminutive fox barely a meter tall. As for the wolf, it remained quaking in place, paralyzed by fear, as if being struck and tossed into the sea would be preferable, provided it could preserve its life. Yet, today's events were beyond the wolf's comprehension. After being swatted away, there was no further assault. The fox seemed disinterested in continuing its reprimand and simply walked away. The wolf cautiously opened a slit of an eye, bewildered by the situation. It dared not speak or inquire, opting instead to remain still. The wolf resolved to lie motionless for an hour, considering that if the fox had devised a new tactic to toy with it, its life would be at stake. Thus, remaining still was the wisest course of action. Bai Xiaoshuang, with a hint of disdain in her alluring eyes, sauntered deeper into the island, fish tank in tow. Meanwhile, Yu Yue, incredulous at the wolf's size, could hardly believe such a formidable creature could be so feeble. In his perspective, this beast resembled the legendary howling moon wolf from his past life, a noble among wolves. Even if it were to falter against the foolish fox, it should at least possess some semblance of resistance. However, he gained a clearer understanding of the fox's prowess. If this foolish fox was so formidable, how powerful would the one who managed to capture it be? Gasping, he drew a breath of water from the fish tank, unable to fathom the implications. Yet, for the fox, the incident seemed as if it had never occurred, and it was completely unconcerned. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoshuang led Yu Yue on a journey around the island, meandering across the seemingly boundless ocean, providing him with an authentic glimpse of the true eastern seas. It now appears that what he previously considered the profound depths of the ocean, which nearly transformed him into mere fodder for the sea, was merely the tip of the iceberg in the vast eastern waters. Today, they beheld sharks of considerable length engaged in their hunt, staining the waters with blood. They witnessed enormous sea turtles, their shells devoid of any reflection under the sun. They also observed 2 colossal sea serpents, each measuring over 100 meters. Engaged in the sacred act of procreation, Yu Yue felt that if he were to encounter them, he would hardly possess even the qualification to fill the gaps between his teeth. Nevertheless, he considered himself fortunate, having been taken under the wing of a powerful figure at the sea pavilion, allowing him the opportunity to cultivate and survive. Now, with the protection of Bai Xiaoshuang, one could hardly deny the truth. He could not discern the ranks of these individuals, but it was evident that none dared to provoke Bai Xiaoshuang. In fact, some would flee at the mere sight of her. Just look at how formidable that support is. Observe his own cleverness. It also sparked a bit of curiosity within him. Had that foolish fox previously bullied these creatures? Otherwise, why did that group react as if they were street vendors facing a city inspector? Yu Yue found himself a bit perplexed, so he decided to abandon his thoughts. Despite Bai Xiaoshuang's seemingly graceful and leisurely pace, she had unknowingly traversed thousands of miles. Her speed was remarkably swift, reminiscent of what he had always perceived as the art of shrinking distances. Indeed, the foolish fox proved to be quite formidable. However, at that moment, Yu Yue felt an unexpected surge of warmth coursing through his veins. Yu Yue was aware that he was a fish, a cold-blooded creature in biological terms. How could his blood possibly be warm? Could it be? Yu Yue's eyes narrowed as he frantically collided with the fish tank twice, signaling Bai Xiaoshuang to halt immediately. The fiery blood coursing through Yu Yue's veins unmistakably bore the essence of the true dragon lineage. He was acutely aware that he might encounter a being possessing the same noble bloodline. Chapter 14. The Golden-Winged Dragonfish. Curse it. With the esteemed presence of the White Master beside him, every other creature felt like a mere subordinate. What was there to fear? He would consume it. Yu Yue understood the rarity of the true dragon bloodline, recognizing that apart from his system father, his own 1 in a million heritage was of significant value. Thus, he yearned for the day he could transform into a true dragon. What is it? Bai Xiaoshuang paused, looking at Yu Yue with a hint of confusion. This little fish was recklessly colliding against the fish tank, seemingly unafraid of injuring itself. Yu Yue was in a state of urgency, rendered speechless. He could only gesture towards himself and then point towards the ocean behind Bai Xiaoshuang, indicating that there was something of paramount importance to him. You, the fish. This time, Bai Xiaoshuang understood his meaning. Curious about what this insignificant fish deemed significant, she swiftly returned to the spot where Yu Yue had first collided with the fishbowl, clutching the bowl in her mouth. Here, Bai Xiaoshuang transformed back into her human form. For her level of capability, her true form merely allowed for a more profound expression of her inherent nature. In Yu Yue's eyes, a glimmer of purple flashed by, seemingly oblivious to Bai Xiaoshuang's words. He leapt out of the fish tank, and in the instant he plunged into the ocean, he transformed into a slightly larger carp, nearly half a meter long. Adorned with delicate pale purple scales, Bai Xiaoshuang, feeling indifferent, made no effort to stop him, for she believed that as long as she remained there, nothing untoward could possibly occur. In the entirety of the Eastern Sea, was there any entity capable of provoking the sea pavilion? Yu Yue shared a similar sentiment. He now found himself a dignified fish thriving in the company of a wealthy lady. He relished the long-lost scent of the sea, playfully blowing a bubble, while his gaze fixated on a magnificent fish, entirely golden in hue, resembling a golden arowana, yet nearing an impressive length of 2 meters. Goodness gracious! One could only imagine the fortune such a creature would fetch on Earth. As Yu Yue directly activated his concealed talent and approached the great fish, he smacked his lips in anticipation. A chime echoed, target locked, mature golden-winged dragon fish, with a successful hunt yielding 900 evolution points. Such a melodious sound. At this moment, Yu Yue had drawn near to the golden-winged dragon fish, which, for reasons unknown, seemed to exhibit signs of unease, its bloodline stirring restlessly within, causing an unsettling discomfort. Suddenly, the water beneath the golden-winged dragonfish rippled violently as Yu Yue emerged, his fins sharp as daggers, leaving a horrific wound across the fish's abdomen. Following this, Yu Yue inhaled sharply, igniting a frenzy within the golden-winged dragonfish. Though not the apex of the food chain, it could not tolerate the audacity of this small creature. Moreover, the sensation of vitality draining away instilled a profound sense of life and death peril within it. Thus, it was eager to swallow this little fish whole. With a snap, the golden-winged dragonfish lunged, but Yu Yue barely evaded its grasp. He pondered in frustration why both the prior black dragonfish and this golden-winged dragonfish possessed formidable teeth, while he, not being a herbivore, lacked such sharp fangs. Yet, despite his vexation, he regarded the golden-winged dragonfish, which was now lunging at him once more, with cold determination. Suddenly, 2 strange violet beams flashed in his eyes, causing the fish to feel a dizzying sensation as its advance abruptly halted. However, Yu Yue was not unscathed. He recognized that the golden-winged dragonfish's cultivation level surpassed his own, or he would not have suffered a backlash from his soul-siphoning talent. Struggling against the dizziness clouding his mind, he swiftly struck again, leaving another fatal wound on the fish's abdomen before it could regain its senses. The effect of the soul-siphoning power was not particularly pronounced against beings of higher cultivation, but the brief window of opportunity had proven sufficient. By the time the golden-winged dragonfish awoke, it found itself ensnared in swirling violet light. This detestable little fish siphoned away vast amounts of its vitality and flesh with each breath it took. The golden-winged dragonfish attempted to struggle, but the movement exacerbated its grievous wound, causing blood to pour forth. Consequently, as its life force waned at an alarming rate, it soon succumbed to the darkness, its body transforming into a desiccated fish carcass. Hunt successful. Evolution points, 900. As Yu Yue's vision faded to black, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. How could the backlash from his talent be so severe? Bai Xiaoshuang continued to observe the spectacle, seemingly amused. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he caught sight of a petite girl clad in white, her bare feet gliding effortlessly over the surface of the sea, approaching him with an ethereal grace. Yet, upon reaching his side, her first action was to pick up the golden-winged dragonfish and take a hearty bite. In disbelief, he could only curse under his breath. Soon thereafter, Yu Yue completely lost consciousness. However, beneath the sunlight, the iridescent purple sheen of his scales appeared to shimmer even more brilliantly. His master's discerning eye had proven to be astute. Even a casually picked fish could embody the potential of a prodigy capable of transcending levels in combat. Bai Xiaoshuang savored a bite of the fish jerky, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer satisfaction, before nonchalantly tossing the unconscious Yu Yue into a fish tank and turning away. When Yu Yue awoke once more, he found himself back in the spiritual spring, taking a deep breath of the air infused with the essence of nature. He felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The first thing he did upon awakening was to check his system panel. Hidden bloodline, true dragon bloodline, 4,100,000. Evolution points, 1,642. Considering the enhancement from the Zhou Tian transformation dragon decision, it was astonishing to discover that the golden-winged dragon fish contained nearly 1/3 of a billionth of true dragon bloodline. This time, he had truly struck gold. Yu Yue inhaled a mouthful of spring water, his eyes brimming with excitement. This exhilarating sensation took a while to subside, for he was acutely aware that his own prowess was still a considerable distance from that of a true dragon. It was prudent to focus on the present. Blowing a series of bubbles, Yu swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Accompanying by Xiaoshuang on this excursion had bestowed upon him numerous advantages. Although his evolution points were somewhat limited, the acquisition of the true dragon bloodline rendered his efforts entirely worthwhile. Moreover, he would soon replenish the points for his cultivation of the heavenly dragon transformation technique, albeit the enhancement of the true dragon bloodline would progress at a slower pace. As for Bai Xiaoshuang, she continued to wreak havoc in the medicinal herb fields. Since Yu had met this girl, it was evident that her world revolved solely around food. Just look at the devastation she had inflicted on the herb fields during this brief period. After 2 hours, a sound akin to fabric being torn echoed from outside the herb fields. Shortly thereafter, a figure clad in white entered the fields, startling Yu Yue from his cultivation. At the moment the figure appeared, the very essence of the heavens and earth seemed to ripple. He peered out from the spring, feeling a mix of dissatisfaction, but in that fleeting glance, a trace of astonishment flickered in Yu Yue's eyes. The newcomer possessed a flawless, delicate visage, skin as smooth and fair as that of an infant. A gentle smile graced their lips, reminiscent of a refreshing spring breeze. Their long, silky hair was simply tied back, cascading gracefully down their back. The plain white robe, devoid of ostentation, perfectly accentuated the individual's slender form, and their demeanor exuded an elegance that transcended age, captivating both young maidens and mature women alike, though they appeared somewhat middle-aged at first glance. A closer inspection revealed none of the bustling aura typically associated with such an age. Instead, they radiated an ethereal grace, akin to that of a celestial being. Truly, they were a sight to behold. Yu tapped his lips thoughtfully, genuinely praising the appearance of the esteemed figure before him. Previously, he had been quite confident in his own looks, but now, in comparison to this prominent individual, he couldn't help but feel that those who admired him were merely drawn to his wealth. A twinge of jealousy flickered within him. Yet there was also a sense of schadenfreude. The esteemed figure's countenance darkened as he beheld the utterly ravaged medicinal field. By Xiaoshuang, you took Xiao Yu out. And that's one thing, but I have been gone for less than 4 days. Explain to me what has transpired. The esteemed figure pointed at the chaotic scene of the medicinal field, his fingertips trembling slightly. This was his fortune laid to waste. After just a few days, it had been devastated to such an extent. Who could possibly endure such a calamity? Yu Yue felt a pang of sympathy for his esteemed mentor. He pondered the possibility that the herbal field might have lacked sufficient spiritual energy, leading to its withering. Bai Xiaoshuang, with a pout of grievance, lowered her head and fidgeted with the hem of her garment, not out of habit, but from the genuine fear of meeting her master's gaze. With so many spiritual veins at his disposal, how could such a wellspring of medicinal herbs simply perish? What of the trust that ought to exist between master and disciple? Would it be too much to ask for a sense of accountability? If you were responsible, why not admit it? The master found himself both amused and exasperated. He had long braced himself for this moment. After all, cultivating herbs was merely a means to nourish his disciples, yet the other two had long since outgrown such cravings. They had ventured forth from the sea pavilion, establishing their own factions, while this one fox continued to rely on her elder, refusing to acknowledge it. Indeed, Bai Xiaoshuang's head drooped even lower. Denial was her only response. Chapter 15. Little Fish. Charge. Ah, forget it. The master shook his head and affectionately ruffled Bai Xiaoshuang's hair. Upon hearing the words forget it, she instantly lifted her head, her lovely eyes now devoid of any trace of grievance. Master is the best. The little girl gleefully wrapped her arms around her mentor's leg, her face radiant with happiness. not just her. But her older brother and sister likewise regarded the master as a father figure. Throughout the endless years, the master had also come to see them as his own children. If he wished to discipline them, he could have easily found an excuse without resorting to matters concerning mere herbs. Suddenly, the master cast a meaningful glance at Yu Yue in the spiritual spring. I had instructed you to provide him with a 2,000-year-old medicinal herb, provided it did not disturb the foundation. Did you? Splash. Yu Yue's head shot up from the spring, disbelief flashing in his eyes, his emotions surging within him. A 2,000-year-old herb? How many points would that be worth? If his memory served him right, Bai Xiaoshuang had only given him a small flower, the kind worth 330 points. The moment he saw Bai Xiaoshuang lower her head once more, the master understood. This was the epitome of ungratefulness. She was even skimping on fish food. What a heartless fox. Well, since my old friend has recently broken through a realm, it is a matter worth celebrating. I shall not hold this against you, but let it be known, it shall not happen again. All right. Bai Xiaoshuang looked up, her expression a delightful blend of sweetness and innocence. This fellow was like a living emoji, one moment sweet, the next filled with grievance, capable of shifting between expressions with ease. The master, in the final moments, under the imposing gaze of the formidable figure, Bai Xiaoshuang reluctantly produced a precious herbal remedy that had matured for 2 millennia, with a countenance etched with the sorrow of parting. She cast the elixir into the spiritual spring. You shall absorb this and strive diligently in your cultivation. Resources shall never be lacking for you. The esteemed figure bent down, gently ruffling Yu Yue's hair. Yu Yue, filled with uncontainable excitement akin to a husky presented with a bone, bowed respectfully with his hands clasped together. 2,000 years, this was an elixir age for 2 millennia. It was an extraordinary treasure, a veritable bounty of points. Subsequently, the esteemed figure departed with Bai Xiaoshuang, seemingly with matters to attend to, while Yu Yue immediately embraced the elixir, absorbing and refining it. With the assistance of the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique and the guidance of a system, the difference between refining a 2,000-year-old elixir and an elixir seed was merely a matter of time. Ding. Refining Earth Spirit Herb. Evolution points 4,000. Good heavens. This is truly exhilarating. As soon as the elixir was refined, a notification echoed in his mind, and upon comprehending the points accrued, Yu Yue couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. This is immensely valuable. That gluttonous fox nearly siphoned off his 4,000 points. Whether the fox was authentic or not remained uncertain, but she was undoubtedly crafty. Yu, the fish, hastily summoned his attribute panel. After all, accumulated points must be spent. Hoarding them yields no further gains. Host, Yu Yue Bloodline, Spirit Carp, Hidden Bloodline, True Dragon Bloodline, 4, 100, 000, 000, Lifespan, 20 years Cultivation Realm, Second Tier Monster, Early Stage, Technique, Celestial Dragon Transformation, Entry Level, Talent, Hidden Sharp Soul Capture Evolution Points, 8, 762 upon invoking the system panel. Yu discovered that the Celestial Dragon Transformation could not be enhanced, likely due to the high rank of the technique, which demanded an astronomical amount of points. However, both his bloodline and realm could be elevated, and with these points at his disposal, it seemed he could indeed have his cake and eat it too. Not to mention, that foolish fox was bound to seek retribution against him, and with his own enhancements, he would be better equipped to withstand any blows. Locking onto the cultivation enhancement option, Yu Yue thought, upgrade. The points consumed amounted to 4, 500, and a warm, comforting sensation enveloped him, akin to bathing in fragrant fish soup. Yu Yue narrowed his eyes, relishing the delightful feeling. An immense influx of spiritual energy surged through him, and upon advancing to the mid-stage of the second tier, the quality of his liquefied spiritual power within his dantian significantly improved, accompanied by a notable increase in quantity. Now, should he encounter the golden-winged dragonfish again, he would not find himself in such dire straits. At this juncture, the plus sign under the bloodline option remained, and without hesitation, Yu Yue opted for the upgrade. His blood surged violently. The once fragrant fish soup morphed into a spicy concoction, and he endured an indescribable pain. Yet, Yu Yue had grown capable of withstanding it. The physique of a second-tier monster far surpassed that of a first-tier one, and in Yu Yue's own words, this minor discomfort was hardly worthy of his concern. Ouch! That hurt. Oh, mother! With a flip, Yu Yue's form surged from nearly half a meter to a full meter. His body was adorned with lustrous, light purple scales, and although he had elongated considerably, His physique had become much more streamlined. His fins appeared more robust and sharper, and most notably, his teeth had begun to sharpen. If that golden-winged dragonfish's dried flesh had not been devoured by Xiaoshuang, he would have surely bitten into it to vent his frustrations. Once the pain subsided, a sense of rebirth washed over him as Yu Yue turned over to view the panel. Host: Yu Yue bloodline, spirit carp, mutated, hidden bloodline, true dragon bloodline, 4, 100. 000, lifespan, 50 years cultivation realm, second-tier monster, mid-stage, technique, celestial dragon transformation, entry level, talent, hidden sharp soul capture evolution points, 662. The wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutation. Now, Yu Yue, once again devoid of wealth, smacked his lips in satisfaction with his current state. He stood at the pinnacle of the mid-stage second tier, capable of breaking through without relying on the system, thus conserving points for enhancing his technique. Moreover, having upgraded his bloodline, he had surpassed his previous self by several tiers. However, should Xiaoshuang decide to strike him, he would still be unable to withstand it. At this moment, a snow-white fox lay beside the spiritual spring, watching him intently. As for the elder, he gently caressed his cherished guzheng, plucking a string that produced a melodious sound, attracting butterflies to dance gracefully around the pavilion, seemingly enchanted by the celestial music. In just a fortnight, he had ascended to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Despite various external influences, it could not alter the prodigious talent of this individual. With a modicum of nurturing, he would undoubtedly become a pillar of society. Subsequently, Yu Yue remained immersed in his gradual progress, while Xiaoshuang's initial curiosity about him had waned. Aside from occasionally feeding him some fish and providing a few spiritual herbs as a treat, she spent most of her time in slumber. It appeared that in this creature's world, there was little beyond eating and sleeping. Thus, time sped by, and days passed swiftly. To be frank, life in the spiritual spring felt increasingly solitary. As for Yu Yue, he yearned even more for transformation. After all, once he could take form, he would no longer need to dwell in the water, and life would undoubtedly become more vibrant. That night, surprisingly, Yu Yue refrained from his usual cultivation. Instead, he found himself entranced by the luminous moon in the sky. In recent days, he had not accumulated many points, and the means to elevate his realm seemed insufficient. Yet, he sensed a slight looseness in his peak mid-stage of the second tier. This realization sparked a flicker of ambition within him. Perhaps I should take a chance. After pondering for some time, a purple gleam flashed in his eyes. He had never attempted to elevate his cultivation without relying on points, but if he succeeded, it would save him a considerable amount of them. With continued training, he could directly use points to reach the peak of the second tier, or even the third tier. At that point, he would possess the qualifications for transformation, be able to speak, and would no longer be confined to the spiritual spring. Speaking of which, he had yet to truly explore this world. Thus, he closed his eyes and then opened them again, unleashing a formidable aura that reverberated through the spiritual spring, causing the water to surge up over 10 feet. The commotion startled Xiaoshuang, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her beautiful eyes. Wasn't this fellow just elevated to the mid-stage of the second tier yesterday? Was he already on the verge of another breakthrough? Little fish, charge forth. The second-tier demon beast was equivalent to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, which signified, quite literally, the enhancement of the purity of spiritual power. The expansion of the Dantian, and the augmentation of the cultivator's abilities, laying the groundwork for future paths. Yu Yue had gleaned some understanding of this while conversing with Xiaoshuang. He possessed ample confidence in himself. With the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique, Yu Yue, already a prodigy, accelerated his advancement even further. At merely the mid-stage of the second tier, his spiritual power's purity was comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. His Dantian was vast beyond words. There was no risk of instability in his foundation, which emboldened him to progress so rapidly. Indeed, I am a being of exceptional fortune. Chapter 16. Inconvenient circumstances. As the saying goes, timing is everything. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth coalesced once more into a vortex, forcefully pouring into Yu Yue's body. The powerful waves of spiritual energy surged through the medicinal fields, causing the spirit herbs to sway incessantly. Such a commotion even stirred the energy within the sea pavilion slightly. The venerable figure, who had been engrossed in reading, furrowed his brow at this disturbance. Is he already approaching the late stage of the second tier? This rate of advancement is unheard of, given that the young fish is still quite inexperienced. It is inevitable that he struggles to maintain control. It seems I must offer some guidance. The elder's expression softened. He had come to regard Yu Yue as a part of the sea pavilion, and he could not allow Yu Yue's path to become increasingly constrained. In the spiritual spring, Yu Yue dispersed the abundant spiritual energy within him, only to have fresh energy immediately flow into his dantian, a cycle that continued for about 100 repetitions. At last, the violet hue of the spiritual energy in his dantian surpassed what it once was, now reaching a state of saturation. Yu Yue realized that he could not continue this process any longer. Otherwise, no matter how solid his dantian might be, it would not withstand such relentless turmoil. Fortunately, he possessed the physique of a demon beast. Had he been a human cultivator, this relentless effort would have led to his demise long ago. Come on, break. This time. Yu Yue remained remarkably composed. Neither the second tier nor even higher realms could deter his ambition. He yearned to transform into a dragon, to possess formidable strength and a long lifespan. Moreover, he wished to return to his homeland, that azure planet, to gaze upon it once more. He aspired to grow strong, so that he would not always remain under the protection of the sea pavilion but could carve out his own destiny. In his previous life, he had not relied on his family to dominate the business world, and now he could still thrive in this realm, living a life akin to that of a fish. This was the pride that belonged to Yu Yue. Suddenly, it felt as if an invisible membrane had been pierced, and the purple radiance surrounding Yu Yue reached its zenith. Even Bai Xiaoduan, by the edge of the spiritual spring, gaped in astonishment. This little creature, still not yet a year old, was indeed a significant blow to the fox's pride. Reflecting on her previous boast of being able to speak human language after 200 years of refining her core, she felt a twinge of embarrassment in comparison to this little fish. No, this cannot stand. I must suppress him. The little fox resolved to take action against Yu Yue sooner rather than later, for he might become unassailable if she waited too long. The late stage of the second tier, infinitely close to the pinnacle of the second tier. Yu Yue took a moment to reflect on his current situation. Indeed, the system's support was commendable. Even without utilizing points for breakthroughs, he consistently found himself at the pinnacle of his current realm after each advancement. This alone was enough to evoke envy in countless beings. Stability in 1S realm? Such a notion was non-existent. With each breakthrough, he could proudly stand above his peers. At that moment, Bai Xiaoduan's eyes flickered, and she hurriedly tossed a handful of fish food into the spiritual spring before hastily departing. She had initially intended to indulge in a feast of small fish, but alas, she had been summoned by her master. Xiao Bai, what do you think of this fish's talent? The esteemed figure set aside his ancient tome and lifted his teacup for a sip. Bai Xiaoduan gazed intently, her large eyes filled with longing. The master, with a hint of exasperation, produced another teacup, filled it with tea, and extended it toward Bai Xiaoduan, who sat on the steps. With a gulp, she drained the cup, her eyes narrowing into delightful crescents. The master couldn't help but shake his head. Such exquisite spiritual tea was truly a waste on her. The small fish spirit possessed remarkable talent, rivaling even his own. Bai Xiaoduan swung her short legs playfully, unashamed in her demeanor. Ahem, the master coughed lightly. This child was still in her infancy. Her skeletal age barely a year, yet she had already reached the late second stage, truly an extraordinary prodigy. However, her rapid advancement raised concerns. The path of cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation, and an overly hasty improvement could jeopardize her foundation. I understand, Bai Xiaoduan replied, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the master. With my talent, achieving such accomplishments in merely 80,000 years is already remarkable. I managed the balance exceptionally well. The master couldn't help but roll his eyes. 80,000 years? A natural-born nine-tailed fox. Typically, such beings ascend to greatness within a millennium. How dare you claim otherwise? Your realm is merely a product of indulgence. The thought of Bai Xiaoduan squandering his resources over the years pained the master. Yet, what could he do about his own disciple? His current concern was Yu Yue's matters. Leave the small fish spirit to your care. I shall reward you accordingly. However, should any issues arise in his cultivation, I will bury you in the medicinal fields as fertilizer. Bai Xiaoduan was taken aback. What does his cultivation have to do with me? Besides, I have always been the one feeding him. Why should I be blamed if he encounters difficulties? She whimpered slightly. Yet, she ultimately acquiesced. After all, the master was formidable, and she had no choice but to comply. Seeing Bai Xiaoduan agree, the master nodded in satisfaction and continued to savor his tea. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoduan pondered the master's instructions, feeling somewhat troubled. Preventing the small fish from cultivating would surely impact their steadfast friendship. Moreover, she could not remain by the spiritual spring forever. Cultivating was far too mundane. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her, and she quickly devised a plan. Haha, Bai is indeed a prodigious talent. Envisioning, the little short legs scurried towards the heart of the medicinal field where the spiritual spring resided. After experiencing a surge of strength, Yu Yue continued his cultivation. To him, the third tier was within reach. He planned to accumulate some points and then flatter Bai Xiaoshuang, perhaps even by praising her spirit gathering. Alternatively, he thought about holding his breath and stealthily plucking a few spiritual herbs from the spring to refine, which would allow him to break through to the pinnacle of the second tier. Ultimately, he envisioned a swift enhancement, refining the essence and transforming himself, a delightful prospect. However, he was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition. He watched as Bai Xiaoshuang skipped merrily to the edge of the spiritual spring, a beam of white spiritual light piercing into Yu Yue's body. He felt elated, only to realize that it was not a sphere of spiritual energy. The task was accomplished. Bai Xiaoshuang nodded in satisfaction and skipped out of the medicinal field, having completed the mission assigned by her master, allowing her to sleep soundly. As for Yu Yue, he sensed nothing particularly extraordinary. Truly, how absurd. Yu Yue adjusted his posture and returned to the center of the spiritual spring. He was a diligent fish, and now he was determined to continue his cultivation. One day, he would surely confront Bai Xiaoshuang. However, just as he began to practice, Yu Yue sensed something was amiss. That familiar sensation resurfaced. The air was thick with spiritual energy. This was indeed a spiritual spring. Yet, the once welcoming spiritual energy seemed to frolic like mischievous children, completely ignoring his presence. Refusing to yield, Yu Yue persisted, exerting all his effort to activate the celestial transformation technique, even mentally calling out to the system as if it were a parental figure, but to no avail. There was undoubtedly an issue at hand, yet he could not pinpoint the cause, driving him to the brink of frustration. Suddenly, Yu Yue recalled the radiant white light from Bai Xiaoshuang and found himself cursing inwardly. How infuriating! Yu Yue has once again exposed his vulnerable underbelly. He is perilously close to reaching the third tier of cultivation. Yet, at this moment, he finds himself unable to progress, as though his very life hangs in the balance. This sensation is akin to being intimately entwined with an exquisite beauty, only to be thwarted at the crucial moment when she bashfully declares, "Not today, I'm not quite ready." The burden on Yu Yue has intensified. The sky is vast. The heart feels empty, and the clouds are heavy. Yu Yue lay in the spiritual spring, his eyes devoid of life, contemplating the swift progression of his cultivation. He surmised that perhaps the esteemed figures, including Bai Xiaoshuang, were concerned about the stability of his foundation due to his rapid advancement. At that moment, he longed to proclaim loudly, "I am truly exceptional. Your apprehensions are unwarranted." He pondered whether it was possible to beseech Bai Xiaoshuang to lift this absurd seal restraining him. Yet, he was acutely aware that Bai Xiaoshuang would scarcely heed his plight. Communication between their disparate species was virtually impossible. Thus, he resigned himself to lying in the cool waters of the spiritual spring, feeling as though he had lost his sense of purpose in the aquatic realm. Now, Yu Yue found himself mulling over ways to pass the time, for he feared that remaining in this state would inevitably drive him to madness. This sensation was far more unbearable than witnessing Bai Xiaoshuang practicing in his presence. As his thoughts meandered, they drifted towards his own cultivation technique. The Zhou Tian transformation technique, revered by the esteemed as a supreme method, was undeniably remarkable, yet the points required for its advancement were exceedingly daunting. Yu Yue turned himself over, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Generally, such matters rely on profound comprehension, but for someone like me, who possesses an advantage, it is entirely different. With points in hand, I can effortlessly elevate my skills in one swift move. However, that does not imply that I am incapable of grasping anything profound. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yu Yue's eyes as he resolved to take action. He exhaled a resolute bubble and began to comprehend the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique. Chapter 17. No longer the smallest of Hage, the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique had reached an introductory state, and he proceeded to extrapolate future cultivation methods based on his previous insights gained from points. Firstly, although this technique does not possess formidable offensive capabilities, it undoubtedly warrants the label of a cheat. Its primary function lies in enhancing the speed and purity with which one absorbs the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. as well as providing a modest boost to the true dragon bloodline. Roughly estimating, within a month, relying solely on the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique could elevate the true dragon bloodline by a billionth part. While this progress may appear slow, it is commendable for such a formidable lineage. As for my current introductory state, my mastery over this technique is merely the tip of the iceberg. The entire technique resides within Yu Yue's mind as he previews the subsequent content. However, it is evident that he may have overestimated his intellect. The esoteric nature of the material was incomprehensible at first glance, let alone grasping its deeper meanings. After fervently attempting to deduce it for an extended period, not only did he fail to derive any insights, but he also nearly became ensnared in the process. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Should you, the fish, truly become trapped without escape, it would signify that the technique had begun to dominate the practitioner rather than the practitioner mastering the technique. In such a case, the cultivator would be reduced to a mere shell of their former self. This predicament likely stemmed from the technique's profound complexity juxtaposed with his low cultivation level. Yu Yue has always prided himself on being a genius. In the eyes of everyone, he is indeed an undeniable prodigy. Thus, no matter the circumstances, he cannot bring himself to admit that his intellect may be lacking. He continues to pursue his endeavors with relentless determination. Yet repeated failures have ultimately led him to a profound realization. To fish, one must possess self-awareness. The following morning, Yu Yue's mood stood in stark contrast to the radiant sunlight. He felt as if he were on the brink of madness. In the early hours, the magical herbs in the medicinal fields glistened with dewdrops, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yu Yue leaned out from the spiritual spring, staring blankly at the butterflies dancing in the air, his heart heavy with desolation. Such a rich infusion of heavenly essence surrounds him, yet it remains utterly unrelated to his existence. One cannot help but feel a tinge of frustration. Wait a moment. Yu Yue raised his head, a glimmer of yearning flickering in his eyes. Prior to his arrival, this spiritual spring had been providing vital energy and nourishment to the medicinal herbs in the field, resulting in the adjacent spiritual plants flourishing with exceptional vigor and vitality. Alas, these treasures belong to the esteemed ones. Yu Yue shook his head, resolutely refusing to engage in such trivial matters. Yet, his gaze was inexplicably drawn to a delicate, lavender-hued fruit, rendering him unable to look away. How many evolution points might this exquisite specimen be worth? He shook his head once more, muttering to himself that he was a fish of principles. No, he must resist. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the spiritual herbs to sway gracefully, akin to charming little sprites. Among them, the plant beside the spring was no exception. Suddenly, with a soft thud, a perfectly ripe purple spiritual fruit fell directly into the spring. Yu Yue found himself momentarily stunned, but then elation washed over him. This was not his doing. It was a gift from the heavens, an unexpected boon. He expressed his gratitude to the forces of gravity for delivering this delightful fruit. Urging his benefactor for a moment of acknowledgement, Yu Yue savored the moment and promptly swallowed the spiritual fruit. As his spiritual energy circulated, he began to refine it. Fortunately, Bai Xiaoshuang had merely severed his connection to the celestial spiritual energy, without sealing his own spiritual power. However, unbeknownst to Yu Yue, as he refined the spiritual fruit, a divine consciousness had already descended upon him, brazenly probing into his condition. In the pavilion, the esteemed figure curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. His physical form was robust, comparable to a third-tiered demonic beast, exuding a long, steady aura, and he stood at the pinnacle of the late second tier. Most importantly, he adhered to principles, unlike Bai Xiaoshuang. The esteemed figure was quite pleased and possessed an intimate understanding of Yu Yue's situation, having simply refrained from probing into Yu Yue's mind, as he too was a person of principles. This primordial fruit was of inferior heavenly grade. If he could refine it without incident, there would be no need for further restrictions. Where was the gentle breeze? The force of gravity was not so favorably inclined towards Yu Yue. All of this was merely a subtle maneuver by the esteemed figure. Though the primordial fruit was indeed precious, in the eyes of the esteemed figure, it paled in comparison to a naturally intelligent demonic cultivator. Evolution points 6,000. What a significant surprise. Yu Yue was taken aback. What kind of operation is this? A single fruit is worth 6,000? This is even more valuable than that orb of spiritual energy owned by the big shots. Furthermore, that is not all. Refining the fruit not only yields a substantial amount of points, but also leaves behind a rather intense energy lingering within oneself. What grade of spiritual herb could this possibly be? Yu Yue felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering if the esteemed figure would hold him accountable. After all, he was no match for Bai Xiaoshuang, merely a fish nurtured by another. Yet, there was no need for concern. This was his destiny. At that moment, a gentle voice startled Yu Yue. The esteemed figure had appeared beside the spiritual spring, his flawless visage adorned with a warm smile, leaving Yu Yue in awe of the man's remarkable beauty. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly rose, folding his fins in reverence to the esteemed figure. At this juncture, if he still failed to comprehend that the fruit was bestowed upon him by the esteemed figure, he would truly be a foolish fish. Yu Yue smirked inwardly, contemplating the cancellation of his focus on the gravitational ally. The esteemed figure, waving his hand, continued. The Dao Yuan fruit will yield residual energy upon refinement. You must assimilate it promptly to prevent energy loss. Yu Yue bowed once more, hastily refining the residual energy within him. The Dao Yuan fruit was truly a celestial-grade medicinal herb, and its age was undoubtedly significant. Upon completely refining this fruit, Yu Yue felt as though he could imminently ascend to the pinnacle of the second tier. The esteemed figure finally recognized that this fish possessed extraordinary talent. The Dao Yuan fruit was not a gentle elixir. Moreover, this particular fruit was over 3,000 years old. For ordinary beasts, even those of the fifth tier, direct refinement would certainly lead to their demise. In light of this, the fish appeared to be rather extraordinary. However, the esteemed figure was unaware of Yu Yue's possession of a system, believing instead that he was endowed with unparalleled innate talent. Once Yu Yue completed the refinement, suppressing the sensation of impending breakthrough, he once again bowed to the esteemed figure, who spoke once more. Dear fish, would you be willing to become my fourth disciple? Upon hearing these words, Yu Yue inhaled sharply, as if he had just tasted the essence of a sacred spring. The arrival of such happiness was utterly unexpected. Who could this formidable figure be? This was someone capable of taking Bai Xiaoshuang as a disciple. Even Bai Xiaoshuang herself was perceived by Yu Yue as a significant figure, so her master must undoubtedly be a paragon among the elite. This was a conclusion Yu Yue could easily draw, even with fish scales. To have the opportunity to be mentored by such a top-tier master was an immense stroke of fortune. Immediately, Yu Yue rose once more, clasped his fins in reverence, and bowed 3 times before plunging into the sacred spring with a resounding splash, a gesture of profound respect. The master's smile deepened. You have yet to take form, and thus I possess little to offer you. With that, he simply pointed at Yu Yue's head, shattering the already fragile barriers of his realm with a mere touch. Yu Yue's cultivation impedes his breakthrough to the pinnacle of the second tier, with the third tier merely a step away. His aura surges rapidly, an overwhelming presence akin to a formidable beast. However, this aura is but a mere drizzle to the esteemed figures of the Sea Pavilion, and even to the numerous spiritual herbs in the medicinal fields. The Grand Master, sensing Yu Yue's profound cultivation and solid foundation, could not help but nod in acknowledgement. Turning to the suddenly appeared Bai Xiaoshuang beside him. It seems my concerns were unwarranted. Your junior indeed possesses extraordinary talent, he remarked. Master, have you taken this little fish as your disciple? The petite girl expressed a hint of surprise, her mood suddenly darkening. Is there an issue? The Grand Master replied nonchalantly. None at all, Bai Xiaoshuang pouted. Then I am no longer the youngest cub in the Sea Pavilion. Master, you want to bestow all your treasures upon this little fish. Will you? The Grand Master felt a sense of despair. So this girl was fretting over such matters. For 80,000 years, both he and his 2 disciples had indulged this little fox endlessly. Just look at how spoiled she had become. Fear not, that will not happen, he said with a resigned smile, gently ruffling Bai Xiaoshuang's hair. Meanwhile, Yu Yue was immersed in the comfort of his impending breakthrough, and after a moment of calm, he inwardly called upon the interface. Host, Yu Yue bloodline, spirit carp, variant, hidden bloodline, true dragon bloodline, 4, 100, 000. 000, lifespan, 50 years cultivation realm, second tier beast, pinnacle, technique, Zhou Tian transformation dragon decision, beginner, talent, concealed sharpness soul capture evolution points, 10, 035 how ridiculous. A mere 10,000 points cannot enhance anything. Yu Yue felt somewhat disheartened. He had initially aspired to directly transcend to the third tier. Yet the system seemed to be rather unyielding at present. Nevertheless, this was to be expected, for such an elevation is not merely a trivial advancement, and a higher cost is indeed reasonable. Patience is paramount. Observing Yu Yue's lingering reluctance, the master furrowed his brow slightly. I wish to bestow upon you more, he remarked, but I fear that it may jeopardize the solid foundation you have built. With your innate talent, the third tier shall soon be within your grasp. Yu Yue felt a deep sense of anguish. What foundation? He had no issues at all. In fact, he longed for more from the esteemed figure. Nevertheless, he obediently performed a bow, his demeanor both endearingly human and subtly humorous, causing Bai Xiaoshuang, the little girl, to laugh until she struggled to catch her breath. Chapter 18. I believe I can reap a harvest at that moment. He suddenly lifted his gaze toward the void above the medicinal fields, a warm smile gracing his lips. Both Yu Yue and Bai Xiaoshuang raised their heads in unison, only to be met with an emptiness that bewildered them. Could it be that their master was merely feigning profundity? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, before him stood but two disciples, and such theatrics ought not to lack substance. Indeed, it became evident that a figure of great stature does not emerge without reason. Suddenly, above the sea pavilion, a luminous halo materialized in the void, at its center resembling a protruding bubble. As the halo gradually dispersed, a woman clad in white gracefully stepped forth from within. Yu Yue was utterly captivated, for the first time questioning the extent of his own vocabulary. How stunning! Incredibly stunning! Truly, it was beyond enchanting. In both this life and the previous one, Yu Yue had never encountered a woman as breathtaking as this elder sister. Words fell short in conveying the tumult of emotions stirring within him, and even more so in articulating the beauty of this remarkable lady. If one were compelled to describe her, all he could vaguely recall were a few lines. She resembles the light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting gracefully like the wind-blown snow. From a distance, she appeared as radiant as the sun rising amidst the morning glow. Up close, she shone as brilliantly as a lotus emerging from the tranquil waves. As for the rest, Yu Yue had forgotten, but these lines were all that came to mind. The delicate veil she wore could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. As Yu Yue's gaze descended, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of the spiritual spring water. My, such scale, such long legs. Are all the girls in this world so breathtakingly beautiful? Yu Yue to transform, and when the time came, Hiki. Ah, Sister Huang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled, and she hurriedly approached the woman. The woman smiled, and beneath her, the magnificent phoenix flower dissolved into a myriad of colorful light dots. Her descent from the sky was serene and graceful. Yu Yue could not help but ponder, when Bai Xiaoshuang grows up, who would truly surpass the other when compared to this woman? She remains so delightful. The woman gently caressed Bai Xiaoshuang, who had rushed over to embrace her waist, and her sweet, melodious voice made Yu Yue's heart flutter uncontrollably. Oh, Bai Xiaoshuang, why can't you learn from her? Kai Huang, what brings you here? The esteemed figure maintained a calm demeanor, though subtle ripples of surprise flickered in his ancient, deep-set eyes. The battle had long passed, yet when that graceful silhouette vanished, his heart had been encased in ice. However, nothing in this world is eternal, let alone an icebound heart. Even he, in the presence of such a person, could not help but feel fissures forming in the once impenetrable frost. For time indeed has the power to fade all things, a truth that resonates deeply. Am I not allowed to come? Kai Huang smiled, elegantly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, embodying an exquisite charm. Of course you can, it's just, I, the esteemed one, am somewhat occupied. The dignitary seemed at a loss for a suitable response, scratching his head, prompting Yu Yue to inwardly scoff at his lack of wit. With such words, it's no wonder the lady would be disinclined to engage with you. In that moment, a serious disdain for his master welled up within him. You? Busy? Kai Huang rolled her eyes. You've been living a leisurely life at the sea pavilion. The entire divine continent is aware of it. Busy? You must be jesting. Indeed. The dignitary nodded earnestly. You are aware of my circumstances. The three wayward disciples alone have kept me thoroughly occupied, not to mention one little white one. He cast a disdainful glance at Bai Xiaoshuang, who was playfully tugging at the woman's delicate hand, then pointed towards the spiritual spring, continuing, Moreover, the sea pavilion has acquired another. I must provide for my household. What is this? A spiritual carp? Yet it seems somewhat different. Is it one you are nurturing? Kai Huang inquired, peering into the spring, only to find a pale purple fish unexpectedly bowing to her. When did he grow so bored as to keep fish? And he dares to claim he is busy. He is my fourth disciple, having entered my tutelage at a tender age less than a month ago, and he is on the verge of transformation. Even the dignitary could not conceal his satisfaction at the mention of Yu Yue. Congratulations then. Kai Huang, however, showed no surprise, given his capabilities. Training a fish that failed to thrive would be a waste indeed. Let us set aside idle chatter. I have pressing matters to discuss. Kai Huang's expression turned serious. Strange phenomena have been occurring frequently at the Fallen Valley in the Eastern Sea. And the primary reason I sought you out was to gather your insights. The dignitary's demeanor remained unchanged. Naturally, I am aware. Kai Huang felt a slight annoyance. This man had been around for several 100,000 years, yet he still behaved this way. Then you must also understand that the frequent anomalies do not belong to our divine continent. A powerful figure from the three realms of the Eastern Sea once ventured there. But not only did he return empty-handed, but the signaling plate was shattered. Kai Huang, seemingly haunted by lingering fears, remarked, "You neglect all matters." After numerous formidable figures from the Eastern Sea region scrutinized the Fallen Valley, it was determined that the anomalies within are undoubtedly linked to the ancient alien races. However, with the power of the world contained within, even beings of our caliber cannot probe its depths. What do you propose we do? The nonchalant demeanor of the elder made Kai Huang grit her teeth in frustration. Could you at least allow me to finish speaking? Very well, she continued. You comprehend the terrifying nature of the world's power. The higher one's cultivation, the more perilous the pressure becomes. Someone of our level, should we venture inside, would likely find ourselves unable to move at all. Thus, after a series of deliberations, the allied forces of the sea will dispatch gifted disciples below the nascent soul stage, equipped with observation stones, to explore the Fallen Valley in 3 days. What I mean to convey is that the Sea Pavilion should also partake in this endeavor. Kai Huang regarded the elder, recognizing that as the most powerful figure in the Eastern Sea, his absence could tarnish his reputation. "Oh, simply have the first and second elders draw a few from their sects. I do not possess as many disciples as they do," he replied dismissively. The elder remained unconcerned. The power of the world? Indeed formidable, yet I am not without means. If truly faced with troublesome matters, I would simply erase the Fallen Valley with my divine might. He was well aware of the ambitions of the sea's factions. Their interest lay solely in the opportunities within the Fallen Valley. But were such opportunities so easily seized? Just then, the elder turned, somewhat surprised, to gaze at Yu Yue, who had poked his entire head out of the spiritual spring, his eyes shimmering with fervent eagerness. The longing in his gaze was utterly unmasked. Secret realms, fortuitous encounters, exploration. Yu Yue thought, astonished. How did I stumble upon such scenarios? As the destined fish with a system father by my side, I believe I can seize a chance. Moreover, a change of scenery would be delightful. Lingering in this spiritual spring has made me nostalgic for the expansive ocean. Additionally, he was on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd tier, and with various means at his disposal, his ability to protect himself was not to be underestimated. You have yet to enter the 3rd tier. Danger awaits. The elder frowned slightly, exclaiming, "What nonsense! You truly underestimate the gravity of the situation, not to mention the risks within the Fallen Valley. Do you think the realm of practitioners is a tranquil one? The participants in this expedition will undoubtedly be elite disciples at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Far from ordinary. Yu Yue has not even reached the 3rd tier. If he goes, would he not be boiled and eaten?" Yu Yue was momentarily taken aback. His master's refusal was rather abrupt. He thought it might be worth allowing a trial. At that moment, a peculiar glint flickered in Kai Huang's beautiful eyes. Initially, she believed this little fish merely possessed high intelligence, but it now appeared that it had some thoughts of its own. "Are you disregarding my words?" The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of anger surfacing. Judging by Yu Yue's current display of talent, he surpassed the 3 previous disciples, including by Xiaoshuang, by far. If he could be safely protected, this 4th disciple would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength in the Eastern Sea region. He certainly would not risk the future of a potential supreme powerhouse. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Yu Yue's eyes dimmed instantly. It was evident that the elder and this enchanting beauty shared an extraordinary bond. "Surely, you can spare a few items to ensure the safety of a mere little fish? Do you intend to confine him to the pond forever? When will he truly become a formidable force? Should you and I no longer be around one day, what will become of him?" Kai Huang's sister, observing the sadness reflected in Kai Huang's beautiful eyes, by Xiaoshuang tightly embraced her slender waist. Yet, the elder seemed to waver. Even this little fox had experienced life and death. The path of cultivation was inherently a struggle against the heavens for survival, was it not? Kai Huang's gentle tone, however, resonated with unwavering determination. It was the resolute voice of a great cultivator who had traversed through blood and fire in this realm. Very well. Upon seeing the elder nod, Kai Huang finally sighed in relief. This man, after the ancient war of the alien races, When the divine continental shattered and the remnants of powerful beings stirred restlessly, it was primarily his strength that safeguarded the Eastern Sea region, earning him unparalleled renown. Chapter 19. The Valley of Desolation. Kai Huang merely wished to protect his reputation, nothing more. Furthermore, given his protective nature, the little fish was unlikely to encounter any danger. In the next moment, a tremor passed through the corner of Kai Huang's mouth. Indeed, the elder, almost like a magician, produced numerous items, seemingly unaware of how he overwhelmed the spirit herbs beneath him. Since you have yet to transform, you cannot wear a storage ring. Thus, I shall create a personal space for you to store items. This jade slip contains the power of my strike. Should you face danger, simply throw it away. Inside this vial is a healing sacred pill. The purple lotus sword technique, a renowned sword art from my friends in the Central Plains. Also, the heavenly grade spirit sword previously used by your senior brother, which you may wield once you transform. Moreover, the azure dragon armor. Kai Huang wished to remark that his behavior had always been this way. Whenever his disciple stepped outside, it felt as though countless adversaries sought to end his life. Yet, this fish was hardly at the third tier. Bestowing these gifts upon him was akin to confining him to the pond. Yu Yue felt a connection to a certain space within his heart and soul. Could this be his personal domain? Everything within was vividly perceptible. Master, moved by emotion, Yu Yue reflected on his past life where his parents were preoccupied with corporate affairs, offering him little more than financial support and scant affection. In this life, although he had never met his so-called parents, he was fortunate to have a master whose concern for him surpassed that of any parent. At that moment, Yu Yue vowed that the sea pavilion would forever be his home, a sanctuary he would never forsake. Furthermore, he instructed the viewing stone to refrain from intervening in the matters it observed, merely recording them for future reference. After fulfilling these tasks, the prominent figure departed with Kai Huang, for he was the mightiest in this realm and needed to confer with other powerful beings regarding matters involving foreign tribes. This left by Xiaoshuang, her face a picture of envy, lamenting that she was no longer the youngest disciple of the sea pavilion. Alas, her master seemed indifferent to her feelings. 2 days later, under by Xiaoshuang's escort, Yu Yue successfully arrived at the so-called Fallen Valley. Soon after, Bai Xiaoshuang was summoned back by the prominent figure, indicating an urgent matter at hand. Yu Yue did not dwell on it. Affairs of that magnitude were beyond his reach, and it was prudent to focus on his own responsibilities. The elite disciples of the Alliance were to enter the Fallen Valley the following day, and Yu Yue was determined to present himself impeccably, making this occasion an exception. Thus, his immediate goal was to break through to the third tier. Achieving that breakthrough seemed unrealistic. He sensed he would require several days to surmount the realm's barriers. However, he possessed a multitude of evolution points, over 10,000, which he surmised would be sufficient to facilitate his advancement to the third tier. Upon completing a hunt, he gained an additional 400 evolution points. Indeed, while the ocean may not be as rich in spiritual energy as a spirit spring, it offered a delightful experience. Beneath the starry sky, with the cool sea breeze caressing him, Yu Yue refined a 2-meter-long shark, savoring a few bites of its dried flesh before discarding the fish fin. For an entire day, he distanced himself from the Fallen Valley, engaging in relentless hunting within the deep sea. Coupled with the benefits from the Zhou Tian transformation technique, he amassed over 3,000 points in that single day. At last, the long-awaited enhancement option for his cultivation realm revealed itself. Yu Yue, far from being a brash fool, exhibited remarkable caution. He sought refuge in a cavern beneath the sea, ample enough to accommodate him, and meticulously restored his condition to its zenith. Only then did he focus his mind on the cultivation option and utter the words of enhancement. The evolution points were remarkably depleted by a sum of 13,500, resulting in his cultivation level transforming to the early stage of the third tier. While his aura surged dramatically, the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment surged towards him in a frenzy for miles around. The liquid spiritual energy within his dantian, which had previously roared like a tempest, condensed upon Yu Yue's demon core, causing it to enlarge and shimmer with a resplendent purple-gold radiance. At this moment, Yu Yue had unmistakably ascended to the status of a genuine demon cultivator, a formidable golden core adept. Was this the crossbone? He sensed a slender yet sturdy bone within his throat. This was the crossbone, which posed no hindrance to his ability to consume food. Yet it undeniably represented the most significant obstacle on the path for demon beasts to articulate human speech. When comparing demons to humans, One could argue that humans are the true spirits of all things, inherently devoid of this crossbone. Thus, with parental guidance, they can effortlessly articulate words, whereas demons must undergo rigorous refinement. Previously, Yu had also recognized this crossbone. On one occasion, when he was bullied by Bai Xiaoshuang, he desperately wished to curse her. Consequently, he fervently attempted to refine this bone using the spiritual energy within him, but to no avail. It seemed the intensity of his spiritual power was insufficient. However, now that Yu had ascended to the third tier, refining the crossbone was within his grasp. Under the relentless cascade of pale violet spiritual energy, the crossbone swiftly softened, ultimately transforming into a small orb of white liquid, which Yu spat out with a flourish. Ah, the sea, truly vast beyond measure. The sensation of comfort enveloped Yu. If Bai Xiaoshuang dared to provoke him again, he would ensure she faced the consequences. Enduring a sound beating would be worthwhile. It was a matter of bravado. Who feared whom? With determination, he pushed forward. Upon ascending to the third tier, Yu not only gained the ability to refine the horizontal bones, but was also bestowed with the opportunity for his first transformation. While he bore no disdain for fish, he truly did not wish to be merely another fish in the pond of a big shot. Such a life lacked freedom. Upon his return, he resolved to thoroughly explore the sea pavilion. His current understanding of it was limited to merely the spiritual spring. Contemplating this, Yu flicked his tail and swiftly approached the fallen valley. In truth, blending in as a fish had its advantages. One would not attract undue attention. Should something arise, he could simply use the viewing stone to obscure himself. However, the fallen valley was a strait. It contained both land and sea. If a fish were to traverse the land, fin clutching the viewing stone, it would be akin to a paparazzo. Attracting attention was inevitable. He shuddered at the thought of possibly being assaulted and then cooked. Before long, Yu drew closer to the shoreline. He was indeed capable of coming ashore. Yet he dismissed that notion. Would it not be more prudent to transform in the water and then ascend to the land in human form? The art of transformation was not overly difficult for beings of his cultivation level. It seemed almost an innate ability. Gradually, Yu's true form became enveloped in strands of purple aura. As the violet mist spread, it appeared as though his essence could be molded into shape. As Yu reminisced about his past life, he meticulously sketched the contours of his form. Gradually, a purplish aura began to outline his physique, supplemented by well-defined muscles that rendered him quite appealing. As for his gender, Yu naturally identified as male. After a considerable time, his visage emerged, characterized by a refined charm with a hint of arrogance, complemented by sharp brows and starry eyes, devoid of any blemishes. Although he harbored desires to manifest the striking features of a formidable figure, he ultimately felt that embodying his own likeness was preferable. At long last, the details of his face and physique were finalized. Yu then pondered over other aspects, contemplating that certain appendages might best be coiled around his waist, capable of delivering a devastating strike when unleashed. Of course, he ensured not to venture into the realm of the absurd. After a quarter of an hour, a bear man gracefully soared from the sea, landing elegantly upon the ground. He savored the sensation of solid earth beneath his feet, nodding in satisfaction. With a swift turn, he donned a flowing azure robe that accentuated his perfectly proportioned physique. A cerulean belt adorned his waist, from which dangled a light golden jade pendant symbolizing the sea pavilion. His face was chiseled, exuding a sharp elegance, while his eyes sparkled with the vastness of stars and oceans. His raven hair, tinged with a hint of violet, cascaded casually behind him, and overall, he bore a striking resemblance to his past self. However, had there been female cultivators present at that moment, they would likely have gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "What a strikingly stern practitioner! Such beauty, such grace!" Yet, Yu's aloof demeanor dissipated within 3 seconds, as a watery mirror coalesced before him. "Finally, I have transformed," he exclaimed, his eyes misting with emotion at the sight of his reflection, only to succumb to a wave of narcissism thereafter. The water mirror seemed to possess an inherent beautifying quality. He found himself extraordinarily handsome, practically dazzling beyond compare. At that moment, a youthful yet resonant voice echoed, startling Yu so profoundly that the water mirror shattered into fragments. Yu turned his head and beheld 3 individuals approaching him slowly, their faces adorned with peculiar expressions. Which faction's disciples could they be? Even if they possessed remarkable beauty, isn't the appearance of cultivators as fleeting as clouds? How can a mere early-stage golden core practitioner be so self-absorbed, without fear of being beaten? What brings you here? Esteemed guests? Chapter 20. the handsome duck. Yu Yue observed the trio before him, acknowledging their considerable prowess. One was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, while the other two were perilously close to reaching that zenith. What could they possibly want with him? Indeed, esteemed friend, the leader replied, a benevolent smile gracing his countenance. We are but wandering cultivators of the sea, having heard whispers of a secret realm manifested here. Upon discovering you alone in this place, we thought it prudent to extend an invitation for you to accompany us, ensuring mutual protection. The other two companions exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. The trio, while possessing a modest reputation in these waters, could hardly fathom why they would seek out an ally perceived as so comparatively weak. Grateful for your kindness, I accept your invitation, Yu Yue responded, a hint of hesitation lacing his words. Yu Yue also clasped his hands together, and judging by their expressions, the three individuals did not appear to be malevolent. Moreover, even if they harbored any ill intentions, Yu Yue was confident that they could not detain him. If the situation became dire, he could simply plunge into the sea, conceal himself, and evade capture. What a splendid plan. The leader's eyes sparkled with sincere delight as he even offered some provisions to share with Yu Yue. The four of them settled on the sandy beach, enjoying their modest fare and sipping on mediocre beverages while engaging in light conversation, awaiting the opening of the fallen valley. Through their discussions, Yu Yue gleaned some insights about these three men. They were triplet brothers named Zhang De, Zhang Er, and Zhang San, names that suggested their parents were not particularly cultured in the art of naming. As for their identities, one might say they resembled pirates. No, that description would be inaccurate. They were more akin to roving adventurers, albeit with some cultivation. In the eastern seas, numerous pirates plunder merchant vessels, but these three primarily opposed pirates while earning a reward for their efforts. Noticing the exceptional demeanor and eloquence of his companions, one could surmise they were elite disciples of a significant power. However, forgive my lack of discernment. May I be so bold as to inquire which faction you hail from? Zhang De discreetly glanced at the jade pendant at Yu Yue's waist. Having mingled with his brothers for years, he found the design somewhat familiar but could not quite place it, which led him to harbor no prejudice against Yu Yue's initial stage of golden core cultivation. Otherwise, they would not have even spared him a glance. Oh, I am from the Sea Pavilion. Yu Yue spoke softly, suggesting that perhaps only the members of the Sea Pavilion could maintain such composure, and among them, only he could embody it fully. He was utterly oblivious to the true nature of the Sea Pavilion, failing to grasp that despite its current membership of merely 5, its formidable reputation was beyond comprehension. The Zhang brothers, however, were a different matter. For cultivators like them, the Sea Pavilion represented a mythic ideal. Although it did not accept disciples, it had become a symbol throughout the Eastern Sea region, primarily due to the Pavilion Master, the unparalleled powerhouse of the Eastern Sea, and, indeed, the entire divine continent, who single-handedly upheld the region's prestige. Additionally, 3 formidable figures emerged from the Eastern Sea, all disciples of this master. The first, the eldest disciple, whose swordsmanship was so extraordinary it could vanquish even the mightiest cultivators, founded the Sword Pavilion, a sanctuary of elite sword practitioners. The second, the Pavilion's second disciple, possessed a beauty that could eclipse the moon and flowers, yet chose to rely on her strength rather than her looks, establishing the Cherry Blossom Palace, reputed to be second only to the Sword Pavilion's leader in prowess. Lastly, there was Bai Xiaoshuang, notorious for her unscrupulousness, who leveraged her connections and terrifying strength to extort protection fees everywhere. The entire Eastern Sea trembled at her name. Yet, there was no recourse. Not only was it impossible to defeat Bai Xiaoshuang, but even if one could, who would dare to confront her? The reputation and prestige of the Sea Pavilion were unfathomable, even to Yu Yue, let alone the Zhang brothers. Indeed, it was only an establishment like the Sea Pavilion that could cultivate a disciple of such extraordinary demeanor as you. Zhang San's lips twitched. Truly, the eldest brother possessed discerning insight. With Yu Yue among them, other factions' disciples would think twice before attempting to confront them. The 3 of them had already adopted an attitude that clearly placed Yu Yue at the helm. As for Yu Yue's cultivation level, utter nonsense. With the might of the Sea Pavilion backing him, who would dare to belittle his abilities? Yu Yue found himself in a state of exhilaration, savoring the rare feeling of being flattered after such a long time. Having a notable background certainly had its advantages. Subsequently, he expressed his disdain for the unappetizing provisions brought by the Zhang brothers, opting instead to catch a few plump, fresh fish from the sea. He retrieved a gleaming sword from his spatial pocket and began to prepare his catch with focused intent. Big brother. That sword of his appears to be a celestial-grade spiritual treasure, Zhang Er remarked hesitantly, while Zhang De gulped, realizing that not only was it a celestial-grade treasure, but it was also the legendary Long Yuan sword once wielded by the head of the sword sect. This sea pavilion, they certainly have considerable resources. Do you think you might demand protection fees from us like by Xiaoshuang? Suddenly, the thought crossed their minds, causing an unsettling sensation among the three brothers. Zhang De forced a serious expression, asserting, I doubt it. Brother Yu is not that kind of person. Their intuition was indeed correct. Yu Yu held little regard for their meager possessions. Lacking even a storage ring, the four of them feasted on several grilled fish, and once they were fully satisfied, they arrived at the designated time for the opening of the Fallen Valley. Instantly, countless cultivators surged toward the valley's entrance, and for Yu Yu, it was the first time he had witnessed such a multitude in this world. However, he sensed that the number of demon cultivators among them was remarkably scarce. Yet, why were he and Bai Xiaoshuang not considered human? His master also seemed rather unhuman. Yu Yu shook his head to dispel his thoughts and subsequently followed the main group into the Valley of the Fallen. From the outside, the valley appeared as a narrow strait, but upon entering, Yu Yu could not help but furrow his brow. He even began to doubt whether he was still within the eastern seas. The landscape before him was desolate, a stark expanse of wasteland. Moreover, the atmosphere of the desert was particularly disagreeable to Yu Yu, and he was not alone in his discomfort. Every cultivator entering the Valley of the Fallen felt a sense of unease. Brother Yu, what is your perspective? Zhang inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. I have learned from my master that formidable cultivators have ventured into the valley for exploration, yet their life tokens shattered, so it is prudent for us to remain cautious. Clutching a viewing stone to record his observations, Yu Yu adhered to his principle of survival. Had he not, he might have already become fodder for the sea since arriving in this world. The Zhang brothers nodded in agreement, and as for the master Yu Yu mentioned, they could easily deduce who it was. There were only 4 individuals in the sea pavilion, well known to all. So, who could this additional disciple of Yu Yu be? The Sword King and the Cherry Master were absent from the pavilion, and White Xiaoshuang. Surely, she would not take on disciples. Thus, it became apparent that the individual before them must be the 4th disciple of that esteemed master. With this thought, the trio regarded him with even greater reverence. The 4 continued their cautious journey, following the main group, while Yu Yu took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. Most of the individuals present were at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, numbering in the thousands. In his eyes, this represented a considerable force. Even ants could bring down an elephant in numbers, and should the situation become dire, he could always make his escape. Suddenly, a piercing scream and commotion erupted from the main group, prompting Yu Yu to swiftly dart toward the source of the disturbance to ascertain the cause. What he beheld nearly compelled him to retch. An obscure, pitch-black plant erupted from the ground, astonishingly possessing a mouth. It resembled a carnivorous flower, complete with 4 rows of sharp teeth, and it had latched onto a cultivator at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. His companions, filled with shock and fury, hastily drew their spiritual weapons to assault the carnivorous flower. 2 of them wielded spear-like weapons, attempting to pry open the flower's maw to rescue their comrade. However, within moments, the unfortunate cultivator was transformed into a pool of foul, congealed blood. Only the tattered robes amidst the viscous blood bore testament to the fact that not long before, he had been a living, breathing cultivator. The carnivorous flower inhaled greedily, swallowing the putrid blood, and its aura grew even more ferocious. Let us join forces to vanquish this fiend, cried the grieving companions of the fallen, their hearts filled with rage. While elites from other factions also rallied to unleash their formidable skills, illuminating the air with a dazzling display of spells and arcane techniques. Chapter 21. Rise from despair. Even amidst the relentless onslaught of over a dozen peak golden core cultivators, the man-eating flower retaliated, claiming the lives of 2 before letting out a chilling cry, ultimately being torn apart by the remaining furious experts. This scene caused Yu Yu to furrow his brows. He was, in fact, struggling to suppress the fear that welled within him, battling the urge to flee. After all, since arriving in this world, although he had hunted numerous beings, these were living, breathing humans. The brutality of the situation was momentarily incomprehensible to him. Yet he could not allow the reputation of the sea pavilion to suffer. He felt a profound discomfort. It was not just Yu Yu. Even the Zhang brothers, seasoned in the ways of slaughter, appeared pallid with shock. They began to regret their decision to venture here, though they found solace in the presence of Yu Yu from the sea pavilion. Being favored by someone of his caliber suggested he possessed certain capabilities. The three brothers had treated him with utmost kindness, and given the Sea Pavilion's reputation for loyalty, they hoped that should peril arise, they would not be abandoned. The peak golden core cultivators face such dire consequences from merely encountering a single man-eating flower in this valley of desolation, instilling a deep sense of helplessness within them. Furthermore, since the environment shifted, they had already lost the path back. Thus, they could only place their hopes upon Yu Yue. However, if they were to discover that the seemingly composed and aloof Yu Yue was equally gripped by fear, the expressions on the three brothers' faces would surely be most entertaining. They followed closely behind the crowd. Yu Yue spoke, acknowledging his predicament, yet he harbored a modicum of confidence regarding his own survival. After all, the formidable power of his esteemed master still resided within his spatial realm. With a resilient spirit, he found himself yearning for an end. Contemplating the hidden trump card within his spatial domain, Yu Yue felt a surge of assurance. After encountering the ominous black carnivorous flower, the once lively throng of 1,000 fell into an abrupt silence, including the Zhang brothers. An air of heightened vigilance enveloped them, each individual acutely aware of the peril that loomed, fearful of an untimely demise. The vast expanse of the wilderness appeared boundless, leaving Yu Yue in a state of confusion. It was inconceivable that the fallen valley could stretch to such an extent. He even entertained doubts that the 1,000-strong assembly had vacated the valley entirely. But where could they possibly be? As he grappled with these uncertainties, the already dim sky was suddenly marred by countless inky fissures, resembling dark lightning cleaving the heavens asunder. Chaos erupted among the crowd, as numerous spectators recorded the unfolding spectacle with their viewing stones, Yu Yue among them. Abruptly, the earth mirrored the sky, manifesting an array of ebony cracks, and the once unified throng was swiftly torn asunder. Yu Yue felt as though his mind was being assailed by an irresistible force, after which he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate amount of time, he became aware of a profound ache throughout his entire body. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet. And to his astonishment, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of wilderness, the sky above still shrouded in a bleak, lifeless gray. Yet, in this desolate realm, he discovered that he was utterly alone. The multitude of golden core cultivators seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed at all. Yu Yue felt a shiver run down his spine. This matter was exceedingly bizarre. He retrieved a communication jade slip from his personal space, a gift from his esteemed master, who had instructed him to use it to send a message in times of peril, assuring him that the master would swiftly come to his aid. Yu Yue was deeply moved. His master, fully aware that the world's power in this realm posed a significant threat to beings of his level, chose to take a risk solely for the sake of his newly initiated disciple. Yu Yue had no intention of placing his revered master in jeopardy. He merely sought to inquire about his current circumstances through the use of a communication jade slip. Unfortunately, the once luminous jade slip now lay dull and lifeless. In an attempt to send a message, he found himself thwarted. What a frustration! Is it possible that this world is devoid of signal? Yu Yue rose, a torrent of frustration coursing through his mind. Fortunately, the viewing stone in his hand remained functional. Otherwise, how could he possibly fail on his first mission? How could he maintain his standing before his superiors? Thus, Yu Yue activated his concealment state, causing his form to vanish instantaneously, his presence rendered nearly imperceptible. He smacked his lips in surprise, realizing that his newfound ability to conceal himself was far more effective after his transformation. This talent was indeed multifaceted, allowing for discreet observation. Ahem. Indeed, this desolate land was fraught with peril, yet Yu Yue appeared to possess an advantage akin to cheating. He sought fortune, yet he understood that certain opportunities were beyond his current capacity to seize. For instance, in the treacherous waters of commerce, one must learn the art of discernment to endure. Thus, he maintained his concealed state, for the minimal consumption of spiritual energy was negligible at his level. Not idle. Yu Yue integrated the purple lotus sword technique into his system panel, expending 300 points of spiritual energy to elevate the technique to the introductory stage. He couldn't help but lament the exorbitant cost of the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique. Panel. Host. Yu Yue Bloodline. Spirit Carp. Variant. Hidden Bloodline. True Dragon Bloodline 4, 100. 000, 000 lifespan. 150 years cultivation realm. Third stage monster beast. Early stage. Technique. Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique. Introductory. Mysterious skill. Purple lotus sword technique. Introductory, talent, concealment, sharpness. Soul capture evolution points. 327. The spiritual energy of this place carried an unpleasant odor. As Yu Yue gazed at his dwindling points, a frown creased his brow. Ever since he had entered the Valley of Desolation, the unsettling sensation that plagued him had not diminished. The ethereal energy in this realm was not only sparse, but also imbued with a distasteful aura. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that he felt a semblance of self-preservation now. For instance, should he encounter that menacing black man eating flower again, he could simply conceal himself and stealthily approach it, discover its vulnerability, and strike it down with a single sword stroke. If that proved insufficient, then 2 strokes would suffice. Why not employ his fish fin instead? Because Yu Yue believed that his fin lacked the robustness of the Dragon Abyss sword. He was uncertain to what extent he needed to document his findings. Yu Yue felt a sense of ennui. The primary issue being the thin and unpleasant spiritual energy in this realm, rendering his ability to accumulate points rather meager. The spiritual spring of the Sea Pavilion was far more comfortable. Here, he was left with nothing, lamenting the squandered hours of cultivation, feeling quite the loss. His connection with little fish had been severed. Meanwhile, at the Sea Pavilion, Bai Xiaoshuang was growing increasingly anxious. When parting from Yu Yue, he had affixed a trace of his consciousness to him, yet now it seemed to have vanished entirely. Were it not for the fact that a powerful figure had previously sealed Yu Yue's aura within a jade slip as a life token, which remained intact, Bai Xiaoshuang would have likely stormed into the fallen valley himself. Little fish, please do not perish. If you were to die, there would be no one left in the Sea Pavilion for me to bully. Should Yu Yue learn that this young girl harbored such intentions purely to torment him, one could only imagine his reaction. Chapter 22. Seeking Death. What is this? In the fallen valley, Yu Yue's pupils contracted slightly. He was uncertain how much time had elapsed. He had endured a nauseating sensation while refining the spiritual energy of this realm, managing to accrue nearly 5,000 points. Just when he finally spotted someone before him, it turned out to be a corpse. Yu Yue furrowed his brow as he approached the nearby corpse. The attire of this individual clearly belonged to a member of the previous 1,000-strong contingent. Could it be that not only he, but everyone had been separated? What could be the purpose? Yu Yue found himself utterly perplexed. At that moment, the sky had shattered and the earth had caved in. Such power was beyond the capacity of mere golden core cultivators to withstand. If the intent was to annihilate them, why not simply capture them all at once instead of going to such great lengths? Yu Yue's expression grew increasingly grave as he beheld the corpse before him, which exhibited peculiarities. The garments were intact, devoid of any signs of struggle, yet the body appeared desiccated, resembling that of a mummified being. The cavernous eyes and the gaping mouth suggested that the individual had encountered some unspeakable terror. This line of thought caused Yu Yue considerable distress. After all, he was a formidable golden core cultivator. Had he truly faced an adversary without the means to resist, or had he been utterly overwhelmed? If it were the latter, it was indeed chilling. Rest in peace. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yu Yue chose to dig a grave for the unfortunate soul, as he still held the belief that burial offered a semblance of peace. However, the cost of a proper burial would have to be compensated with the storage ring found on the corpse's hand. Burying the body felt wasteful. Moreover, Yu Yue had exerted considerable effort and believed he deserved a modicum of reward. He resumed his journey, uncertain of when or where he might exit this forsaken valley. Yet, he reasoned that such concerns were beyond his purview. Those who ventured into the fallen valley were the Sea Army de la Sea Army of the Eastern Sea's various factions. If they were unable to escape, the repercussions would be dire, something the Eastern Sea would not countenance. Thus, it was likely that the higher-ups would take charge of the situation. Furthermore, he had faith that his esteemed master would not abandon him. This was a source of confidence for Yu Yue. He also came to realize why his master had been reluctant to send him here. There were no opportunities to be found in this desolate place, where even the earth was devoid of warmth. Yet, since he had come to investigate, he felt compelled to fulfill his duty. Otherwise, he would prefer to burrow into the ground and cultivate, awaiting the arrival of a savior from the sea. As Yu Yue pondered, chaos erupted among the high-ranking officials of the Eastern Sea factions outside the valley. The life tokens of the disciples entering the fallen valley shattered one after another, and regret permeated the air. They lamented that the strange locale should have been obliterated by the combined might of their strongest cultivators. Why embark on such an exploration? These disciples were the backbone of their factions. Should they hastily destroy the fallen valley now, those disciples would be lost forever, leaving them in a precarious predicament, with the leaders surely regretting their decisions. Meanwhile, Yu Yue continued his aimless wandering across the desolate expanse, his innate ability for concealment providing a measure of safety. However, during his meandering, he stumbled upon a dozen more corpses. Wait a moment. Yu was suddenly startled. Not far ahead lay a murky swamp, beside which a 2-meter-long, jet-black crocodile was tearing at a mangled corpse. The tattered, blood-stained garments and the scattered fragments of a broken blade on the ground made it unmistakably clear that this was one of the Zhang brothers. Yet, the exact identity remained elusive. What a dire situation. Yu clenched his fist, feeling a surge of anger within, yet he had no intention of taking action. Firstly, the aura of that crocodile was nearly at the 4th tier. Secondly, he and the Zhang brothers were mere acquaintances, and it hardly seemed worth the risk to seek revenge. The rules of this world, much like the vast seas of commerce in his previous life, dictated that the strong would prevail and the weak would perish, an immutable law. Just as Yu was documenting everything and preparing to circumvent the swamp, he suddenly noticed a flicker of azure light gleaming in the ferocious eyes of the pitch-black crocodile. In the next instant, it inexplicably abandoned the remains in its jaws and lunged toward Yu. Damn it! Did it think he was afraid? As he beheld the crocodile's gaping maw, revealing remnants of flesh caught in its yellowed teeth, Yu's fury ignited. He had not engaged in any real combat since his transformation. Now, he would use this beast as a sharpening stone. Moreover, the azure glow in the creature's eyes could pierce through his concealment. Truly remarkable. He was eager to study it further. In the blink of an eye, the crocodile had already pounced before Yu, the overwhelming stench of blood making him feel nauseous. Yu decisively dispelled his concealment ability, and in a flash of spiritual light, a 3-foot-long blade seemingly materialized out of thin air. With a gleaming edge, he struck fiercely upon the crocodile's head. The resonant clang echoed like the clash of gold and iron. Yu staggered backwards several steps, his expression rather grim. The sword strike he had just unleashed was executed with all his might, yet it merely left a superficial wound on the crocodile's head. No wonder it could effortlessly slay golden core cultivators. Its physical form was truly formidable. Yu shook his hand, declaring, "Fear? That is a sentiment reserved for others." As his words fell, he curled his left fingers into a claw and struck fiercely at the crocodile. Though the creature possessed limited intelligence, it was momentarily taken aback, sensing the vitality draining from its being. This was a manifestation of Yu's innate talent. Whenever his adversary was wounded and bled, he could absorb their life force for his own benefit. Even when he was merely a small fish in the ocean, this ability had granted him significant advantages. Observing the crocodile's escalating panic and fury, a wicked smile crept across Yu's lips. It seemed that the path he had traversed had been too narrow. For the life force of such beings in the abyss of desolation was remarkably potent. Each ounce of vitality was akin to points, and he had been wise to evade them. With a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, he wasted no time in his assault. The crocodile, a creature of ferocity yet lacking in agility, found itself at the mercy of Yu's blade, which left countless gashes on its robust back. As the battle progressed, Yu found himself growing increasingly at ease. The crocodile's life force dwindled rapidly, its once brilliant azure gaze dimming considerably. With this ebb and flow of vitality, Yu's courage surged, yet the crocodile proved to be remarkably tenacious. Suddenly, Yu's hair stood on end, a profound sense of impending danger enveloping him. This instinct had never led him astray. Choosing to trust his intuition, he swiftly retreated, and sure enough, in the next instant, numerous sharp spikes erupted from the ground surrounding the crocodile, which had already been rendered nearly lifeless by Yu's onslaught, transforming it into a mere sieve. What a reckless move! And Yu's eyes burned with fury as he gazed upon the unknown plant emerging from the ground. Its body was ensnared by a myriad of creeping vines, and in the blink of an eye, the nearly 2-meter-long crocodile was reduced to nothing but its head, which had been flung into the air. This was an outrageous display of ruthlessness. Yu's life, he despises having his possessions taken by others, especially when he has expended tremendous effort to acquire them. Chapter 23. No point is given for free. In a moment of unbearable frustration, Yu activated his concealment ability. The vine, which had previously exuded an air of provocation, appeared momentarily bewildered by Yu's seemingly vanishing presence. Yet, in the very next instant, a brilliant sword light emerged as if conjured from thin air. With a single strike, it severed nearly dozens of vines. This was an absolute blow to the vine creature. In utter terror, the vine plant immediately burrowed deep into the ground. As Yu's gaze narrowed, he realized that he certainly lacked the ability to burrow into the earth. Should this creature delve underground, he would be at a loss as to how to confront it. Contemplating this, the spiritual energy within his dantian surged tumultuously, causing his azure robe and the slightly purplish long hair at the back of his head to billow as if stirred by an unseen wind. With two flashes of violet brilliance in his eyes, he swung his sword towards the vine-like plant. The purple lotus sword technique, which fundamentally emphasizes swiftness, is both ethereal and fierce, yet, in Yu Yu's hands, it was executed with a clumsy boldness. One could only imagine the reaction of the esteemed elder who had imparted this renowned technique upon witnessing it being wielded by such an individual. Surely, that elder might as well have simmered Yu Yu in a pot for such an affront to the illustrious name of the purple lotus sword technique. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that while Yu Yu wielded the long yuan sword like a mere kitchen cleaver, its power was indeed formidable. A tremendous sword aura swept down, cleaving the vine-like plant in two. The dark green liquid splattered onto the ground, corroding the surface and creating a multitude of pockmarks. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Yu Yu realized the complexity of the situation. He was fortunate that he had not come into contact with the vine when he severed it, for otherwise, he would have suffered significant harm. The vine plant, despite having endured such a grievous blow, continued to writhe on the ground. Meanwhile, Yu Yu, filled with a sense of satisfaction, carefully enveloped himself in spiritual energy and began to absorb and refine the vine. Upon successfully hunting the anomalous vine, he received a commendable reward of 7,000 evolution points. Soon, the vine plant was completely drained. With a mere gentle touch, it crumbled into black powder scattered across the earth. This single vine had bestowed upon Yu Yu a staggering 7,000 evolution points. However, Yu Yu felt a pang of regret. That crocodile, it was undoubtedly far more formidable than this vine. Had it not opportunistically seized the moment to claim his kill, he could have easily acquired an additional 10,000 points. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, and he indignantly stomped on the black powder a couple of times, which provided him with a modicum of relief. Nevertheless, this harvest was substantial enough to keep Yu Yu elated for quite some time. The crocodile. Suddenly, Yu Yu appeared to recall something crucial. For him, the points the crocodile could offer were secondary. Uncovering the reason why it could perceive his concealed state was of paramount importance. If he remembered correctly, that head had flown in this direction. Before long, Yu Yu located the crocodile's massive head. Ding! Anomalous eye can be refined. Indeed, Yu Yu, filled with elation, approached and stepped firmly upon the elongated snout of the crocodile. With a swift motion of the long yuan sword, he extracted the pair of eerie blue eyes and commenced their refinement. Before long, a notification echoed from the system. Refinement successful, the host has acquired the ability of. This journey had not been in vain. It was indeed worthwhile. Yu Yu cheerfully chattered away, filled with delight. At this moment, a unique ability appeared on Yu Yu's system panel, accompanied by a series of succinct explanations. From now on, you shall be a fish endowed with, and nothing shall obscure your vision. Go forth and explore, playful fish. Yu Yu found himself in a state of bemusement. Was it possible that this system had developed emotions? Nevertheless, it could only be advantageous for him. Without the assistance of this system, a mere ordinary fish like himself would have long since been reduced to mere fertilizer for the vast ocean. A faint purplish light flickered in his eyes, allowing him to perceive every trace of spiritual energy in this desolate expanse, including the dark gases intermingled within the natural energies of heaven and earth. Indeed, how audacious I am. With a mischievous smile playing at the corners of Yu Yu's lips, he gently called out, and the system panel materialized in his mind. The soft blue font felt so familiar. Indeed, the most endearing aspect was that plus sign. Host, Yu Yu Bloodline, Spirit Carp, Variant, Hidden Bloodline, True Dragon Bloodline, 5,100, 000, 000, Lifespan, 150 years Cultivation Realm, Tier 3 Demonic Beast, Initial Stage, Technique, Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Art, Beginner, Mystical Skill, Purple Lotus Sword Art, Beginner, Talent, Hidden Sharp Soul Capture Special Ability. Evolution Points, 14. 086 to further elevate his cultivation, at least 20,000 points would be required, but there was no rush. Yu stroked his chin, contemplating his current state as he walked. Given his previous prowess in vanquishing crocodiles and vine plants, he could be considered among the elite at the 3rd tier. Of course, this assessment was contingent upon the full unleashing of all his abilities. Yu was not one to become complacent, for arrogance could lead to his demise. At present, the sole avenue for his enhancement lay in the purple lotus sword technique, a martial art of astonishing power that greatly aided in actual combat. However, as he was merely at the introductory level, he had yet to experience the true might of the purple lotus sword technique, relying instead on a haphazard flurry of strikes. Resolutely, Yu Yue decided to focus on mastering the purple lotus sword technique and elevate his skills. With a cost of 200 points, Yu Yue achieved a rudimentary grasp of the technique. An additional expenditure of 7,000 points propelled his mastery to an advanced level. In that fleeting moment, Yu Yue halted, gently closing his eyes, standing still like a magnificent sword sheathed in its scabbard. A gentle breeze swept across the open expanse, tousling his long hair, which bore a hint of purple hue. Suddenly, when he opened his eyes, a faint purple light flickered, seemingly revealing two ethereal blades within his gaze. The wind grew more assertive, and with a resonant sword cry, the wild grasses within 100 meters around him were effortlessly severed at the waist. Even a concealed black plant lying beneath the earth fell victim, brutally dismembered by the overwhelming sword intent. This was indeed the legendary sword intent. As Yu Yue's voice resonated, the ferocious sword intent that had ravaged the area dissipated entirely, and the winds of the wilderness softened once more. At that moment, with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle yet formidable aura enveloped him. After a few moments, Yu Yue, realizing that no one was around to witness his display, felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Damn it! In a moment of folly, I elevated my skills twice. My points, filled with sorrow and indignation. Yu Yue felt an overwhelming urge to sever his own hand. Accumulating points was no easy feat. Surely, the comprehension of sword intent could be savored over time. Yet, in an instant, he had squandered over 10,000 points, causing his heart to ache painfully. Wait a moment. It seems I inadvertently dispatched a hapless creature. Suddenly, Yu Yue's gaze shifted, and guided by a nose more acute than a hound's, he approached the lifeless black plant that had fallen victim to his actions. There was no choice. The question of desecrating a corpse was irrelevant, for all of this was a means to earn points. After refining the unfortunate plant's remains, Yu Yue garnered 4,000 points, which brought him a modicum of solace. Alas, points were hard-won. He must strive to conserve them judiciously. With no alternative, Yu Shoutsai found himself in a predicament. Unlike his previous life where wealth was merely a matter of keen commercial insight, merely requiring him to peruse contracts and sign documents to amass considerable riches, now every point was painstakingly earned through his own efforts, with not a single one bestowed without merit. Thus, it was indeed prudent to be cautious. Chapter 24. The Joy of Fish After Refining the Remains of the Plant. Yu Yue, lamenting his impoverished state, continued his journey forward. With the awakening of his, he navigated the desolate expanse with remarkable ease. Confronted by the treacherous flora lurking beneath the ground, ready to strike at any moment, as well as some ferocious creatures, Yu Yue felt no fear. Rather, he harbored a glimmer of hope for their emergence. After all, they represented points, valuable ones at that. The beings within the fallen valley appeared to him far more precious than those beyond its borders. However, after wandering for half a day, he encountered nothing at all. Humph. The heavens must be envious of me. Yu Yue grumbled, his indignation palpable. Were others to hear his thoughts, they would likely tear him to shreds. As if we would wish to encounter anything. And here you are lamenting. At this moment, apart from reveling in his own invincibility, what recourse did Yu Yue have? He felt despair, yearned for subtlety, yet his prowess would not permit it. Just as he took a defiant step forward, a sudden scream pierced the air, reaching his ears. Yu Yue furrowed his brow as the voice seemed somewhat familiar. Since his arrival here, the only 3 individuals he had encountered who bore a hint of recognition were the Zhang brothers. With this thought in mind, Yu Yue unhesitatingly darted towards the source of the sound. The one who had perished in the jaws of the crocodile was beyond his aid. After all, you had no power to resurrect the deceased. However, the very fact that this anguished cry had emerged indicated that there was still hope. Moreover, the terrifying ordeal faced by the Zhang brothers might yet prove to be his opportunity. Yu Yue moved with remarkable speed, his figure materializing before Zhang De in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Zhang Da's tattered garments were stained with blood, his left arm dangling limply, clearly bearing grave injuries. In his right hand, he wielded a ghostly blade, fiercely battling the dark giant ape before him. Yet, it was evident that he was no match for the formidable beast, and death loomed perilously close. Should you seek my life, I shall ensure you pay dearly for it. Zhang Da's eyes blazed with fury, days of relentless combat had severely drained his vitality. The spiritual energy of this desolate place was detrimental to a cultivator's recovery and otherwise. With his peak golden core cultivation, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament against the giant ape. With a swift motion, he swung his blade, only managing to leave a trivial wound on the ape's muscular arm, an indication of his current limitations. Infuriated by the pain and the overwhelming scent of blood, the giant ape became even more ferocious, its eyes glinting with a savage light as it raised its fist to strike Zhang Da's head with brutal force. Zhang Da's lips curled into a desperate arc. He no longer possessed the strength to evade such an onslaught. "Brother, I cannot accompany you any longer." Yet, the anticipated death did not arrive. Instead, with a resounding clash of metal, a tall figure was sent flying alongside Zhang Da, propelled 10 paces away by the giant ape's mighty blow. Goodness, what incredible strength! Yu Yue shook his right hand, which had been numbed by the impact, contemplating an immediate strike to end the giant ape's life. However, he realized that such an action would surely doom Zhang Da to become a victim beneath the giant ape's fists. Reluctantly, he braced himself against the blow. "Brother Yu," Zhang exclaimed, his eyes reflecting the hues of survival after a catastrophe. "Indeed, who among us would willingly forsake the singular gift of life? Take your time to recover. I shall handle this place." As Yu Yue turned around, a composed smile graced his lips, and a subtle aura of confidence emanated from his flowing blue robe. At this moment, Zhang Da did not mind Yu Yue's audacious display. Instead, he offered a heartfelt warning. "Brother Yu, be cautious, for this beast is quite formidable." Yu Yue nodded, and amidst Zhang's astonished gaze, his figure gradually vanished, leaving not even a trace of his presence. Indeed, he was worthy of being that esteemed disciple. Exhibiting such remarkable skill, the giant ape appeared bewildered, its intelligence seemingly insufficient to comprehend the sudden disappearance of its prey, which had been right before its eyes. In its perception, both Zhang and Yu Yue were merely sustenance. However, in the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the giant ape. The previously vanished blood meal had inexplicably reappeared before it, brandishing a shimmering sword aimed directly at it. Yet, the giant ape was no match for the crocodile. It swiftly turned its head, and the long wand sword grazed the skin of its neck. Nevertheless, the giant ape surged forward, delivering a powerful punch directed at Yu Yue. By the gods, Utofu. In the face of imminent peril, the giant ape did not retreat. Instead, it sought to exchange injury for a kill, exhibiting a fierce resolve. This left Yu Yue astounded, as he had not anticipated the giant ape's combat experience to be so profound. Moreover, its intelligence was evidently superior to that of the previous crocodile or the dark plants. "Do you think I am someone you can provoke?" Yu Yue was unperturbed. A captivating purple glow flickered in his eyes, and suddenly, the giant ape's movements appeared sluggish to him. Its previously swift and flawless assault was now riddled with openings. "Die." With a resounding roar, Yu Yue sought to elevate his own presence, yet the gesture bore more semblance to ostentation. He swiftly lowered his body, as if preordained, evading the colossal ape's strike. Following this, he lunged forward with his sword, the dragon abyss blade emanating a brilliant light that pierced through the giant ape's throat. A true man never glances back at the explosion. As Yu Yue sheathed his sword, he slowly approached Zhang Da. The massive figure of the giant ape collapsed behind Yu Yue with a resounding thud after he had taken 5 steps. "Brother Yu, I am truly in awe." Zhang Da, who had consumed a medicinal pill and rested for a moment, raised his thumb in admiration. "You are indeed a distinguished disciple of the Sea Pavilion, capable of nearly instantaneously vanquishing a peak gold core ferocious beast with your initial gold core cultivation. Such prowess leaves me in your dust. The most important thing is, could you refrain from being so ostentatious?" "Brother Zhang, you jest." Yu Yue exudes an air of mastery, and the adoring gaze of Zhang Da greatly satisfies his vanity. Nonchalantly, he produces a precious pill bestowed by his esteemed mentor and offers it to Zhang Da, causing the latter's pupils to contract in astonishment. The Sacred Spirit Pill, a 7th-tier healing elixir. "Brother Yu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Zhang Da breathes deeply, feeling an immediate improvement in his internal injuries merely by inhaling its scent. In his lifetime, he has never encountered even a 4th-tier pill, let alone this 7th-tier healing marvel. "It is of no consequence, Brother Zhang, simply accept it," Yu Yue insists. Yu Yue displayed remarkable generosity, for a true master must indeed be magnanimous. Moreover, his esteemed mentor had bestowed upon him a vial containing no less than several dozen pills, a mere trifle. Zhang Da took a deep breath and, with utmost reverence, carefully stored the elixirs away. These were life-saving treasures, and he wished not to squander them in this moment. rising to his feet. He cupped his hands in a gesture of respect, his countenance serious. I express my heartfelt gratitude to Brother Yu for the life-saving gift of these pills. Henceforth, your affairs shall be my own. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I shall face any peril, be it mountains of blades or seas of fire. Chapter 25. Reunion with the Tao Origin Fruit. Brother Zhang, you overstate the matter. It was but a trifling effort on my part. Yu Yue waved his hand, then turned to refine the corpse of the colossal ape. The immense essence of blood and flesh, along with the vitality, caused Yu Yue to almost moan in delight. At the same time, it granted him a staggering 8,000 evolution points. Brother Yu Yue. At this moment, Zhang was somewhat numb, overwhelmed by the formidable strength of Yu Yue, who could effortlessly slay foes beyond his rank, casually produce high-level sacred medicines, and refine such a powerful beast's corpse into a desiccated husk in less than half a moment. The astonishment Yu Yue instilled in him was truly profound. I must first find a suitable place. I am about to undergo a breakthrough, and I hope Brother Zhang can provide protection. At this moment, Yu Yue's complexion was rosy, and a profound aura surged within him, indicating that he was ready to break through. His cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the early golden core stage, and having absorbed such an abundance of life force, he could easily advance without relying on points. Zhang De immediately agreed, secretly delighted. Yu Yue's formidable prowess at the early golden core stage offered greater assurance of their safety if he were to ascend to the mid-stage. He was a valuable ally, and Zhang De was determined to support him. The two then sought a concealed location, which was merely a hole dug beneath the ground after Yu Yue, with his unique eyes, detected no threats. Zhang De stood there like a loyal guardian, protecting Yu Yue as he prepared to break through. He had attached a sliver of his consciousness to Zhang De, for one must always be wary. With everything in place, Yu Yue sat cross-legged in the cavern and gradually closed his eyes. At that moment, the golden core in his dantian swelled, its shimmering purple-golden light intensifying. As Yu Yue's eyes shut, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 miles of the wilderness surged toward him, even forming a colossal vortex of spiritual energy overhead. Brother Yu. Zhang De felt a twinge of anxiety. Even a peak golden core cultivator had to cautiously absorb the spiritual energy in the fallen valley, as the peculiar aura within could easily lead one to madness. He feared that Yu Yue's voracious intake might cause a mishap. However, as an immense volume of spiritual energy was absorbed by Yu Yue, Zhang De sensed not only that Yu Yue was unharmed but that his aura grew increasingly powerful and profound. The cultivation energy radiating from him had already reached a level comparable to that of a peak golden core cultivator. Zhang De breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting on how he and his two brothers had initially befriended Yu Yue for his background, never anticipating his formidable capabilities. The Zhou Tian transformation technique truly lived up to its prestigious reputation. By operating the technique, Yu Yue's spiritual energy became far purer than that of his peers, and its depth was equally unmatched. Imagine two cultivators of equal level engaging in combat. Not only would my spiritual energy be more refined, but my techniques would also be sharper and steadier. When your energy is depleted and I remain unscathed, the outcome is self-evident. After a while, Yu Yue opened his eyes, and the attributes on his panel indicated that he had advanced to the mid-stage of the third level, still in peak condition. Two beams of brilliance shot forth from his eyes as he exhaled and clenched his fist. The feeling of power was truly intoxicating. Congratulations on your further advancement, Brother Yu. Zhang De bowed respectfully, completely awed by Yu Yue. Though his own cultivation was not as high, Yu Yue possessed the strength to easily overpower him. How could he not be impressed? However, just as Yu Yue was about to showcase his prowess, a sharp cry echoed above them. He looked up to see a menacing black bird soaring through the sky, its claws clutching two pale purple fruits, Dao Yuan fruits. Yu Yue's eyes narrowed sharply as he immediately recognized the fruit. It was indeed the Dao Yuan fruit he had refined that day, a treasure worth 6,000 points. Zhang. Pursue it. What? Zhang was momentarily bewildered, but in that fleeting moment of distraction, Yu Yue transformed into a streak of spiritual light and darted away. If Zhang were to articulate Yu Yue's current state, it would be akin to a dog spotting a bone. He simply lacked the vocabulary to adequately express it. However, Zhang could easily surmise that whatever Yu Yue was after, it was undoubtedly a precious find. Thus, he hastened to follow, his speed benefiting from being two minor realms above Yu Yue, ensuring he did not lag too far behind. Brother Yu, what exactly did you see? Zhang panted, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yu Yue's expression turned serious. The Dao Yuan fruit. What the hell? Zhang exclaimed, nearly stumbling in shock. In this wretched place, How could there be a Dao Yuan fruit? Although he had never encountered one, he was familiar with its significance from various texts. The Dao Yuan fruit was a heavenly-grade spiritual herb, a genuine treasure. Its medicinal properties could elevate an average golden core cultivator to the nascent soul stage. And if an alchemist could refine it into a Dao Yuan pill, the effects would be unparalleled. It was a 7th-grade elixir, a rarity that even those in the divine transformation realm could only dream of. Yet, Yu Yue was unaware of all this. He merely knew that such a fruit could be cultivated by his esteemed master in the medicinal fields, and thus, it must be extraordinary, and it promised him a substantial accumulation of points. That was the real allure. With that thought, their pace quickened as they closely pursued the ferocious bird. Time passed as Zhang grew increasingly exhausted, and even Yu Yue began to feel the strain, until they finally arrived at a desolate valley. This valley was barren, devoid of even a single weed, appearing lifeless in every regard. This only heightened Zhang's excitement. "What's wrong with you?" They concealed themselves, and Yu Yue observed Zhang, panting like a dog. How could this fellow still be so exhilarated? "Ah, brother Yu, you may not be aware," Zhang gasped, catching his breath before continuing. "The Dao Yuan fruit is a divine entity. Its very presence must drain the spiritual energy from surrounding flora. Therefore, I firmly believe that the Dao Yuan fruit must be here. That doesn't seem right." Yu Yue tilted his head and remarked, "There are some in my master's medicinal field. I have tasted them before. Yet, the other spiritual herbs nearby are thriving quite well." Yang's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "Brother, that is likely because among the spiritual herbs nurtured by that esteemed individual, the heavenly grade ones might be the least impressive." "Oh." Yu Yue nodded in agreement. Indeed, he felt that the other spiritual herbs in the medicinal field were no inferior to this primeval fruit. What a pity. It had been squandered by that foolish fox, by Xiaoshuang, to such an extent. He decided to hasten his steps and take a closer look. Yu Yue rubbed his hands together, contemplating that if this Dao Yuan fruit were akin to those found in the medicinal fields, each tree bearing around 10, and if they were to grow slightly larger, each would yield a bounty of 6,000 points. What a fortune! However, upon their pursuit, both were met with astonishment. In the valley stood a colossal ancient tree, adorned with nests, though long since withered. Its hollow should have belonged to ferocious birds. A closer inspection revealed a startling contrast of colors on the nests, emerald green from the spiritual herbs and a delicate lavender hue from the Dao Yuan fruit. Yet, it was evident that Yu Yue was not the sole contender for the Dao Yuan fruit, for beneath the ancient tree congregated a multitude of black wolves, each at the 3rd tier, among them a wolf king of formidable size, reminiscent of a rhinoceros. Its aura was inscrutable to Yu Yue. Chapter 26. The black wolf pack. The pack of wolves was clearly coveting the Dao Yuan fruit nestled within the fierce bird's nest. Yet the creature regarded the fruit as its own possession, unwilling to relinquish it freely. In a swift motion, the fierce bird swallowed 2 Dao Yuan fruits whole. And in that instant, its power surged dramatically. Seemingly understanding the principle of capturing the leader to subdue the flock, it let out a piercing screech and dove downward. Its sharp beak aimed directly at the wolf king. The wolf king's vicious gaze held a human-like disdain, revealing no intention of retaliating. However, at the very moment the fierce bird descended, 2 massive wolves leapt forth, swiftly and precisely clamping onto the fierce bird's wings, dragging it down with relentless force. The dark swarm of wolves surged forward, and in an instant, they tore the fierce bird to shreds, leaving not even a fragment behind. How formidable! Zhang De, wide-eyed, felt a cold sweat bead upon his forehead. To witness such power from 2 creatures was astounding. Roughly estimating, there were about 100 black wolves in this valley, along with the unfathomable Wolf King. Even at the pinnacle of his golden core stage, he could not perceive the Wolf King's true strength, which spoke volumes of its terror. "What shall we do, brother Yu?" Zhang De inquired, wiping his forehead as he turned his gaze towards Yu Yue. Yet, Yu Yue understood that the fierce bird had not fully refined the Dao Yuan fruit. Otherwise, it would have been more than enough to quench the Wolf King's thirst. At this moment, a sudden glimmer of purple light flickered in his eyes. Someone was approaching. As soon as he spoke, 200 cultivators surged into the valley. Elite golden core practitioners from various factions. However, Yu could not fathom how, after such a long time, he had only encountered Zhang De as a living soul. How had these individuals managed to congregate? Moreover, it appeared they intended to encircle the wolves and seize the opportunity. Most of them hailed from the Aolai Hall, and he was taken aback by the sheer number of participants in this expedition to the Fallen Valley. Zhang De furrowed his brow. The Aolai Hall. They are not to be trifled with. Aolai Hall? Yu felt somewhat perplexed. as he had been in this world for less than a year. Apart from his time spent in the sea, he had only been immersed in the spiritual spring of the sea pavilion, leaving him little opportunity to grasp such matters. Zhang Da's gaze reflected a hint of confusion. Logically, as a disciple of the sea pavilion, you should have been aware of these things. Nevertheless, Zhang Da patiently took the time to elucidate. The Aeoli Hall is indeed one of the prominent forces in the Eastern Sea region. However, in the grand scheme of the sea pavilion, it remains relatively insignificant. Its disciples are numerous, and in recent years, its rise has been notably vigorous. Yu Yue nodded. Yet within his heart, he was calculating how to seize the Dao Yuan fruit amidst the pack of wolves and these individuals. Alas, his strength was still lacking. If only he possessed the prowess of that foolish fox, he could simply snatch it away without a second thought. What a hassle this was! To his astonishment, that ferocious bird could not withstand even a single encounter. At this moment, Baisu cursed under his breath. The purpose of gathering the disciples within the sect through special means was twofold: to ensure their safety and to vie for opportunities. They had been lying in wait in this place for an extended period, yet the risks posed by the wolf pack were insurmountable. Compounded by the presence of an unfathomable wolf king, initially he had hoped that the ferocious bird would engage in a mutual destruction with the wolves. But he never anticipated the pack's overwhelming strength. That fierce creature was utterly torn to shreds in a mere exchange. With no other choice, he revealed himself. Convinced that the elite disciples of the Aeoli Hall could not possibly be outmatched by this wolf pack, he was well aware of the immense value of the Dao Yuan fruit. If it meant obtaining the Dao Yuan fruit, what was a little sacrifice in return? Furthermore, despite the Wolf King being of the fourth tier, did he truly believe Baisu lacked the means to contend with it? After weighing his options, Baisu issued a command, and the 200 individuals launched into a fierce battle with the wolf pack after just one brief encounter. In an instant, the air was filled with cries of battle, the howls of wolves, and the sounds of agony. Nearly every moment saw a disciple of the Aeoli Hall being torn apart, while some of the dark giant wolves fell victim to decapitation. At this moment, Yu Yue furrowed his brows slightly. Although the Aeoli Hall seemed to have the upper hand, the Wolf King and the two massive wolves by his side had yet to make a move. The Wolf King was likely a formidable entity at the fourth stage of the Yuaning realm. Zhang Da also felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. But seeing Yu Yue maintain his composure reassured him. The demise of the Aeoli Hall disciples was of no concern to him. Ideally, they would exhaust each other, leaving the spoils for the two brothers. As for the valley, just as Yu Yue anticipated, the Wolf King's patience wore thin upon witnessing the heavy losses inflicted upon his pack. With a resonant howl, the two enormous black wolves lunged into action. These creatures were certainly not of the third stage. They existed in a remarkable state, positioned between the third and fourth stages. Even so, they were far beyond the capabilities of the Aeoli Hall disciples. Moreover, the Wolf King joined the fray, eschewing any unnecessary embellishments, charging into the sheepfold as if he were a wolf among sheep. Each swipe of his claw sent blood spraying, claiming a life with every strike. In an instant, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. The disciples of the Aeoli Hall, who had once held a slight advantage, now found themselves at the mercy of the ravenous wolves. Baisu, however, proved to be no ordinary adversary. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a bell-shaped spiritual artifact from his storage ring. Under the protection and enhancement of this artifact, the peak golden core cultivator Baisu managed to momentarily hold off the fourth stage Wolf King. Yet, this respite was fleeting, though the artifact was impressive. The disparity in their realms was fatal for him. It would not be long before his spiritual energy was depleted, sealing his fate in the jaws of the wolves. At that moment, Baisu's eyes brightened as he called out to Yu Yue and Zhang Da, fellow cultivators. We are both forces from the Eastern Sea region. I implore you to lend your hand. These black wolves are exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, a smirk danced upon Yu Yue's lips, realizing the cunning of this man. The moment the words left Baisu's mouth, a dozen black wolves surged towards the two, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Aeoli Hall. Seeing this turn of events, Baisu felt a lightness in his heart. Ah, do you think you can reap the benefits of our struggle? How naive. Fellow cultivator, if you do not act now, when will you? If we perish, you will surely find it impossible to contend with the black wolves alone. Why not join forces and share the spoils of the Dao Yuan fruit? By the time he finished speaking, Yu Yue and Zhang Da had already been entirely encircled by the black wolves. It was time to take action to ensure their own survival. Yu Yue addressed Zhang Da briefly before vanishing like a gentle breeze. When he reappeared, his hand bore the lifeblood of at least 5 black wolves. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond this. The The pack of black wolves, much like the other creatures inhabiting the Fallen Valley, exhibited ferocity and abundance but lacked intelligence. However, the Wolf King possessed a certain intrigue. Should he vanquish the Wolf King, the black wolves would undoubtedly crumble, leading to a considerably easier endeavor. With this thought in mind, he activated his stealth abilities to eliminate the black wolves while stealthily approaching the Wolf King, who was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with Baisu. The closer he drew to the Wolf King, the more trepidation filled Yu Yue's heart. Indeed, the pressure emanating from this creature was not something a mere third-tier being could produce. The Wolf King was a genuine fourth-tier beast. To slay it, he realized there was only one way. He licked his lips, exuding a certain allure, and refrained from striking down the black wolf. Instead, he stealthily approached the Wolf King 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. At last, Yu Yue revealed himself, and the Wolf King seemed to sense the impending danger. Its jet-black fur bristled like steel needles. It abandoned its struggle with Baisu and lunged backward with a fierce bite. Chapter 27. The ingenious slaying of the Wolf King. What a wretched creature. Yu Yue was taken aback. The Wolf King exhibited an astonishingly keen reaction. Truly, it was deserving of its status as a fourth-tier beast, utterly beyond his capability to confront. This marked the most formidable adversary Yu Yue had faced since entering the Fallen Valley, and he dared not be careless. He hurriedly withdrew, while simultaneously, Baisu delivered a heavy strike to the Wolf King's head from behind with his blade. This was Baisu's first effective attack against the Wolf King. Yet as the sword descended, a flicker of fear emerged in his gaze. The Wolf King shook its head, its spiky fur parting under the blow. Yet its flesh and skin remained completely unscathed. Yu Yue's gaze sharpened slightly. As the saying goes, a wolf possesses a head of bronze, a body of iron, and a waist of tofu. Truly, it does not deceive me. Wait a moment. A waist of tofu? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yu Yue's mind, akin to a golden bulb illuminating above his head. Logically speaking, living beings would not contravene the tenets established by biologists. Contemplating this, the 3-foot azure blade in Yu Yue's hand surged with a blinding radiance. In that instant, a terrifying sword intent howled and ravaged through the entire valley, causing the approaching horde to emit fearful roars and retreat a few steps. Death. Yu became increasingly ruthless. With bulging veins on his arms, harnessing such sword intent at his golden core level was quite a strain, had he not possessed the body of a beast. He might have been torn apart by the terrifying sword intent before even injuring his foe. However, the Wolf King was equally alarmed by this sword intent. It was inconceivable that this seemingly feeble prey could unleash such a dreadful aura, but there was no time to evade. A cold glint flashed in its eyes, revealing the savage ferocity unique to beasts. With a thunderous howl, the Wolf King disregarded Baisu behind him and lunged at Yu, fully aware that it could not allow Yu's sword to descend. What an overwhelmingly domineering strike. Even Baisu was taken aback, pondering in his heart that at the peak of the Golden Core realm, he could not withstand this blow without relying on the mixed gold bell. Clang! The sharp claws clashed against the long Yuan sword, and with a low growl, the Wolf King's claws were left bloodied and mangled. As Yu retreated 10 paces, the long Yuan sword was jostled from his grasp, his right hand trembling incessantly, the cracks in his palm oozing with blood. A mouthful of crimson erupted forth, and a flicker of fury ignited in Yu Yue's eyes. The Wolf King truly lived up to its reputation as a fourth-tier beast. Had it been an ordinary third-tier creature, it would have been utterly incapable of withstanding Yu Yue's strike imbued with sword intent. Yet, not only did the Wolf King withstand it, but it also inflicted a grievous wound upon Yu Yue, causing him to bleed profusely. Be careful, Yu. At that moment, the battle between Yu Yue and the Wolf King had undoubtedly become the main spectacle in the valley. Zhang De, who had been observing intently, shouted in alarm as the Wolf King lunged at Yu Yue once more. Behind the Wolf King, Baisu swung his long blade at the creature. But the Wolf King paid him no heed, singularly focused on tearing Yu Yue apart. At this juncture, Zhang De found himself ensnared by a pack of wolves. Utterly powerless to assist, even if he could, he would be no match for the Wolf King. Most onlookers believed that Yu Yue's life would be extinguished in an instant at the jaws of the beast. However, a rather sinister smile crept onto Yu Yue's lips, and the violet light in his eyes surged forth. Did they truly think that without the long Yuan sword, he was rendered helpless? Yu Yue possessed abilities beyond mere swordsmanship. Beneath the movements of the Wolf King appeared to slow. After all, a beast relying solely on brute strength, even at the fourth-tier nascent soul stage, was merely a savage creature devoid of proper cultivation techniques. The violet light in Yu Yue's eyes began to take on an extraordinary quality as he fixated on the ferocious gaze of the Wolf King. unleashing the full power of his soul-capturing talent without reservation. With a sudden burst, he expelled another mouthful of reverse blood, as if a bomb had detonated in his mind. This backlash was the consequence of attempting to influence a being of a higher realm than his own. The Wolf King, too, felt the impact. Its predatory motion momentarily halted, as the sensation of being manipulated was profoundly repugnant to any creature. Seizing the opportunity while the Wolf King faltered, Yu Yue wiped the corner of his mouth and surged towards it like a streak of light. Though the might of his soul-capturing ability was formidable, the Wolf King existed in a realm far beyond Yu Yue's own. Thus, the extent of his influence was fleeting. Yet, that fleeting moment represented Yu Yue's singular opportunity to alter the course of the battle. He lunged towards the Wolf King, and a phantom of a writhing great fish materialized behind him. In that instant, Yu Yue's aura surged to its zenith. With a flash of cold light, his hand transformed into a hard and sharp fin, piercing into the Wolf King's flank. His fingertips grazed the flesh and blood of the Wolf King, seizing a sturdy bone and tearing it outward with ferocity. Crimson blood splattered across Yu Yue's fair yet bloodthirsty visage, and the Wolf King let out a mournful cry, its once dominant and brutal aura suddenly withering to its nadir. Yu Yue gasped for breath, kneeling before the nearly lifeless Wolf King. In that fleeting moment, the valley fell into an eerie silence, every gaze fixated upon the young cultivator clad in a blood-stained azure robe. At this juncture, neither the pack of wolves nor the elite disciples of the Ao Palace dared to underestimate Yu Yue, who possessed merely mid-gold core cultivation. To engage in combat with a nascent soul-level Wolf King and strike a decisive blow at its weakness in the absence of spiritual tools was a testament to extraordinary prowess, indomitable spirit, and remarkable courage. Even Baisu had to concede that, not only he, but even the most gifted disciple of the Ao Palace would hesitate to claim superiority over Yu Yue. As Yu Yue observed the Wolf King struggling yet unable to rise, he acknowledged its tenacity. Despite having its spine torn asunder, the creature still exhibited a vigorous vitality. However, he realized that he could not afford to grant it any opportunities. After all, the Wolf King's cultivation was exceedingly formidable. Yu Yue understood that without his clever tactics, he would have had no chance of overcoming such a beast. Thus, he extended his right hand, and with a swift motion, the long Yuan sword emitted a resounding chime as it returned to his grasp. A single, effortless swing of the sword brought the Wolf King's life to a swift conclusion. As the essence of the Wolf King dissipated, the pack of wolves descended into chaos, some fled while others perished, and soon the area was cleared. The entire valley was now stained a deep crimson, the air thick with a foul stench, yet no one seemed to mind. Baisu lifted his gaze toward the hint of violet atop the massive nest, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you, for without your assistance, my life would surely have been forfeit. His demeanor exuded grace, and his eyes reflected sincerity. However, both Yu Yue and Baisu were acutely aware that the most arduous issue lay ahead, the distribution of the spoils. As fellow cultivators of the Eastern Sea region, there is no need for formality among comrades. Yu Yue nodded slightly, a genuine smile gracing his lips. How amusing, this mutual flattery in business. Did they not recognize who Yu truly was, engaging in such antics with him? Esteemed friend, your formidable combat prowess is evident to all. And considering the considerable effort you have expended, I kindly request that you accept the cores of the Wolf King and the other black wolves as a token of appreciation. Baisu interjected, revealing his intent to claim a share of the spoils. Zhang's expression shifted, betraying his surprise. Yu Yue harbored a cold smile within, yet maintained an impassive facade. At this moment, the valley was strewn with no fewer than 50 corpses of black wolves, alongside the formidable fourth-tier Wolf King, which represented the most valuable treasure to him. After all, these were all points. Chapter 28. The Sea Pavilion is exceptional, however. What about the Dao fruit? TSK. Yu Yue was quite greedy. He desired all of these treasures. The cores? Neither of us particularly needed them. I shall take the initiative. Given that the disciples of your esteemed sect have paid such a heavy price, I believe it is more fitting for these cores to be entrusted to you. As Yu Yue's words echoed, Baisu immediately revealed an expression of displeasure, evident to all. The two were evidently embroiled in a contention over the distribution of the Dao Yuan fruit. Zhang De stood resolutely behind Yu Yue, signaling his allegiance, while the other disciples of Ao Palace glared at the pair with unfriendly expressions. How could I forget about the miraculous Dao Yuan fruit? Since both of you have exerted considerable effort, let us allocate one fruit to each. Baisu's countenance was frosty, yet he felt a pang of regret. Although there were at least a dozen of those fruits, parting with two still stung his heart. Nevertheless, he harbored a profound wariness of Yu Yue's capabilities. Otherwise, under such circumstances, he would never have allowed these two to leave the valley alive. Yu Yue maintained an impassive demeanor, while Zhang Du exhibited palpable disdain towards Bai Su. Were it not for Yu Yue, these individuals would have been utterly incapable of thwarting the Wolf King, and the situation would likely have unfolded quite differently. Although the members of Ally Hall exerted considerable effort and incurred significant costs, it was evident that Bai Su had no right to allocate the Dao Yuan fruits in the presence of Yu Yue. Yet, he audaciously decided to offer merely 2 Dao Yuan fruits, a gesture that felt somewhat patronizing, as if it were mere charity. After making this declaration, Bai Su looked at Yu Yue's lack of response with contempt, convinced that he was nothing more than a rustic fool. Despite the sacrifice of 2 Dao Yuan fruits, Bai Su considered it a small price to pay to dismiss them, and was ready to ascend to the lair to collect the Dao Yuan fruits. Ahem. Did I agree to this? Did I authorize your actions? Bai Su was taken aback. Could it be that my esteemed friend has objections? His tone had turned decidedly unfriendly. Yu Yue chuckled, a smile that radiated a certain devilish charm and audacity. As a cultivator, he was not immune to greed. Indeed, he was no exception. The more than 10 Dao Yuan fruits paled in comparison to the essence of the black wolf's flesh or the accumulated points, which he did not regard with much significance. After all, considering the value of 3,000 per corpse, 50 corpses would yield a staggering 150,000 points, a fortune indeed. If he could allocate a larger share to Zhang Du, he would be content to forego the Dao Yuan fruits entirely. Yet, these individuals were clearly wolves in sheep's clothing. Insatiably greedy and blatantly dismissive of his worth. You can take half of the Dao Yuan fruits and leave with your people. Am I not being generous? Yu Yue gently flicked the long Yuan sword, the blade emitting a crisp chime. Indeed, his approach was quite fair. After all, in the realm of commerce, leaving a sliver of opportunity is often prudent. He never resorted to outright annihilation. How magnanimous of you. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice caused Yu Yue's smile to falter. Emerging from an unknown direction was a young man clad in resplendent garments, distinctly different from the blood-stained disciples of the Ally Temple. His demeanor was haughty, and as he approached Bai Su, the latter instinctively stepped back, clearly overshadowed by the young man's presence. Then I must sincerely express my gratitude for your generosity. With an elegant flourish of his folding fan, the young man exuded sophistication. However, the disciples of Ally Temple swiftly encircled Yu Yue and Zhang Du, closing in as his words settled in the air. Which esteemed individual do you claim to be? The ringleader? Where were you when these people were risking their lives? Why do you now emerge to flaunt your bravado? Yu Yue patted Zhang Du's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm amidst the minor commotion. He then cast a scornful glance at the young man in splendid attire and spoke. However, the young man remained unfazed, retorting, "You squander the opportunities presented to you. After all, it is said that wealth leads to demise. In this valley of demise, where the mountains tower and the emperor's presence is distant, it is inevitable that a few unfortunate souls may meet their end. Wouldn't you agree? You have gone too far." Zhang Du seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing nothing more than to flatten that insufferable face of the young man. Is it really just you? Or rather, are you merely a coward hiding away? Yu Yue chuckled coldly, fully agreeing with the sentiment expressed by the individual before him. It was indeed quite commonplace for a few lives to be lost in the Valley of Desolation. Do you know to whom you are speaking? I am the son of the Lord of the Ally Palace. The young man in splendid attire revealed a sinister grin, producing a golden token from his waist, upon which 3 gilded characters danced elegantly. Ally Palace. I am well aware of your capabilities, but does that matter? This token embodies the power of a formidable expert from my palace. Do you believe you can withstand it? The young man's smile grew increasingly audacious, though he hesitated to utilize the token, considering it a precious safeguard. Scaring off these two would suffice. The thought of them exhausting their efforts only to serve as his unwitting accomplices filled him with delight. The Ally Palace was not to be trifled with. Indeed. Zhang Du appeared somewhat flustered, casting a glance at Yu Yue, who was also smiling. Ally Palace? Is it truly that remarkable? Do you comprehend the magnitude of what you are facing? With that, he removed a jade pendant from his waist and hurled it towards the young man in splendid attire. The young man caught the pendant, initially indifferent, but upon closer inspection, he nearly felt his insides twist in shock. As the legitimate heir of the Ally Palace's master, how could he not recognize this pendant? This was indeed an artifact of a prominent figure from the Sea Pavilion. What kind of entity was the Sea Pavilion? It was home to the mightiest beings of the divine realm. Even his father would kneel and address such a person as senior, not to mention the Sea Pavilion. Even the Sword King and the Cherry Lord were beyond the reach of the ally palace. The arrogance on the young man's face vanished entirely, replaced by a profound humility as he trembled, extending the jade pendant towards Yu Yue with quivering hands. May I ask who you are, esteemed sir? Oh, this pendant was bestowed upon me by my master, along with this. As Yu Yue spoke, he produced a jade slip. We share a remarkable connection. This slip also contains the sealed might of my master. Shall we allow our esteemed elders to spar? The moment the jade slip was revealed, a palpable weight seemed to envelop not only the valley but the entirety of the fallen valley. The grand token in the hands of the elegantly attired youth even bore signs of cracking. How on earth could they continue? The youth felt tears welling in his eyes. I was unaware that you were a distinguished disciple of the Sea Pavilion. Please forgive any offenses and allow these Tao origin fruits to serve as my apology. Despite his reluctance, the elegantly attired youth wore a sycophantic smile, then bellowed to the other disciples of the proud palace, "Withdraw." In an instant, the valley was left with nothing but a scattering of wolf carcasses, and the figures of Yu Yue and Zhang Da's eyes sparkled with admiration. The Sea Pavilion is truly formidable. Brother Yu is remarkable. Initially anticipating a fierce battle, he had overlooked Yu Yue's esteemed status. He was practically striding through the situation. Brother Yu, please stow away the jade slip. If it were to tremble even slightly, the entire fallen valley would be in jeopardy. Zhang De gazed at the jade slip in Yu Yue's hand, filled with awe. Chapter 29. The Heartache of Yu Yue. Young Master. Who exactly is that person? Outside the valley, the disciples of Proud Palace appeared as dejected as frostbitten eggplants, especially Bai Su, who was filled with resentment. Nearly 50 of their over 200 disciples had perished, and the rest bore varying degrees of injury. Ultimately, they gained nothing. How could they accept such a fate? The elegantly attired youth's expression was so dark it seemed to drip with bitterness. Slap. A resounding smack struck Bai Su's face. How dare you? The youth exclaimed. You thoughtlessly provoke anyone. They offered you half of the Tao origin fruits, and you still failed to heed their warning. How could you be so greedy? Useless fool. All the youth's grievances were vented upon Bai Su. Bai Su felt aggrieved, thinking, this isn't what you taught me. You insisted on claiming all the Tao origin fruits, and those two ungrateful ones deserve their fate, didn't you? However, he dared not speak. He could only bow his head and endure the youth's outburst. After venting his frustrations on Bai Su, the elegantly attired youth felt considerably relieved. He retrieved a pill from his storage ring and tossed it to Bai Su, speaking with a tone of earnestness. That individual is from the Sea Pavilion. Bai Su, astonished, received the pill. Could it be the disciple of the Sword King? Considering Yu Yue's extraordinary swordsmanship, it was not surprising that he had grasped the essence of sword intent. He might be the Sword King's junior brother. A chill ran through those who heard this, grateful that he had not acted aggressively. The individual from the Sea Pavilion was the greatest contributor and the most formidable figure in the entire Eastern Sea region. Let us set aside the former individual and instead focus on their disciple, the Sword King, Sakura Master, and, not to forget the bandit by Xiaoshuang. None of them are adversaries they can provoke. Upon contemplating this, the young man clad in fine garments involuntarily shuddered, a wave of dread washing over him. In years past, a petite girl clad in white had appeared above the Hall of Pride, accompanied by a pair of strikingly handsome youths. Together, they brazenly plundered nearly half of the hall's wealth. At that time, the young man's father had to smile and serve them. And when the young man merely expressed a semblance of protest, he was left battered and bruised by the little girl in white. To add insult to injury, after their departure, he was met with another round of punishment from his father to vent his frustrations. Thus, whenever the young man recalls that trio, he cannot help but feel a peculiar mix of emotions stirring within him. In the valley, Yu removed the Dao Yuan fruit, which, in his eyes, resembled a precious spiritual herb adorned with precisely 12 fruits. Indeed, it is worthy of its legendary status. The spiritual essence contained within it would dissipate significantly even if I were to refine it now. His eyes widened in awe, yearning for it, yet feeling too bashful to request it, for he had genuinely contributed little to its acquisition. Nevertheless, he possessed a degree of confidence. He was, after all, a person of unfettered spirit. Here, take this. As Yu observed the fierce-looking man with a beard, a sense of amusement welled up within him. After plucking 6 fruits and placing them into his storage space, he handed the remaining 6, branches and all, to Zhang De. Brother Yu. This is too much. Zhang De exclaimed, taken aback. I truly cannot accept this. It feels undeserved. However, after a moment of hesitation, He shyly pointed to the Dao Yuan fruit in Yu Yu's hand and asked, "Could I possibly take just 3? I have never encountered such a spiritual herb before." Yu Yu fell silent, yet he refrained from disclosing the grim fate of either Zhang Er or Zhang San, who had long since perished in the jaws of the crocodile. Although Zhang De would inevitably learn of it in due course, it was perhaps better that he remained oblivious to the tragic fate of his brothers. Contemplating this, Yu Yu unceremoniously stuffed all 6 Dao Yuan fruits into Zhang Da's embrace, declaring, "This is what you deserve. Do not worry, my master has cultivated plenty more at home." Zhang De received the fruits with a gaze filled with gratitude and a hint of speechlessness, reflecting the lavishness expected of a wealthy scion. Deep down, he comprehended that Yu Yu was merely looking after him. After all, such high-grade spiritual herbs would hardly be so generously bestowed by even the wealthiest of families. Thus, this man resolved to repay Yu Yu's life-saving gift and his remarkable generosity with unwavering loyalty. From this moment onward, no matter what Yu Yu required, the 3 Zhang brothers would face any peril, be it mountains of knives or seas of flames, without a flicker of hesitation. As Yu Yu gazed at Zhang Da's expression, he could discern his thoughts, causing a flutter in his heart. "Ah, the allure I possess is simply boundless, captivating both men and women alike." Subsequently, Yu Yu dismissed Zhang De, for the act of refining these wolf carcasses was hardly befitting a handsome and righteous gentleman. Furthermore, matters concerning the system were not something he intended to disclose to anyone. At that moment, the valley was left with only Yu Yu and a plethora of wolf remains scattered across the ground. Indeed, this was a genuine opportunity for wealth and prosperity. Yu Yu smiled, his hands forming a precise gesture, and instantly, a phantom of a violet fish materialized behind him, his true form. The violet fish inhaled deeply, and with the surrounding violet spiritual light enveloping Yu Yu, the entire valley seemed to be shrouded in a haze of purple. The once robust corpses of the black wolves, under the embrace of the violet glow, rapidly shriveled into desiccated remains, soon transforming into mere skeletons. As for Yu Yu, his grin stretched almost to the back of his head, for he was on the brink of an extraordinary windfall with the swift accumulation of evolution points. Ding! Successfully refined the 4th-tier Black Magic Wolf King. Evolution points 13,000. Ding! Successfully refined the 3rd-tier Black Magic Wolf. Evolution points 4,000. The blue text flashed incessantly before his eyes, and Yu Yu could scarcely contain his exhilaration, exclaiming his gratitude to the Black Magic Wolves for the bounty of evolution points, urging them to bestow upon him their favor. However, his laughter soon faded, as he realized the situation was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. His points had only increased by 37,000. Reflecting on the past, he recalled having vanquished 6 black magic wolves and a wolf king. This led him to ponder. If it was not he who had slain them, did it truly have any bearing on him? Yu Yu was on the verge of tears. Had he known that he needed the Dao Yuan fruit, he could have simply slaughtered the wolf pack without hesitation. His hard-earned points. This blunder had caused distress to his already struggling family. However, he also realized a crucial truth. His refining abilities were not as invincible as he had believed. Only the creatures he personally hunted could yield points. Everything else was futile. The 50 wolf carcasses he had just refined, aside from those that had fallen by his own hand, provided him with merely a negligible amount of vitality, and as for points, not a single one. After a considerable time, Yi regained his composure from the setback. With so many points at his disposal, he desired to indulge in shopping as a reward for his diligent efforts. Meanwhile, Zhang De, the earnest youth, remained oblivious to Yu Yu's turmoil in the valley. Instead, he took out a Dao Yuan fruit, playing with it and growing increasingly fond of it. With this item, he and his 2 brothers had a greater hope of ascending to the nascent soul stage. In that case, their lives could improve, and they would no longer need to risk their lives tackling perilous tasks against ruthless pirates. Chapter 30. Great Graces Go Unthanked. Panel host. Yu Yu Bloodline. Spirit Carp. Mutated. Hidden Bloodline. True Dragon Bloodline. 5, 100, 000. 000. Lifespan. 150 years. Cultivation Realm. 3rd Stage Demon Beast. Mid-level. Technique. Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Formula. Beginner. Mystical Skill. Purple Lotus Sword Technique. Advanced Talent. Concealed Sharpness and Soul Capture Special Ability. Different Eyes. Evolution Points. 49. 832. Incredibly, even the Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Formula could be enhanced. Yu Yu pondered deeply, grappling with a certain indecision, which ultimately stemmed from his financial constraints. Were he to possess a few 100 million points, He could effortlessly click the sign with his eyes closed, devoid of any need for contemplation. As for the enhancement of his bloodline, that could be set aside for the time being. Yu, a mere fish, could certainly reach the shore, regardless of how long it took. To elevate his cultivation, he estimated that approximately 20,000 points would be required, leaving him uncertain if he could further enhance the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique. In truth, his anticipation for the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique was paramount, leading him to grit his teeth and decisively commit to its enhancement, exclaiming in frustration, "Enhance." After all, earning points was merely a means to indulge in expenditure. While he could advance his cultivation without utilizing points through sheer effort, comprehending the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique was, at his current intellect, quite beyond his grasp. As the resonant voice of enhancement faded from Yu Yue's mind, his accumulated points of 30,000 vanished in an instant, transforming the subsequent level of the Zhou Tian dragon transformation technique to its rudimentary form. At that moment, Yu Yue felt an exhilarating lightness, a sensation that was beyond description. He could not restrain the manifestation of his true form, which had now taken the shape of a magnificent fish, nearly 3 meters long, with every scale shimmering in a resplendent purple glow. Floating in the valley, he let out a roar that reverberated through the surroundings, a sound reminiscent of a dragon's chant. His body elongated, exuding an air of mysterious beauty. As Yu Yue opened his eyes, he felt an intimate connection with the spiritual essence of the world, even with the unusual impurities present in the essence of this fallen valley. Moreover, the path ahead appeared clearer than ever, and in that moment, the true dragon bloodline within him surged slightly, increasing to 600 millions. After a considerable time, Yu Yue reverted to his human form, spreading his arms wide, his azure robe billowing in the wind. The essence of the valley, stripped of impurities, was indistinguishable from that of the outside world, and he absorbed it with even greater efficacy, accelerating his cultivation beyond measure. Though lacking in offensive capabilities, the Zhou Tian dragon transformation technique proved to be akin to a cheat, as upon reaching the rudimentary stage, his meridians widened significantly, suggesting a rapid advancement in his training. Upon examining the system panel, he found that his remaining points were insufficient for further enhancement, leading him to reflect on the high cost of such powerful techniques. Would he need at least 60,000 evolution points for the next upgrade? The thought deepened his sense of financial inadequacy. At that moment, a somewhat anxious Zhang De re-entered the valley. He had heard the dragon-like roar and feared for Yu Yue's safety. However, upon seeing Yu Yue, who appeared calm and invigorated, Zhang De realized his concerns were unwarranted. Nevertheless, the robust man scratched his head, sensing something was indeed different about Yu Yue. The two then set off on their journey. After nearly half a month in the Fallen Valley, Yu Yue began to speculate that this place might be a small world of its own. In his past life, he had come across texts describing deities who could create small worlds with their powers. Based on Yu Yue's conjecture, it seemed plausible that the Fallen Valley was such a realm. After all, a mere strait in the eastern sea could not possibly encompass such vastness. Yet, what purpose did this place serve? Upon reflecting on this, intellect seems somewhat insufficient. In the blink of an eye, another fortnight has elapsed. During this time, Yu Yue and Zhang De encountered a few minor disturbances, yet these posed no real threat to either of them. Rather, they afforded Yu Yue the opportunity to vanquish those dark entities, successfully elevating his rank to the latter stage of the Golden Core. In his spatial storage, 6 Dao Yuan fruits remain untouched, and Yu Yue contemplates accumulating further points until this matter concludes, thereafter striving to break through to the pinnacle of the Golden Core, and subsequently using the Dao Yuan fruits to ascend to the 4th tier. What a delightful prospect. 2 days later, Yu Yue and Zhang De appeared to have reached the terminus of the Fallen Valley, where an expanse of ocean stretched before them, its waters as dark as ink. The coast was shrouded in a gray haze, devoid of day or night, and lacking the sun. Only a towering hill stood sentinel, which, in Yu Yue's eyes, resembled a colossal grave. Among the Golden Core cultivators who had ventured into the Fallen Valley, there were scarcely 700, all congregated in this place, each exuding an aura of grim determination, a testament to the life and death struggles endured over the past month. Should these individuals manage to emerge alive, they would undoubtedly be deemed elite. For those who have faced the precipice of mortality are far beyond the comparison of sheltered blossoms, including Yu Yue himself. Over the past month, he had not only enhanced his strength, but also refined his character. Brother, at that moment, a figure with a severed arm staggered towards them and embraced Zhang De tightly. It was Zhang De's brother, Zhang San. His left sleeve hung empty. His leg bore signs of limping, and the latest wounds on his body appeared to have only just begun to heal. It is unimaginable what trials a late-stage golden core cultivator must endure to persevere in such a place. Good brother, good brother. Zhang De gently patted Zhang San's shoulder. Not having seen Zhang ere, he chose not to inquire. Over the past few days, he had gleaned subtle hints from Yu Yue's words, but he refrained from asking. For he dared not. The three brothers had always relied on one another, entrusting their backs to each other, as they were family. Third brother, eat this. Zhang De sensed Zhang San's aura was notably weak, clearly suffering from significant injuries. The spiritual energy of the fallen valley was scarcely sufficient for cultivation, let alone recovery. Thus, he took out the sacred spirit pill he had hesitated to use, discreetly handing it to Zhang San, while turning his back to Yu Yue. What is this? Zhang San gasped in astonishment. Although he did not recognize the pill, merely inhaling its scent brought a sense of healing. Surely, it could not be an ordinary item. As he hesitated, Yu Yue approached with a gentle smile. Consume it. I have more. Saying this, he produced 2 additional pills and offered them to Zhang De. Zhang De glanced at Yu Yue with gratitude, refraining from any further formalities. He felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to Yu Yue, one that he feared would take a lifetime to repay. Brother Yu, your kindness is beyond words. Zhang San bent deeply, and Yu Yue hurriedly lifted him up, a hint of regret in his gaze. During their time together, he had come to realize that the Zhang brothers possessed remarkable talents, hindered only by a lack of cultivation resources, which had prevented them from advancing beyond the golden core stage. Furthermore, the trio's character was commendable, aligning well with Yu Yue's preferences. Thus, witnessing Zhang San's severed arm evoked genuine sympathy within him. Chapter 31. The whales fall into the giant tomb. The Holy Spirit pill lived up to its reputation as a miraculous healing elixir. After Zhang San consumed and refined it, he swiftly returned to peak condition in merely 15 minutes, even making a breakthrough in his cultivation, now just a step away from the pinnacle of the golden core stage. He could no longer underestimate Yu Yue, who he initially thought was merely a figure relying on connections. However, witnessing Yu Yue's rapid ascension through 2 minor realms within just a month left Zhang San genuinely impressed. Moreover, learning of Yu Yue's life-saving grace towards his elder brother and receiving such a precious pill for his recovery filled him with immense gratitude. They were not the type to be ungrateful. Brother Yu, what do you make of this situation? Zhang San asked with a broad-minded spirit, unperturbed by his empty left sleeve. As a smile returned to his face. Upon hearing these words, Yu Yue furrowed his brows. He had long observed this place, and the unpleasant atmosphere had now intensified to an extreme degree. Uncertain, Yu Yue helplessly spread his hands, expressing, I cannot discern any particular insights. After all, we are merely here to investigate, and there is no need to engage in a futile struggle with this place. Zhang De nodded in agreement, relinquishing the thought of venturing into the hill. Perhaps Yu Yue's intentions were purely for exploration, but for them, the wandering cultivators, it was all about seizing opportunities. Yet, even if opportunities existed, one must possess the means to grasp them. Many formidable beings had perished here, and they were merely clinging to the hope of finding a way out. Young master, young master. At that moment, a young man in splendid attire rushed towards Yu Yue, his gaze reflecting the warmth of familial recognition. This caused Yu Yue to furrow his brow, questioning the man's sanity. Could he possibly be harboring designs on the Dao Yuan fruit? Young master, the finely dressed youth approached Yu Yue, first bowing respectfully. After Yu Yue returned the gesture with a slight nod, he inquired with a hint of detachment, What is it? The young man seemed somewhat embarrassed. I am Ao Chun. Might you know why the fallen valley is so exceedingly vast? Yu Yue's eyes narrowed slightly, yet he maintained a smile as he replied, I do not know. Ao Chun chuckled with a sense of triumph, as if this were the sole aspect in which he could surpass the disciples of the Sea Pavilion. My dear friend, are you unaware that in ancient times, our continent of divine beings was besieged by foreign tribes? The mighty warriors of the continent united in battle, ultimately fracturing the land into 5 pieces, with countless heroes falling in the struggle before managing to repel the invaders. However, our kin also suffered as some of our most powerful were ensnared by the soul-altering sorcery of the foreign tribes. To ensure the safety of our realm, these formidable beings chose to gather and end their own lives, leaving behind this grand tomb of the Whale Fall, which carries the hopes of our people. Ao Chun gazed at the towering 100-zhang tomb, a hint of reverence shining in his eyes, and continued, for tens of thousands of years hence. As the stars shifted and the world transformed, a strait emerged here, thus named the Valley of the Fallen. The anomalies in this region had long been sensed by the powerful. Through their divine thoughts, they discovered that it harbored a miniature world imbued with the essence of creation. Therefore, our purpose in coming here is to ascertain the true nature of this small world. Were it not for the fact that this is the resting place of our venerable ancestors, it would likely have been obliterated by the might of the oceanic powers long ago. Although Yu Yue was not entirely satisfied with this person, he could not help but feel a measure of appreciation upon witnessing the profound respect reflected in his eyes. Simultaneously, as he gazed upon the whale-fall tomb, a sense of reverence stirred within him. Regardless of the setting, such national heroes deserve our utmost respect. However, the pressing concern for Yu Yue remained. How would they exit this place? He was acutely aware that life is long, and he certainly did not wish to meet his demise here. His suspicions were confirmed. This indeed was a small world, and the unpleasant aura permeating the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth likely stemmed from an alien race. Aochin, with a pained expression, took a long moment before simply shaking his head. I do not know. Yu Yue took a deep breath twice, feeling an overwhelming urge to strike someone. He thought his father would find a way out of this predicament. Aochin felt aggrieved. Had he known this place was so terrifying, he would never have come. The opportunities he had hoped for were non-existent. He had barely encountered a few Dao Yuan fruits without any tangible gains. Now, the imposing presence of the massive whale grave loomed over him, exuding an unmistakable aura of dread, a place where even formidable beings had failed to escape. Regret washed over him. Not only he, but even Yu Yue felt an immense pressure emanating from the whale grave. As time wore on, the 100-foot tomb appeared to him as a ferocious beast, poised to devour anyone who approached. The others around them sat on the ground, engrossed in their cultivation. With no other options available, Yu Yue, like the rest, could only focus on his training. However, his advantage lay in having a system guardian in the Zhou Tian transformation technique, allowing him to absorb the spiritual energy of this place without restraint. Unbeknownst to the passage of time in this small world, where there were no celestial bodies, the sky remained perpetually gray. On this particular day, Yu Yue was quietly cultivating, the barrier between the late stage and peak of the third level of cultivation becoming increasingly fragile, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Once he refined the Dao Yuan fruits and accounted for the accumulated points, he should be able to ascend to the fourth level, at which point he would be considered a formidable force. Yet, at that moment, a sudden jolt of fear struck him without warning. Yu Yue's eyes snapped open, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his gaze fixated on the 100-foot whale grave. What's wrong, brother Yu? Zhang De and Zhang San, startled awake by Yu Yue's abrupt reaction, looked at him with confusion. In their minds, Yu Yue had always been an unflappable presence, exuding an air of calm and confidence. Why was he so flustered now? There is danger. Yu Yue's expression grew grave as he cast a glance around, noticing that the other cultivators remained oblivious to the tension that gripped him. Perhaps, being a demon cultivator, his perception of danger was far more acute than that of his human counterparts. Upon voicing his concerns, the Zhang brothers immediately adopted a defensive stance, while some nearby cultivators regarded Yu Yue and his companions with expressions akin to those reserved for the deranged. Not far off, Ao Chun noticed Yu Yue's unusual demeanor and initially attributed it to his inexperience in the trials of cultivation. Just as he resolved to approach and offer comfort, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically. They sensed the overwhelming aura of malice, an insatiable bloodlust. From the direction of the whale-fall tomb, two crimson beams surged forth, and soon a terrifying figure, akin to a demonic deity, became increasingly discernible to their eyes. Draped in tattered golden ropes, its emaciated form was a mere shadow of its former self, with hair resembling lifeless weeds and devoid of any luster. Clutched in its hand was a broken long spear, yet its eyes burned with a crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, evoking visions of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The Golden Sovereign. Someone in the crowd screamed, their voice trembling with fear. In that moment, Yu Yue recalled the first formidable being who had explored the ancient tomb. Was it not a figure of the same surname, Jin? Could this terrifying entity before them be none other than that very individual? Kill, kill, kill. The Golden Sovereign advanced slowly, saliva dripping from its mouth, muttering incoherently as it drew nearer. With each step, the crowd could clearly discern its incessant whisper, a single word resounding. Kill. Chapter 32. A desperate struggle run. Yu Yue exclaimed. Realizing at last the source of his trepidation, the Golden Sovereign was a formidable being of the Ascendant Realm, regardless of their numbers. The assemblage of Golden Core cultivators was but a mere plaything in the presence of such power, destined for annihilation. The other cultivators shared Yu Yue's sentiments. Even spirit transformation practitioners would think twice before confronting such might. The Ascendant Realm experts were the pinnacle of strength on the Divine Continent, and the Golden Sovereign, renowned for ages, was undeniably beyond their capacity to withstand. In an instant, radiant lights flickered along the shores of the Black Sea. Those were the escaping glimmers of the cultivators, including Yu Yue and the Zhang brothers. Yet, scarcely had they ventured forth when it felt as though a colossal, invisible hand descended upon them, filling their gazes with profound despair. "Brother Yu, he has confined this space." Zhang's face turned ashen. As a rogue cultivator, his experience eclipsed Yu Yue's by a vast margin. Once a practitioner reached the tribulation stage, they could manipulate space itself. For the Golden Sovereign, such confinement was as simple as a flick of his wrist. "Damn it! I shall fight you to the end." At that moment, a frenzied voice erupted from the crowd, infused with sheer terror and the indomitable spirit of a cultivator. One reckless individual brandished a spear and charged at the Golden Sovereign, igniting a spark of defiance among others. They brandished their spiritual artifacts, fueled by a torrent of murderous intent, rushing toward the Golden Sovereign. They understood that failing to resist meant certain death. Since death was inevitable, they resolved to fight back. The Golden Sovereign's eyes blazed crimson. "Die." Without any visible motion, he merely waved his left hand, and those rushing Golden Core cultivators fell before him, their bodies exploding into a gruesome spectacle of blood mist before they could utter a single cry. Only one individual, Bai Su, protected by a golden bell, managed to escape the calamity, albeit his protective artifact was now riddled with cracks, and he himself was rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force. The stench of blood quickly permeated the air, and fear once more ravaged the hearts of the cultivators. Those who had contemplated advancing suddenly halted, save for Ao Chun, who positioned himself near Yu Yue, his gaze flickering anxiously at the Golden Sovereign. "Bai Su." Ao Chun gasped, witnessing Bai Su, Tenjong away, being seized by the Golden Sovereign, who ruthlessly tore open his abdomen, extracting his entrails, his still-beating heart pulsating grotesquely in the air. What immense agony! Yu Yue furrowed his brow, while the Zhang brothers turned pale, and Ao Chen's eyes reflected a mixture of terror and fury. The Golden Sovereign, drenched in blood, devoured the heart whole before continuing his advance. "Young master, if we do not slay him, my heart will remain unsettled. We too shall find it difficult to survive." Following the retreat of the crowd, Ao Chen appeared to have made a resolute decision. The young master possesses the formidable strike of that individual. Yet the nature of the seal remains a mystery. I too wield a powerful strike from my esteemed sect. Allow me to take the initiative. Ao Chen fixed his gaze fiercely upon the Golden Elder, his fury ignited by the death of Bai Su. Although their relationship was one of master and servant, even a dog, after years of companionship, develops an emotional bond. How much more so for two individuals who have shared over a decade together? "Very well." Yu Yue nodded, his voice quivering slightly. This had indeed been his thought all along. Once his ultimate move was expended, should he fail to vanquish the Golden Sovereign, he would retreat into the depths of the Black Sea, as preserving his life took precedence. Yes, he had truly become timid, akin to an ant confronted by a deity. How could he not feel fear? Ao Chen also nodded, and soon, they ceased to retreat. A few others stepped forward, giving a nod of acknowledgement to both Yu Yue and Ao Chen. These were disciples equipped with formidable life-preserving trump cards. No one harbored thoughts of restraint any longer, as this represented their final opportunity to unleash their hidden strengths. If they could not pose a threat to the Golden Sovereign, who seemed ensnared in an unknown state, it was likely that all present would meet their demise here today. "Attack!" Ao Chen bellowed, channeling his entire spiritual energy into the golden token. An ancient, colossal phantom emerged behind him, launching a devastating punch towards the Golden Sovereign. The others either invoked the techniques of their elders or hurled powerful spiritual artifacts. Almost simultaneously, these combined forces coalesced into a tremendous power that shook the very fabric of this small world, striking directly at the Golden Sovereign. Yet, the Golden Sovereign showed no inclination to evade. Dark mist swirled around him, and a fierce malevolence surged in his eyes. With a mere gesture, he unleashed his formidable cultivation without reservation, colliding with the incoming onslaught. Boom! The entire world trembled, as if the sky and earth could scarcely withstand this overwhelming might, revealing terrifying fissures. All Golden Core cultivators were violently thrown back by the shockwave, and many with weaker physical forms were utterly obliterated by the residual force of the clash. In that instant, Yu Yue had already pulled Ao Chun and the Zhang brothers back. expending nearly all his spiritual energy to conjure a protective barrier around the four of them. Even so, they sustained significant injuries. Ao-chun was particularly grievously wounded. His spiritual energy had been entirely siphoned by the token, leaving him defenseless. Had it not been for Yu Yue's intervention, he would have been reduced to mere ash. Conversely, Yu Yue was safeguarded by the armor granted by his esteemed master, suffering only minor issues, though it felt as if his internal organs were on the verge of displacement. He hastily forced a pill into Ao-chun's mouth, his expression grim. During their time of dominance in this small world, he had fancied himself possessing considerable strength. But in comparison to such a level of power, his capabilities were utterly inconsequential. A single misstep, and even the residual energies from that level of combat could obliterate him hundreds of times over. Yet, while he lamented his inadequacies, the other surviving cultivators remained fixated on the point of collision between the two forces, hoping that this strike would finally annihilate the Golden Sovereign. After all, to their eyes, this power was entirely comparable to the full force of a transcendent being. The clash of immense energies persisted for several breaths of time. As the dust and reverberations dissipated, a vast pit, several dozen yards in diameter, emerged at the epicenter of the explosive force. Additionally, a figure drenched in dark blood, with eyes still glimmering with a sinister crimson, came into their view. In the gray, murky expanse, silence reigned. Despair enveloped everyone present. Was it possible that he had not been slain? Even in his prime, the Gold Sovereign would likely have been unable to withstand such a strike. The fragmented whispers of death echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, akin to the voice of a malevolent specter at that moment. They found themselves incapable of any further resistance. Only Ao-chun gazed at Yu with a flicker of gratitude and hope, for he understood that the lethal move wielded by Yu Yue was far more terrifying than all their trump cards combined. It was the strike of the mightiest being in the divine continent. Chapter 33. The terrifying overlord. At that moment, Yu Yue staggered to his feet, a jade slip manifesting in his hand. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the entire realm began to stir restlessly. Yu Yue infused the last remnants of his spiritual power into the jade slip and pointed towards the approaching figure. In that instant, a monstrous roar erupted from the throat of the Gold Sovereign, as if sensing an imminent, lethal threat. Frantically, he charged towards Yu Yue with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, the jade slip in Yu Yue's grasp transformed into a stream of azure light, coalescing in the air into an ethereal silhouette, clad in flowing white garments. With a visage as smooth as jade, the onlookers regarded this apparition with palpable reverence. At that moment, the ethereal figure bore slight differences from Yu Yue's recollection of his formidable master. A hint of a defiant curve graced the corners of his mouth. Yet his eyes remained devoid of any luster. The grand figure regarded the frenzied Gold Sovereign with a calm demeanor, raising his right hand gently, as if the once mighty celestial being appeared merely as a slightly formidable insect in his eyes, and with a delicate grasp, he commanded, "Leave." Yu Yue was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, nearly all the cultivators capable of movement immediately exerted their utmost speed to flee into the distance. Zhang De and Zhang San each dragged Ao-chun, while one carried Yu Yue on their back, hastily escaping for their lives. Yu Yue was taken aback. The ethereal figure of his esteemed master seemed to effortlessly grasp the situation, exuding a power that surpassed the previous cultivators' hidden trump cards by several magnitudes. If they did not flee immediately, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere remnants. Boom. The terrifying shockwave nearly forced everyone to spit out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the once invincible Golden Sovereign appeared to disintegrate at an alarming rate, akin to ordinary ice meeting the most searing heat, rendering all attempts at resistance futile. Meanwhile, the formidable figure of his master had long since vanished. This singular strike left the entire miniature world in tatters, teetering on the brink of collapse. With the ground riddled with horrific fissures, even the monumental whale fall tomb had been forcibly reduced by nearly 30 zhang. Yi was rendered speechless. Ao-chun was taken aback, and everyone around them was equally astounded. Is this truly the might of the continent's strongest? Merely a shadow, an effortless strike, and a single blow incapacitated an entire small world. There are no words adequate to describe it, except perhaps extraordinary. In the outside world, numerous formidable beings from the Eastern Sea had already gathered at the Fallen Valley, sensing that the hidden trump cards they had bestowed upon their descendants had simultaneously erupted. This could only indicate an encounter with insurmountable troubles. Among them were the esteemed elder and Bai Xiaoshuang, the master and disciple hovering in the void. While none of the other powerful beings dared to stand before the elder, at that moment, the Fallen Valley was quaking and sinking. with black spatial rifts of considerable magnitude flashing intermittently. It was evident that the power sealed within the jade slips had thoroughly obliterated the spatial integrity of the small world within the fallen valley. Master, little fish won't be in danger, will he? Bai Xiaoshuang tugged at the elder's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with anxiety. Had she known it would be so perilous, she would never have allowed little fish to go. Fear not, I can sense his aura. The elder's half-closed eyes opened, and a smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth, as warm as a spring breeze. In the late stage of the third tier, his disciple was proving to be far more impressive than Bai Xiaoshuang. The elder nodded at the powerful beings behind him, prompting them to bow their heads and clasp their hands in respect. Then, with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, he shattered the spatial barriers separating the outer regions of the fallen valley from its internal small world. Soon after, the injured inhabitants of that small world were escorted back by their guardians, including Yu Yue, who was recovering after consuming a sacred spirit pill. Master, I nearly ended up as a stew. As Yu Yue, with tears streaming down his face, handed over the viewing stone to the esteemed elder, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. The golden venerable was indeed terrifying. Had it not been for the powerful strike from the elder, it is likely that the hundreds gathered would have perished right there. Xiao Bai, please escort your junior brother back to the sea pavilion, the elder spoke gently. Yet within that gentleness lay a hint of coldness. Bai Xiaoshuang obediently nodded, fully aware that her master was fiercely protective, and it seemed that even the sacred burial grounds of the sages would not escape calamity this time. After the golden core cultivators from their faction were taken back to recuperate, a middle-aged man with a fair complexion approached the elder, clasping his hands in gratitude. My son nearly lost his life in the fallen valley. I am deeply thankful for the rescue by your esteemed disciple. The man was none other than Ao Chen's father, the leader of the Ao Lai Hall. Yet the elder, without turning, merely replied while examining the viewing stone in his hand, "It is of no consequence." Then, esteemed elder, what should we do about the fallen valley? Ao Guangtian inquired tentatively, for this elder was known for his benevolence. Despite wielding the continent's utmost power, he refrained from engaging in conflicts, often presenting a gentle demeanor. However, Ao Guangtian, having once witnessed the elder's thunderous methods in repelling a formidable adversary seeking to dominate the Eastern Sea, dared not speak further upon seeing the elder's slightly darkened expression. The elder paid him no mind and, after thoroughly perceiving everything within the viewing stone, turned around, his face once again adorned with a gentle smile. I believe you all have sensed that the foreign will within the fallen valley has awakened, capable of slaying skywalkers and controlling them. At this moment, an elder stepped forward, leaning on a cane and bearing a tortoise shell on his back that seemed to have endured countless ages. The shell bore the faint image of a spirit serpent. Despite his frail appearance, his vitality surged, and his cultivation was nearly on par with the elder. What is your intention? He asked. To destroy it, the elder replied nonchalantly. He was never one to adhere to conventions, while the sages were deserving of reverence. He prioritized the threat posed by the fallen valley to the Eastern Sea and the entire divine continent over such reverence. That is unacceptable. Within lies the Whalefall tomb, the resting place of the sages. Those individuals sacrificed their lives for our divine continent. The elder stepped forward once more, his imposing presence clashing subtly with that of the elder. The fallen valley must not be destroyed, and the Whalefall tomb must remain unharmed. Upon hearing this, a trace of imperceptible coldness flickered in the elder's originally gentle eyes. Did I seek your counsel? He retorted, as soon as the words left his lips. Amidst the astonished and furious gazes of the powerful beings around, he struck down with a single palm. In that moment, space shattered inch by inch, and an irresistible force reduced the vast fallen valley to mere ashes. The shattered little world has been utterly annihilated. The grave of the whale fall and the will of the alien races have vanished in this terrifying obliteration. If there were a way, the esteemed one would not wish to proceed thus, for he understands the veneration due to the ancients. Yet, even with his profound cultivation, he cannot eradicate the alien will without disturbing the valley of fallen stars. Thus, this villain shall take on the task. As for the elder tortoise, though he has existed for a few more years, he too harbors fear. To speak candidly, amidst this land of deities, there is but one individual who instills trepidation in him, and it is certainly not the elder tortoise. Chapter 34. The Mark of Tao. You are utterly unorthodox. The elder tortoise gazed at the obliterated valley of fallen stars before him, his finger trembling in fury as he pointed at the esteemed one. Within this valley of fallen stars, within this grave of the whale fall, lay his once dear friend. In that great battle, it was his beloved who had borne the fatal strike for him. Otherwise, it should be lying within at this moment. Yet, the Valley of Fallen Stars, along with the grave of the whale fall, has been destroyed by the Esteemed One. How could he not be enraged? Even many other formidable beings began to cast discontented glances at the Esteemed One. However, he turned, standing with his hands clasped behind his back amidst the void, the sea breeze gently tousling his black hair and white garments. He appeared as an ordinary figure, yet his aura was undeniably captivating, capable of subduing countless souls. Unorthodox? I have once been gravely wounded for the sake of this continent. I have fought alone against 3 formidable foes to protect the Eastern Sea from being consumed, and my wounds have yet to heal. The gentleness on his face vanished as his gaze swept across the assembled powers, save for the elder tortoise. None dared to meet his eyes. You accuse me of being unorthodox. Yet if that alien will were to grow, it would completely expose the continent's position, leading to a catastrophic war that would bring ruin upon all living beings. If that will were to take form, their soul-controlling abilities are well known. How many lives would be lost in the seas? Who among you shall bear the consequences? With that, the Esteemed One's aura surged explosively. The clouds above were shredded by this force, and even the sea breeze stilled in reverence. In truth, the Esteemed One's final unspoken words lingered in his heart. It was that the alien will had harmed his disciple. Have you perhaps stepped beyond that threshold? The elder tortoise's eyes widened in horror. He had thought that even in comparison to the Esteemed One, he was only slightly inferior. Now it was evident that the disparity was vast. My friend, I understand your sentiments, but I implore you to prioritize the sea and the continent. The aura of the esteemed figure was subdued as he clasped his hands in respect towards the ancient tortoise elder and the other formidable beings, who reciprocated with courteous gestures. The elder, with a wry smile, nodded in acknowledgement. In the presence of such overwhelming power, this somewhat pedantic elder recognized the folly of his earlier actions. The esteemed figure nodded in return, refraining from further dialogue, and with a single step, his form vanished from sight. The remaining powerful individuals exchanged brief pleasantries before returning to their respective abodes, eager to ascertain the well-being of their disciples. Ultimately, only the ancient tortoise elder remained in the vast emptiness. He gazed toward the direction of the fallen valley, reminiscing about a time when a dark beam had struck him from behind, and a graceful silhouette had shielded him with her body, dissipating in his embrace. This venerable being, who had endured from ancient times to the present, shed tears. As one ages, memories of the past often resurface. I have traversed an extensive timeline. Yet the once unyielding resolve of my heart bears an indelible scar that has never faded. I possess boundless longevity, yet your departure has dimmed its brilliance, leaving behind only solitude. I have comprehended the laws of destiny, yearning for the day I might ascend to the pinnacle of enlightenment, shattering the chains of fate, and bringing you back to my side. For this, I would sacrifice everything. The ancient tortoise elder too departed, leaving behind a single tear that plunged into the sea, stirring a vast expanse of water. Then, a figure clad in white appeared, shook their head, and subsequently faded away. In the medicinal fields of the sea pavilion, the injuries of Yu Yue had long since healed, yet he found himself increasingly vexed by Xiao Shuang's incessant scrutiny. At last, Yu Yue could no longer contain his frustration. He looked into the eyes of the petite girl in white and earnestly remarked, "Do you have a problem? Do you even realize whom you are speaking to?" Xiao Shuang displayed her small, sharp teeth, her beautiful eyes brimming with a dangerous glint. "I have viewed the viewing stone. Isn't the golden sovereign powerful?" Yu Yue felt somewhat bewildered, yet he answered honestly, "Strong. How could it not be? That fellow nearly cost him his life." Xiao Shuang nodded, her cherubic face adorned with 2 charming dimples. Do you believe me when I say I seized 2/3 of his fortune?" Yu Yue has realized that this cunning fox is threatening him. How dare he? Yu Shuaiyu is not the kind of fish to be intimidated. A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. A fish may not possess arrogance, yet it must have its pride. Senior sister, you are truly remarkable, beautiful, charming, and gifted. With such formidable strength, whoever marries you will be extraordinarily fortunate. By the way, senior sister, is there something on your mind as you circle around me? As your junior, I am entirely forthcoming and ready to share everything. Yu Yue pounded his chest with a resounding thud, his eyes brimming with sincerity. "Oh." Xiao Shuang nodded in approval. "From now on, you shall be my companion. By the way, do you have a name? If not, I shall call you Erden. Furthermore, you are barely half a year old. Why do you take on the form of an adult so soon?" Yu Yue clenched his teeth and declared, I am Yu Yue. The transformation of form is born from the heart. This is the essence of it. He paused, contemplating. Yu Yue? A splendid name indeed. Reminiscent of fish leaping over the dragon gate. This young man possesses ambition. Bai Xiaoshuang plucked a sprig of spiritual herb, unbothered by the dirt, and began to nibble on it. Well, the young lady finds herself somewhat disheartened. She too longs to grow up. Surely, when she matures, she will be a great beauty. Yet, after 80,000 years, she remains unchanged, which is quite vexing. At that moment, the gate of the medicinal field swung open, and a man clad in white, exuding a gentle smile, entered. His gaze fell upon Yu Yue, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Is your injury healed? Thank you for your concern, master. Yu Yue is unscathed, he replied. As Yu Yue bowed respectfully, he revealed his name to the esteemed figure before him. He was acutely aware of the gaze directed at him when Bai Xiaoshuang took him away. It was one that regarded him, Yu, as family. The anger sparked by the injury of a loved one resonated deeply within him. Thus, he too embraced this formidable man who cared for him as a true family member, considering Hage his home. Ah, splendid. Have you grasped the essence of swordsmanship? In just a month, your cultivation has ascended 3 levels, your aura steady and profound, far surpassing Bai Xiaoshuang. The elder, standing nearly at the same height as the transformed Yu Yue, affectionately ruffled his hair. To him, over the vast expanse of time, a disciple is akin to a child. Master, how can he possibly be stronger than me? Bai Xiaoshuang protested, her pouting visage adorably charming. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from idleness. Your retreats seldom last beyond 3 days. And you, the 9-tailed fox? I feel as though I am nurturing a mere pig. After 80,000 years of consuming spiritual herbs, you've merely reached his level. The elder's remarks carried a light-hearted sting. Observing Bai Xiaoshuang's crestfallen expression, Yu Yue couldn't help but silently applaud the elder's wit. The elder seemed to revel in Bai Xiaoshuang's plight. After all, the foolish disciple was a source of joy in his life. With a buoyant spirit, he patted Yu Yue on the shoulder. A fine name indeed. On the day you leap over the dragon's gate, you shall not disappoint your master's expectations. This expedition has been fruitful, and I am preparing for a breakthrough to the 4th tier. Truth be told, this was a strategy to request cultivation resources from the elder. For he was a fish of principles, he would not take without consent. Chapter 35, The Elder's Heartache. So soon? The elder cast a glance at Yu Yue. And in that instant, Yu Yue felt as if he were entirely transparent to his master, his secrets laid bare for all to see, except, of course, from the system father. Your foundation is solid. Proceed as you see fit. The elder again ruffled Yu Yue's hair, admiring his disciple's maturity. You are more polite than the eldest and the second. As for Bai Xiaoshuang, alas, her talent seems wasted. Master, the disciple requires some resources for the broken mirror. Merely a trifling matter. The elder waved his hand grandly. His demeanor generous. Is it truly arduous to nurture a 3rd-tier little fish? Do you not recognize my stature? Money is no object. Feel free to take the spiritual herbs from the medicinal fields without needing to consult me. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoshuang felt a pang in her heart. After 80,000 years, she had longed for her master to utter those words to her. Unexpectedly, they were directed at a fledgling disciple. The bond of teacher and student forged over these 80,000 years felt to her like shattered glass, cracking and splintering within her heart. And you? The elder was in high spirits, for Yu Yue had brought him much pride, yet Bai Xiaoshuang still required a firm reprimand. Look at your junior disciple. He has just transformed and appears so gallant. And you? After 80,000 years, you still seem but a child. Hasten to cultivate and awaken the ancestral bloodline within you. And then you shall freely harvest from the medicinal fields. Truly? I assure you with utmost sincerity. Observing Bai Xiaoshuang transform into a swift white shadow and dash away, the master shook his head while casting a knowing glance at Yu Yue, urging him to strive diligently before discreetly departing. Meanwhile, Yu Yue was filled with questions. After 3 days of seclusion and merely 10 hours of practice, he pondered how many years it would take to reach the level of freely harvesting from the medicinal fields. But what does it matter? Once the esteemed master had left, Yu Yue transformed into his true form and leaped into the spiritual spring with a splash. A 3-meter-long fish, shimmering with a resplendent purple light, appeared, exuding an air of the extraordinary. Yu Yue retrieved 6 Dao Yuan fruits from his spatial pouch, casting a glance at the setting sun that was about to descend. He was poised to enter a period of seclusion, determined to break through to the 4th tier upon his return. When he sets a goal and takes action, it is indeed a formidable force to be reckoned with. Although the Dao Yuan fruits are regarded as extraordinary by ordinary cultivators, they are hardly significant in the realm of this medicinal field. Soon, as the moon reached its zenith, the refinement of the 6 Dao Yuan fruits was complete, granting Yu Yue 30,000 evolution points. Yet this was still far from sufficient to elevate his cultivation. Subsequently, he selected numerous spirit herbs of unknown grades from the medicinal field and returned to the spiritual spring to commence their refinement. With the esteemed approval of his master, he resembled an insatiable abyss. However, he was still more principled than by Xiaoshuang. After harvesting the spirit herbs, Yu Yue made sure to level the soil. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, the Grandmaster had neither plucked the guzheng nor could he concentrate on his reading. Even experiencing several involuntary twitches at the corners of his mouth, he felt a twinge of regret, as he had truly not anticipated such a turn of events. How is it that this fellow Yu Yue, who is yet to reach the nascent soul stage, possesses such an insatiable appetite? Even by Xiaoshuang at the 3rd tier, never exhibited such voracity. In the mere span of 3 days, Yu Yue has harvested nearly 10 spirit herbs, all of heavenly grade and of superior quality, each exceeding 5,000 years in age. Quite discerning indeed. The esteemed figure observed a sizable fish leaping from the spirit spring, splashing onto the ground, blissfully clutching a spirit-enhancing herb before swishing its tail back into the spring. He felt a sense of foreboding regarding his future. How wealthy he once was, yet ever since he took on a disciple. Alas, no more shall be said. The esteemed figure sipped his lukewarm tea, noting its slight bitterness. In contrast, Yu Yue has been living rather comfortably these past few days. Aided by the paternal support of the system and the cultivation sheet known as the Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Secret, he has been able to refine without concern for the leakage of medicinal potency or the peril of bodily explosion. After a full half-hour, that spirit-enhancing herb was completely refined, and Yu Yue once again accrued 9,000 evolution points, feeling that he was nearing a satisfactory conclusion. Panel. Host. Yu Yue Bloodline. Spirit Carp. Variant. Hidden Bloodline. True Dragon Bloodline 5. 100. 000. 000. Lifespan. 150 years Cultivation Realm. 3rd tier monster. Late stage. Technique. Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Secret. Beginner. Arcane Skill. Purple Lotus Sword Technique. Advanced Talent. Concealed Sharp Soul Capture Special Ability. Different Eyes. Evolution Points. 143. 584 with nearly 150. 000 points. The joy of wealth is indeed delightful. Yu Yue joyfully tapped his fins twice. The Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Technique could not be enhanced at present. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attain a mere 90,000. However, the bloodline could indeed be elevated. Murmuring to himself, he resolved to directly upgrade his bloodline. Just as this thought resonated in his mind, a staggering 40,000 points were deducted. Before Yu Yue could marvel at the astonishing speed of the transaction, a colossal fish began to thrash about in the spiritual spring. The sensation was unbearable. It indeed hurt. It was unknown what immense force surged from the heavens and earth, ruthlessly transforming Yu Yue's body, affecting every scale, every bone, and every blood vessel. How could this not be painful? The excruciating agony persisted for a full quarter of an hour before finally subsiding. At that moment, a fish, measuring nearly 2 zhang in length, rolled over to reveal its white underbelly in the spiritual spring. Yu Yue's form now appeared elongated, reminiscent of a plump ribbon fish, adorned with resplendent purple scales that shimmered elegantly, accented by faint golden lines that added an air of mystery. His fins and tail appeared even sharper, and most notably, his teeth had become exceedingly formidable. If placed back into the sea, he would undoubtedly reign as a formidable beast. Panel. Weak and feeble. Host. Yu Yue Bloodline. Purple Dragon Carp. Variant. Hidden Bloodline. True Dragon Bloodline. 7. 100. 000. 000. Lifespan. 500 years Cultivation Realm. Tier 3 Demon Beast. Late Stage. Technique. Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Technique. Beginner. Mystical Skill. Purple Lotus Sword Technique. Advanced Talent. Concealed Sharp Soul Capture Special Ability. Evolution Points. 103. 584 Purple Dragonfish? Or perhaps a variant. The True Dragon Bloodline has astonishingly increased by 2 points. In Yu Yue's eyes shone a gleam of excitement, this time. His physical form had undergone substantial enhancement, and the value of his bloodline evolution was remarkable. Moreover, the evolution points utilized did not exceed Yu Yue's expectations. Next, he intended to elevate his cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Yue resolved to set aside the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique and, with unyielding determination, allocate the remaining points to advance his cultivation, with the expenditure of an additional 60,000 evolution points, as the ethereal energies of heaven and earth danced in jubilation. Yu Yue's cultivation realm on the panel instantaneously transformed into the pinnacle of the third stage. He was now directly at the apex of the third stage, just a step away from the fourth stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, Yu Yue's evolution points dwindled to a little over 43,000. Insufficient to propel his cultivation into the fourth stage, yet the formidable aura of his cultivation remained undiminished. The recent expedition to the Fallen Valley had left an indelible impact on him. The assembly of golden core cultivators appeared as mere ants before the formidable beings of the heavenly realm. Likewise, those celestial beings appeared as insignificant insects when confronted by the true powerhouses. Despite his reincarnation, Yu Yue's pride had not waned in the slightest. He aspired to become a formidable force. Only then could he face dangers without the fear of losing his life again. As long as life persisted, one held the right to possess everything. Without the strength to safeguard his existence, he would lose everything. Thus, the expression in Yu Yue's eyes reflected his resolve. He would continue to break through barriers. Achieving this without relying on points was not without precedent. What was the fourth stage to someone of my caliber? In Yu Yue's heart, a fervent cry resounded as the purple-golden demon core within his dantian erupted with unparalleled brilliance. Akin to a resplendent sun of violet hue, he summoned all the spiritual energy within him and struck fiercely towards the seemingly attainable barrier of cultivation. With a thunderous roar, the waters of the spiritual spring surged over Tianzhong, agitated by the invisible yet formidable shockwave, startling the venerable figure who was in deep meditation. As for Bai Xiaoshuang, though she claimed to be in seclusion, this foolish fox could slumber through the mightiest thunderclaps. At this moment, Yu Yue was akin to a dragon thrashing about. In truth, reaching the fourth tier of the nascent soul stage was no longer merely about the control of spiritual energy. Rather, it involved shattering the golden core to establish the nascent soul through a process of destruction and rebirth. For cultivators, the nascent soul stage is merely the foundational phase of the path of cultivation, as it signifies an initial grasp of the rules governing the cosmos. Thus, to transcend into the nascent soul stage, what was required was not the quality or quantity of spiritual energy, but profound comprehension. Although Yu Yue's spiritual energy was undoubtedly comparable to that of the fourth tier, he had recently advanced too rapidly, leaving his understanding stagnant at the golden core stage. Were he to enhance his abilities through points, it would bear no adverse effects, for under the auspices of the system, comprehension was unnecessary. However, Yu Yue's journey of transcendence differed fundamentally from the system's upgrades. At this juncture, his purple-tinted eyes flickered with crimson, his consciousness teetering on the brink of despair. Regret surged within him, and he cursed himself internally. Why had he not shattered the barrier before utilizing his points for advancement? Yet, Yu Yue found himself unable to rein in his impulses. Gazing at the ominous red exclamation mark indicated by the system, he felt tears welling in his eyes. Overwhelmed by bitterness as his consciousness continued to descend into darkness, a sure sign of demonic intrusion. Should Yu Yue's awareness completely succumb, he would no longer be himself, but rather a mere vessel driven by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. Yet, this was the sea pavilion, and ere he could unleash his wrath, he would likely be reduced to a pulp by the venerable figure, only to be consumed as a dipping sauce by that foolish fox. Alas, it seemed inevitable that troubles would arise. But just then, a gentle voice whispered in his ear. Yu Yue felt tears brimming. "Master, save me." Alas, words failed him now. The night breeze caressed the soft visage of the venerable one, who regarded the drastically transformed Yu Yue with a hint of astonishment. This child, could he even change his nature? Yet, now was not the time for such musings. The venerable figure made no sudden movements, merely placing a hand upon Yu Yue's head, calming the agitated spirit within him. Was it not merely the incursion of demonic thoughts triggered by impatience? Perhaps it would be challenging for one of equal standing. But for one of the venerable's caliber, it was a trivial matter. With a gentle touch, the venerable stroked Yu Yue's head, and in an instant, the crimson hue in his eyes began to fade, though the venerable did not entirely eradicate Yu Yue's inner demons. That was still his own battle. Alas. Having concluded his thoughts, the elder gazed upon the now vulnerable Yu Yue, who lay with his belly exposed, and sighed softly. Half a year? A fourth-tier nascent soul? Such a feat was scarcely heard of even in my era. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, while talent is undeniably crucial. The strength of one's character is equally essential. this trial of the heart. It is a journey you must undertake alone. With that, he dispersed into the ether. Yet, before his departure, a radiant spark of spiritual energy surged into Yu Yue's body, mending the meridians ravaged by his reckless exertion of spiritual power. The once dim and cracked golden core suddenly burst forth with a dazzling violet light, and then it split apart. The golden core transformed into two small fish, one black and one white, which floated serenely within Yu Yue's dantian, signifying his successful breakthrough to the fourth tier. Had it not been for the elder's intervention, he would have only achieved a half step into the nascent soul realm, which would have adversely affected his future cultivation. The next day, gentle sunlight streamed through the Dao Yuan fruit tree beside the spiritual spring, illuminating the waters within. Yu Yue awoke, his eyes tinged with a hint of violet. Still slightly bleary. Huh? Why am I suddenly belly up? He murmured, flipping himself over. He recalled that his attempt to forcibly break through without using points had led to complications, and thankfully, the elder had appeared in time to rescue him. Damn. Breaking through carries risks. One must be cautious when swimming through this transformation. Shaking off his grogginess, Yu Yue began to assess his condition, and to his astonishment, joy welled up within him. It seemed the elder had indeed bestowed some benefits upon him. His cultivation level had ascended to the early stage of a fourth-tier demonic beast, firmly positioned at the pinnacle of the initial phase. Moreover, his internal aura was deep and stable, with remarkably expansive meridians, and a potent, pure spiritual energy course through them, each pulse radiating an even stronger sensation. However, this nascent soul, shouldn't it be in the form of a small humanoid? Why were there two fish instead? These two little fish bore a resemblance to the yin-yang fish he had heard of in his past life, yet they seemed harmless enough. Curiously, it appeared that when he summoned his spiritual power, only the white fish responded, while the black fish remained stubbornly unyielding, akin to a lord who refused to budge. It seemed he would need to consult the elder about this matter. With this thought in mind, Yu Yue adjusted his posture and leaped from the spiritual spring. Upon landing, a flash of purple spiritual light enveloped him, transforming him into a tall, handsome young man clad in a flowing blue robe. He then made his way from the medicinal fields towards the pavilion where the elder often studied. Ah, you have arrived? Indeed, the elder was engrossed in his reading. As he noticed Yu Yue approaching, he gently closed the ancient tome, a warm smile gracing his lips. Yu Yue couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at such striking features. Master, I have encountered some issues regarding the nascent soul. Yu Yue respectfully clasped his hands together. After taking a seat, he spoke. The esteemed elder's smile remained gentle as he raised his hand, gesturing towards the stone chair opposite the stone table. Yu Yue respectfully complied and, without hesitation, took a seat upon the stone chair. He continued. After breaking through to the fourth stage, my original golden core transformed into two fish. However, one of them is utterly, well, it cannot be summoned. Despite exerting all my efforts, I find myself powerless. Please extend your hand. Let me see. Yu Yue, displaying his obedient nature, extended his hand to rest upon the stone table. In response, the distinguished figure delicately placed two slender fingers upon Yu Yue's wrist, evoking a sensation reminiscent of taking a pulse. Suddenly, the esteemed individual's smile faltered, and within his originally inscrutable eyes, a flicker of ambiguity and surprise emerged. Chapter 37. If I were a DJ. As Yu Yue felt the pressure of his superior's grip on his fingers, a sense of alarm washed over him. What on earth was happening? His esteemed mentor was someone who remained unruffled even in the face of the abyssal valley. Could it be that I am beyond salvation? Yu Yue felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. The elder opened his eyes, his brow relaxing as he regarded Yu Yue's expression, unable to suppress a smile. This little fellow was indeed amusing. Unlike the eldest, who exuded arrogance, or the second, who was imbued with an aloofness, he was far removed from Bai Xiaoduan's exasperating demeanor. Instead, he was somewhat endearing, eliciting laughter. How fortuitous you are, the elder remarked, a gentle smile gracing his flawless visage. A dual-born primordial infant, a rarity that many cultivators yearn for. With such a duality, your spiritual power is undoubtedly more robust than that of the average primordial infant cultivator, exceeding it by more than double. The elder's smile deepened. Your primordial infant embodies dual attributes, the true nature of which will only be revealed upon your transformation, rest assured. This is not a misfortune. Despite his words, a tinge of envy stirred within him. He was, after all, a figure of exceptional talent in his era. Yet even he had never possessed a dual-born primordial infant. He had heard of such a phenomenon before, yet witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Steeped in profound mystery, it was unexpected that his disciple, having succumbed to the allure of darkness, would be graced with such fortune. Truly, he was worthy of the title of an emperor. How remarkable! Yet why does it not heed my commands? With a sly smile, Yu exclaimed, impressive. Truly impressive. Yet, no matter how remarkable it is, it remains useless if one cannot wield it. The limitations of one's realm rendered one of the gifts merely a rightful claim, while the other was a matter of fate. How could it be so easily grasped? The master cast a sidelong glance at Yu Yue, frustration evident in his demeanor. Any ordinary person would have been ecstatic at this moment, though it seemed they were anything but normal. Why did his disciple still appear so unsatisfied? The master felt an urge to chastise him, yet considering his own status, it would be unbecoming to strike a mere fourth-tier junior. Thus, he chose to let it go. Contemplating this, the master ignored Yu Yue and gently cradled the guzheng. With his elongated fingers, he began to play, and the music resonated, melodious, exquisite, yet imbued with a soft, yet powerful strength. Listening to the harmonious notes, Yu Yue felt his heart gradually find tranquility. After a while, as the final note faded, both master and disciple opened their eyes simultaneously and exchanged smiles. If this scene were to be witnessed by some female cultivators from the divine realm, the charm and grace of these two would surely captivate countless hearts. Master, what was the name of that piece you just played? The master pondered for a moment, his gaze following a butterfly as it flitted by, and replied softly, the piece is titled Battle's Lament. Yu Yue nodded in silence, quietly preparing a pot of tea for his esteemed master. Before his disciple, the master displayed emotions unrestrained and unmasked, though his gaze remained tranquil. Yu Yue could perceive the profound sorrow, transcending millennia, that lingered in his eyes. While he could not fully comprehend it, he surmised that his master was perhaps reminiscing about someone or something significant. This melody stirred an unknown wound within his master's heart. So be it, master. Yu Yue handed the teacup to the esteemed figure, stating, I am quite familiar with musical tones, though I cannot compare myself to my master. I believe I possess sufficient skill to perform a piece for you. May I? The distinguished individual glanced at Yu Yue and replied, this is a guzheng. Yu Yue corrected himself, well, it is somewhat similar. With a hint of skepticism in the elder's eyes, he accepted the guzheng, gently cradling it in his arms. At the mere touch, Yu Yue sensed the instrument's exceptional quality, far surpassing even the dragon of his sword. He felt that had it not been for the presence of the elder, he would have dared not lay his hands upon it without incurring wrath. After collecting his thoughts and sipping some tea, he noticed the elder's expectant gaze, urging him to commence. With a delicate flick of his fingers, an unfamiliar melody arose, one that the elder had never encountered before. The brightest star in the night sky. Can you hear it clearly? The solitary heart of the one who gazes upward, filled with longing and sighs. Indeed, Yu Yue demonstrated remarkable aptitude for music. His rigorous education in his youth, though arduous, had endowed him with a wealth of knowledge. As he began to sing, his voice bore a husky magnetism. Initially, he faltered slightly in pitch, but as the emotions surged, he found perfection in his performance. Even the elder could not help but squint slightly in appreciation. I pray for a heart that is transparent and eyes that can weep. Grant me the courage to believe once more. Oh, to embrace you beyond the lies. As the piece concluded, with a final vibration of his fingertips sending the last note into the ether, Yu Yue let out a soft sigh. A wave of subtle pressure enveloped the elder, catching him off guard. Quite impressive, he remarked, applauding. Indeed, whose night sky has not been graced with a singularly bright star? Who does not yearn for a soul that is clear and transparent? Who does not desire eyes capable of shedding tears? Yet, when contrasted with the vastness of time, tears seem trivial, a shared sorrow among cultivators. On the path to enlightenment, desolation abounds, yet none willingly depart. It is far more straightforward for mortals to embrace joy, anger, sorrow, and the bittersweetness of life and death throughout their existence. But having embarked on this journey, how could one turn back? How could one remain complacent without dispelling the fog that shrouds them? He is this way, as is the ancient tortoise elder. How many cultivators, regardless of their mastery, are similarly driven? What is the title of this piece? The elder inquired, his expression a mix of complexity. After all, this young fish had only been swimming for a mere half a year. How could he comprehend so much? The brightest star in the night sky. With a smile, Yu Yue spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Yet, since he could not return to the past, he resolved to embrace the present fully. No matter where he found himself, Yu Yue was determined to demonstrate his exceptional prowess. Master, he remarked, sensing the atmosphere growing heavy, You are a great practitioner. Allow me to perform another piece, not for any other reason but to elicit a smile from you. Very well. To be candid. The esteemed figure was genuinely curious about what you might play or sing next. However, the outcome was rather unexpected. Suddenly, Yu rose. Placing one foot upon the stone chair, cradling the guzheng against his chest, akin to the stance of a guitarist. The instrument trembled in evident resistance. Yet you paid it no heed. With a flourish of his hair, he began, "If I were a DJ, would you still love me?" As Yu's head swayed with increasing fervor, the esteemed figure's expression grew darker, and he could no longer contain himself, raising a hand to silence the guzheng, which promptly fell silent, bringing an end to Yu's cacophonous lament. "What are you?" the esteemed figure asked, his teeth clenched. "A DJ," Yu replied. Yu's laughter was exceedingly arrogant. However, the outcome was that the elder kicked him away, though he spared his life. Subsequently, Yu, with a disgruntled expression, retrieved the guzheng and wiped it down, his countenance still far from pleasant. It was utterly unreasonable and exceedingly noisy. Yet, after Yu's commotion, the elder's eyes, which bore an ancient sorrow of millennia, seemed to lighten considerably. Chapter 38. Spiritual Medicine. Fresh fish noodles. Ah, the world mocks me for my madness. Toiling the fields without flowers or wine. That kick nearly sent Yu flying out of the sea pavilion. But the elder's control over his strength was nothing short of exquisite. Aside from a slight ache from the fall, Yu was none the worse for wear. Instead, he flamboyantly tossed his hair. Now that he had elevated his cultivation, he soon returned to the entrance of the medicinal field, casting a furtive glance at the elder, who was still reading in the pavilion, before stealthily entering the medicinal field. This behavior left the elder both amused and exasperated. Ah, the comfort of the spiritual spring. Although Yu could now remain on land for as long as he wished, he still preferred the water. Firstly, he regarded it as the most fundamental aspect of biology. Secondly, the concentration of spiritual energy in the spring was indeed high, greatly benefiting his cultivation, although the effects were not as pronounced as before. The joy of accumulating evolution points every moment ensnared Yu in its allure. Come, let the points rain down upon me. In a single day, I shall become a true dragon. Of course, such dreams are best left as mere fantasies. Days passed in peaceful tranquility, and Yu diligently cultivated without causing much mischief in the medicinal field. It was not that he did not wish to stir trouble. Just a few days prior, he had uprooted a purple vine, after which the elder's master appeared. Noticing the elder's displeased expression, Yu refrained from further provocation, though he could not help but mutter a few curses about the miserly guardian. On this day, Yu was frolicking in the Tinjiang spiritual spring. Well, considering his true form was only 2 zhang long, how could he possibly swim freely in a Tinjiang spring? Yu shared a similar sentiment, thus reducing his own form to a diminutive size of merely 3 centimeters. Upon closer inspection, one might ponder whether this was a mere spiritual spring. Rather, it resembled an expansive sea brimming with the essence of the heavens and earth. At that moment, Bai Xiaoshuang, somewhat dazed, wandered in after what seemed to be an extended slumber. Though her cultivation had advanced marginally, her method of training was rather simplistic, eating and sleeping. Then sleeping and eating once more. To the uninitiated, one might mistakenly believe her true form was not that of a 9-tailed celestial fox, but rather that of a 9-tailed pig. The petite girl in white plopped down at the edge of the spiritual spring, rubbing her eyes until she finally spotted Yu. "How did you become so small?" she inquired. Yu, submerged in the spring, disdainfully released a stream of bubbles, retorting, "Do you truly believe that my realm is something you, a mere foolish fox, can comprehend?" However, this very display of bubbles provoked mischief. The little girl seized Yu, lifting the tiny creature, still shorter than a fingertip, up with her cheeks puffed out. "I'm hungry," she exclaimed. Yu felt a surge of frustration, exclaiming, "Then why don't you consume these abundant spiritual herbs? Aren't you the least bit embarrassed?" "I refuse to partake in spiritual herbs. I crave noodles." "You wish for something absurd. Is this truly how you converse with your senior sister?" Bai Xiaoshuang tugged at Yu's tail, swinging it playfully, leaving Yu utterly disoriented. Instinctively, he murmured, "How could I possibly have a senior sister like you?" "What did you say?" Bai Xiaoshuang inquired, lifting Yu before her, enunciating each word with precision, her doe-like eyes glistening with an unmistakable hint of danger. I merely meant that other senior sisters are often exceedingly strict and fierce. How could anyone compare to the gentle and endearing Bai Shiji? To be your junior brother is truly an honor for me." Yu felt his heart racing wildly, nearly becoming the meal for this foolish fox. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoshuang's large eyes curved into delightful crescents. Her dimples, though devoid of wine, were nonetheless intoxicating. As Yu Yue was returned to the pool, he couldn't help but reflect that if this creature were to grow, it would undoubtedly bring calamity to the nation. Junior brother. I crave fish soup, Bai Xiaoshuang said, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, though her face displayed no trace of embarrassment. As a carnivorous being, she found Yu Yue utterly delectable. Come on, don't be ridiculous. It will kill the fish. Yu was taken aback. How could the fox reveal its true form so soon? Was it truly this brazen? No, look at your true body, it is so enormous. Bai Xiaoshuang's chubby little hands gestured an exaggerated arc. Just offer a morsel to someone. In return, I shall grant you a 5th-tier demon beast core. It's at the transformation stage, you know? Impossible. Yu Yue spoke with righteous indignation, asserting that Yu, would never sell his body for a mere 5th-tier inner elixir. That was utterly inconceivable. However, wait. What did you say, senior sister? Just give him a little. Just a morsel. The last sentence. I will offer you a 5th-tier demon beast inner elixir, Bai Xiaoshuang said weakly. As the words left her lips, a splash of cool water kissed her delicate face. Before them emerged a magnificent purple fish, exceeding 2 zhang in length, its resplendent scales glinting in the sunlight, accentuated by striking golden lines. This fish was undoubtedly a prime specimen. Senior sister, it is not for the sake of that 5th-tier demon beast's inner elixir that I act. Rather, if it is your desire to taste it, what more can I say as your junior? Come, let it be. With that, Yu closed his eyes, his heart racing with excitement. The 5th-tier demon beast's inner elixir. It was akin to the core he had discovered within the Black Wolf, albeit from the realm of the divine transformation. If he were to refine it, how many points would he accrue? Surely, it could elevate him by at least 1 realm. Yet, it was not the realm he coveted. He merely wished for his senior sister to savor a bite. Bai Xiaoshuang beamed brightly, her small claws deftly carving off a piece of fish flesh. With Yu Yue's robust physique and abundant vitality, the small wound healed almost instantaneously, not even allowing a drop of blood to escape. What he gained in return was a 5th-tier demon beast's inner elixir. What bliss! At that moment, he chose not to gaze at Bai Xiaoshuang, but instead began to refine the inner elixir, for the sensation of watching another consume a piece of oneself was quite peculiar. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoshuang was equally delighted, holding a small, translucent morsel of Yu Yue's flesh, rich with vitality and fragrant. How should she prepare it? An idea struck her. She miraculously procured a pot, unearthed the roots of 2 spiritual herbs, and gathered a few tuber-like items, drying and crushing them with spiritual fire to create noodles. Finally, she added the 2 spiritual herbs and began to cook the noodles. Of course, Yi was the primary ingredient in this exquisite spiritual herb and fresh fish noodle dish. How delightful it smelled. At that moment, the now 4th-tier Yu Yue swiftly completed the refinement of the 5th-tier demon beast's inner elixir. Just as he was about to revel in the joy of his newly acquired 50,000 points, he caught sight of Bai, the thief, cooking noodles with his very own flesh. Yu Yue swore that one day, when his cultivation surpassed that of Bai Xiaoshuang, he would certainly give her a sound thrashing. The kind that would leave her pinned to the ground, as retribution for the grievances of his past humiliation. However, it was indeed true that the aroma wafting from that dish was utterly enticing. Yu Yue himself felt an urge to indulge in it. Moreover, a mere piece of meat could be exchanged for 30,000 points, and if he were to partake in such opportunities a few more times. Yu Yue's eyes sparkled with determination. No, no. Such a degrading act is sufficient just once. He felt a surge of shame for his thoughts. After all, he was a fish of dignity. Elevating one's realm should be achieved through personal effort and cultivation. How could he entertain such a fallen notion? Yet, this transaction was undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 39. We are fortunate to have such resources at that moment. The esteemed figure pushed open the door to the medicinal field and stepped inside, immediately spotting Bai Xiaoshuang squatting by the spiritual spring. He paused for a moment, pointing at the bowl cradled in her hands. What mischief is she up to now? Bai Xiaoshuang looked up at the esteemed figure and flashed a sweet smile, entirely unperturbed since Yu Yue's flesh had already been consumed. Are you having noodles? Would you care for some, master? No, thank you. The esteemed figure's lips twitched slightly. Heavenly tier spiritual medicine, you truly are extravagant. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoshuang chuckled softly. Well, our family's resources speak for themselves, and I have no choice in the matter. Oh. You, the esteemed figure sighed, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. It is a hard-won feat to cultivate your senior brothers and sisters into success, yet you remain unchanged. At this rate, You will eventually impoverish me. Yu Yue in the pond silently nodded in agreement. The esteemed figure was indeed quite affluent. And it seemed that wealth held immense significance in any realm. Just look, without money, one cannot even afford to support a disciple. Wait, Bai Xiaoshuang interjected, slurping a few noodles, her expression turning serious. Master, look at how many years this medicinal field has flourished with spiritual herbs, and you have never tended to it. I have been the one assisting. Hearing you say that truly pains my heart. She pouted, adopting a pitiful expression, prompting Yu Yue to involuntarily applaud her acting skills. What a performance! Enough of that. The esteemed figure approached the spiritual spring and tossed a handful of fish feed to Yu Yue. My spiritual herbs do not require tending. Their abundance is due to my continuous planting. Moreover, you volunteered to help while selecting what you wish to eat. Bai Xiaoshuang wore a completely unembarrassed expression, filled with poise. She had assisted her master with such significant tasks. Consuming some spiritual herbs was well within her rights. What was there to feel awkward about? However, at that moment, the esteemed figure's countenance darkened. Why does your bowl carry the scent of Yu Yue? I have warned you countless times against consuming sentient beings. Moreover, he is your junior brother. Master, I did not. Bai Xiaoshuang's small face puffed up in indignation. Look, he is perfectly fine. The esteemed figure glanced again at the unharmed Yu Yue in the spiritual spring, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, though Bai Xiaoshuang's expression remained unchanged, her heart was racing with anxiety. Yu Yue, what is happening? The esteemed figure, after a moment of pondering, still could not grasp the situation. So he decided to inquire of Yu Yue directly. Master, emerging from the spiritual spring, Yu Yue transformed into human form and respectfully bowed to the esteemed figure. What is happening? I am unaware. His voice was laden with confusion. At this moment, Bai Xiaoshuang silently gave Yu Yue a thumbs up, exclaiming, Well done, junior brother. You are truly commendable. It appeared that henceforth they could no longer bully him, as their bond was undeniably resilient. But how is it that your essence resides within this bowl? Do not worry. Should she dare, my master will take care of her. The esteemed figure replied with an air of helplessness, gesturing towards Bai Xiaoshuang, only to discover that she had already collected both the bowl and the pot. No, master. My senior sister would never do such a thing. Yu Yue shook his head and bestowed upon Bai Xiaoshuang a reassuring glance. After all, despite the slight loss of dignity, the essence of a fifth-tier demon beast's core was undeniably enticing. Sighing deeply, the elder chose not to elaborate further, feeling that Yu Yue was becoming somewhat inconsiderate. Having finally seized an opportunity to reprimand Bai Xiaoshuang, it was unfortunate that Yu Yue was not cooperating, complicating the matter at hand. Perhaps it was best to let it go. With that thought, the elder, maintaining a stoic expression, pointed at Bai Xiaoshuang and said, This is a one-time allowance. Should there be a next time, you shall witness my wrath. He then instructed her to retreat for meditation, granting her a millennium to break through. Failure to do so would spell her doom. After delivering his words, the elder turned away, for he had yet to finish perusing the ancient text from the day before. At this juncture, his spiritual cultivation felt somewhat trivial. All he sought was to glean wisdom from the pages. Once the elder departed, Bai Xiaoshuang enveloped Yu Yue in a warm embrace, exclaiming, You're truly remarkable, junior brother. Yet, in terms of height, Yu Yue felt as though he were teasing a minor, albeit this minor had lived for 80,000 years. Yu nodded, resolutely unwilling to betray his esteemed client. This was a matter of business principle. Yu Yue was indeed a fish of strong conviction. After all, losing a mere morsel was insignificant to him. Yet the allure of a fifth-tier demon beast's inner core was tantalizing. Thus, he would never sever this lucrative avenue. Dignity, cough. What does a fish need dignity for? Subsequently, Bai Xiaoshuang retrieved a bowl and noisily slurped up the remaining noodles before dutifully returning to her room to enter a state of seclusion. Though termed as seclusion, it was merely a guise for sleep, for without awakening her own bloodline, she knew not how many millennia it would take to break through. As for the necessity of a breakthrough within a millennium, her master had reiterated this to her countless times. Yu Yue had not reverted to his original form. Instead, he sat in human guise at the edge of the spiritual spring. He extended his hand, cupping the crystal-clear water. Feeling the cool stream cascade from his fingertips, he lifted his gaze as sunlight filtered through the vibrant leaves of the Dao Yuan fruit tree, casting a mesmerizing glow upon his face. This sensation was truly intoxicating. Cultivation was the essence. Yu Yue murmured to himself, driven by his desire to grow stronger, to conserve some points, and to swiftly break through his boundaries, even daring to risk a forceful ascension to the fourth tier. He was willing to exchange his flesh for a fifth-tier demon beast core to gain a few points, while Bai Xiaoshuang, with her innocent and pure heart, was merely tempted and harbored no malice. It remains an infrequent occurrence to encounter a cultivator like Yu Yue. The pride he exhibited was overt, yet the pride he concealed was the essence of his character. A faint, carefree smile tugged at the corners of Yu Yue's mouth as he mused. It was nothing. And indeed, that little girl was quite endearing. Once I rise, I shall certainly indulge in some fox meat. He casually plucked a Dao Yuan fruit and began to gnaw on it as if it were an apple. Subsequently, Yu Yue departed from the spiritual spring, pushed open the gates of the medicinal field, and made his way toward the pavilion where the elder often resided. You may ask, but do not touch my guzheng, he stated. The elder did not even glance at Yu Yue. Ever since that day, the spirit of his guzheng had taken a strong dislike to Yu Yue. Were it not for the elder's protection, Yu Yue, with his fourth-tier cultivation, would likely have been subdued by the instrument's spirit. Could it be that the disciple's understanding of music was lacking? Yu Yue cast a glance at the guzheng, lamenting the unutilized musical talent that lay within him. He mused that his master, being solely adept at the guzheng, was rather monotonous. He resolved that once his cultivation reached a higher level, he would establish a high band, which would undoubtedly become a sensation. What brings you here? The esteemed figure observed Yu Yue, who was engrossed in preparing tea for himself, with a hint of exasperation. His disciples were indeed a peculiar bunch, each more eccentric than the last. At that moment, he concluded that in a past life, he must have owed these four characters a considerable sum of money. Chapter 40. Yu Yue goes out. It's nothing. I merely wish to check on my master. Yu Yue prepared another cup of tea for the esteemed master and respectfully presented it. Are you not bored? The master took a sip of the tea and remarked, indeed, spending all day at the spiritual spring can be quite tedious. You have reached the fourth tier. Endlessly honing your skills is not conducive to enlightenment. Here's what we shall do. While Bai Xiaoduo is in seclusion, you may venture outside for a while. Once she is nearly done, I will have your senior sister come to fetch you. Oh, I do not see anything wrong with that, the disciple replied. Yu Yue felt a twinge of reluctance, although he had reaped certain benefits from his recent foray into the Fallen Valley. The ethereal essence of the world outside paled in comparison to the magnificent spiritual energy of the spring. If he were to continue his cultivation within the spring, the outcomes would be scarcely different from his excursion to the Fallen Valley, with the added advantage of minimal risk. However, a sense of foreboding washed over him as he noticed the slight narrowing of his master's eyes. Was it possible that his master, having taken offense at Yu Yue's recent indulgence in too many spiritual medicines, was now seeking revenge? Indeed, I too find it somewhat tedious, his master mused. Yet, my esteemed teacher, my current prowess is rather meager, and you have already expended your formidable strike. Would it not be unwise to venture out? Especially considering the potential peril of being vanquished by others? Yu Yue indeed felt a twinge of fear. During his last visit to the Sea Pavilion, he encountered numerous formidable figures, each one beyond his capacity to confront. The illustrious individual also paused momentarily, then smiled and reassured him, fear not. As long as you do not venture into the secret realms, no one in the entire Eastern Sea can pose a threat to you. Why is that? Yu Yue was somewhat taken aback. After all, you are a disciple of this esteemed master. When the great figure uttered these words, although a gentle smile remained on his face, you could still sense an overwhelming aura of authority surging forth. Truly, the great figure is unparalleled, operating on a realm far beyond his own. Very well, master, I shall bid farewell to my senior sister before setting off. Yu Yue was somewhat exhilarated. To be honest, since arriving in this world, he had scarcely ventured out to explore. He had been quietly cultivating in the shallow seas and had only just been taken to the Sea Pavilion by a senior figure after being caught in the deep waters. The only time he had been taken out was by Xiaoshuang, and that was merely for a trip to the Fallen Valley. He genuinely wished to explore the eastern seas, especially considering his formidable background. It was nearly impossible for anyone to harm him, which was quite delightful. Well, off you go. The senior nodded. In their eyes, Yu Yue's talent surpassed even that of their most eminent disciple. Such a gifted young talent should not be confined to the Sea Pavilion. Venturing out would also be beneficial for him. After all, in the pursuit of cultivation, a balance between work and leisure is essential. What? You wish to go out and play? In the room, Bai Xiaoshuang appeared somewhat astonished. Junior brother, let me tell you, the outside world is exceedingly perilous. With your current level of cultivation, you would surely meet a grim fate. The seas are teeming with monstrous beasts, and they devour fish while still alive. Bai Xiaoshuang's face was grave, as if she believed that the moment Yu Yue stepped outside, he would become mere fodder for the ocean. Yu Yue felt somewhat bewildered, but the master said that no one in the entire Eastern Sea region dares to harm me. That crafty old man. The outside world is truly perilous, teeming with ferocious beasts. Just think about it. While no one dares to touch you, there are many non-human creatures that would relish a fish like you. After all, you are already at the 4th tier. And your tender flesh is especially nourishing for those beasts. Bai Xiaoshuang blinked earnestly, her beautiful eyes brimming with sincerity. As Yu Yue gazed into her eyes, he felt a genuine honesty emanating from her. There was indeed some merit to her words, although he possessed the talent for concealment. Who could guarantee that he wouldn't attract the attention of some powerful beast? He would surely be devoured. Contemplating this, Yu Yue couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. Then, senior sister, what should we do? Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled as she revealed her adorable little fangs. Just about to speak when the figure of the formidable elder appeared. Do not heed Bai Xiaoshuang. She is merely deceiving you. The elder cast a glance at the pitiful Bai Xiaoshuang. She simply wishes to avoid seclusion and play with you. What a surprise. So that was the case? Yu Yue's gaze towards Bai Xiaoshuang gradually turned disdainful. Who would have thought that his senior sister would be like this? Foxes truly are cunning. To frighten an innocent fish like him, doesn't she feel a pang of guilt? Bai Xiaoshuang, however, patted her slightly puffed chest, showing no signs of embarrassment. I genuinely worry for your safety, junior brother. As your senior sister, I feel it is my duty to accompany you on your journey. Humph. The elder chuckled lightly. If you encounter trouble, just mention the sea pavilion. In this Eastern Sea region, whether human or beast, who would dare to lay a finger on anyone from the sea pavilion? As the elder spoke these words with an air of nonchalance, Yu Yue felt a surge of confidence, soaring to new heights. Then, master, senior sister, I shall go. What is there to worry about? Yu Yue felt elated. If any fool dared to provoke him, they would soon learn that he is the 4th disciple of the sea pavilion. Dare to touch me? I'll summon my brothers and sisters, as well as my master, to obliterate your entire family. Wait, Yu Yue suddenly straightened his expression. No. He is a righteous fish warrior and must act with reason. Bai Xiaoshuang gazed longingly at Yu Yue as he took out the Long Yuan sword, ascending into the sky. While she pouted pitifully, Master, why can't I go out to play as well? He is merely going to broaden his horizons and familiarize himself with the Eastern Sea region. But you? I fear you might lead your junior brother astray. The elder picked up an ancient book once more, his expression flat yet tinged with disdain. What if that little fish truly gets eaten? He is only at the 4th tier. Pouting at the thought of such a delectable and charming little fish being swallowed whole by some other beast. Tears welled up in Bai Xiaoshuang's beautiful eyes, filled with sorrow. Dare? The elder's voice tripped with an icy demeanor that overlooked the world. My disciples of the sea pavilion are not to be trifled with. If anyone dares to harm my disciple, I shall annihilate their entire lineage. Oh, Bai Xiaoshuang was actually quite at ease. She merely wished to feign a semblance of pitifulness. Seeing that the esteemed elder had spoken, it was evident that her outing with little fish was doomed to fail. Thus she could return to her secluded meditation with a tranquil mind. However, her period of seclusion would not last beyond half a month, for she could hardly remain idle for long. By that time, she would be able to seek out little fish. Meanwhile, the elder shook his head, pondering the girl's thoughts, which were still somewhat unclear to him. Although his gaze was fixed upon the ancient texts, a thread of his consciousness had already enveloped Yu Yue, who had ventured 10 miles away. Sword control? This lad indeed harbored ambitions. The elder observed Yu Yue, clad in flowing robes and standing upon the Long Yuan sword, contemplating whether he too should make an entrance in such a manner next time. It seemed rather impressive. Furthermore, the elder's assertions were not boastful. Although there were only 5 members in the sea pavilion, including himself, even his 3 disciples could vanquish the vast majority of powers in the Eastern Sea region, aside from Yu Yue. The pinnacle of the 3 steps to heaven realm was no trifling matter, not only within the Eastern Sea, but throughout the entire fallen god continent. They were indeed a formidable force. Generally, the elder himself need not intervene directly. Therefore, his claims held true, even across the entire continent. The name of the sea pavilion carried considerable weight. Chapter 41, The Battle of Great Demons, a calamity for the sea fish at this moment. Yu Yue had already distanced himself nearly 100 miles from the sea pavilion. For a typical 4th-tier demon beast or a nascent soul cultivator, the spiritual energy would be insufficient to sustain flight for such an extended duration. However, Yu Yue possessed an exceptionally pure and robust internal energy, further augmented by the dual nascent souls, rendering him incomparable to ordinary 4th-tier beings. Yu Yue ventured out this time merely to unwind and explore the Eastern Sea region. However, regrettably, he neglected to acquire a map. Thus, in this vast expanse of the Eastern Sea, aside from the location whereby Xiao Shuang was captured by the formidable figure, he is utterly oblivious to any other places, including the Fallen Valley. Perhaps he could revisit the place by Xiao Shuang previously took him? He recalls the presence of a magnificent bird there, which should not have met its demise at the hands of Bai Xiao Shuang. He was not merely wandering, rather, he found himself without a destination. Additionally, he harbored a curiosity to witness the true capabilities of that magnificent creature, knowing full well it would not dare to harm him. He also contemplated hunting some creatures from the depths of the ocean that had yet to awaken their intelligence, thereby accumulating some points. With these thoughts in mind, Yu transformed into a shimmering beam of light and surged forth. He recalled the direction well, and now, possessing a modicum of strength, he felt confident that as long as he did not lose his way, everything would be manageable. After the passage of an hour, Yu came to a halt, a hint of perplexity flickering in his violet-hued eyes. Logically speaking, he believed he was not flying slowly. After all, Bai Xiaoshuang had taken her leisurely time for a quarter of an hour, while he, Yu, had been soaring at full speed for 2 hours. Why had he not yet arrived? Yu released his consciousness and fell into deep contemplation for quite some time. Oh my goodness, how beautiful! Gazing at the boundless ocean beneath him, Yu couldn't help but curse aloud. Well, it seems there's no escape now. Yu has lost his way. What on earth is going on? I distinctly remember it was in this direction. Yu scratched his head, feeling genuinely distressed. Strictly speaking, this was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he found himself lost. In his previous life, he had a chauffeur, and in this life, he had no need to navigate at all. After all, he, Yu, was the young master of the sea pavilion, rarely venturing outside. Yet here he was, lost at the very first outing, which was quite embarrassing. Oh well, I might as well wander aimlessly. After all, Bai Xiaoduan would come looking for me once she was finished, so there is no need for concern. Yu consoled himself and continued to glide leisurely in one direction, while his consciousness focused on the ocean beneath him, searching for suitable prey. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. Before long, a colossal wave surged nearby, revealing a pair of enormous figures, each towering over 100 feet, leaping from the depths of the sea, exuding an overwhelming aura of formidable cultivation. What a great demon! A flood dragon! Yu Yue's eyes widened, momentarily forgetting to activate his concealed talent. He gazed upon the towering figure before him, a beast adorned with dark azure scales that reflected not a glimmer of light under the sun. With no claws beneath its belly, it resembled a colossal serpent at first glance. However, upon closer inspection of its head, one could discern that this creature was far from being a mere snake. Its visage bore a striking resemblance to the dragon's head etched in Yu Yue's mind, complete with a singular horn protruding from its crown, intermittently crackling with sparks of electricity. This mythical beast was indistinguishable from the flood dragon Yu Yue envisioned. Furthermore, this flood dragon was classified as a great demon, a title reserved for those demonic beasts that reside in the 6th tier of the spirit division and beyond. Although Yu Yue felt a modicum of strength within himself, he recognized that it paled in comparison to the might of this great demon. It would be unwise to linger here. It was time to flee. Yu Yue swiftly activated his concealment ability. If Bai Xiaoshuang were present, he would even dare to extract the bloodline from the Azure Dragon. However, this was not a situation he had willingly entered, so he resolved to minimize his presence before such formidable beings. After all, facing Timo's wrath would be no trivial matter. Who could ascertain whether this creature recognized Hage? Thus, Yu Yue had already devised an escape plan. Suddenly, the dragon emitted a roar, as if responding to an imminent threat, its voice resonating with a hint of draconic melody. The sheer force of the roar nearly dislodged Yu Yue from his flying sword, demonstrating its terrifying might. With a resounding crash, colossal waves surged once more, and from the still splashing water, Yu Yue glimpsed a massive figure charging directly at the dragon. The Azure Dragon roared again, its singular horn crackling with electric brilliance, colliding fiercely with the immense silhouette. Yu Yue, unfortunately, found himself at the heart of the battlefield, witnessing the spectacle with crystal clarity. The creature grappling with the Azure Dragon was an enormous fish, measuring a staggering 200 meters in length. Astonishingly, the fish was adorned with feathers, each shimmering with a cold luminescence under the sunlight, exuding an air of lethal sharpness. This creature's aura was akin to that of the Azure Dragon, both being formidable entities of the demon class. In an instant, the fish breached the dragon's electric defenses and collided with it violently. Each clash between the two great demons unleashed monstrous waves, and their overwhelming presence permeated the surrounding sea for miles. Positioned at the center of the tumult, Yu Yue found himself in a precarious situation as a bolt of electricity nearly struck him down. Despite being at the fourth level of the Yuaning realm, he felt utterly insignificant before these titanic beings. Even Timo would have to kneel in such circumstances. Filled with exasperation, Yu Yue desperately attempted to evade the chaos. The thought of even a mere brush with Timo could spell his demise. Under the oppressive weight of their powers, escaping on his sword seemed nearly impossible. Regret flooded his mind. He should never have ventured into the vast eastern sea. This reckless curiosity might cost him his life. As Yu Yue gathered all his spiritual energy, preparing to make a break for it, at least to distance himself from these two monstrous entities, their formidable bodies crashed into one another once more. A tremendous surge of raw energy cascaded downwards, forcefully submerging Yu Yue and his long Wuan sword deep into the ocean, leaving his handsome face stinging from the impact. As for the Azure Dragon, a glimmer of confusion flickered in its eyes, momentarily distracted by something that had fallen. It resolved to eliminate the unsightly creature before it, vowing to return and exact vengeance once it regained its footing. At this moment, the depths of the ocean were filled with the turbulent energy waves unleashed by the two formidable monsters. Yu Yue transformed into his true form and fled alongside various marine creatures, having etched the identities of these two entities into his memory. In the heart of the battle, seizing an opportunity during a fierce physical clash, the elongated and powerful body of the Azure Dragon ensnared the colossal fish, its sharp horn piercing deeply into the creature's flesh. The giant fish let out a furious roar, the excruciating pain igniting its ferocity. Its razor-sharp feathers spread wide, scraping against the Azure Dragon's tough scales, producing a sound that was almost unbearable. Several feathers managed to breach the Azure Dragon's defenses, inflicting wounds upon its body. In retaliation, the horn embedded in the fish's body unleashed a torrent of blinding electricity. Yu Yue, caught in the turmoil, felt a sudden jolt coursing through him, as countless marine creatures nearby were electrified, flipping onto their backs in a state of shock. By the sun, could you be some kind of electric fish machine? Chapter 42. I am a fish spirit. Fortunately, Yu Yue possessed a modicum of resistance. The soft armor bestowed upon him by his master was donned, and in his true form, he still retained some defensive capabilities. Otherwise, he might not have survived that last strike. It was imperative to distance himself from these two lunatics as swiftly as possible. Yu Yue swam with all his might, lamenting the absence of an additional tail. At that moment, the giant fish was also severely affected by the electric shocks, as most of the lightning strikes were directed at it. Otherwise, the marine creatures within a radius of several dozen miles would have all flipped onto their backs. However, this great fish was not an ordinary marine being. It was a formidable demon akin to the Azure Dragon. Suddenly, it exerted immense force, driving countless feathers deep into the Azure Dragon's body, compelling it to release its grip. If it did not, the injuries it would sustain would far exceed those of the great fish. Yet, just as the Azure Dragon loosened its entanglement from the giant fish, the latter violently swung its tail, slamming the Azure Dragon down to the ocean floor. The impact reverberated like an earthquake. In the midst of his swift swimming, Yu Yue's eyes flashed with terror, prompting an immediate halt. The sharp horn of the Azure Dragon sliced through the water right before him, parting the sea. It was a close call. Had it been mere moments later, Yu Yue's life would have surely ended there. Moreover, the Azure Dragon was oblivious to the fact that it had unwittingly dispatched a violet fish. This bewildered Yu Yue, urging him to flee. Yet before he could even make a move, a long feather, measuring 6 or 7 meters, plunged ferociously into the sea. This was a feather that had been dislodged from the great fish, still imbued with its formidable power. The feather grazed Yu Yue's body as it descended, tearing away several scales of violet and forcing him down nearly 100 meters. What have I done to deserve this? Yu Yue hurriedly swam forward, distancing himself from the tumultuous waters, confident that the aftermath of the battle between these two madmen would no longer reach him. He vowed to himself that he had never swum this swiftly in his entire life. Boom. As Yu Yue swam, a colossal tail suddenly flashed by his side, sending ripples through the water that propelled him back to his previous position. I truly lost my composure. I am in the ocean. Bam. Yu Yue. Yu Yue was truly on the verge of tears. It was utterly perplexing why these two scoundrels insisted on dragging him into their troubles. Had it not been for his exceptional fourth-tier prowess, he would have perished countless times by now, no matter how he attempted to evade. He remained ensnared within the tumultuous energy fluctuations of their fierce confrontation. One could not help but wonder if these two ruffians had conspired to eliminate him first. This world was perilously treacherous. His senior sister was indeed correct. Their master, that devious old man, could not be trusted. Even if he were to proclaim the backing of the sea pavilion, those two madmen would remain oblivious. The esteemed figure closed the tome, a hint of amusement dancing across his countenance. What extraordinary fortune it must be to encounter a life-and-death clash between two sixth-tier beasts upon venturing outside. A smirk of schadenfreude graced his lips, though it swiftly turned icy. He could only hope these two creatures did not court their own demise. At that moment, the two formidable beasts were locked in combat, striving to determine their fates, a rarity indeed for the typically united Eastern Sea region. By sheer coincidence, Yu Yue found himself amidst this tumult. Both beasts, panting heavily, bore numerous wounds, their searing blood causing the surrounding waters to heat alarmingly. Yu Yue felt a mix of despair and resignation. Was he to be cooked alive? Yet, steeling himself, he activated the Zhou Tian transformation technique, drawing in the beast's blood from the seawater with relentless vigor. Evolution Point 70. Evolution Point 70. Yu Yue felt somewhat comforted. On the surface of the sea, as the two deranged beings clashed once more, the scales of the azure dragon were shattered, while a horrific wound was carved into the side of the great fish by the dragon's horn. This terrifying collision forced both the colossal fish and the azure dragon to retreat nearly 200 meters before they came to a halt. Yet the immense energy released once again knocked Yu Yue off his feet. The wound on the great fish healed rapidly, but astonishingly, as it mended, it began to retreat at an alarming pace, fleeing the scene entirely. Damn it, why don't you continue fighting? The azure dragon bellowed, panting heavily at the rapidly disappearing great fish. Frustrated, it cursed, feeling the sting of yet another evenly matched encounter. Just you wait, the next time we meet, I will tear you apart piece by piece. The great fish, undeterred, cast a harsh remark over its shoulder before vanishing without a trace, leaving behind the furious roar of the azure dragon. I curse your demise. It then plunged into the depths of the ocean. This injury was not trivial. Next time, it swore to vanquish that fish, to extract its soul and make it call him father. The azure dragon seethed with anger, aware of its long-standing rivalry with the great fish. A conflict sparked by territorial disputes that had led to over a dozen encounters, each ending in a stalemate. At that moment, the azure dragon felt as if its nose had collided with something. Indeed, it was Yu Yue, who had unwittingly revealed himself. As there was no escaping such close proximity, the azure dragon, significantly more powerful, had inadvertently nudged him with its snout, making it impossible not to notice him. The azure dragon squinted at Yu Yue, puzzled. What are you? It inquired, observing the purple fish. What species are you? I don't believe I have encountered one like you before. Moreover, surviving the aftermath of my battle with that great fish is no small feat. As for Yu Yue, he wished the azure dragon would lower its voice. The force of its exclamation sent him tumbling backward. I am a fish spirit, merely a fourth-tier being, yet my vitality is robust. And you, my young friend, possess an enticing aroma. I wonder if you might be quite delectable. Yu Yue was enraged. You, Timo, nearly inflicted mortal harm upon me, and now you dare to covet my fish? He proclaimed. Am I so easily devoured? You wish to consume me? My friend, I am a creature of the sea. Silence. I was just contemplating that. Qing Jiao inhaled sharply, nearly drawing Yu Yue into his nostrils. At that moment, Yu Yue yearned for a larger form, wishing he could wield his tail to vanquish this pest. However, he recalled the laws of the Eastern Seas, where the consumption of sentient beings was strictly forbidden, as it would disrupt the established order. The great eyes of Qing Jiao were filled with internal conflict as he muttered to himself, even extending his long tongue to give Yu Yue a playful lick. Yu Yue, feeling the stickiness enveloping him, could no longer endure the discomfort. He, a fish who had forsaken all decorum, swam directly before Qing Jiao and unleashed a torrent of invectives. Do you truly believe I won't have someone come and deal with you? Before he could finish his sentence, two jets of water erupted from Qing Jiao's nostrils, sending Yu Yue flying away, leaving him despondent. Yet, he was soon drawn back. My young friend, consuming you would violate the customs of our waters. However, I see a faint trace of the true dragon lineage within you. Why not join me? Yu Yue, feeling utterly bewildered, thought to himself, brother, you are indeed remarkable. Yu Yue let out a helpless sigh. Why must he encounter such absurdities upon stepping outside? If only his cultivation was sufficient, he would undoubtedly slay this creature and transform it into spicy strips, crisp and delectable. Chapter 43. The Brother's Brother. Ha. I never anticipated that one day I, Qing Biao, would assume the role of an elder brother. Consider yourself fortunate, little brother, for I shall take you under my wing. Qing Biao's voice resonated like thunder, and in his excitement, he released two mighty jets of water from his nostrils, propelling Yu Yue a considerable distance away. He then pulled the exasperated Yu Yue back, saying, "From this day forth, should anyone in the eastern seas dare to bully you, invoke my name, and you shall find it remarkably effective." Qing Biao exuded confidence, his dragon-like eyes glimmering with brilliance, complemented by the dazzling aura of his horn. Truly extraordinary. "Brother, spare me your bravado. Just moments ago, you were bested by a mere fish." Yu Yue felt somewhat helpless. Yet he mused that this azure dragon might possess a hint of ferocity. Perhaps he could extract a modicum of his essence to refine and enhance his true dragon lineage. "Qing Biao, my good brother, all that matters is whether I can defeat him upon our next encounter. By the way, I too have an elder brother, and he is truly formidable." Qing Biao recalled the previous skirmish, feeling a sense of frustration. Hence, he must seek assistance. In his mind, only his elder brother was the strongest. Was he also a dragon? Yu Yue pondered, uncertain if there were other dragon clans in the Eastern Sea. There must be. For during his cultivation of the Zhou Tian transformation into dragon technique, he had glimpsed a true dragon in his mind. Enough with the trivialities. Allow me to introduce you to him. Let my elder brother see that I, Qing Biao, have taken a younger brother. By the way, have you transformed yet? Yes, I have. Excellent. Let us proceed. With that, Qing Biao soared from the depths of the sea, his elongated form transforming into an imposing figure nearly 3 meters tall. In contrast, Yu Yue, also in human form, stood at just over 1.80 meters, appearing quite the younger sibling beside Qing Biao. "Brother, your appearance leaves much to be desired. As males, we ought to exude vigor." Qing Biao regarded Yu Yue with a hint of disdain. Why bother looking so handsome as a transformed male fish? What could Yu Yue do but roll his eyes in resignation? "When we meet my elder brother, remember to show respect, or your frail frame may not withstand a beating." As Yu Yue drew forth the long wand sword to fly, Qing Biao's eyes glimmered with envy. "You truly know how to handle yourself, little brother. Aren't you going to tend to your wounds?" "It's nothing, merely a minor injury." With that, Yu Yue and Qing Biao sped towards their destination. Along their journey, Yu Yue engaged in extensive conversation with Qing Biao, learning that during their earlier confrontation, Qing Biao had released his oppressive aura, scaring away most sea creatures, resulting in minimal collateral damage. Only Yu Yue and a few unfortunate fish had been affected, prompting him to silently curse his luck. However, it was evident that Qing Biao adhered to certain principles, much like Yu Yue himself. Unbeknownst to him, there existed a powerful decree in the Eastern Sea forbidding harm to sentient beings and the indiscriminate slaughter of marine life. Had it not been for this edict, Yu Yue might have already been devoured by Qing Biao. The powerful enforcer of this rule was someone Yu Yue knew well. 15 minutes later, Yu Yue began to recognize his surroundings. This place seemed remarkably familiar. Was it not the very location he sought? Where are we? Oh, this is an ancient island within our sea, reputed to be the territory of the nine-tailed celestial fox in ancient times. However, my elder brother resides here now. Qing Biao spoke with reverence when mentioning his elder brother. Yet Yu Yue had already deduced that this brother was likely the very same giant bird nearly struck down by Xiaoshuang, just as they set foot on the island. Qing Biao bellowed, "Elder brother, Biaozi has come to see you." The thunderous roar startled Yu Yue, causing the birds in the dense forests of the island to take flight, creating quite a commotion. Perched high atop an ancient tree, a majestic bird, deep in its meditation, was abruptly awakened by the deafening shout, its gaze turning icy. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, it soared towards the island's edge, exclaiming, "Qing Biao, are you seeking death?" With a resounding thud, a tremendous force pinned Qing Biao to the ground. Fortunately, Yi reacted swiftly and evaded the oncoming peril. Otherwise, he would have faced an unwarranted calamity. "Brother, please show me some mercy. I have just taken in a new disciple to come see you." Qing Biao spat out the dirt in his mouth, feeling quite aggrieved by his elder brother's volatile temper. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the area, and Yu Yue sensed the spiritual energy of the island surging chaotically. A colossal shadow descended, and enormous claws brutally pressed down upon Qing Biao. The great bird was infuriated. It had been deep in its training when disturbed by this intruder, nearly losing its focus. It felt compelled to teach this ruffian a lesson to quell its indignation. Yu Yue, who had been hiding nearby, found great amusement in the scene. It served Qing Biao right for making such a ruckus during their previous scuffle. Retribution had arrived swiftly, just as it should. "Where is your disciple? You disturbed my training just to show me your new recruit?" The great bird, growing increasingly irate, pressed down harder on Qing Biao's paw. "Brother, my new disciple is rather unique. He belongs to a species I have never encountered before." Qing Biao gasped, struggling for breath beneath the weight. anxious that he might be crushed if he did not speak quickly. "Oh, there are species in the sea that you have yet to discover?" The great bird's interest was piqued, and a luminous aura enveloped it as it transformed into a man clad in a green robe. His flowing hair, interspersed with strands of white, carried no hint of age, but instead added a touch of rebellious charm. His cold, proud eyes glinted as he pulled Qing Biao from the pit he had created. "Where is your disciple? I wish to see him." Hastily, Qing Biao called forth Yu Yue, who had been hiding behind a large tree. "Brother, look, this is him. My disciple is a small purple fish with a hint of true dragon bloodline." The great bird regarded Yu Yue with a momentary pause, sensing an oddly familiar aura. "Have we met before?" Yu Yue clasped his hands together, saying, "It is entirely understandable that you do not remember me, esteemed senior. It was perhaps 3 months ago when Bai Xiaoshuang graciously guided me around this island. At that time, I had the fortunate opportunity to meet you, senior." "Eh, brother, have you met my little brother before?" Qing Biao inquired, oblivious to his elder brother's slight tremor. Silence. At this moment, the voice of Din Yao quivered. "Are you the little fish from the fishbowl she was dangling?" Though 3 months had elapsed, Din Yao's recollection of that day remained vivid. He had witnessed a white fox and, foolishly, had thought to use it as a cauldron. Yet, he had been utterly blind to the fact that this white fox was none other than the last 9-tailed celestial fox of the divine continent, and more importantly, it was the disciple of the infamous Bai Xiaoshuang. At that time, Bai Xiaoshuang had been holding a fishbowl in her mouth, which contained a fish. Chapter 44. This is father. Indeed, it is the younger generation. Yu Yue once again clasped his hands, sensing that the aura of this magnificent bird surpassed that of the Qing Biao by an immeasurable degree. It was undoubtedly not a mere 6th-tier being. Yet, even such a formidable entity could not withstand a single strike from Bai Xiaoshuang. Well, the Sea Pavilion is indeed impressive, but Yu Yue undoubtedly ranks as the least capable among them. At this moment, Qing Biao, the rather dull-witted fellow, finally grasped the situation. It turned out that his elder brother was acquainted with the little fish. Consequently, it seemed that the little fish could no longer be regarded as his subordinate, which left him somewhat disheartened. "You need not refer to me as a junior. My given name is Peng Xiao. If you do not mind, you may simply call me elder brother." Peng Xiao dared not overestimate his position, for despite the lamentable cultivation of the individual before him, he was nonetheless the fish of Bai Xiaoshuang. He might even be a disciple of hers or something akin to that. "Very well, brother Peng, I am Yu Yue." Yu Yue was quite respectful, as one would expect given that Peng Xiao's cultivation was evident. It was only natural for him to address him as brother. Moreover, even in the presence of Qing Biao, with his own cultivation, he could only play the role of a younger sibling. "Haha, I'm genuinely curious about how you encountered this fellow." Peng Xiao patted Yu Yue on the shoulder, causing him to grimace in surprise. The force was rather excessive, leading Yu Yue to suspect that this individual was taking the opportunity to exact revenge for the time Bai Xiaoshuang had thrown him into the sea. Meanwhile, Qing Biao was somewhat taken aback, realizing that this little fish had indeed met his elder brother before. It was unfortunate that he had gained such an extraordinary younger brother, only to have him snatched away by the elder. Is there truly a brother who behaves in such a manner? Qing Biao felt a pang of sadness in his heart. At that moment, I had intended to seek out my elder brother to reminisce about old times, but instead, I stumbled upon this guy engaged in a fierce battle with a long-haired fish. Elder brother, you have no idea. The residual energy from that fight nearly took my life, leaving me with no opportunity to defend myself. It was only after the younger brother survived their clash that he accidentally bumped into this fellow's nose, after which he insisted on taking me as his younger brother, leading me to your presence. As Yu Yue spoke, he raised his finger and pointed at Qing Biao, his tone laden with dissatisfaction. "Ah, so that is the case." Peng Xiao nodded, fully convinced of the veracity of Yu Yue's words. For Qing Biao indeed possessed such a nature. He then directed his gaze towards Qing Biao, his eyes brimming with disdain and a sense of frustration akin to that of a disappointed minnow. "Is it too much to ask for a dragon like you to refrain from bringing shame upon the dragon lineage? Must you engage in futile battles, resembling a mere wall of tigers, when it is evident that the outcome is indeterminate? Can't you learn from past experiences? I have lost count of how many times this has occurred." Qing Biao scratched his head, showing no trace of shame, instead appearing quite defiant. "What can I do? That little rascal Timo always runs away just when things get exciting. I can't catch him in the water, otherwise he would be utterly defeated." With a deep breath, Peng Xiao's icy demeanor vanished entirely, replaced by a warm, paternal glow. He raised his arm and affectionately ruffled Qing Biao's hair. You must promise not to transform into a dragon, otherwise you will truly lower the intelligence of the dragon race. Upon hearing these words, Yu Yue found himself at a loss for a suitable response. Although Ping Xiao spoke the unvarnished truth, must he be so blunt? Nonetheless, it was rather refreshing. Haha. Indeed, upon hearing this, Qing Biao's spirit was instantly ignited. How can you say such a thing about me, big brother? I am Qing Biao. He felt a sense of indignation, believing that with his bloodline, it was merely a matter of time, perhaps a millennium or so, before he would ascend to dragonhood. Silence. Do you dare to test me? All right then. Yet, after a mere glance from Ping Xiao, Qing Biao fell silent, for in terms of cultivation and various other abilities, he was vastly inferior to Ping Xiao. Otherwise, why would he acknowledge him as his elder brother? Come, my younger brother, allow me to invite you to my humble abode. Certainly, that sounds delightful. Yu Yue readily agreed, taken aback that Ping Xiao bore no grudge after being dealt with by Xiaoshuang. It seems the reputation of Hage is indeed well-deserved, reflecting a person of high virtue and esteem. If Peng Xiao were privy to Yu Yue's thoughts, he would undoubtedly curse. High virtue and esteem, indeed. Others may be fine, but that Xiaoshuang is truly a rogue, one to be reckoned with. Ping Xiao's home is essentially a vast nest. He remains in his original form year-round, thus lacking the inclination to construct a proper courtyard. Nevertheless, the nest is quite remarkable, woven from desiccated spiritual herbs. While the quality of these herbs may not be high, they can still be deemed extravagant. Brother, your home is genuinely magnificent. Qing Biao remarked as he reclined within the nest, stretching comfortably. Peng Xiao paid him no mind, instead retrieving some spiritual fruits to entertain Yu Yue. By the way, little brother, if you have no pressing matters, feel free to stay with me for a few days. Let me broaden your horizons. Peng Xiao declared with great enthusiasm. Others may not say much, but a mere fourth-tier little fish is certainly within Ping Xiao's capacity to accommodate. As for pressing matters, there truly are none. My departure from Hage was merely at the behest of my master, allowing me to gain some experience. Yu Yue took a bite of the spirit fruit. And what a delightful treasure it was. The moment it touched his palate, it crackled with crispness, releasing a delightful aroma and a sweet-sour flavor. Although its medicinal properties and spiritual essence could not be compared to those of Dao Yuan fruits, its taste was truly exceptional. Master? My dear brother. You are a disciple of the White Revered One, are you not? After a brief exchange, Peng Xiao finally voiced his lingering question. In his perspective, the fact that Xiaoshuang could dangle a fish tank, with Yu Yue's true form residing within it, implied that this little fish must at the very least be a disciple of Xiaoshuang, the White Revered One. Xiaoshuang. Yu Yue was momentarily taken aback. The foolish fox had already been addressed as a venerable figure? Indeed. Ping Xiao also appeared startled, for this did not resemble the demeanor of Xiaoshuang's disciple. Otherwise, how could he refer to her by her name so casually? Oh, Xiaoshuang is my senior sister. By the way, after her transformation, she takes the form of a petite girl. She only recently arrived here, haha. Yu Yue chuckled mischievously, gesturing towards his waist as he teased about Xiaoshuang's height. Goodness. At that moment, Hu Xiao felt his legs go weak. In the entire Eastern Sea region, Xiaoshuang had but one master. And since Yu Yue referred to her as senior sister, it was evident who his master must be. With a voice tinged with slight tremor, Peng Xiao inquired, Brother Yu, tell me honestly, has Bai Zun's master accepted you as a disciple? Indeed. Gulp. At this point, Qing Biao had ceased rolling around in Ping Xiao's lair and was now sitting upright, exchanging a glance with Peng Xiao, both instinctively swallowing hard. This Timo was truly intimidating. And yet he sought to recruit others as his underlings? This was no mere brother. This was a father figure. By the way, Brother Peng, I still do not know the name of my master. Do you happen to know? Yu Yue was filled with curiosity, for he sensed that his master was not an ordinary human being, yet he could not discern what species he truly belonged to. Upon hearing Yu Yue's words, Ping Xiao's eyes brimmed with a sense of reverence. That individual, he declared, can truly be regarded as a titan of our Eastern Sea region. Qing Biao interjected. But Peng Xiao shot him a glare, prompting him to lower his head in silence. Indeed, that figure is undoubtedly a great one. During the ancient times, when the foreign tribes were vanquished, our divine continent's elite forces were also severely diminished, fracturing the once unified land into 5 parts. Consequently, some remaining powerful beings sought to seize control of the entire continent, overpowering all in their path, even compelling the mightiest of Central Plains warriors to bow down. However, when it came to our Eastern Sea region, at this juncture, a fierce pride flickered in Ping Xiao's eyes. That individual rose to the occasion. alongside two other saint-level beings, and, despite their grievous injuries, they confronted 9 of the foremost powerhouses. Ultimately, 7 perished, while 1 or 2 were left gravely wounded, preserving our Eastern Sea region. Furthermore, those nefarious individuals never resurfaced. It can be said that with just the 3 saint-level beings from our Eastern Sea region, we stabilized the entire continent in the aftermath of war. Qing Biao felt an exhilarating surge of emotions upon hearing this. Indeed, as a being of the Eastern Sea region, I take immense pride in this. These saints are both formidable and magnificent. The demise of the wicked is of little consequence. Enough of that. We have only 3 saints in the Eastern Sea region. Which one of them is not great? Peng Xiao retorted disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Qing Biao. However, a hint of aspiration gleamed in his gaze. To be frank with you, my dear Yu, my dream is to attain the saint realm before I reach 200,000 years of age. Thus, my life would not be in vain. Come now. You have quite a long way to go. That is the saint realm we are speaking of. Qing Biao chuckled, not because he doubted his elder brother, but because he found it laughable that his brother was dreaming under the glaring sun. Do you require guidance on how to converse? Peng Xiao's expression darkened, his gaze turning unfriendly. This fellow bore no semblance of a member of the dragon clan. It was truly embarrassing. Qing Biao, feeling chastened, refrained from further comments. Being reprimanded by his elder brother was no light matter, and aside from the pain, he was more concerned about losing face in front of the esteemed figures of the Sea Pavilion. Although Yu Yu possessed modest strength, in the eyes of the beings of the Eastern Sea region, anyone associated with the Sea Pavilion was regarded as a person of great stature. Let me preemptively wish you success in your aspirations, Brother Pong, but you have yet to reveal your master's name. Yu Yu pressed anxiously, pondering who would dare to bully him in the future. Once he invoked his master's name, they would have no choice but to kneel and polish his scales. The name of that illustrious figure is Hao Yang, revered as the Hao Yang Saint Emperor. As Peng Xiao spoke, a solemnity enveloped his eyes. The Hao Yang Saint Emperor was akin to a divine being in their hearts. Yet, that by Xiaoshuang had tarnished the emperor's reputation somewhat over the years. Hao Yang Saint Emperor, I shall remember this. Thank you, Brother Peng. Yu Yu murmured, feeling an overwhelming sense of dominance. In the future, he, Yu would contemplate a moniker for himself. Perhaps he shall be called the Unyielding One. Nevertheless, dear brother, to be esteemed by the Holy Emperor is indeed remarkable. From my perspective, you appear quite youthful, yet you have already reached the 4th tier, your cultivation steady and your vitality boundless. The prospects that lie ahead are truly limitless. Oh, it is nothing, really. Yu, however, exhibited remarkable modesty. I am but an ordinary fish, merely fortunate enough to have caught the attention of my esteemed master throughout this lifetime. Such words, though seemingly humble, elicited a twitch at the corner of Peng Xiao's mouth, for he distinctly sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Yu, blindingly conspicuous. An ordinary fish, you say? One would be a fool to believe such nonsense. This little fish is quite the rascal. If one were to take Yu's words at face value, then Peng Xiao himself might as well seek out the great Saint Emperor as his mentor. After all, he is a beast of the Kunpeng lineage. Enough of this pretense. My dear brother, shall we drop the act and enjoy your company instead? I can still take you to greater heights. Of course. I would be delighted to impose upon you, Brother Peng. Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy, although he was sheltered by a formidable master in the Eastern Seas. The prospect of becoming embroiled in conflicts was far from welcoming, especially given his current level of cultivation. A simple example would suffice. Previously, during the altercation between Qing Biao and that colossal fish, the 2 lunatics barely suffered any consequences, while Yu nearly met his demise. The residual shockwaves from their battle almost proved unbearable for him, and the memory of that despair brought tears to his heart. Thus, Yu concluded that as a prudent fish, it was far wiser to associate with Peng Xiao. After all, being fortunate enough to be invited by the disciples of the Sea Pavilion was indeed an honor for Peng Xiao, ever courteous, bore no semblance of the untamed bird that possessed the bloodline of a Kunpeng. However, the moment he turned to address Qing Biao, his tone shifted dramatically. Why are you still lying there? Can't you find something to eat? Must I do everything myself? Qing Biao felt a pang of injustice. He swore his elder brother had never treated him this way before. Was it merely because he had disturbed Peng Xiao's cultivation today? Alas, birds indeed have small hearts. Yet, Qing Biao dared not voice such thoughts, for he would surely be devoured piece by piece like a spicy strip. Thus, he obediently left Peng Xiao's lair in search of food. After all, he was a dragon, and finding sustenance was quite a simple task for him. Meanwhile, Yu Yue and Ping Xiao continued their casual conversation in the latter's nest, with Ping Xiao kindly inquiring if Yu Yue had encountered any issues with his cultivation. Yu Yue shook his head in disbelief. How could that be possible? After all, he had the system's father by his side, a person with unparalleled advantages. He even contemplated adopting the title of the one who surpasses all. Ping Xiao realized his own naivety. Indeed, as a disciple of the Sea Pavilion, he was hardly in a position to offer guidance. Before long, Qing Biao returned with a bounty of prey, various blood meals favored by the monstrous beasts, albeit mere creatures devoid of sentience. Moreover, this fellow had astutely chosen a wooden stump to serve as a table. However, upon seeing the assortment sprawled haphazardly on the stump, both Peng Xiao and Yu Yue turned pale. Qing Biao, it seems you truly seek your own demise. The cold glint in Peng Xiao's eyes had materialized into something tangible. On the stump lay an array of birds and some marine fish, and among them was a small fish tinged with purple, reminiscent of Yu Yue's own son. Yu Yue squinted his eyes, genuinely perplexed by the thoughts of this audacious character. You could say that Peng Xiao was a bird, while he, Yu Yue, was akin to a fish. Yet, all that the tiger wall had produced were birds and fish, with nothing else in sight. This is simply absurd. My dear fellow, there is nothing else around. I am not targeting either of you, but the offerings are indeed limited. Qing Biao felt a pang of grievance. How could he forget this detail? His elder brother was a bird, and the esteemed Haigu was a fish. Good heavens! Would my transformation into a dragon truly diminish the intellect of the dragon clan? Surely not. I, Biaozi, am quite clever, I assure you. In his heart, Qing Biao clung to this final shred of stubbornness. After all, he could concede to anything but admitting a lack of intelligence. Chapter 46. Monkey wine very well, even so. Could you at least prepare these items properly? I, your younger brother Yu, am the fourth disciple of Haigu. Might you exhibit a modicum of respect? Peng Xiao was increasingly frustrated, lamenting how he had been blind to accept such a little brother. Wait a moment, my brother. Qing Biao, upon hearing this, grew somewhat agitated. Did we not feast upon such fare before? We are, after all, demonic beasts. Silence. It seems I must thoroughly assess you today. With that, Ping Xiao rolled up his sleeves, ready to deal with Qing Biao. This fellow may have no qualms about consuming raw fare, but one must choose words wisely according to the occasion. Peng Xiao was counting on Yu Yue to connect him to the robust support of Haigu. After all, you cannot let me lose face, can you? However, at that moment, Yu Yue rose to intervene, saying, engaging in quarrels and conflicts is hardly advisable. I, Yu Yue, am a scholar, a civilized fish. Very well, Brother Peng, Brother Biao, allow me to handle this food. That one tea do. Younger brother Yu. You are our guest, Qing Biao exclaimed, waving his large hand. I shall take care of it. I fear you might ruin it. Yu Yue cast a fleeting glance at Qing Biao, who appeared to be utterly unacquainted with the pleasures of culinary delights. It seemed he had endured several millennia. A truly lamentable existence. Thus, amid Qing Biao's wounded expression, Yu Yue summoned the aqueous essence of the heavens to form orbs of water, meticulously eviscerating and cleansing the quarry one by one. He then retrieved an assortment of seasonings from his spatial pouch, sprinkling them generously over the meticulously prepared fare, before conjuring a small flame to roast the delicacy slowly. As for the fish, Yu Yue felt no discomfort, for his essence was not that of a mere fish. Before long, the sizzle of oil resonated, and an enticing aroma wafted from the food. Who could have imagined that you, my dear brother, possessed such culinary prowess? Peng Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having lived nearly 100,000 years, he had only had the fortune of tasting cooked food on a few occasions. As his cultivation advanced, the necessity for sustenance diminished. If he ever wished to satiate his hunger, it was merely with raw fare. To be frank, he had never anticipated that such ordinary flesh could be so tantalizing. Truly delectable. As for the Qing Xiao, it was a pitiful sight, fidgeting restlessly, drooling as its longing gaze remained fixated on the sumptuous offerings above Yu Yue's flame. Yu Yue smiled, using an unknown broadleaf to place the grilled sea fish and poultry onto the tree stump. Wow, this is amazing. Brother, your culinary skills are truly unmatched. The two great demons had their faces glistening with grease. Even Ping Xiao forgot to maintain any semblance of decorum. It was simply irresistible. Observing the ravenous manner in which Ping Xiao and Qing Biao devoured their meal, Yu Yue seemed to discover a lucrative opportunity. Perhaps he could establish a dining establishment in the Eastern Sea region. In doing so, would he not amass an abundance of wealth from cultivators? He tore off a leg of wild chicken and took a hearty bite. Alas, my entrepreneurial spirit is restless. Little did Yu Yu realize that this seemingly simple notion could ignite a culinary frenzy throughout the entire Eastern Sea in the future. Oh dear brother. How could I have forgotten about this? Suddenly, Ping Xiao slammed his hand on the tree stump, nearly shattering it, startling Qing Biao, who was in the midst of his feast, almost choking in the process. What are you doing, Ping? With no time to swallow the morsel in his mouth. Qing Biao felt quite aggrieved. They, the Jiao Dragon, detested being interrupted during their meals. Yet how could he protest when the one disrupting him was none other than his elder brother? It was a necessity to endure. In truth, resisting was futile against such a figure. What's the matter, brother Peng? Yu Yu was somewhat taken aback. Just eat if you want to. Why make such a fuss? Hold on a moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Peng Xiao leapt swiftly up the ancient tree. In merely the blink of an eye, he returned, cradling a large jar before the tree stump. Yu Yu was at a loss, but upon seeing the jar in Ping Xiao's arms, Qing Biao's eyes gleamed with envy. Goodness! Brother, you actually brought out such a rare treasure? Peng Xiao cast a disdainful glance at Qing Biao, seemingly feeling that today's indulgence was a waste of fine goods. He then turned back to Yu Yu, a hint of pride glimmering in his eyes as he declared, You, my dear brother. This is the monkey wine I brought back from Sunset Island at the borders of our Eastern Sea region. You are truly in for a treat today. Oh? A flicker of intrigue danced in Yu Yu's gaze. Then I must savor it thoroughly. To be honest, although he had tasted numerous fine wines in the past, he was not an avid drinker. Nonetheless, he possessed a considerable understanding of the subject. Since his arrival in the realm of the gods, he had yet to sample the libations of this world. Observing Qing Biao's eyes, which sparkled with excitement akin to that of a dragon encountering its mother, he surmised that this wine must be extraordinary. Upon the instant, Peng Xiao uncorked the wine jar. A rich and crisp aroma surged forth, enveloping the air. Yet, it was not merely a singular sin of wine. Rather, it seemed to intertwine with the fragrances of myriad blossoms and subtle hints of medicinal herbs. As if the mere act of inhaling could intoxicate one. What splendid wine! Yu Yu's fingers twitched with anticipation as he observed Ping Xiao eagerly take out 3 bamboo bowls. Without hesitation, he first filled 2 bowls for the formidable demons, then poured a generous serving for himself. To his surprise, he discovered that his younger brother Yu was also a connoisseur of fine spirits. Come, do indulge. Peng Xiao lifted his bowl and gently sipped. Instantly, a hint of bewilderment graced his chiseled features, and his once defiant gaze softened, as if he were savoring the exquisite flavors of the wine. Qing Biao too took a modest sip, his face alight with rapture. Yu Yu could not comprehend. After all, you are the rulers of the beast realm, beings of formidable stature. Why do you drink like a bunch of timid women? Observe my prowess. Speaking of which, this wine is truly exquisite. As Yu Yu gazed into the bamboo bowl filled with the verdant liquid and inhaled its fragrant aroma, he couldn't help but think it was far more delightful than roasted fish. Goodness! As Yu Yu lifted the bowl, the rapture in Qing Biao's demeanor instantly vanished. Yet, before he could utter a word, Yu Yu downed half the bowl of monkey wine in one swift motion. My word! The moment the monkey wine graced his lips, a refreshing fragrance immediately enveloped his palate, invoking a sensation of sheer bliss, as if he were immersed in a vast sea of blossoms, where butterflies danced gracefully, allowing him to forget all his troubles. As it slid down his throat, that delightful aroma transformed into an explosive warmth, akin to being engulfed by a tumultuous ocean, with towering waves crashing around him, rendering him speechless in the face of nature's grandeur. Finally, as the wine, infused with its fragrant essence, settled within his abdomen, he experienced yet another marvel. The floral notes faded, the tumultuous waves calmed, and the cacophony in his mind dissipated entirely, leaving behind a profound sense of tranquility and ethereality. Ultimately, the intoxicating effect surged into his consciousness, a powerful energy nearly overwhelming Yu Yu with inebriation. Fortunately, the formidable transformation ability of the Zhou Tian Dragon transformation technique allowed him to absorb the wine's potency, even enhancing his cultivation somewhat. Chapter 47. An indecorous demand, Brother Yu. You seem as dazed as a bird that has just collided with a mountain peak, or perhaps even worse, a stone. He cursed under his breath. With such cultivation, he dared not indulge in monkey wine as Yu Yu had, who, despite being merely at the 4th tier, managed to consume half a bowl without succumbing to drunkenness. Ah, what a fine wine. Yu Yu casually seized a grilled fish and took a bite, the perspiration on his forehead seemingly infused with the aroma of wine. What a delightful indulgence. Aha, indeed. My dear brother Yu is refreshingly straightforward. Qing Biao was so fired up that he felt an urge to lift his bowl and gulp down several hearty mouthfuls. Alas, Having finally acquired the coveted monkey wine from the elder brother, it deserved to be savored, rather than being squandered like Yu Yue's reckless drinking. In truth, Yu Yue possessed a profound understanding of the art of wine tasting. However, the allure of the monkey wine was simply too compelling for him to resist. Brother Peng, is this indeed from Sunset Island? What manner of place is Sunset Island? Yu Yue delicately sipped the wine again, feeling as if every pore in his body had opened up. Sheer bliss. What manner of acquisition is this? Qing Biao interjected. At that moment, grasping a bird's wing with his right hand and casually draping his left arm around Peng Zhao's neck, his tongue slightly slurring as he began to boast. Brother, allow me to tell you, this is no idle boast. My elder brother is formidable. The Monkey King of Sunset Island is but one of his defeated foes. How else could my brother have seized that ancient monkey's prized wine, which he holds dearer than life itself? Such is the custom of our eastern seas. One must not recklessly harm the lives of living beings if he is outmatched. It is only right that I claim his wealth. Peng Zhao forcefully pushed Qing Biao aside, his face contorted in disdain, while Qing Biao remained unfazed. Indeed, it is a robbery. This is a rule set by 3 prominent saints. My brother has only been robbed by the White Elder a few times in these waters. And otherwise, none can compare. Brother Yu, do you not find my elder brother impressive? Qing Biao leaned closer, wrapping his arm around Yu Yue's neck, inducing a shiver in Yu Yue. Was this fellow not a bit too forward? He quickly evaded. I do not wish to look. I have no interest. How peculiar a request. Why would one want to expose such private matters to fish, lacking all decorum? Moreover, the seemingly obedient little girl, by Xiaoduan, had actually robbed Peng Zhao several times before. Goodness, how wild her inner self must be. Peng Zhao's expression darkened further. Had it not been for Yu Yue's presence, he would have pinned Qing Biao to the ground and given him a thorough thrashing. Why must everything be blurted out? But with Yu Yue here, Peng Zhao decided to keep a mental note of this debt against Qing Biao for future reckoning. For now, it was best to enjoy the wine. Should any other beings witness this trio, they would undoubtedly presume they shared the same disposition. The aroma of nature mingled with the scent of wine wafted through the forest, while rippling sunlight spilled through the gaps in the ancient trees. As for the ground strewn with bird and fish bones, these 3 had dined heartily. It was likely that even dogs would be disinclined to lick the remains, for not a scrap of meat lingered. Using a wooden stump as a table, the 3 engaged in lively conversation, exchanging cups and toasting with joy. At last, Yu Yue and his companions began to feel their vision blurring. Although the monkey wine was delightful, its effects were somewhat mitigated for beings of considerable cultivation. Nonetheless, the trio believed that exquisite wine should not be squandered, which is why they refrained from using their powers to expel the intoxicating effects. Yu Yue even neglected to employ the Zhou Tian transformation technique, resulting in their mild sips leading them to near inebriation. Brother, I must share something with you. Qing Biao slurred, attempting to drape an arm around Peng Zhao's shoulders. Sensing the ambiguous gaze from Yu Yue, Peng Zhao quickly evaded, fearing the misunderstanding that might ensue. After all, he was a bird of utterly conventional disposition. Speak plainly. Don't get all handsy, Peng Zhao said, casting an impatient glance at this fellow, wondering if he intended to leverage the rare opportunity of their drinking session to extract some cultivation resources. What genuine matters could he possibly have? Brother, recently that insufferable Wu Yu has been particularly arrogant. The most frustrating part is that even as a dragon in the sea, I cannot catch up to him. Each encounter leaves me at his mercy, and all I desire is to join forces with you to teach that insufferable brat a lesson. Qing Biao showed no embarrassment. While he acknowledged his inability to match Wu Yu in strength, he certainly had an elder brother to call upon for assistance. Indeed, that rascal has knocked off quite a few of our scales, making a raucous mess. Yu Yu nodded, the memories of that day's battle still vivid in his mind. Previously, he regarded Qing Biao as somewhat deranged, and the long-haired fish seemed equally eccentric. However, now that he and Qing Biao were friends, only that peculiar fish remained an anomaly. Ah, splendid. That feathered fish, after all, had its own backing. Peng Zhao shook his head. He immediately discerned whom Qing Biao referred to. After all, how could one expect to outmaneuver a dragon in water? It was folly to engage in combat with them in the sea without facing disadvantages. What kind of support could such a wallflower possibly have? Qing Biao was taken aback. The wine in his system dissipating. Is there truly someone formidable who would take him in? Peng Zhao nodded affirmatively. Of course. If I have taken you in, why would no one take him in? If it weren't for his connections, how could he dare to bully my little brother? I would have dispatched him myself. Hearing this, Qing Biao was deeply moved. No wonder the leader refrained from avenging him. Apparently, even that despicable wallflower had formidable backing. The leader must have been unable to provoke him, thus swallowing his pride. Feeling a surge of sympathy for his elder brother, Qing Biao regarded Peng Xiao with newfound empathy. And Yu Yue felt the same. Alas, he could not even protect his own subordinates. It seemed that their brotherly camaraderie was in vain. What is with those glances you two are exchanging? Peng Xiao felt a twinge of unease. Were these two misinterpreting his intentions? Big brother, it's all right. If I cannot contend with him, I will simply steer clear of that wallflower in the future. Though I know you value loyalty. Please do not risk yourself for my sake against someone formidable. Qing Biao fiercely seized the last fish from the wooden stake and took a hefty bite. Tears welling in his eyes as he realized the immense pressure his elder brother had endured for him. What? Are you implying that I am cowardly? He exclaimed, irate. Next time you confront that dark-feathered creature, count me in. Just watch how I strip him of his feathers. Peng Xiao simmered with indignation. Was he not suggesting that Peng the Great was timid? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. The leader is the greatest. Peng Gu possesses undeniable spirit. Yu Yue and Qing Biao simultaneously gave Peng Xiao a thumbs up, which made him feel quite pleased. No big deal, he replied casually. By the way, boss, who is that formidable figure behind the wall? Aren't you afraid? Qing Biao, somewhat puzzled, recalled that he had previously sought his elder brother's help, but back then, his brother had always seemed hesitant. Now, however, he appeared resolute. Chapter 48. Seeking of me? Afraid? Not a chance. Just look at my lineage. Peng Zhao's eyes glimmered with icy determination. Those two merely formed a partnership 4,000 years ago. One is manageable, but two could pose a challenge. His reasoning was sound. He possessed the bloodline of the Kuanping, a creature that in ancient times could rival the dragon clan, showcasing its formidable strength. Yet Qing Biao began to feel apprehensive. Two? Both of them at your level? Perhaps. Never mind. Should we ask Brother Yu to invite White Venerable? He would surely deal with them. Don't you dare waver. I said I would handle this for you. Peng Xiao retorted, his expression reflecting a fierce loyalty towards his younger brother, which even moved Yu Yue. Upon hearing this, Qing Biao's spirit soared. Then let us go now. He stood up, brimming with enthusiasm, ready to charge forth. He was eager to witness the moment when that arrogant figure would be beneath his feet, begging for mercy. How exhilarating. However, before he could revel in the excitement, Peng Xiao interjected, First, we drink. With your current demeanor, you'll just end up getting beaten. We'll address the venue issue in a few days. Why? Qing Biao's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling utterly frustrated. It was akin to having his pants down only to discover that the dragon he fancied was male. Because I am on the brink of a breakthrough. It's best to confront them afterward, Peng Xiao stated confidently. At his cultivation level, each minor breakthrough represented an immense difference in strength. He had been waiting for this moment, otherwise, would he allow anyone to bully his younger brother? He would have stormed in long ago. Fine, let us drink first. To you, boss. I raise my cup in your honor. Qing Biao lifted his bamboo bowl, a smile gradually spreading across his face. You may enjoy your days for now, but once my brother breaks through, the three of us will pluck your feathers. If we fail to do so completely, I'll consider it my loss. Thus, the trio continued to drink and engage in conversation. To Peng Xiao's surprise, despite Yu Yue only being at the early stage of the 4th level of cultivation, his insights into avian life were remarkably unique. Some of the novel concepts he presented were ideas Peng Xiao had never even contemplated. Indeed, it is no surprise that he is the 4th disciple of the Sea Pavilion. Although his cultivation may be lacking, his demeanor and cultural refinement are undeniably impressive. 3 days later, Yu Yue and Qing Biao stood at a distance, their eyes fixed on a grand ancient tree that mirrored their presence. Atop this venerable tree soared a formidable raptor, its wings unfurled to an astonishing 300 meters, exuding an aura of ferocity. This avian creature was adorned in feathers of a dark golden hue, sharp as a barrage of arrows, with colossal talons and a formidable beak that emanated sheer power. Notably, its tail bore a resemblance to that of a fish, yet its form strikingly resembled the legendary Kuanping from Yu Yue's recollections. At this moment, it stood proudly atop the ancient tree, its head held high as it gazed into the heavens, its icy eyes brimming with defiance. Simultaneously, an enigmatic yet immensely powerful wave of cultivation emanated from it, causing all beings within a 1,000-mile radius to refrain from making any rash movements. This aura, this pressure, was so formidable that it instilled a profound sense of submission, leaving no room for resistance. Ah, Qing Biao, what level of cultivation does old Peng possess? It is indeed impressive. After spending several days together, the two great demons had long ceased to regard Yu Yue as their younger brother. They could not afford to do so, lest they find themselves at the mercy of Bai Xiaoshuang one day. At this moment, they had already retreated to a safe distance. Yet even so, Yu Yue could not help but click his tongue in astonishment. The aura of this cultivation was simply overwhelming. Of course, it could not compare to that of his master or the Golden Sovereign, but to Yu Yue, it was undeniably formidable. After all, this was his elder brother. A powerful figure who could shield him. How could he not be strong? Qing Brao wore a look of pride, as if his brother's strength reflected upon him. After all, with someone to protect him, who would dare to oppose? Yu Yue rolled his eyes and remarked, "So you must be at the 6th tier. And that old Ping is at the 7th tier?" From his conversations with Bai Xiaoshuang, Yu Yue understood that being at the 7th tier signified one was a formidable entity in the Void Realm, worthy of being referred to as a significant figure. Although Yu Yue was unaware of the precise implications of being at the 7th tier of the Void Realm, he certainly recognized it as an impressive achievement. "I am indeed at the 6th tier. As for my elder brother, let me confide in you. He is a formidable being at the early stage of the 8th tier and is on the cusp of breaking through to the mid-stage. He holds considerable renown throughout the entire Eastern Sea region." Yu Yue looked at the proud Qing Biao with a sense of disdain as he wiped away the saliva that had splattered on him during Qing Biao's boisterous speech. It was as if the 8th rank belonged to him alone. Ping Zhao's breakthrough lasted a full half-day, after which the menacing figure of the fierce bird at the top of the ancient tree vanished, and Ping Zhao reappeared before Yu Yue and Qing Brao in human form. Aside from his aura becoming significantly deeper, Yu Yue felt there was no remarkable change, of course. It could be that his low cultivation level prevented him from perceiving anything extraordinary. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, big brother." However, Qing Biao could genuinely sense the difference. Previously, he had felt his brother's aura akin to a raging river, but now it felt as profound as the ocean itself. At such a level of cultivation, a small breakthrough signifies a qualitative transformation. "Let us go. Big brother will take you to settle some scores." The fierce aura emanating from Peng Xiao, fresh from his breakthrough, still bore a hint of savagery, yet the pride in his eyes was unmistakable. A strong sense of dominance washed over them. Qing Biao relished this feeling. He had awaited this day for a long time. "Huh, Stinky Wall, now my big brother is even more formidable than yours. Prepare for your demise. It's time to buy a coffin. Are you coming, Yu Yue?" Peng Xiao turned his head towards Yu Yue. In truth, Yu Yue's cultivation was somewhat lacking. Let's be honest, he was a bit weak. Peng Xiao was reluctant to take him along, as he could not protect Yu Yue in battles of that caliber. If he were to suffer even a minor injury, it would be disastrous. "Let us go. I also want to witness the battles of great powers." However, Yu Yue had a different perspective. He merely planned to keep his distance and learn about higher realms of cultivation, an invaluable opportunity he could not afford to miss. What great power! It's merely mid-level capability. The pressure intensified as Peng Xiao waved his hand. "All right, stay a bit further away from me and Biaozi. Those two are somewhat tricky." Peng Xiao nodded, feeling invincible at this moment. Following a resounding roar filled with ferocity, Peng Zhao's true form manifested. Although Yu Yue's sword-flying speed was quite impressive for a 4th rank, it was insignificant compared to the two formidable beasts. Thus, Peng Xiao lifted him onto his broad back, and with a ferocious bird towering 100 feet and a massive blue dragon stretching 200 meters, they soared into the sky, heading towards the territory of the dark-feathered sea with great momentum. Chapter 49. The Contest for Supremacy in the Sky. Yu Yue sat atop the back of the great rock, his hand brushing against the firm feathers, which were indeed remarkably sturdy. Upon rough estimation, even if he wielded fish fins to strike at it for days, he would scarcely make an impression. Speaking of which, old rock, you mentioned that we in the Eastern Sea should not easily harm the lives of creatures, yet when you win a duel, you simply seize the opponent's cultivation wealth? A sudden thought struck Yu Yue regarding the matter of plundering, and curiosity piqued within him. Qing Biao chuckled heartily. "Indeed, Yu Yue, you are quite cultured. What you call a duel is merely a brawl. A straightforward brawl. Yes, one that involves outright theft, without a second thought." The rock appeared somewhat perplexed, logically. Bai Xiaoshuang's junior should be well-versed in such matters. Does this mean I could also seize cultivation wealth? A strange excitement surged within Yu Yue. He had never been one to rely on others. Although he had come to consider the sea pavilion his home, it was evident that while his master was a formidable figure, the burdens of countless millennia had taken their toll on Bai Xiaoshuang. His financial resources were hardly abundant. If he could indeed engage in outright theft, it would certainly yield wealth far more swiftly than establishing a restaurant. Enough of that. A thunderous voice interrupted, revealing a large azure serpent adorned with a distinctly human-like expression of derision. The entry requirement for this game is at least level 6. It's not that I harbor disdain for you, but if you were to participate now, you would likely end up in a stew. Yu Yue was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. This was not like the stories he had read. Shouldn't being at the nascent soul stage equate to being a venerable ancestor? Yet here he was, unable to even gather the entry fee. It was rather disheartening. Why establish such rules? This was a conundrum Yu Yue could not fathom. It seemed like unnecessary trouble, and his master did not strike him as someone prone to frivolity. Well, the rock chuckled. Ever since the continents were divided, although the Eastern Sea is populated by many humans, the pinnacle of combat prowess largely resides with the great monsters of the sea. The number of these formidable sea creatures is quite limited, which naturally results in our realm being relatively weak. And then, to be frank, Yu Yue was astonished. He had assumed the Eastern Sea was a bastion of strength, and that his master was among the continent's elite. How had it come to be that the Eastern Sea was so feeble? In the past, our sea nearly fell under the yoke of nefarious individuals from the continent. Since then, the true powers of the saint level instituted this game. This way, we do not deplete our combat strength, and it allows the strong to acquire more resources to enhance their capabilities. As for those who were robbed, do you think they would be content? Certainly not. This compels them to cultivate harder for vengeance, to reclaim what was taken, all while ensuring that lives are spared. Thus, this game facilitates faster growth and more diligent cultivation for everyone involved. After a brief pause, Peng Xiao continued, moreover, both the demon beasts and the demon kings possess a considerable degree of pride. Under normal circumstances, they would remain aloof from one another until death. However, with the advent of this game, they have become acquainted. Although they engage in battles amongst themselves, when faced with an external threat, they can unite as one. So it is. Yu Yue admired the brilliance of the leader's unconventional ideas, recognizing an undeniable prowess in leadership. As they conversed, the trio had already ventured far from Wu Yu's domain. Biaozi, you shall take the lead. I shall provide support from the rear. Peng Xiao, though seemingly irresponsible, intended to offer Qing Biao a valuable opportunity for growth. After all, as a seasoned figure, how could he allow his junior to bear the brunt of danger? All right, brother. But if I find myself overwhelmed, or if that wall attempts to flee, I trust you will handle it for me. Yu Yue observed Qing Biao's fearful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, with old Ping in your corner, what is there to fear? Just go for it. Yes, just go for it. Qing Biao shouted, his voice reverberating so powerfully that Peng Xiao felt like cursing. The creature may not have much skill, but its volume was indeed impressive. After that resounding shout, Qing Biao dove headfirst into the fray, the aura of the Demon King enveloping the entire territory of Wu Yue. While the underwater creature trembled in fear, he had never anticipated that after so many skirmishes, the Tiger Wall would bring his leader to confront him. Wu Yue felt utterly vulnerable. His mid-6th tier cultivation was on par with Qing Biao, yet he feared he might not prevail against the Tiger Wall. This time, they had come seeking retribution. He could already envision a rather grim fate awaiting him. He could evade Qing Biao, but facing Peng Xiao, that would simply be a matter of a single flap of his wings. Should he flee or remain? While Wu Yue pondered, the oppressive aura of the Demon King had already driven away the creatures of the sea. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the surface of the ocean, and Qing Biao's voice thundered forth. Zhao Yu, your grandfather has come to deal with you, you wretched spawn. With that, Wu Yue surged out of the water. For as the Demon King of this region, he was not to be trifled with, and he had his pride to uphold. It would be one thing to be defeated by the elder brother, which could still be seen as honorable, but if he allowed the Tiger Wall to intimidate him, how could he ever hold his head high again? Bring it on, you bastard. Boom. The 6th-tier great demon engaged in pure physical combat, even more ferocious than what Yu Yue had previously witnessed. The overwhelming force caused the very space of the sea to shift, and the thunderous explosions echoed incessantly. The once tranquil surface of the ocean was suddenly engulfed in towering waves. Had the weaker sea creatures not been driven away, it was likely that none would survive the aftershocks of such a battle. Not to mention, even Yu Yue would meet his end. Indeed, we demon beasts lack the innate talents of humans. Not only do we lack a certain backbone, but our affinity for the natural spiritual energies is far inferior. Thus, we are not adept in the arts of magic, often resorting to brute force in combat. Peng Xiao watched the two massive figures in the sea engage in spirited melee and sighed. Reflecting on the past, he too had once been so carefree. Then he encountered Bai Xiao Shuang, blissfully unaware of her notorious reputation, and spoke with a touch of levity, resulting in Well, too many tears to recount. Furthermore, the last encounter had truly terrified him. It seemed that the bandit was still mindful of his image in front of the small fish. Otherwise, he could have faced dire consequences. The experience of being stripped bare and hung up was one he never wished to relive. Sigh, old Peng, why the long face? Yu Yue tilted his head slightly, unable to discern that Qing Biao was at a disadvantage. As the elder brother, why did he sigh first? No, let us observe. It has already reached a fever pitch. The two of them then cast their gazes upon the surface of the sea, and indeed, at that moment, the two formidable demon kings were drenched in blood, with the crimson liquid staining vast expanses of the ocean, a truly ferocious sight. It was evident that they were evenly matched, neither able to overpower the other. However, given that Qing Biao bore the bloodline of the dragon race, he undoubtedly possessed a slight edge in endurance over Wu Yu. Damn it. Next time, I will end you. Wu Yu could no longer hold on. This earth-shattering battle had somewhat restored his dignity. But continuing would result in even graver injuries, rendering it a fruitless endeavor. Thus, he plunged into the sea, intending to make his escape, confident that Qing Biao could not pursue him underwater. Chapter 50, My Master, the Holy Emperor Hao Yang yet. He had forgotten that a true trump card awaited him in the heavens. Suddenly, Peng Zhao's eyes turned cold. Wish to flee? You truly underestimate me. Before the words had even left his lips, a claw shot forth. This seemingly light strike caused intense fluctuations in the surrounding space, and Wu Yu, who was about to slip away, froze in place. Cursing inwardly, he realized that the powerful figure had indeed made his move. Moreover, the first strike was a spatial confinement, leaving no chance for him to escape. Then, another claw appeared as if it had torn through the fabric of space, manifesting right before him, gently poised to strike his head. In an instant, Wu Yu's consciousness plunged into darkness. That was a bit excessive, wasn't it? In the air, Yu Yu observed Wu Yu, now belly up and floating on the surface of the sea, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude, though he quickly grew concerned, realizing that the blow might have been a touch too severe. The rules of the game were set by the mighty, and his master was undoubtedly the mastermind behind it all. His master was very principled. After all, even Bai Xiaoshuang had faced consequences. And if Ping Xiao inadvertently caused Wu Yu's demise, he would have to mourn for him. Do not worry, I am quite steady. I merely rendered him unconscious. Ping Xiao transformed back into his human form, landing lightly on Wu Yu's belly alongside the blood-soaked Qing Biao, who also assumed human shape. This feels fantastic. What a thrilling battle. Ping Xiao glanced at him. You look decent, but you appeared rather disheveled when you were just pummeled. No worries. Qing Biao waved his large hand. Peng Gu, quickly breach his spatial storage. This fellow has amassed quite a fortune. Let us take it all. Peng Xiao, despite his reluctance, managed to breach Wu Yu's personal storage space, swiftly collecting the abundant cultivation resources within into his own spatial realm. These would be divided among them upon their return. Qing Biao, however, was not concerned that his leader would seize his belongings. For one, he was not that kind of bird, and for another, the wealth of the sixth tier would undoubtedly hold no allure for Peng Xiao. Furthermore, even if his leader desired it all, Qing Biao would readily acquiesce without a hint of hesitation. All he sought was to confront Wu Yu and vent the pent-up frustrations of millennia. With the younger brother dealt with, it was time to engage Wu Yu's powerful backers in a candid discussion. After thoroughly rummaging through Wu Yu's spatial realm and pillaging his underwater lair, Peng Xiao ensured that no valuable items were overlooked. He generously left behind 40% of the cultivation resources, recognizing that Wu Yu needed to sustain himself as well. Subsequently, a glimmer of mischief sparkled in Peng Xiao's eyes. Well, boss, perhaps we should let this go. I believe they are aware of their mistakes. Qing Biao felt a chill run down his spine. Facing an 8th-tier powerhouse was a daunting prospect. 100 of him would not suffice to even dent such might. Are you afraid? Peng Xiao turned to Qing Biao, a playful smile dancing on his lips. Are you frightened, Yu Yu? With you by my side, what is there to fear? Besides, my master, the Holy Emperor Hao Yang. Yu Yu raised an eyebrow with flamboyance, eager to witness a clash between such formidable titans. Upon hearing this, Peng Xiao's smile faltered. While he acknowledged the prowess of Yu Yu's master, such references were ill-timed. Could they not maintain a semblance of decorum in their display of bravado? Cough. Look at Yu Yu. He fears nothing. Why should you? Reluctantly, Qing Biao found himself venting his frustration upon his companion. But anyone, be it a master or even a mere senior brother, would dwarf me in stature. Will you go or not? Yes. After much heartfelt persuasion, Per Xiao finally acquiesced, allowing Qing Biao to carry him on his back, primarily for the sake of sharing the spoils. Although Peng Xiao dismissed these trinkets, It was the inheritance of the two elder neighbors that truly piqued his interest. Such thoughts filled him with exhilaration. "Brother Yu, these are yours," Qing Biao exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Having anticipated Wu Yu's wealth, but never imagining it to be so vast, he divided the 60% of the wealth into two portions, intending to bestow one half upon Yu Yu. However, the remaining 30% was nearly equivalent to all of Qing Biao's own riches. No wonder he had been unable to defeat him. "Ah, no, I cannot accept this. I am merely an observer in this endeavor." Yu Yu quickly waved his hands. While he was indeed covetous of such wealth, he adhered firmly to his principles and would not claim what was not rightfully his. "What observer? Confound it, just take it. Otherwise, it would imply you look down upon me, and by extension, our leader as well." Qing Biao's expression darkened. His intentions were rather straightforward. Friends should share equally. The background of Yu Yu has been entirely overlooked, which is precisely why he often reflects on how much simpler demonic beasts are compared to humans during these past few days spent with these two individuals. "Well, I apologize for that." Yu Yu solemnly stored the cultivation resources into his spatial pouch. "I will repay these." "Repay you with a banana stick? Your current cultivation level is far too inadequate. Hasten to elevate it with these resources, and when the time comes, seek me out, and I shall accompany you on your plundering adventures." Yu Yu. How utterly inappropriate this statement is. Yu Yu's heart aches profoundly. Although I may currently lack skill, could one not express oneself in a more tactful manner? Yu Yu was quite inclined to remark that Qing Biao's demeanor made him susceptible to being beaten. Yet he found himself unable to match the strength of his opponent. Therefore, he contemplated whether, upon returning to the sea pavilion, he could discuss with his master the enhancement of cultural education and moral training for these demon kings. Moreover, he was fortunate to have the support of a system father. Once his cultivation surpassed that of Qing Biao, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to assert his superiority before him. Indeed, Qing Biao's words held a modicum of truth. Yu Yu needed to strive for improvement. Otherwise, when his senior brother and second sister witnessed his low level of cultivation, they would undoubtedly scrutinize him. Peng Xiao also concurred, noting that the Sword King and Sakura Master, as well as Bai Xiaoshuang's Jr., should not merely bear the title of the four disciples of the Sea Pavilion, but must also possess commensurate strength to match their illustrious titles. "Alas, very well, brother." With a beaming smile on his face, Yu felt a sense of unease within his heart. He seemed to be no more than half a year old, still just an infant. Yet he was already burdened with such immense pressure. Peng Xiao moved with remarkable speed, but the tempest in the void could not stir even a single feather on him. Yu Yu and Qing Biao, seated upon his back, felt not a hint of the wind's force. Soon, a cluster of islands came into their view. They were old neighbors, and it was imperative to greet them properly. "Yaozi, ensure you use safety and keep your distance. Those two individuals are formidable foes, and we must not be caught in the fray." Peng Xiao's expression grew serious. He was well acquainted with these two. They had once been neighbors. Their territories not far apart, but due to the competition for resources, they had developed a bond and become partners. The thought of his solitary existence being overshadowed by their display of affection was truly disheartening. "By the way, brother." Suddenly, Qing Biao, who had not flown far, circled back. "What is it?" Peng Xiao questioned, puzzled by his concern. That expression did not seem characteristic of him. "Cough, leader. Seeing that the outcome of your endeavor is uncertain, why not leave the cultivation resources with me for the time being? If you happen to be overpowered, they might take it easy on you. Thinking you're a pauper." Qing Biao scratched his head, his smile sincere and unpretentious. "Get lost," Peng Xiao replied, his words deliberate. He swore that before engaging in battle, he truly wished to give his little brother a good scolding. Chapter 51. "Both of you are useless, all right, brother." Qing Biao scampered away with Yu Yu, leaving Peng Xiao with a look of helplessness in his eyes. "Stay far back. Protect our little brother. Rest assured. That essay given." Qing Biao muttered to himself, thinking it prudent to keep a safe distance. A fight at your level is no trifling matter, and with a 2-to-1 situation, offering to safeguard the resources and receiving no gratitude in return. Alas, in this world, being a sincere dragon is exceedingly challenging. Perhaps it is best to retreat to a vantage point and observe the leader's performance from afar. At that moment, the entire cluster of islands, including the Cerulean Sea, lay in serene stillness, with gentle breezes caressing the landscape and fluffy white clouds lazily drifting across the sky, imbued with tranquility and peace. Peng Xiao landed upon the peak of one of the islands, his fierce gaze sweeping the surroundings, and suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air. "Chi!" This piercing call shattered the tranquility of the locale. The aura unique to the strong emanated from Peng Xiao. unleashing a wave of power that enveloped the entire cluster of islands in an instant. Even the clouds above were torn asunder by this overwhelming force. Boom. At the moment when the resounding cry of the rock reverberated through the air, two colossal beastly silhouettes materialized in the void, each towering at an impressive 100 feet. As the mist enveloping them gradually dissipated, the true forms of the demon kings were unveiled, both coldly fixating their gaze upon the rock. Among the two, one emanated strands of ethereal blue light, resembling a magnificent blue peacock. One could not help but acknowledge that this beast's allure surpassed that of the rock by leaps and bounds. The other formidable silhouette was a peculiar creature cloaked in an inky blackness, adorned with 6 long, sinuous tentacles sprouting from its underbelly, each covered in countless sharp spines. Its enormous eyes appeared to harbor 2 flickering orbs of sinister flame, and its menacing visage, complete with a gaping maw, added a further layer of terror. "Are you seeking death?" The strange sea creature intoned, its voice resonating like a resounding bell, crystal clear to the ears, even causing Yu Yue and Qing Biao, who were positioned at a distance, to feel as though the sound detonated right beside them. "What are you trembling for?" At this moment, Qing Biao was coiled atop a mountain peak like a frayed rope, and you could distinctly sense its immense body quaking. "It's a bit chilly," Qing Biao stammered, his voice betraying his trepidation, while Yu glanced at the scorching sun overhead, sinking into contemplation. The rock faced the 2 demon beast kings without a trace of fear. Although it stood merely one small realm above them, its audacity was underpinned by this slight disparity in cultivation level. "You two, one a creature of the skies, and the other a denizen of the deep sea. Intermingling like this is quite remarkable," the rock remarked disdainfully, unfurling its enormous wings, its formidable aura intensifying. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it even left Yu gasping for breath. "Who are you calling a monster?" The strange sea creature could no longer contain itself, its tentacles thrashing as it prepared to attack the rock. "You've bullied my little brother, and I haven't settled the score yet. Now you dare to come to me." Yet, just as it was about to launch, the blue peacock extended its wings to intercept. "Who I choose to favor is none of your concern. Even monsters can surpass you. Now speak. What is your purpose here?" The blue peacock's voice was ethereal yet laced with a fierce edge, exuding an icy calm that suggested it was no benevolent entity. "Hey." The rock tilted its head, taken aback. "Stronger than me? Let us set that aside. The reason I have come is to borrow some cultivation resources from you esteemed neighbors, resources that I do not intend to return. I trust you have no objections? Do not inquire as to why. My cultivation has broken through, and today, the rock truly feels audacious. If you're unconvinced, come at me. After all, I have long coveted the treasures you possess." Moreover, the rock was genuinely impoverished. After breaking through, the scarcity of cultivation resources had become a pressing issue. Without acquiring some, it would find itself in dire straits. Something felt amiss. The peacock demon king tilted its head slightly to glance at the sea beast demon king, and they both perceived the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Their territories were in close proximity to Ping Zhao's, and they were acutely aware of each other's strengths. As clear as day. Judging by cultivation, it was inconceivable for Peng Zhao to exhibit such arrogance before them unless he possessed substantial confidence. "Oh my, what audacity! You even dare to mix in a hint of arrogance, failing to recognize that you stand before 2 beings of the same rank." The sea beast demon king's eyes flickered with ghostly flames, and his voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. 2. Peng Zhao's wings flapped as he soared into the air, generating a fierce gust of wind. "It's not directed at either of you individually. What I mean to convey is that both of you are utterly pathetic." Such brazen words stirred the blood of Qing Biao and Yu Yue. It was intolerable beyond measure. The sea beast demon king cast a glance at the peacock demon king, seeking counsel, as he was eager to teach Peng Zhao a lesson, making him aware that lacking strength has its consequences, or he would face an unprecedented beating. "Then let us do it. What is there to fear?" The peacock demon king could no longer endure the provocation. First, he bullied her partner as subordinate. Then he came to challenge them with such arrogance. If they allowed this fellow to escape unscathed today, it would be a blemish on the dignity of both their great demon kings. With that, the peacock demon king spread its tail, and dark green peacock feathers coalesced, imbued with a formidable aura, and shot directly towards Peng Zhao. These peacock feathers were laced with potent poison, while they would not claim Peng Zhao's life outright. Should he be struck, even a demon king of the same rank would find themselves incapacitated for a time. The sea beast demon king was even more direct. As his tentacles waved, his form vanished, only to reappear behind Peng Zhao, a colossal tentacle breaking through the air, and aiming to strike Peng Zhao's head. The assault from the two demon kings was exceedingly abrupt. In the past, Peng Zhao would have had to respond with caution, for even the slightest misstep could leave him incapacitated. Yet now, Peng Zhao remained remarkably composed. He possessed the bloodline of the Kunping, and even without a breakthrough, these two demon kings would struggle to subdue him. With his recent advancement, in his eyes, the two demon kings appeared as mere younger siblings, so juvenile. With this thought, Peng Zhao executed a swift turn in midair, his sharp claws striking towards the sea beast demon king behind him. Bang! The immense force was beyond what the sea beast demon king could withstand. A mouthful of dark green blood spewed out as he was sent flying by Peng Zhao's claw. What on earth? The sea beast demon king was utterly bewildered. What was happening? This was not right at all. He couldn't comprehend why a single claw from Peng Zhao could send him flying, and his mind was still in a dazed state. Simultaneously, countless peacock feathers slashed through the air, leaving traces as they pierced through Peng Zhao's protective spirit energy and struck his form, the sound of metal clashing resonating continuously. Yu Yue and Qing Biao both felt a pang of anxiety for Peng Zhao, fervently hoping he would not be riddled with arrows. Chapter 52. A woman's time has come. Beneath the flurry of peacock feathers, Peng Zhao's figure was obscured, with only the resounding clash of metal echoing through the air. At that moment, the peacock demon king cast a disdainful glance at the sea beast demon king, seemingly unimpressed by her partner's prowess. Such a lackluster companion, she scoffed. Oh, the innate divine powers truly possess some intrigue. Finally, Peng Zhao's voice resonated as he unfurled his wings, unleashing an overwhelming force that sent the myriad feathers soaring. His colossal form re-emerged before the two demon kings, and their previously harmonious assault had failed to inflict even a single scratch upon him. In fact, the peacock demon king's feathers had not even pierced his formidable defenses. Has he broken through? The peacock demon king's gaze was filled with trepidation as she sensed the surge of power emanating from Peng Zhao, her voice taking on a sharp edge. If he had tea, how could he so brazenly come to demand things from us? Peng Zhao's tone remained calm, yet his aura was undeniably potent. Well done. This is quite the predicament. Both demon kings felt a chill of despair. It was no wonder this audacious bird was so confident. He truly possessed the strength to back it up. Previously, they had been ill-equipped to contend with Peng Zhao even one-on-one. And now, with his breakthrough, albeit a minor one, they were no match for him together. Thus, as they exchanged glances, the couple shared a mutual understanding of their plight. This situation had escalated beyond their control. The peacock demon king seemed unfazed, but the sea beast demon king was different. Being male, he valued his pride. To concede defeat outright would be a significant blow to his dignity, especially before his partner. Ahem, congratulations, Brother Peng, on your advancement in cultivation. If we had known you were so extraordinarily gifted, we would have brought gifts to celebrate your achievements rather than requiring your personal visit. The sea beast demon king said, his tone laced with sincerity and admiration. Oh, what is this? Have you lost your will to confront me? Peng Zhao's eyes sparkled with amusement, confirming that strength indeed commanded respect. Only those who wielded power could truly appreciate the nuances of such confidence. The two before him, lacking in skill, could hardly comprehend the noble essence of a true warrior. The peacock demon king regarded him with contempt, lamenting, how shameless. How did you choose such a spineless partner? Ah, no words from you? What do you think? Peng Zhao turned his gaze towards her, momentarily taken aback. The peacock demon king lowered her head gracefully. I believe Brother Peng is indeed a once-in-a-millennium talent. We are left in the dust. Reluctantly, she acknowledged their predicament. Though she felt disgruntled, she had no choice but to flatter him. Recognizing his superior cultivation, her couple could not afford to provoke him now. Very well. Peng Zhao nodded with satisfaction, remarking, to be honest, this recent breakthrough has left me quite strapped for resources. Tell me, will you be offering me your goods willingly? Or must I indulge you in a feast before seeking them myself? Ah, how could I trouble Brother Peng to take such action? Whatever you desire, I shall gladly present to you, the sea beast demon king replied with a demeanor befitting a devoted brother. The peacock demon king, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. After all these years as neighbors, we are well aware of each other's character. Peng Zhao was taken aback. Was the peacock demon attempting to silence him? Yet, he remained unabashed, particularly in this regard. Well, dear brother and sister, if you wish to grant me this favor, I shall only require 90% of the cultivation resources. I am not greedy. Goodness. The peacock demon king could no longer contain herself. This is excessive. Are you robbing us? What if I refuse? Peng Zhao's expression turned cold. prompting the Sea Beast Demon King to swiftly interpose himself in front of the Peacock Demon King. "Ah, she can be quite fiery, Brother Ping. Please do not take offense." He then turned to the Peacock Demon King and whispered, "Just hand it over." Alas, despite the pain it caused, such was the way of their world. Without this arrangement, facing a foe stronger than themselves could jeopardize the lives of their partners. Thus, Pro Xiao accepted the storage ring tossed by the Peacock Demon King and examined its contents. It appeared that her offerings were indeed sufficient for two. Honest enough, he thought. May they cultivate diligently henceforth. Ignoring the disdainful glance from the Peacock Demon King, he secured the storage ring and spread his wings, soaring towards the direction where Yu Yue and Qing Biao waited. The two Demon Kings seethed with frustration, yet they felt powerless. In their hearts, they vowed that the next time they encountered Peng Xiao, he would pay dearly for today's losses, and they would reclaim their assets with interest. "Do you have any hidden funds?" Once Peng Xiao had flown far enough, the Peacock Demon King glared at the Sea Beast Demon King. "Goodness, how could I dare to possess any? All my resources for cultivation have always come from you." Her heart bled. The notion of having private savings was unthinkable, especially since she truly had none. Such a scoundrel. Only someone as audacious as Bai Xiaoshuang could rival this level of banditry. How shall we survive now? Shall we rob another Demon King? The Peacock Demon King pondered for a moment, realizing the difficulties of managing resources without first-hand experience. "You truly are a genius. Let us seize resources to enhance our cultivation and, next time, we shall relocate that wretched bird's nest." Sharing a conspiratorial glance, the couple simultaneously took to the skies, heading towards the territory of a Demon King who, while not weak, was a solitary figure and thus no match for the two of them. A great distance away, Peng Xiao returned home in high spirits, while Qing Biao exuberantly lauded him, as if it were he who had subdued the two Demon Kings. Yu Yue felt a slight disappointment. He had anticipated witnessing a grand battle between formidable beast kings, yet he was met with the cowardice of the couple. Come, let us divide the spoils," Peng Xiao exclaimed as he produced a storage ring, pouring forth an abundance of treasures, celestial materials, spiritual artifacts, elixirs, and mystical items that dazzled the eyes of Yu Yue. In his mind, Peng Xiao had transformed into a magnificent bird, and he, who could barely be considered a cheerleader, found himself sharing in the bounty. Qing Biao, equally exhilarated, realized he had benefited from Yu Yue's fortune. Otherwise, given the leader's disposition, he would have received only the tiniest morsel. Though not stingy, it certainly lacked generosity. Once the treasures were divided, Peng Xiao retrieved a jar of monkey wine, and the three of them drank to the point of oblivion, reveling in the euphoria of newfound wealth. Peng Xiao was elated. Not only had he become affluent, but he had also forged a friendship with the fourth disciple of the Sea Pavilion, effectively securing a powerful ally. The Yu Yue's cultivation was currently modest. He could discern the exceptional talent of this fish, speculating that in a millennium or so, it could reach the heights of a sword king. At that time, who would dare to bully his esteemed Peng Xiao? Those beast kings of higher ranks? He had the Sea Pavilion backing him. Even if Bai Xiaoshuang attempted to seize something from him, she would have to show some respect to his junior disciple, would she not? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Peng Xiao let out a hearty laugh and took a generous swig of monkey wine. Qing Biao grinned broadly. After breaking through to a new realm, their leader had indeed become formidable. Drinking monkey wine with such boldness was truly admirable, and Qing Biao was filled with admiration. Yu squinted slightly, and to be honest, he truly felt grateful to his master. Were it not for the formidable background of the Sea Pavilion, it would have been unthinkable for him to share the same space with two great demons over a drink, let alone command respect. With his current level of cultivation, he could scarcely have imagined such a scenario, even in his dreams. At that moment, Peng Xiao's words echoed in his mind. "You are the fourth disciple of the Sea Pavilion. You must possess strength that befits your reputation." Indeed, strength. After taking a sip of wine, he reflected that although he had been somewhat lax in recent days, the enhancement from the Zhou Tian transformation technique meant that even if he, Yu Yue, were to sleep all day like Bai Xiaoshuang, his progress in cultivation would rival that of a diligent practitioner. When Yu Yue emerged from the Sea Pavilion, he was at the pinnacle of the early fourth stage, and now he found himself capable of breaking through barriers on his own. However, he had fallen behind in his recent accumulation of points. 2 days later, Yu Yue advanced to the mid-fourth stage. The commotion during his breakthrough even startled Peng Xiao, who was engrossed in his own training, and, well, also Qing Biao, who had been sulking and had gulped down several mouthfuls of monkey wine that day. "Brother, what on earth are you doing?" Peng Xiao leaped down from his nest. his expression a mixture of resignation and annoyance. Although being roused from his meditation was far from pleasant, facing Yu Yue, he found himself unable to harbor any anger. For if he did, once Bai Xiaoshuang arrived, he would be left with nothing. Yu Yue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, clasped his hands together and said, "I have just broken through, and there has been a bit of commotion. I sincerely apologize for that." However, there was little sincerity in his expression. He was well aware of his own capabilities. The mere disturbance from his breakthrough could hardly rouse Peng Xiao. In fact, even if that fellow were meditating in his lair, he likely wasn't focusing on anything substantial. As it turned out, Peng Xiao was merely sifting through the spoils he had pilfered from his two neighbors, checking to see if any of it held particular value to him. Unfortunately, there were very few treasures of note. The demon kings of the Eastern Sea were all too aware that they could be robbed at any moment. Hence, any items that could enhance their cultivation or were especially useful would be utilized immediately upon acquisition. Otherwise, if they were to be stolen one day, where could they express their grievances? There would be no place to lament. In this context, the items Peng Xiao had acquired offered him limited direct benefits. Though the quantity of wealth was indeed considerable, even after sharing some with Yu Yue and Qing Biao. Ah, indeed, at that moment, your aura suggested you had only recently broken through. How is it that you have advanced again? Yes, indeed. Yu Yue nodded, not deeming it a difficult task. Could it be that I, the young master, cannot break through 2 ranks in less than an hour? Alas, genius often walks a solitary path. Peng Xiao was somewhat taken aback. He believed his own talents were commendable. Yet, he had lingered in the 4th stage Yuan infant realm for nearly a century before finally advancing to the 5th stage. On average, each minor realm took him 30 years. And Yu Yue? When he was first brought here by Qing Biao, his aura clearly indicated he had just entered the 4th stage, yet within a few days, he had already ascended another minor realm. Birds surpassing fish are truly vexing. Peng Xiao had previously thought Yu Yue was merely fortunate to have caught the attention of the sacred emperor. However, after spending these few days together, he realized that this little fish indeed possessed remarkable talent, astonishingly so. At that moment, a massive dragon serpent, coiled beneath a tree not far away, slithered towards Peng Xiao and Yu Yue, swaying slightly as if inebriated. "Boss, brother Yu, I must return to my territory. I've acquired quite a few treasures that require refining. Hurry and leave." Peng Xiao and Yu Yue exchanged disdainful glances, swiftly dodging the copious droplets of saliva that the dragon serpent expelled. Peng Xiao wished fervently for this creature to depart. As a cultivator of a renowned demon king, he feared that such unexpected antics would disrupt his training. After all, as a famous demon king, if he accidentally harmed a subordinate in a fit of rage, it would tarnish his reputation. "All right, brother. I shall visit you when I have the chance." Qing Biao smacked his lips, pondering when he would next indulge in the monkey wine. Perhaps next time I can bring brother Yu along. I shall not keep him hidden any longer. With that thought, he flapped his large tail and ascended into the sky, feeling quite clever as a dragon. Wait a moment. At this juncture, Peng Xiao's eyes flickered as if recalling something. He soared into the air, gesturing grandly, and a small wound appeared on Qing Biao's massive head, from which a few droplets of golden-hued blood flew forth and landed in Peng Xiao's hand. "That'll do. Now be off." Qing Biao felt a pang of grievance. Those droplets were among his rare true dragon blood. Although losing them wasn't catastrophic, replenishing them would require quite some time. With a resentful glance at Peng Xiao, he understood well why Peng Xiao desired that blood. "Ah, well, I have gained quite a bit myself. Let those droplets serve as fish feed." He hastily took flight, fearing Peng Xiao might demand more should he linger. Meanwhile, Peng Xiao shuddered at Qing Biao's final gaze, muttering to himself, "Damn it, that foul creature. Here, take this. It will be of great benefit to you." After cursing Qing Biao under his breath, Peng Xiao extended his hand towards Yu Yue, a few beads of blood rolling in his palm, exuding immense vitality that even Qing Biao found enticing. Yet, alas, their bloodlines were incompatible, rendering any temptation moot. Yu Yue's eyes were filled with astonishment and a hint of emotion. This was indeed the essence of the true dragon bloodline. He felt too embarrassed to even ask Qing Biao for it. He understood the preciousness of the true dragon bloodline and truly did not expect that Peng Xiao would go so far as to procure Qing Biao's essence for him. "Old Ping, this seems rather inappropriate." Yu Yue forcefully turned his head away, refusing to look at the few droplets of blood. This was not an act of pretense. He genuinely deemed it unacceptable. Such a substance was far too precious for Qing Biao. A flicker of surprise crossed Peng Xiao's eyes, for in his recollection, Yu Yue was not one to be so shy. However, being an ancient being who had lived for countless eons, he quickly grasped the underlying reasoning. With a light chuckle, confirming his belief in this principled fish, Peng Xiao directly infused the blood droplet into Yu Yue's forehead. Instantly, Yu Yue felt his blood boil. It was as if a ferocious beast had caught sight of flesh. The moment the blood droplet entered his body, it was assimilated and devoured. After consuming the blood droplet, Yu Yue's blood transformed, taking on a hue of purple gold, and the option for true dragon bloodline on his panel increased by a remarkable 13 points. Dragons are inherently formidable. Yet many beings possessing dragon lineage can revert to their draconic forms, rivaling, if not surpassing, true dragons. Chapter 54. Are you human? As Peng Xiao spoke, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his gaze. According to legend, the Kunping clan is one of the mightiest races in existence, even infamous for their prowess in devouring dragons. He bore within him a bloodline of exceptionally high purity, closely resembling that of a true Kunping. However, from his memories, he knew that dragons are not to be trifled with. Although the Kunping clan is powerful, they are far from possessing the strength to feast upon dragons. Historically, the two clans held a significant amount of animosity, being natural enemies. Yet now, with the ancient races fading away, he was oblivious to the remnants of those grievances. Otherwise, he would not have taken Qingbiao under his wing. Do not worry about Biaozi. That fellow will be just fine, perhaps only needing to rest for a few days. Peng Xiao waved his hand dismissively, for he was indeed considering Qingbiao's well-being. Yu Yue, a disciple of the Holy Emperor, has benefited greatly from this experience alongside Qingbiao. Upon returning, it would be essential to share tales of their adventures with the esteemed Holy Emperor. Such narratives may elevate their standing in the eyes of the Holy Emperor, even if no substantial rewards materialize. The mere thought of having their names grace the ears of the Holy Emperor fills Peng Xiao with a profound sense of pride. Thus, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Brother Ping and my thanks to Brother Biao as well. Yu Yue felt a transformation coursing through his veins, etching this moment into his memory. Regardless of the circumstances, he would never be the ungrateful fish. Why be courteous? Where would you like to go? I shall accompany you. Peng Xiao was in high spirits lately, contemplating that the two demon kings would likely join forces to usurp other demon kings, thereby ensuring that the couple would soon regain their wealth. Well, should they seize the opportunity to take advantage of their opponents' unrefined powers and make a move themselves? The mere thought brought joy. Thus, it is evident that moments of elation are ill-suited for cultivation. Rather, they are perfect for revelry. Yu scratched his head, gazing at the wide-mouthed Peng Xiao, utterly perplexed by his thoughts. As for the idea of going out to have fun, he was indeed somewhat tempted, yet upon reflection, he decided against it. After all, one must possess the requisite strength to bear the title of Sea Pavilion's fourth elder, mustn't one? Never mind. I ought to return to my cultivation, striving to reach the 6th tier within a year, and then we shall engage in a heist together. The mere thought of it fills me with excitement. Regardless of whether we succeed or fail, with Peng Xiao by my side, his wings exuding an aura of dominance, we could wreak havoc beneath the 8th tier without a care. Indeed, the Eastern Sea is predominantly oceanic, offering little in terms of amusement. Wait until you reach the 6th tier, then summon me. Peng Xiao rolled his eyes, dreaming of breaking through to the 6th tier within a year? Unlikely. Yet, he refrained from voicing his skepticism. The journey back to the Sea Pavilion is lengthy. Allow me to accompany you. No need. It's just a path. Well, all right. Then please do escort me. Truth be told, he was not lost. He simply felt that Peng Xiao's enthusiasm was overwhelming, and declining would surely hurt his feelings. A wounded heart is akin to shattered glass. That's right. Why be so polite with me? Now, Yu found himself reminiscing about the sensations within the Spirit Spring, where cultivation was enhanced by the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique, yielding exquisite results. All right. Peng Xiao nodded in agreement, as his own cultivation was rather leisurely. He despised being disturbed during his practice. With a flicker of light, Peng Xiao manifested his true form, and Yu nimbly leaped onto his back. Estimating that at Peng Xiao's speed, they would reach the Sea Pavilion in approximately 15 minutes. Spirit Spring, I have returned. In the skies, Peng Xiao soared swiftly, while the airborne foragers, sensing his immense Demon King aura, hastily veered away, facing no interruptions. As the silhouette of the Sea Pavilion came into view, Yu suddenly inquired. The Sea Beast Demon King had a mate. Why do you not? This indeed puzzled Yu. In terms of appearance, Peng Xiao was quite handsome. Yet the Sea Beast Demon King was undeniably unattractive, yet he had managed to find a partner. They had clashed over resources a few times, and eventually, the turtle and the green bean found a mutual attraction. Peng Xiao's words dripped with bitterness. He too had pursued the Peacock Demon King, but she deemed his character unsatisfactory, thus dismissing him entirely. To be frank, Peng Xiao was not a paragon of virtue. Otherwise, he would not have attempted to use an extraordinary fox as a cauldron. Alas, that fox was not only remarkable, but indescribably so. By Xiaoshuang. Ahem. So when do you plan to find someone? Not seeking anyone, there are no suitable candidates. And I find myself quite content. I understand. After all, we are all men, are we not? Are you human? Yu Yue. Very well. I am not a human. Let us cease this conversation. It is not that Yu Yue is incapable, but rather that Peng Xiao possesses the ability to extinguish the very essence of our dialogue. At this moment, having entered the domain of the sea pavilion, Peng Xiao, ever perceptive, transformed into human form, preparing to descend. This act was driven by two reasons. Firstly, to him, the holy Emperor Haoyang embodies sanctity, and the sea pavilion represents a hallowed ground, thus ascending through the air is an expression of reverence. Secondly, being an entity of his nature, his keen vision allowed him to discern a figure from afar, seated in the pavilion, sipping tea. Alas, at present, aside from Yu Yue, there exists only one man within the pavilion. He could surmise with certainty to whom that silhouette belonged. What are you anxious about? There is no cause for concern. Hasten forth. Yu Yue cast a surprised glance at Peng Xiao, who, once so fiercely independent, now resembled a timid chick. I am not nervous, Peng Xiao insisted, though his chattering teeth betrayed him. Don't be anxious. Let us hurry over. My master is particularly amiable. Yu Yue patted Peng Xiao's shoulder, wondering how one could be so cowardly. Were Peng Xiao to glean Yu Yue's thoughts, he would undoubtedly look down upon him with disdain. After all, it was your master, not mine, a figure of great stature. What if some trivial detail led to a mishap? Even if it cost one's life, who would come to their defense? Moreover, Bai Xiaoshuang was still at the sea pavilion, and he had already been disrespectful to her on 2 occasions. Ultimately, under Yu Yue's insistence, the two of them kept their distance. After Peng Xiao meticulously arranged his attire and hairstyle, they finally approached the pavilion in the courtyard. Master, I have returned. Yu Yue sauntered into the pavilion and settled onto a stone bench, pouring himself a cup of tea with an air of nonchalance. In stark contrast, Peng Xiao found himself in a state of unease, bowing deeply with cupped fists, his expression imbued with utmost reverence. Peng Xiao pays homage to the illustrious Haoyang Saint Emperor, wishing the revered emperor boundless cultivation and the attainment of the ultimate path. His leg trembled incessantly, after all. Before the most formidable being of the Eastern Sea, and indeed the entire continent, perhaps only his 4 disciples remained unperturbed. There's no need for such formalities, Haoyang remarked, setting down his teacup, his voice casual yet firm. His gaze, however, was fixed on Yu Yue, who had drained his cup and was now pouring another for himself. You impudent boy, tea is not meant to be consumed in such a manner. Ah, the bloodline of the Kuanping, while not exceedingly potent, is commendable. Yet, your innate talent leaves much to be desired. Just as Peng Xiao was about to express his gratitude with a modest response, the latter words struck him like a blow, leaving him disheartened. He had always believed his talents to be quite commendable, and the Kuanping bloodline was indeed remarkable. Alas, the great ones speak with such bluntness. Yu Yue couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed rather harsh on the little bird. Chapter 55. The Wealthy Young Lady, by Xiaoshuang. Master, perhaps you should express that sentiment with a touch more delicacy. This fellow, it is true that Master possesses an exceptionally high perspective. It seems that to be chosen by him indicates that, indeed, I am truly a prodigy of extraordinary talent. You couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Haoyang, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, yet seemed disinclined to change his stance. Instead, he continued, it matters not if your innate talent is lacking. The lifespan of demon beasts is considerably lengthy, and before their demise, there remains a chance for you to realize your dreams. Yu Yue. Peng Xiao, thank you for your guidance, esteemed senior. Ahem. Yu Yue cleared his throat and said, oh, my esteemed master, please refrain from continuing. It would be unkind to leave such shadows in their hearts. Brother Peng, do you have any dreams? Indeed, Peng Xiao replied, his expression revealing a deep sense of hurt. My dream is to attain enlightenment and become a sage before I reach 200,000 years of age. Oh, Haoyang remarked, a charming smile gracing his lips. That indeed sounds fortunate. Peng Xiao felt a flicker of doubt, questioning whether he had inadvertently offended the sage emperor. Why did he feel somewhat targeted? Was it possible that one of the 2 individuals he had dealt with previously was a relative of the sage emperor? It seemed unlikely. Little did he know that Haoyang treated him with the same indifference he showed to everyone. even to the stunning beauty of the Holy Realm, Kai Huang. At that moment, Bai Xiaoshuang emerged from the medicinal fields, the corners of her mouth still dusted with remnants of spiritual herbs. She paid no attention to Peng Xiao. To her, he was merely a rather unremarkable chicken. With her captivating eyes sparkling, Bai Xiaoshuang inquired, "And what about you, little fish? What are your dreams?" Yu paused, tempted to declare that his aspiration was to become immensely powerful, to reclaim all the grievances inflicted upon him by Bai Xiaoshuang many times over. He longed to flick the forehead of that foolish fox and sever her connection to the vital energies of the world. Perhaps then, they could feast upon her 9 tails. Yet, he dared not voice such thoughts, instead wearing a sincere expression as he declared, "My dream is to become immensely strong. One day, should anyone dare to bully my family, I wish to have the honor to stand up for them. That is the duty of a man." "And who is your family? Are they in the sea?" Bai Xiaoshuang asked, her large eyes shimmering with curiosity. Yu let out a gentle sigh, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of pressure. "My home is the sea pavilion, and you are all my family." "Oh, well. Junior brother, senior sister has discovered that you are truly remarkable." Bai Xiaoshuang was so moved she was on the verge of tears. The little fish was indeed considerate, repaying her kindness after all the time she had spent feeding it and treating it well. Peng Xiao couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up, subtly showcasing his prowess. This is what true mastery looks like. However, Hao Yang furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "A man's sense of responsibility is commendable, but you seem devoid of humanity." Yu Yu's smile abruptly froze, the previously overwhelming pressure dissipating in an instant. "Master, you." Meanwhile, Peng Xiao felt considerably relieved, although he dared not laugh aloud. His mouth curled into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. It seemed that the esteemed Holy Emperor did not solely target him. Was it possible that those who had cultivated to such lofty realms possessed low emotional intelligence? This bird appears somewhat familiar. At that moment, Bai Xiaoshuang finally took notice of Peng Xiao. Yu quickly interjected, for otherwise, Bai Xiaoshuang might indeed take the audacious step of confronting Peng Xiao in front of their master. After all, he was a guest. "Indeed, senior sister, he is Peng Xiao, a dear friend of mine who has assisted me greatly during my travels." "Oh, is that so?" Bai Xiaoshuang tilted her adorable little head, her spirits soaring. After all, she had discovered that little fish possessed a kind heart. Little fish's friends were undoubtedly her friends as well. With this thought, Bai Xiaoshuang retrieved a plump object from her storage space and tossed it to Peng Xiao without a second thought. "Thank you for taking care of little fish. If you ever need anything, just mention Bai Ye's name, and it will be taken care of. Such kindness is only to be expected. I am merely providing assistance." Peng Xiao responded, catching the round object and bowing slightly, feeling an immense lift in his mood. With Bai Daolao's protection, he could now act with impunity. Who would dare to provoke him, Peng, the avian creature? Upon closer inspection, however, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was indeed a demon beast's inner core. And its rank was at the 8th tier. This was the inner core of an 8th tier tribulation realm demon beast. The fact that Bai Xiaoshuang could so easily produce such a treasure implied that she must possess many more. This suggested that numerous 8th tier tribulation realm demon beasts had perished at her hands. In the Eastern Sea region, there were only a handful of such 8th tier beasts. How could she possibly manage all of them? He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Otherwise, he might have ended up as just another inner core in Bai Xiaoshuang's storage space. "Thank you, revered Bai." Peng Xiao bowed again, realizing that this 8th tier inner core would significantly enhance his cultivation. Just look at that. This was what it meant to be a powerful figure, as even a single hair from her would outweigh his own legs. "All right, I'm off to bed," Bai Xiaoshuang said as she stretched her delicate arms, yawning, and then walked toward her room, despite Hao Yang's disapproving gaze. Yu Yue also shook his head helplessly. There was no alternative. It was likely that this foolish fox had once been the beloved pet of the sea pavilion. For how else could it have been spoiled to such an extent? As for Hao Yang's disdain, it stemmed entirely from Bai Xiaoshuang's possession of an 8th grade inner core. It was not due to the quantity being insufficient, but rather, it was excessively abundant. Hao Yang was impoverished and had originally intended to offer Peng Xiao an 8th grade inner core as remuneration, for a sovereign emperor ought not to be stingy. Yet, the opportunity was snatched away by Bai Xiaoshuang, and now this financially strapped sovereign emperor could scarcely conceive of what to present to Peng Xiao. After pondering for an extended period, Peng Xiao felt as though his legs were growing weak. The primary source of his unease lay in his apprehension. He dared not move in the presence of Hao Yang. When would this esteemed sovereign emperor utter a word? Even a direct order for him to leave would suffice. He was becoming increasingly eager to refine the inner core. At long last, Hao Yang spoke. Xiao, although your aptitude is lacking, with a modicum of effort, it can be compensated for. I possess a martial technique that is reasonably well suited to you. Step forward. Haha, Brother Peng, fortune has finally smiled upon you. Yu Yue let out a hearty laugh. Clearly his master was contemplating what destiny to bestow upon Peng Xiao. It reminded him of the day when his master unleashed the awe-inspiring Zhou Tian transformation technique, a method of unparalleled might. It seemed that this time, Peng Xiao had genuinely encountered a fortuitous turn of events. And Yu Yue felt a sense of joy for this friend, for he held a favorable impression of Peng Xiao. Thank you, Holy Emperor. Peng Xiao accepts your command. A surge of elation filled Peng Xiao's eyes. He hurriedly took a cautious step forward, kneeling on both knees a meter away from the esteemed figure, bowing his head deeply. In response, Hao Yang raised his hand, and a stream of spiritual light entered Peng Xiao's mind. In an instant, he felt his consciousness flooded with intricate and profound characters. Even some perplexities regarding his cultivation seemed to dissolve effortlessly. It was evident that this technique was nothing short of extraordinary. After all, when the Holy Emperor took action, how could he bestow anything less than remarkable upon Peng Xiao? At that moment, Peng Xiao felt as though he had been struck senseless by an unexpected wave of happiness. Forming a friendship with Yu Yue had undoubtedly been the wisest decision he had made in countless millennia. Chapter 56. The Unbearable Past of the Holy Emperor and Truth. The act of Hao Yang imparting the technique into Peng Xiao's mind was merely a fleeting moment. Yet, Peng Xiao remained kneeling there, utterly transfixed, for over an hour. By this time, Yu Yue had taken a leisurely swim in the spiritual spring and refined some of the wealth he had previously acquired. Upon emerging from the medicinal fields, he noticed that Peng Xiao was still kneeling there. Master, what is he doing? As Yu Yue approached Peng Xiao, he intended to call out. Yet the elder maintained a tranquil demeanor, gesturing with his hand to halt Yu Yue. He was immersed in the comprehension of a profound technique. Disturbance was unwelcome. Is it permissible for you to play the zither? Yu Yue inquired, scratching his head, for he had distinctly heard an enchanting melody moments prior. I shall not interfere with him. It is of no consequence. Besides, this is a guzheng, came the response. Hao Yang felt a tinge of sorrow, sensing that little fish might be led astray by Xiaoshuang. By the way, master, what technique did you impart to old Peng? Yu Yue stepped into the pavilion, raising his hand to touch the guzheng resting upon the stone table. However, upon hearing a vehement clang of resistance from the instrument, he prudently retracted his hand. Hao Yang cast a glance at Yu Yue. The guzheng possessed sentience, likely displeased with Yu Yue's previous DJ antics. Moreover, the instrument's spirit would soon take form, and it seemed inevitable that Yu Yue would face a considerable beating. This technique is known as the Kunping method, a remnant scroll left by the ancient Kunping clan. It bears resemblance to your Zhou Tian transformation technique, yet due to significant losses, its rank is merely that of a pseudo-heavenly grade. The elder sipped his tea, acknowledging that although his wealth had diminished in nurturing his disciples, his collection of techniques remained quite abundant. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Yue acknowledged that the Zhou Tian transformation dragon technique was indeed somewhat fragmented. However, he had yet to reach the requisite level of cultivation, and he was uncertain whether the system could provide the necessary enhancements. He was somewhat concerned about whether the incomplete scroll would impede old Peng's training. Yet, Hao Yang remained utterly unperturbed. Casting a glance at the crimson sun on the horizon, he remarked, whether he can fully cultivate it remains to be seen. Despite having spent nearly 2 hours grasping the rudimentary concepts, this young man's aptitude is rather lacking. However, the presence of the Kunping bloodline within him renders him particularly suited for this technique. Yu Yue nodded, contemplating that indeed, Lao Peng was rather inept. When he infused the essence of Zhou Tian into his mind, it was almost instantaneous. Although he had the assistance of the system, it cannot be denied that Yu Yue is indeed a prodigy. Why venture out without diligently cultivating? One must not emulate by Xiaoshuang. You are merely at the 4th tier and have a long journey ahead. Hao Yang spoke, his gaze carrying an undertone of warning, as if to imply that should you exhibit by Xiaoshuang's mannerisms, your fate in my hands would be sealed. Yu Yue smiled. Isn't this just a glance at old Peng? Moreover, master, which do you believe is more effective for enhancing cultivation, directly refining the spiritual herb or transforming it into a pill? Although I have the support of the system, I can't shake the feeling that refining such high-level spiritual herbs should yield more than just a trivial amount. Furthermore, during our expedition to the Fallen Valley, Zhang mentioned that the effects of spiritual herbs are significantly enhanced when refined into pills. They are truly remarkable. Hao Yang, taken aback by Yu Yue's inquiry, maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, the efficacy of pills is indeed superior. However, Prolonged consumption can lead to the accumulation of toxins within the body and even the sea of consciousness, making them difficult to expel. Additionally, whether it be pills or spiritual herbs, excessive reliance can destabilize one's foundation. It is entirely possible for a late-stage fourth-tier cultivator, bolstered by pills, to be vanquished by an early-stage fourth-tier cultivator who has honed their skills through experience and self-driven advancement. Yu Yue nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of the reasoning. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, that senior sister could indeed be considered a product of an accumulation of spiritual herbs. Mentioning this matter even caused a twitch at the corner of Hao Yang's mouth, as he gritted his teeth and affirmed, indeed, Bai Xiaoshuang's cultivation was undoubtedly achieved through the extensive use of elixirs. Hao Yang felt a pang of distress in his heart. Reminiscing about Bai Xiaoshuang's childhood when she was just teething and still quite fierce, she had audaciously gnawed on a precious spiritual herb that had existed for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. If it had not been for Hao Yang's swift intervention at that time, it was likely that the terrifying potency of that herb would have overwhelmed him, leaving him with only 3 disciples, and he would not have found himself in such a state of poverty. The combat prowess of that senior sister. Before Yu Yue could finish her words, Hao Yang interrupted her. What problems could she possibly have? With her impeccable bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial fox, any elixir or spiritual herb she ingests leaves no trace, not even a remnant of its essence. Moreover, her foundation is remarkably stable. There is no way around it. As Bai Xiaoshuang stated, the conditions are as they are. Yu Yue chuckled softly to himself. If Bai Xiaoshuang could be an exception, why couldn't he, Yu Yue? After all, his system was an incredibly formidable entity. His golden finger. Master, I wish to learn alchemy. Hao Yang nodded, likely already aware of what Yu Yue intended to express. In the Eastern Sea region, there are scarcely any alchemists, and even in the central continent, this identity holds great prestige. However, they are predominantly attuned to the fire element by nature, and I fear you may struggle. Casting a light glance at Yu Yue, he thought. What audacity to harbor such ambitions. The innate nature of Yu Yue destined him to be inherently attuned to the water element's spiritual essence. Even if one could resolve issues pertaining to this aspect, who could forge elixirs at will? Among Yu Yue's 4 disciples, only the eldest, who relentlessly pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship, had not contemplated this matter. The second and third disciples, Bai Xiaoshuang, had both attempted alchemy. The second disciple, lacking sufficient talent, ultimately relinquished the endeavor, but Bai Xiaoshuang's attempts were far from successful. While others found joy and aromatic bliss in alchemy, her efforts resulted in explosive failures. During a period when Hao Yang was absent from the sea pavilion, the entire establishment was suffused with the acrid stench of burned elixirs, accompanied by billowing black smoke. Some powerful figures even speculated about an audacious attack on the sea pavilion, offering assistance in response. Consequently, the reputation of the sea pavilion suffered. It became widely known that the Holy Emperor Hao Yang had a foolish disciple, a tale circulating among the potentates of the Eastern Sea region. In the end, Bai Xiaoshuang resorted to pillaging, revealing her not only as a fool but also as a bandit. As Hao Yang reminisced, Yu Yue carefully assessed his own circumstances. Admittedly, he was lacking in certain attributes, yet he possessed a degree of control over fire element spiritual essence. After all, he had successfully grilled fish before. Moreover, Yu Yue had never doubted his own intellect. Master, I still believe it is worth attempting, he asserted with unwavering determination. Hao Yang, albeit resigned, nodded and handed Yu Yue an ancient tome. This is a compilation of notes left by the foremost alchemist of the divine realm over countless years. Study it thoroughly. However, do not attempt anything without confidence. Alchemy demands stability. A single misstep could lead to disastrous explosions, and your current cultivation may not withstand the repercussions. Hao Yang's expression grew solemn. He felt compelled to offer this warning, as he wished to avoid Yu Yue becoming the next Bai Xiaoshuang. Nevertheless, Yu Yue appeared to be far more dependable than Bai Xiaoshuang. Rest assured, Master, I am indeed quite stable. Yu Yue was filled with confidence. Yet shortly after he took hold of the ancient texts, Pen Shao suddenly opened his eyes wide and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his once ruddy complexion instantly turning pale. Chapter 57, The Alchemical Ancient Texts. Friction. Yu Yue couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He was genuinely taken aback. Master, what is happening with old Peng? To comprehend the technique to the point of spitting blood, what kind of phenomenon is this? Such friction is beyond my understanding. However, Hao Yang, with a calm demeanor after a brief perception, reassured him, no need for concern. This little fellow possesses considerable willpower. It is commendable that he attempts to comprehend the technique despite his insufficient spiritual cultivation. At this moment, Hao Yang held a certain appreciation for Peng Xiao. Although the bird's innate talent could not compare to that of his own disciples, it was indeed impressive for a wild creature. Just look at its tenacity. If Bai Xiaoshuang possessed even a fraction of this determination, she would have ascended to sainthood long ago. Thank you, Holy Emperor, for bestowing this technique. Despite his pale complexion, Peng Xiao's eyes sparkled with clarity. He had yet to begin cultivating the Kunping technique. Merely noting down the principles had illuminated many issues he had previously encountered in his practice. This predicament was a common plight for rogue cultivators and demonic beasts alike. Lacking superior techniques and abundant resources for cultivation severely restricted their progress. Fear not. You are also a great demon of the Eastern Sea. Cultivate earnestly and do not forget your aspirations, Hao Yang remarked with a hint of teasing in his tone. Cough, cough. Peng Xiao sheepishly scratched his head, having previously thought quite highly of his own aptitude. Yet now, upon encountering advanced techniques, he found himself unable to comprehend them, his spirit nearly depleted. Respected Holy Emperor, I shall take my leave now, Peng Xiao said, wary of overstaying his welcome in the sea pavilion. It was indeed peculiar. This sacred place was revered by all beings of the Eastern Sea, yet upon his arrival, he felt his legs turn to jelly. An 8th-tier powerhouse, even without exerting any spiritual pressure, exuded an aura of an insurmountable deity. Hao Yang picked up an ancient tome, responding with a nonchalant grunt, hardly glancing at Peng Xiao. However, Peng Xiao was unfazed. It was entirely normal for him to go unnoticed by such a formidable figure. Moreover, the fortune he had obtained this time was unprecedented in his millennia of existence. An 8th-tier inner elixir and a high-tier technique that resonated deeply with him. If all went well, he felt he could possibly use these two treasures to break through to the 9th tier. Although the likelihood was slim, it was still a far cry from his previous chances. How many years had it taken him to advance a mere small realm? Sigh. Speaking further would only be a waste of breath. Brother Yu, I am eternally grateful. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall take my leave now. Go on, go on. Do come visit when you have the time. Yu Yu, cradling the ancient alchemical tome bestowed upon him by Peng Xiao, nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Peng Xiao transformed into a fleeting ray of light, soaring away into the distance with astonishing speed, akin to, well, as if something were pursuing him. There was no denying it. The treasures acquired this time were remarkable. Not to mention the cultivation techniques, even the 8th-tier inner pill would require considerable time for him to fully assimilate. As he watched Peng Xiao vanish into the horizon, Yu Yu felt a surge of anticipation and finally opened the ancient text. The first page of the tome, adorned with grand golden characters, emanated an air of antiquity and depth that instantly captivated Yu Yu's attention. Do you aspire to become a revered and noble alchemist, admired by all? Then, I implore you to place your hand upon your heart and pose this question to yourself. Yu Yu obediently placed his hand upon his chest. Feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, he mused that the one who had inscribed those words must undoubtedly be a master alchemist. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for mere calligraphy to captivate him so. His gaze continued downward, yet the subsequent script caused several dark lines to form upon his forehead. Once again, in a flourish of elegant strokes, the text proclaimed, "Reflect sincerely, do you possess wealth? Alchemists are forged through the fires of fortune. If you are affluent, please turn to the next page. If you find yourself impoverished, then hastily close the book. Surely, you could utilize this time to cultivate your skills instead." Aha! Yu Yu nearly tore this ancient text apart. Goodness, is he really that impoverished? Isn't this simply a reflection of his own circumstances? He has long since understood that in the realm of the divine beings, wealth is measured in two aspects, the resources for cultivation and the so-called spirit stones. Currently, he possesses a modicum of resources for cultivation, yet it is insufficient for his needs. As for spirit stones, regrettably, he has neither encountered them nor utilized them. Thus, to be labeled as impoverished is a profound blow to his pride. It is truly disheartening. Raising his gaze, he noticed that Hao Yang had long departed from the pavilion. A fortunate escape, for had he been seen, it would have been quite embarrassing for him. Yu Yu took a deep breath, contemplating. Given that my master is a distinguished figure of this vast continent, I suppose I could be considered a second-generation affluent individual, certainly not impoverished. With a sense of unwavering confidence, he turned to the next page, where the text was adorned with flamboyant golden characters. The message conveyed was clear. If you possess a modicum of self-assurance regarding your wealth, then before attempting to concoct elixirs, one must first procure an alchemical furnace. Seek out the source of rare flames and gather various extraordinary materials. If you are indeed confident, proceed to the next page. Yu Yue's expression darkened further. Initially, he believed that alchemy was as simple as merely rolling up his sleeves and crafting a potion with a flick of his wrist. Why complicate matters with furnaces, rare flames, and celestial herbs? Surely his master possessed all the necessary knowledge. Thus, Yu Yue continued to peruse the ancient text, soon captivated by its intricate content. The author of this tome must have been a master alchemist of unparalleled skill. Within its pages, he discovered not only exquisite beauty but also profound alchemical techniques. Unbeknownst to Yu Yue, however, the Holy Emperor Haoyang had no desire for him to pursue alchemy. Firstly, their attributes were fundamentally mismatched. Secondly, nurturing an alchemist proved to be an exorbitant endeavor. Each alchemist emerged from a plethora of resources, far outweighing the value of the potions they produced. Consequently, Haoyang found himself impoverished. To speak candidly, if Yu Yue continued down the path of frivolity akin to Bai Xiaoshuang, it would be unbearable for him. In truth, these thoughts had crossed Haoyang's mind when he entrusted the ancient text to Yu Yue. He recalled his own exuberance when he took on his first disciple. Eager to provide abundantly for any needs, "I'm not lacking in resources," he had declared. The same held true for his second disciple. It was but a drizzle. Without any pressure, for Haoyang was a venerable figure aged over 300,000 years, having witnessed several eras. Fortunately, his first two disciples proved their worth, preserving his reputation. Then came Bai Xiaoshuang, and the years stretched on, 10,000, 20,000, up to 80,000. Haoyang swore off taking on more disciples. And Yu Yue was a most unexpected occurrence. He merely sought to inject some vitality into the vast, empty sea pavilion, now reduced to just the two of them. Yet, upon witnessing Yu Yue's prodigious talent, he could not resist. The burden weighed heavy on his heart. Thus, this ancient text was not as simple as it appeared. The words on the first and second pages bore the essence of the most formidable alchemist of yore. Should the reader's mind waver or doubt their own potential, they would find themselves unable to progress further in their reading, inevitably concluding that they were fated to be estranged from the path of alchemy. Yet, Yu Yue possessed an inexplicable confidence, a divine narcissism, believing himself to be a bona fide scion of wealth, completely untroubled. Even Haoyang had not anticipated this. Chapter 58. The alchemical fox named by Yu Yue was deeply immersed in the ancient texts of alchemy. And he soon learned that while alchemists were scarce in the present continent, during the ancient era, every major sect boasted a dedicated faction of alchemists, an era of true grandeur. With Yu Yue's naturally high intelligence, coupled with his current cultivation and the invaluable contributions of his system, he was able to comprehend many aspects of the alchemical text with clarity. However, as he progressed further, he found himself grappling with increasing confusion, even experiencing a tumultuous disturbance within his consciousness. Yu Yue understood that it was due to his insufficient cultivation. When he finally set down the ancient text in his hands, the morning light had already enveloped the sea pavilion. Birds were singing melodiously, and on a phoenix tree beside the pavilion, glistening dewdrops were cascading down. Yu Yue was utterly engrossed in the ancient texts of alchemy, losing himself for an entire night. "Oh, you've read them?" At that moment, Haoyang's figure appeared in the pavilion, his tone still unremarkable, yet his heart brimmed with astonishment. He had perused the first two pages of the ancient texts before. But back then, as the Holy Emperor Haoyang, he had been quite affluent. However, what audacity did this young man, Yu Yue, possess to believe himself wealthy? Master, I believe I am capable of refining elixirs, and there are certain insights I can truly comprehend. In Yu Yue's eyes, bloodshot veins were distinctly visible, evoking a sense of concern in Haoyang. This was evidently a sign of spiritual exhaustion. "Very well, let us attempt it," he nodded. But then his expression grew serious. "For now, it is imperative to rest. The spirit is the foundation of a cultivator, and any damage sustained is exceedingly difficult to replenish." "Understood." As Yu Yue spoke, he rose and made his way towards the medicinal fields. Although Bai Xiaoshuang had arranged accommodation for him, Yu Yue still found the prospect of residing in the spiritual spring far more appealing. "By the way, master, please prepare the alchemical furnace and the miraculous fire for your disciple. As for the materials, we have ample supply in the medicinal fields." With that, Yu Yue stepped through the door of the medicinal fields with a somewhat weary gait and found himself at the center, near the spring. With a splash, he plunged into the water. When he resurfaced, he had transformed into a magnificent fish, adorned with shimmering purple scales, nearly 10 feet long, displaying its white underbelly. "So, your confidence stems from your master," Hao Yang remarked, momentarily taken aback before erupting into a resigned smile. Well, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. I can certainly support a mere alchemist. If any further issues arise, I may have to reconsider taking on disciples. The following day, as the morning sun poured down once more, the purple-scaled fish in the spiritual spring floundered a few times. At that moment, this creature truly possessed an extraordinary allure. Its entire form glistening like a brilliant gem, radiating a mysterious and resplendent light. Golden lines adorned its scales, adding an air of nobility. Even Hao Yang found himself entertaining a fleeting thought. If he were to sell this fish, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. But how could that be? When had he ever sold a disciple? No, it was simply out of the question. As Yu Yue flipped onto his back, a sudden flash of inspiration transformed him into human form. At that moment, he donned a blue robe, adorned with a jade belt cinched at his waist. His inky black hair, tinged with a hint of purple, flowed casually down his back. His flawless visage was both delicate and striking. With the bloodshot veins in his eyes now vanished, leaving only a bright clarity. In the depths of his dark pupils, flecks of purple shimmered, reminiscent of a starry night sky. Truly, he was extraordinarily handsome. After admiring his reflection in the spiritual spring, Yu Yue tossed his hair and strolled towards the pavilion. He felt a pang of nostalgia, thinking that if he had pursued a career as an actor in his past life, he would undoubtedly have garnered a devoted fan base. Why pursue any other profession? It would be a waste of such striking features. Meanwhile, Hao Yang had long been seated in the pavilion, playing a piece on the guzheng. One must admit that the life of a master is rather monotonous, revolving around the same 3 points. Master, I am ready to begin alchemy, the disciple announced. As Yu Yue awaited the conclusion of Hao Yang's performance, he respectfully clasped his fists, for the art of alchemy is indeed a serious matter that demands utmost diligence. Hao Yang nodded in acknowledgement and, with a graceful wave of his hand, produced a dark golden alchemical furnace. Upon its emergence, it seemed as though the surrounding spiritual essence of the world was infused with the fragrance of medicinal herbs. The furnace, crafted from materials of extraordinary quality, was not only imposing in stature but also adorned with intricate patterns, unmistakably revealing its status as a treasured artifact. This is the alchemical furnace. Yu Yue gently touched it, feeling a lingering warmth. This was left by an old acquaintance of mine, but alas, he fell in that great battle. You should go now. Maintain a tranquil mind. For not everyone can become an alchemist. A flicker of nostalgia passed through Hao Yang's eyes. Although Yu Yue was unaware of the great battle his master spoke of, it was evident that it must have been extraordinarily brutal to evoke such sentiment from a sovereign of a generation. Rest assured, master. At this moment, Yu Yue's expression was gravely solemn. As a disciple, I shall become a master alchemist, living up to the illustrious reputation of this furnace. Excellent. Hao Yang chuckled heartily. And as the gazes of master and disciple met, a profound trust shimmered in their eyes. Little junior brother, you wish to refine pills? Perfect. My senior sister will teach you. Just then, the sound of the door creaking open was followed by the somewhat discordant voice of Bai Xiaoshuang, shattering the otherwise serene atmosphere. What? Senior sister, you can refine pills too? To be honest, based on Yu Yue's understanding of Bai Xiaoshuang over the past few days, he would believe her more likely to consume elixirs than to concoct them. As for alchemy, he had only scratched the surface of its complexities. In truth, perhaps ignorance was bliss. Once one delves into the depths of this art, the vastness and profundity of it become apparent, revealing it to be an intricate craft. Yu Yue found Bai Xiaoshuang's character somewhat disconcerting. Don't believe her, Yu Yue. If she attempts alchemy, you'll be blown to bits. Hao Yang sipped his tea, not even glancing at Bai Xiaoshuang. Even with his level-headed disposition, he could not shake off the lingering embarrassment. The once great Saint Emperor nearly tarnished his legacy due to Bai Xiaoshuang's reckless ambition to concoct pills, leading the powers of the sea domain to mistakenly regard him as a fool. This matter would haunt him for centuries to come. Master, you cannot speak of your most beloved disciple in such a manner. I swear an oath. If I cannot refine pills, then let me lose 3 to 5 years of my life. Upon hearing this, Yi was genuinely doubtful of Bai Xiaoshuang's alchemical prowess. You're likely to live for an eternity, so what are 3 to 5 years? Oh, then let me ask you, who nearly blew up the sea pavilion with a failed alchemy attempt 50,000 years ago? This incident is recorded in history, is it not? Who was deemed a fool by the powers due to a botched pill refinement that tarnished her master's reputation? Hao Yang's eyes glinted with mischief as he launched a rapid-fire inquiry. I admit it. Bai Xiaoshuang puffed out her chest, showing no shame in her confession, leaving even Hao Yang astonished by her candidness. Indeed, Bai Xiaoshuang produced a round, white elixir, These were refined in the last century. Master, have you ever heard of an explosion during pill refinement? Hao Yang, maintaining his composure, took one of the elixirs to examine closely, now genuinely incredulous. Based on the properties and quality, it was indeed crafted within 100 years, and it bore Bai Xiaoshuang's distinct foxfire essence. You truly can? Absolutely. Bai Xiaoshuang tilted her head proudly, exuding confidence. Was there anything she could not do? Just decades prior, she had infuriated Hao Yang by consuming several high-grade spiritual herbs that were merely a month away from maturity, though they were indeed meant for you. Could you not have waited for them to mature? Consequently, Bai Xiaoshuang was sentenced to 50 years without access to the spiritual herbs in the fields. No, not a single spiritual herb. Moreover, the esteemed Hao Yang had placed a restriction upon her. After several futile attempts, the fox known as Bai ultimately conceded. The precious elixir lay tantalizingly before her, yet it was utterly inedible. The moment it touched her lips, it would instantly disintegrate into bitter dregs. And who was Hao Yang? His restrictions were insurmountable for Bai Xiaoshuang. However, though she could not consume it, she could still utilize it. Tempted by her cravings, she embarked on the art of alchemy. Not only was the furnace at risk of explosion, but her failures were also remarkably few. Though Hao Yang was a formidable figure, he had greatly underestimated the power of a gourmand. Come, my junior disciple, I shall accompany you in the art of pill concoction. Truly, I possess a secret method. Bai Xiaoshuang exclaimed, bounding over to Yu Yue and tugging at his sleeve, her face alight with confidence. Observing that her master seemed to tacitly approve of Bai Xiaoshuang's undertaking, Yu Yue felt a measure of reassurance. Thus, he cupped his hands to Hao Yang and said, then, Master, I shall attempt it, although I lack fire. Alas, you should first harness the fire element from the essence of heaven and earth using your spiritual energy. This way, the explosions will be less pronounced. And Bai, you must keep a vigilant eye on your junior, for if he is harmed, it shall be upon you to answer for it. As Hao Yang spoke, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his brow. What was this? Was there not a fundamental trust between master and disciple? Just moments ago, it had seemed intact. Alas, this foolish fox had stirred memories better left unremembered. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoshuang, brimming with excitement, bounced joyfully. Fear not, master. I shall undoubtedly teach my junior the art of alchemy. With that, she dragged a reluctant Yu Yue and the alchemical furnace outside, leaving Hao Yang momentarily stunned. I instructed you to watch over your junior, not to teach him. He sighed, lamenting the trials ahead. In the heart of Hao Yang, Yu Yue is akin to a tinder sapling, potentially possessing a modicum of alchemical talent. Yet, it appears that this delicate seedling may soon be uprooted entirely by Bai Xiaoshuang. One must ponder, even if Bai Xiaoshuang possesses the ability to concoct elixirs, they would undoubtedly lack authenticity. Hao Yang would stake a solemn oath, with the weight of his life, to affirm this certainty. On the fringes of the sea pavilion. This location was chosen at Yu Yue's earnest recommendation, yet he harbors trepidation. Should an explosion occur, being so close to the pavilion could provoke his master's ire. A consequence he dreads. How absurd it is that one must travel such distance merely to concoct a potion. Bai Xiaoshuang muttered her dissatisfaction. And with a vigorous motion of her diminutive hand, she brought the dark golden alchemical furnace crashing down to the ground. Yu Yue could distinctly sense the furnace's palpable resistance to Bai Xiaoshuang. However, upon revealing her small, sharp canine, she struck the furnace with force, and indeed, under the whims of this mischievous fox, it yielded. The essence of alchemy lies in maintaining a tranquil mind. Junior brother, what kind of elixir do you wish to forge? Allow me to demonstrate. You must observe closely, she declared, her smile gradually transforming into something rather ominous. Then let us create a first-grade qi cultivation pill. Yu Yue admitted that he felt a twinge of fear. After all, a fish's life is but a single thread. If he were to perish in an explosion, how would his master remember him? A genius among disciples, yet cruelly fated to meet his end in a cauldron's blast, unthinkable. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Thus today, he resolutely decided that Bai Xiaoshuang must not refine high-grade elixirs. What? Bai Xiaoshuang's lovely eyes sparkled with surprise and joy. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the solidifying yuan pill, a first-tier gem. Though its efficacy may be lacking, it is quite delectable. Go for it, senior sister. This elixir shall surely succeed. Yu Yue could only retreat a short distance, offering a mere token of encouragement. However, in his heart, he pondered how Bai Xiaoshuang could nearly deliver a fatal blow to Peng Xiao with a single slap. She must be at least above the 8th tier. With such ferocity, crafting a first-tier elixir should pose no challenge for her. Of course, as your senior sister, not only can I refine elixirs, but I can also produce 10 at once. This is my secret. Little junior brother, pay close attention and do not divulge it. Understood? Bai Xiaoshuang blinked her eyes, and upon finishing her words, her expression suddenly turned solemn. A pink, ethereal glow flickered in her beautiful eyes, and an irresistible force of nature emanated from her petite form, causing even Yu Yue to be compelled to sit on the ground. It appeared there was potential here. In the meantime, Bai Xiaoshuang's demeanor grew serious as she extracted a handful of spiritual herbs from her storage space and tossed them into the dark golden alchemy furnace. Standing with her hands behind her back, she held a proud posture. With a mere glance, the furnace ignited with scorching spiritual flames, instantly raising the temperature of the surrounding air. In the pavilion, Hao Yang, who had been attuned to Yu Yue's thoughts, felt a pang of anxiety and frustration. Foolish fox. You are merely refining a first-tier elixir, yet you are using materials of the third tier. How utterly ridiculous. If she were to decide in the future to concoct a sky-treading elixir or a holy elixir, Hao Yang feared that even if he were to exhaust his fortune and sell everything he owned, he would only be left with a pile of ash. Of course, there were also rumors circulating across the continent about Hao Yang the Holy Emperor having gone mad. Wait, little junior brother, I need to adjust my emotions. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoshuang's aura paused, and the earlier pressure dissipated in an instant. She slowly closed her eyes in response to Yu Yue's bewildered expression, then abruptly opened them again, her lips almost dripping with glistening saliva. It has been so many years since I last tasted spiritual herbs. Yu Yue scratched his head, a visage of utter bewilderment. Ah, junior brother, pay close attention to every step of your senior sister. Alchemy is not merely about producing pills, it is equally about the quality of the elixirs. For that is the hallmark of a competent alchemist. Bai Xiaoshuang, with one hand gracefully resting behind her, unleashed a flurry of intricate hand gestures that left Yu Yue in a daze. As her movements shifted, the temperature of the spirit flames at the base of the dark golden alchemical furnace intensified, and a fragrant aroma began to waft through the air. In that moment, Bai Xiaoshuang's dexterous gestures and her suddenly transformed aura caused Yu Yue's pupils to constrict. Could it be that the world had misjudged this seemingly simple fox? Her current demeanor and poise were unmistakably those of a true master. Yet, Yu Yue observed that Bai Xiaoshuang appeared to be entranced in a peculiar state. Essentially, she had hypnotized herself. The essence of this self-induced trance was that she had not consumed spirit herbs for many years and now craved them intensely. Thus, Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes sparkled with longing, yet her delicate fingers executed the gestures with remarkable steadiness. In this state, the flickering foxfire danced vividly, and in less than a quarter of an hour, the flames extinguished. An enchanting fragrance erupted from the dark golden furnace, stirring the nocturnal insects into a flurry of agitation. Not only was Yu Yue left in stunned silence, but even the ever-watchful master Hao Yang wore a frozen expression. Bai Xiaoshuang truly possesses the ability to concoct elixirs? Moreover, the aromatic essence from a first-tier pill could not possibly signify a failure. On the contrary, it indicated a superior quality elixir. Subsequently, Bai Xiaoshuang lifted the lid of the dark golden furnace and, with deft hands, rummaged within to extract 7 translucent solidifying essence pills. Her expression reflected a hint of regret. Why did it only yield 7? How vexing. I must have been too impatient. As she spoke, her captivating eyes locked onto Yu Yue, her hands shaking the pills as if to say, hurry and praise me. Look at my prowess. Chapter 60. Heartbroken, sad. And feeling the absence of love, her senior sister, with her extraordinary talent, undoubtedly embodied the essence of a master alchemist. Yu Yue clasped his hands, acknowledging the compliment with genuine sincerity. Indeed, even in the ancient tomes of alchemy, those adept at producing multiple elixirs in a single cauldron are a rarity akin to a phoenix among crows. This mastery not only requires a flawless balance of the medicinal properties involved, but also demands an exquisite control over the flames and an impeccable sense of timing for the concoction. Moreover, the alchemist's temperament, intent, and the strength of their spirit are held to exceedingly high standards. Bai Xiaoshuang applauded and, as if savoring candy, began to consume the freshly created elixirs, casually tossing one to Yu Yue. Yu, having taken a taste, was immediately captivated. This was indeed a true elixir, far more fragrant than even the seeds of spiritual herbs. And the spiritual essence within was a tremendous boon for him. However, for Bai Xiaoshuang, it was merely a delightful snack. It became evident that the master held a certain bias against me, his disciple. Observing Yu's delighted expression, a sense of pride blossomed on Bai's fox-like face, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. This caused the flicker of respect Yu had just begun to feel for her to evaporate in an instant. Dear sister, you are an extraordinary powerhouse. How is it that you become so boastful over a mere first-tier elixir? Yet, recalling Bai Xiaoshuang's earlier inquiry, Yu humbly shook his head. Sister, my aptitude is lacking, and as I have only just begun to dabble in alchemy, your techniques are simply too astonishing for me to fully comprehend. He nodded, his eyes brimming with sincerity. The first-tier solidifying essence pill, the alchemical techniques employed by Bai Xiaoshuang diverged significantly from those documented in ancient texts on potion making. Furthermore, the alchemical gestures formed by Bai Xiaoshuang's delicate hands truly astonished Yu. To be frank, Yu found himself contemplating the idea of clandestinely learning from her. Claiming he had failed to discern the authenticity of her methods would be an understatement. Yu wished to have Bai Xiaoshuang demonstrate once more with this. He felt an 80% confidence in pilfering such remarkable alchemical techniques. No problem, allow me to show you again. This time, I shall concoct fourth-tier elixirs. With 7 pills produced in a single batch, Bai's once anxious heart gradually eased. However, she understood that maintaining this state of alchemical prowess could not last indefinitely. Thus, she decided to produce a batch of fourth-tier pills, transforming the little fish into a loyal companion. Excellent. Yu Yu's eyes were filled with gravity as he took a few steps back to make room for Bai Xiaoshuang. A faint purplish glow flickered in his gaze as he fixedly stared at the white fox. This alchemical technique, he felt, was profoundly beneficial to him. Missing it would surely leave him with lifelong regret. Thus, he must seize the opportunity to learn from it. With a flurry, luminous essences continuously emanated from Bai Xiaoshuang's storage space, darting into the dark golden alchemical furnace like eager tadpoles seeking their mother. This spectacle stirred a sense of dread within Yu, and even the hidden master couldn't help but exclaim in dismay. You are concocting a 4th-grade pill. Yet aside from a few primary herbs, all else being added are 7th-grade spiritual medicines. One cannot blame Hao Yang for lamenting his lack of resources with such practices. Even he would struggle to sustain himself, let alone the notion that a dignified saint emperor holds such little worth. Hao Yang boldly asserts that among the sacred ranks on this continent, in terms of cultivation and strength, not a single being can claim superiority over him. His cultivation is at its pinnacle, and his wealth of resources is equally impressive. Hao Yang dares to proclaim himself the poorest within the sacred realm, asserting that no other can rival his destitution. Such is his audacity. As for Bai Xiaoshuang, a 4th-grade pill truly posed little challenge for her current state. As she executed dazzling alchemical techniques, Yu Yu absorbed every detail with utmost focus. Not only Yu, but even Hao Yang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Bai Xiaoshuang's prowess. In fact, Hao Yang discreetly recorded this moment with a jade tablet. Huh, does he think his disciple is a fool? Quite the contrary. After a quarter of an hour, Bai Xiaoshuang let out a delicate shout, and the pink foxfire beneath the furnace flared up, seemingly doused with gasoline, intensifying threefold. The scorching flames enveloped the entire dark golden furnace, and even Yu Yu, with his probing consciousness, felt the terrifying heat. This technique, though Yu Yu had some knowledge of from ancient alchemical texts, was employed at the final moment of pill formation to compel rapid fusion with the extraordinary flames. Such a method yields stronger medicinal properties, yet it is also more volatile. However, for Bai Xiaoshuang, it was akin to savoring a particularly flavorful jelly bean. She relished this intensity. At that moment, the dark golden furnace seemed to groan under the searing foxfire, and as Yu Yu bore the burning sensation while observing, the previously repelling 9 drops of spiritual liquid swiftly coalesced. The instant the foxfire extinguished, 3 round, translucent pills appeared within the furnace. At this juncture, Bai Xiaoshuang's peculiar state faded, and she resumed nibbling on a spiritual herb, her large eyes brimming with satisfaction. All right, junior apprentice, it's your turn to take the reins now. In a matter of moments, not only had that ancient elixir, aged 3 millennia, been consumed, but also the 3 4th-tier pills were unceremoniously tossed into Bai Xiaoshuang's mouth, utterly disregarding Yu Yu's resentful gaze, leaving him with nothing. Well, after calming his tumultuous emotions, Yu Yu found himself devoid of any sustenance, yet brimming with an abundance of confidence. He had meticulously memorized Bai Xiaoshuang's hand gestures, with his already remarkable memory further enhanced by his cultivation. He was now leagues beyond his previous incarnation. Thus, his hands were positively itching with anticipation. He required not merely a single pill, but an entire furnace of flawless elixirs to embark upon his journey towards becoming a master alchemist. With a solemn expression, Yu Yu approached the alchemical furnace. Lacking Bai Xiaoshuang's level of cultivation and prowess, and considering it was his inaugural attempt, he exercised utmost caution, channeling his own spiritual energy. He connected with the fire attribute within the ambient spiritual essence. With a mere thought, a roaring flame ignited beneath the furnace. Though it paled in comparison to Bai Xiaoshuang's foxfire, achieving such a feat at his level was no small accomplishment. It was crucial to note that his innate affinity was with water, which naturally repelled fire energy. Had Yu Yue's soul truly been that of a fish? The outcome could have been explosive. Yet, as he wielded his fire control technique, despite the discomfort, he felt quite pleased with himself. However, there is always room for greater satisfaction. The spiritual herbs were meticulously arranged in the dark gold furnace according to their properties. And a brilliant light flickered in Yu Yue's eyes. Under Bai Xiaoshuang's incredulous gaze, he solidified his gestures, and the flames beneath the dark gold furnace erupted violently. Some of the first-tier herbs began to melt rapidly, their properties being refined. The herbs within the furnace shrank visibly, dissolving before his eyes. In just a few breaths, they yielded droplets of crystal-clear, vibrant liquid, while the residual waste was expelled through a small hole at the base of the furnace. This substance, it seemed oddly familiar. As Yu Yue gazed at the discarded materials, a profound contemplation flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a startling thought occurred to him. He recalled the fish food that Bai Xiaoshuang had thrown to him before he transformed. Goodness! Fish food! He wondered from which alchemical furnace she had extracted this refuse. Moreover, at that time, his master had likely withheld a portion of his rations, which were probably pilfered by that cunning fox. Thus, he had been deceived into consuming such detritus. How unfortunate that he had once felt gratitude towards that wretched fox, only to discover he had ingested mere scraps. Disheartened, he felt a profound sense of loss. But just as Yu Yue wallowed in sorrow, the elixir within the alchemical furnace reached the stage of formation. The vibrant and potent essence surged, eager to amalgamate under Yu Yue's precise guidance. Yet, due to the repulsion of differing medicinal properties, it required a level of meticulous craftsmanship akin to a grade of 666 to coalesce into a flawless pill. Yu Yue was compelled to acknowledge that the foolish fox was indeed a genius. Such mastery of technique, if ranked, would undoubtedly secure a lofty position within the ancient text of alchemy, holding its own among the elite practitioners, however remarkable it might be. Yu Yue understood that in comparison to the white fox, he was merely a novice among novices. Thus, as he endeavored to blend the medicinal essences, he exercised utmost caution. Before long, the essences coalesced into a small brown globule, and a rich fragrance began to permeate the air. The dark golden alchemical furnace, Timo, was profoundly moved. It possessed a spirit, and in the days of its former master, it had soared to the pinnacle of its craft. High-grade elixirs were nothing. Even sacred pills had been produced under its previous stewardship. Thus, it had indeed witnessed countless concoctions. However, since its former master's demise, it had fallen into the hands of another powerful figure, one who lacked the talent for alchemy, yet had two female disciples. The first one was manageable. Though lacking in innate skill, she possessed self-awareness. But the second, it was terrified. For a time, Bai Xiaoshuang had been more persistent in blowing up furnaces than in refining pills. Even this top-tier furnace feared being stripped of its spirit by her explosive endeavors. No matter how much she had now fallen into that peculiar state of gluttony, the shadows of her past failures would never be erased from the fragile psyche of the furnace spirit. It would remember for eternity. Yet now, this small fish appeared to possess a commendable talent for alchemy. While a first-tier pill might sully its reputation, at least the Yu family was steadfast as a rock. It was no longer in the state of constant trepidation as when it had been used by the fox. As for the smile gradually blossoming at the corners of Yu Yue's mouth, it became ever more pronounced. Under his meticulous efforts, a pale, snow-white elixir began to take shape at the center of the furnace. Could it be? Was this not my technique? It seemed this little fish was indeed a prodigy. Not far away, a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Bai Xiaoshuang's large eyes as she took a bite from a mystical herb. As for the notion that Yu Yue had pilfered some of her techniques, she was utterly indifferent. She was not the kind of fox who would concern herself with such trivialities. However, she couldn't help but wonder if it would reflect poorly on her if Xiao Yu succeeded in his first attempt at alchemy. Yet, this was indeed his inaugural endeavor. Would success not lead him to become overconfident? The path of alchemy is fraught with the perils of impatience and arrogance. Bai Xiaoshuang contemplated this, resolutely deciding that she could not allow her junior disciple to progress too smoothly. After all, what journey in cultivation is devoid of obstacles? Even if there were none. As his devoted senior sister, it was her duty to contribute to Xiao Yu's path toward fulfillment. With this thought in mind, she discreetly flicked her small hand hidden within her pristine sleeve toward the dark, golden, alchemical furnace. Suddenly, The elixir was on the verge of completion. Yu Yue, eager to test his final fire-controlling technique, was taken aback as the nascent elixir, instead of remaining under his command, disintegrated into a cloud of ash within the furnace. A pungent, acrid odor wafted from beneath the lid, and Yu Yue, hands still raised, stood in utter bewilderment. How could this be? The elixir had clearly taken shape. How could it have shattered so abruptly? Yu Yue stood before the dark golden alchemical furnace, his expression solemn as he meticulously recalled every detail of his alchemical process. From the ignition of the spiritual fire to each intricate gesture, everything seemed flawless. Oh, my dear junior brother, do not be disheartened. You must witness the unwavering determination of your senior sister, Bai Xiaoshuang declared with utmost seriousness, completely oblivious to the notion of guilt. Her captivating gaze brimmed with encouragement. Indeed. It had an air of authenticity, as if this matter bore no relation to her at all. As for the spirit of the dark golden furnace, one could hardly believe it. Being a treasure from ancient times, how could it not sense Bai Xiaoshuang's meddling? Were it not for its severe damage rendering it unable to take form, it would undoubtedly confront Bai Xiaoshuang. Yet, truth be told, even at its prime, it would not match her cultivation level, especially considering she had a formidable sage behind her. Enough of this. I truly refuse to believe it. Yu Yue set his hands down, gently flexing his joints, his gaze once more resolute. He pinched his nose and began to excavate the waste materials, tossing a flurry of raw ingredients into the mix before sealing the lid with a decisive motion. Although it pained him slightly, he knew that this small portion of spiritual elixir was essential. Today, Yu vowed to embark on the path of becoming an alchemist, determined to concoct a true elixir without delay, absolutely no procrastination. With such determination, even if he ultimately failed, at least he would have no regrets. The nature of living beings is such. A single failure often breeds a profound fear of the endeavor. This is the most severe consequence. Yet Yu harbored no fear. Caution, utmost caution. In Yu Yue's eyes, a purple light flickered. Beneath his, the spiritual medicine melted and coalesced, every detail escaping not his keen gaze. The fire control technique demanded utmost precision and care. Any negligence would render all prior efforts futile. Moreover, Bai Xiaoshuang refrained from causing any disruptions this time. Instead, sitting beneath a tree, her large eyes sparkling as they fixated on Yu Yue. Indeed, the initial intent was merely to instill a sense of caution in the little fish, urging her to remain humble and patient. Most importantly, this brought her a sense of balance. At last, the elixir within the alchemical furnace was perfectly refined, the previously conflicting medicinal energies seamlessly merging. In that moment, the purple glow in Yu Yue's eyes intensified, and with a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Form." With a surge of spiritual fire, the dark golden furnace emitted a joyful hum, and a pale brown glow flickered. Under Yu Yue's, a somewhat imperfectly rounded elixir spun within the furnace. It really worked? Bai Xiaoshuang rushed over, her short legs carrying her with excitement, as if the success belonged to her, the esteemed young lady. Quick, let me see. With that, she rolled up her little white sleeves and lifted the lid of the dark golden furnace, reaching her hand inside to feel around. After a considerable time, she withdrew her hand. Look, little junior brother, you truly deserve the true teachings of your senior sister. You've produced 4 elixirs on your very first attempt. Bai Xiaoshuang opened her palm, revealing 4 elixirs resting quietly in her relatively fair hand, each a pale brown sphere. Though slightly misshapen, they were still commendable. Thank you, senior sister. This time, Yu was earnest. Though Bai Xiaoshuang's words were somewhat boastful, they held truth. His alchemical techniques, including the methods of gathering fire and condensing elixirs, were indeed learned from her. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoshuang proudly lifted her head, her hands resting behind her back. Yet, before she could begin her playful banter, a faint yet palpable aura of pressure enveloped them. At this moment, Yu gazed up at the starry river in the night sky at a 45-degree angle. After shaking his head, he spoke, "Indeed, I am a genius, having refined 4 elixirs on 2 occasions. Alas, I wonder if there exists any being in this world that can rival me." Get lost. Bai Xiaoshuang's expression darkened. We agreed to share the glory. Yet you have adorned yourself with diamonds. Very well, senior sister. Yu Yue smiled and hurriedly ran away, his heart brimming with excitement. According to ancient texts on alchemy, it is said that aspiring alchemists must endure at least 30 failures before successfully refining a pill. Yet, Yu Yue, managed to achieve success after merely 2 attempts. Surely that is no trivial feat. Chapter 62, Alchemist and Double Cherry. At that moment, the figure of Hao Yang suddenly appeared beside Yu Yue, startling him greatly. His master, while admirable in many respects, possessed a rather uncanny ability to appear out of nowhere, which was quite terrifying indeed. Master. Yu Yue clasped his fists and bowed respectfully, embodying both fear and decorum. It is no exaggeration to bestow upon him the title of a prodigy, according to my master's knowledge, even in the ancient times. Those who successfully refined elixirs on their first attempt were exceedingly rare. Hao Yang gently patted Yu Yu's shoulder, his expression a blend of slight fatigue and profound satisfaction. Reflecting on how Yu Yue exhibited far more courtesy than by Xiaoshuang. Your praise is unwarranted, master. Yu Yue feigned humility. Yet his expression could only be described with two words, smugness. By the way, master, you appear somewhat fatigued. After a moment of self-satisfaction, Yu Yue noticed this detail. What could be the reason? He vividly recalled a particular night when Hao Yang had perused an ancient text, and it was not until 3 days later, upon emerging from the spiritual spring, that Yu Yue found him still wearing that same expression, still engrossed in that same book, exhibiting no signs of weariness whatsoever. At last, the final page of the tome was turned, and Hao Yang nodded before reaching for another volume. In Yu Yu's eyes, his master was indeed a remarkable figure. What made him so extraordinary? Unyielding vigor. A knight of boundless energy. He could toil for another 3 days and nights without fatigue. Ahem. But why did Hao Yang appear so drained today? This seemed illogical. Upon hearing this, Hao Yang was instantly moved. I am speechless. Do you see? Among his 4 disciples, there remains one who genuinely cares for him. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Hao Yang cast a fierce glare at Bai Xiaoshuang. Yet, Bai Xiaoshuang, the innocent little dear, was utterly helpless. This formidable man now harbored a fleeting desire to sell his disciple, but swiftly dismissed it. Who would purchase Bai Xiaoshuang after all? Oh, let us not dwell on that. Hao Yang waved his hand, for was it not the cacophony of the furnace that had roused numerous powerful beings in the Eastern Sea? The seasoned experts understood the situation, yet the younger ones were convinced that the sacred sea pavilion was under siege. Ultimately, after a series of operations, the truth was unveiled. Even Kai Huang had descended with her divine consciousness to inquire about that foolish child's condition. Alas, it was all quite exasperating. His expression returned to a placid demeanor. Yu Yue, would you be so kind as to run an errand for your master? As you command. Yu Yue spoke with unwavering determination, embodying an undeniable sense of duty. Master, where are we headed? Although he yearned to attempt refining elixirs a few more times. The moment his master spoke, he recognized the need to acquiesce, thus ensuring a smooth arrangement. Hao Yang smiled gently. A flicker of spiritual light illuminating his hand as a pair of short swords materialized, which he then entrusted to Yu Yue. You are to journey to Sakura Palace and deliver this to your second senior sister. Master, I am unable to find a way. Yu Yue took the short sword, feeling somewhat awkward as he gazed upon the exquisite yet sharp spirit artifact. Indeed, he was somewhat inexperienced in matters of travel, especially since there were no drivers to chauffeur him around in this realm. Master, I shall go. I can find it, Bai Xiaoshuang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the sight of the twin swords. This sword, known as Shuangying, was her second senior sister's treasured possession, which had been personally refined by Hao Yang due to its previous inadequacy in rank. It had now evolved into something akin to a sacred artifact. What was most remarkable was not only its astonishing power but also its striking beauty. Bai Xiaoshuang had never possessed a treasured artifact of her own, and she yearned for one. You? Hao Yang remarked, observing the sparkle in Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes, and he couldn't help but mock her mercilessly. You? I cannot place my trust in you. Master, how can you say such a thing? Bai Xiaoshuang's eyes flared with indignation. If anyone else dared to speak so disparagingly of her, they would surely face her wrath. Yet, there was little she could do, as the person uttering those words was her beloved master, someone she neither dared to confront nor could ever hope to surpass. Yu Yue gazed at the adorably furious Bai Xiaoshuang and couldn't help but smile. Please, master, reveal the location of Sakura Palace. Hao Yang cast another glance at Bai Xiaoshuang, then gently rested a hand on Yu Yu's head. In an instant, a map materialized within Yu Yu's mind. Was it not the very map of the entire Eastern Sea region? Thank you, master. When shall we embark on our journey? With a lingering glance at the still smoldering dark golden alchemy furnace, Yu Yue felt a tinge of reluctance. He had yet to attain the rank of alchemist today. Tomorrow, he would set forth, for his second brother was in need of it. Hao Yang gestured toward the 2 short swords in Yu Yu's grasp, his gaze directed toward the horizon, resembling the ancient depths of a long-sealed ocean, cold and profound. Master, is there something about to transpire? What a remarkable intellect Yu Yue possesses. One can discern from this statement that the matter is anything but simple. You, indeed. are exceptionally clever. Hao Yang cast a helpless glance at Yu Yue. Among his 4 disciples, it seems that Yu Yue truly embodies the term intellect like a demon. Yet, astonishingly, he is not even a year old. One cannot fathom how such a mind has developed. At this moment, it is best not to inquire further. Tomorrow, take this opportunity to meet your senior sister. If the second brother is not preoccupied, he might even escort you to see your eldest brother, who resides nearby. It is indeed challenging for you to refine elixirs during these days. This pill is for you. Absorb its essence deeply. With that, a golden elixir materialized in Yu Yue's hand. Before he could utter another word, Hao Yang had already stepped away, returning to his quarters. As for Hao Yang's room, Yu Yue had visited it once. It was so sparse that there was not even a bed, only a simple mat and an abundance of books. Yu Yue mischievously speculated whether his master might be an ancient tome that had attained sentience. Little fish, am I not your good senior sister? No sooner had Hao Yang's door closed than Bai Xiaoshuang pulled Yu Yue out of the courtyard, whispering excitedly. No. A flicker of terror crossed Yu Yue's gaze as he hastily tossed the elixir into his storage space. Bai Xiaoshuang, notorious for her reputation, had long been a subject of his awareness. This naive fox was undoubtedly the infamous bandit queen of the Eastern Sea region. Now, would this queen dare to covet even a junior brother's belongings? Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoshuang felt a tinge of displeasure, yet she clutched at Yu Yue's collar, shaking him incessantly. Oh, come now. I would to even glance at a mere 8th grade elixir. I can concoct my own. It's just that my dear sister has a favor to ask of you. With a sigh of relief, Yu Yue felt a momentary respite. Yet he couldn't shake the suspicion that this cunning rogue was harboring some nefarious intentions. He had already endured a day of torment from her explosive temper and genuinely felt apprehensive. It would be wiser to ascertain what this sister desired and strive to fulfill her requests, even if it meant offering her a slice of his cherished fish. He would gladly oblige. After all, it is not the fox's theft that incites fear, but rather the fox's lingering interest. In truth, it was a trivial matter, merely the 2 swords belonging to his senior sister. Would she allow him to wield them for a while? He promised to return them by morning. Bai Xiaoshuang's face was a picture of innocent distress. She adored those twin swords. She had longed for a personal artifact of such exquisite craftsmanship. Yet her master obstinately refused to forge one for her, insisting she already possessed one. Where could it be? How infuriating. Chapter 63. The Path to Enlightenment, the Luck of the European Emperor. Impossible. Yu Yue promptly stowed away the twin cherry blossoms, his expression resolute and filled with righteous indignation as he firmly rejected the little Bai Xiaoshuang. What a situation. The master's concern for her stems precisely from this matter. Either he hoards the twin blossoms for himself, or he is simply too distracted to deliver them in a timely manner. There exists a significant possibility that he fears she might cause trouble for the second senior sister. This fox is capable of anything. Little junior brother, little fish. I'm merely playing around. I shall return them to you by tomorrow. Bai Xiaoshuang huffed, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Alas, her esteemed position at the sea pavilion has plummeted. Even little junior brother dares to act so audaciously. Senior sister, this is a task entrusted to me by the master. Yu Yue gazed into Bai Xiaoshuang's enchanting eyes, pondering whether he, Yu, could truly be devoid of principles. All right, you leave me no choice. Bai Xiaoshuang opened her storage space, her delicate hand reaching inside, prompting Yu Yue to instinctively retreat 2 steps. Goodness, this is unexpected. The cunning fox cannot so brazenly target me. Before long, Bai Xiaoshuang retrieved a demon beast's core from her storage, a 5th-tier one. The prospect of numerous points sent a shiver down Yu Yue's spine, as he swallowed audibly. This shall serve as rent. Shuangying has merely lent it to me for an evening's amusement. Bai Xiaoshuang regarded Yu Yue with a disdainful glance through her nostrils, tossing the core into his embrace and effortlessly breaking open his storage space to extract Shuangying. I cannot abide your ostentatious demeanor. Yu Yue's face was a mask of fury, yet he nonchalantly tucked away the inner Dan. Good senior sister, please remember to return these 2 little swords to my younger brother tomorrow. I still have to fulfill my obligations. Understood. How troublesome. Now leave me be. Bai Xiaoshuang's gaze was entirely fixated on Shuangying. She dismissed Yu Yue with a casual wave of her plump, delicate hand, indicating that he could take his leave for the time being. All right, sister. After a quick acknowledgement, Yu Yue scurried off towards the spiritual spring at the center of the medicinal field. After all, it was Bai Xiaoshuang who had snatched the principal sword. He had merely lost an inner Dan during the scuffle. As for his ambition to attain the rank of alchemist tonight, alas, Yu Yue had never claimed such a thing. Now he possessed an 8th-tier medicinal pill and a 5th-tier monster inner Dan, sufficient for him to break through his cultivation. Yu Yue was determined to transcend his limitations. Upon returning to the spiritual spring, Yu Yue manifested his true form and plunged into the water with a satisfying splash. What bliss! Being a fish. He reveled in the comfort of the water, especially in the spirit spring brimming with the essence of heaven and earth. After savoring this delightful sensation, Yu Yue eagerly began to refine the two monster inner dawns stored in his spatial pouch. One of them was the fifth-tier inner dan he had exchanged with Bai Xiaoshuang for a dish of spiritual herb fresh fish noodles, which he had not yet had the chance to refine before being sent out by his master for some fresh air. Refining the two fifth-tier inner dawn consumed nearly 2 hours, but ultimately they were reduced to mere powder devoid of spiritual power. However, Yu Yue deemed the effort entirely worthwhile, for these two inner dawn had granted him a staggering 200,000 evolution points. He was on the brink of wealth. It seemed he must continue to cling to the leg of his lovely senior sister. Yu Yue exhaled a cascade of joyful bubbles. Panel. Host. Yu Yue. Bloodline. Purple Dragon Carp Variant. Hidden Bloodline. True Dragon Bloodline 2010-000-0000. Lifespan 1,000 years. Cultivation Realm. Fourth Order Monster. Mid-Stage. Technique. Zhou Tian Transformation Dragon Art. Beginner. Profound Skill. Purple Lotus Sword Technique. Advanced. Talent. Concealment. Sharpness. Soul Capturing. Special Ability. Evolution Points. 335806. Lottery Chances. None. Tisk. Having wealth is truly advantageous. One can elevate anything. Yu Yue's smile gradually became wild. Goodness. Why had I never experienced such joy in my past life? All that small change truly went a waste. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yu Yue's eyes widened in astonishment. It had been a long time since I last checked. Has the system been updated? What is this lottery? In his mind, Yu Yue contemplated as the system, resembling a benevolent father, presented a few lines of blue text. Title: Lottery. Function: you may choose from various tiers of lotteries. Higher tiers offer the chance to obtain superior items. Note: will you embrace eternal misfortune or transform your fate? Have faith in yourself and embark on 10 consecutive draws to prove your fortune as a true sovereign of luck. By all means, such treasures. I have always been the sovereign of luck. Yu Yue rubbed his fins, exclaiming in astonishment at his remarkable fortune. With a single draw, elixirs and sacred artifacts seemed to be well within his reach. Without hesitation, his divine consciousness zeroed in on the lottery options. How could he possibly resist such an opportunity? Currently, the highest tier, a tenfold draw. There was no denying it. With 300,000 points at his disposal, he felt invincible, audacious, and wealthy. Ding dong, ding dong. The melodious chimes echoed 10 times, astonishingly consuming a total of 100,000 points. Simultaneously, a page reminiscent of a gaming inventory materialized in his mind, adorned with 10 prominent question marks, and at the bottom, 2 small words beckoned. Withdraw. As Yu Yue, filled with excitement, transformed into human form and spread his arms wide. He was determined to make the most of the 100,000 points he had spent. He was already preparing himself to receive the arrival of a sacred artifact or a super elixir, when a flash of blue light illuminated the space. A high-tech product, never before seen in the realm of the gods, materialized in Yu Yue's hands. Overwhelmed by the awe this item instilled in him, Yu Yue gradually fell into contemplation. The product, named the Welfare Ace Electric Fishing Machine, boasted no discernible rank. Its effects were left for the user to discover. Note 1. A single jolt invigorates the mind. 2 jolts evoke the scent of barbecue, and 3 jolts propel one into the sky. Note 2. Operation is exceedingly simple, yet it requires you to generate the electricity yourself. Dear friend, Yu Yue wore an expression of utter bewilderment, akin to the famous black question mark meme, his countenance increasingly tinged with green. Is this truly what I exchanged 10,000 points for? He exclaimed, unable to fathom what the subsequent 9 would yield. The ocean breeze, imbued with a unique scent, gently caressed him, while the electric fishing device he held felt somewhat cool, mirroring the chill in his heart. Yet, at that moment, Yu Yue remained convinced that he was still favored by fortune. The previous occurrence was merely a playful jest from the system, he reassured himself. Undoubtedly so. With a heartbeat that fluttered irregularly, he once again claimed the prize from the second slot. The second item was a fish tank, crafted from cheap, pungent plastic that reeked of irritation. This discovery dampened Yu Yue's spirits, as it seemed to signal the end of his joyful play. The third item was 666 evolution points. And the fourth was a sizable fishing hook, which Yu Yue felt was intended for him. As Yu Yue traversed his path, he felt increasingly confident, as if the road ahead was widening, Yet he pondered where the fortune of the European monarch lay. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding regarding this lottery in relation to him, Yu Yue. The initial 9 prizes had left Yu despondent, until he, with little hope, opened the 10th prize. His eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The moment this prize was revealed, it radiated a dazzling golden light, obscuring its true form from Yu Yue's view. This luminous aura seemed to tug at his heartstrings, enveloping him in warmth and eliciting a peculiar fondness. However, the object felt unusually light and somewhat warm to the touch, until the brilliance subsided, revealing, to his astonishment, a mere oversized light bulb. How could such a bulb emit this captivating, soul-stirring radiance? Then, Yu Yue understood. It was named the baiting lamp. Yu Yue, what? With a forceful snap of my fingers, the fish-attracting light shattered into pieces. How infuriating. 100,000 points wasted on such a trinket. This is akin to squandering a 5th-tier demon beast's core. You sigh. Aren't we meant to be fond of one another? Your interface clearly designates me as the host. Treating me this way strikes at my heart. Frustrated and unable to retaliate, even if I could, it would be futile. After all, that is the system's authority. Thus, Yu Yue gazed sorrowfully at the scattered fragments. Understanding why that brilliance could disturb his very soul, it was designed to lure fish close, only to ensnare them all at once. Gathering the assorted remnants, Yu Yue looked up at the stars, which seemed to mock him. Could it be that a life of fishing is truly beyond the reach of the fortunate? Yu Yue remained unconvinced, attributing his fortune to an unfavorable alignment of the day's energies with his destiny. If he, Yu Yue, was not the embodiment of luck, then who could claim that title? He resolved to attempt his fortune once more on another day. Yu Yue once again opened the system panel and locked the cultivation option. The enhancement cost a staggering 60,000 points, and in that fleeting moment, Yu Yue's cultivation transformed into the late stage of the 4th rank. Simultaneously, an immense surge of spiritual energy from heaven and earth was drawn towards him, as if the myriad stars in the sky were showering their celestial power upon Yu Yue's body. The overwhelming sensation compelled him to clench his fists. Bringing a semblance of balance to his heart, however, he lamented his newfound poverty. Had he not squandered his resources on the 10 consecutive draws, he could have further elevated his bloodline, perhaps even unlocking some extraordinary bloodline abilities. At that moment, Yu Yue felt a tinge of regret, yet he couldn't help but exclaim, I am indeed fortunate. As time passed, the bright morning light emerged, and Yu Yue found the natural radiance to be extraordinarily beautiful, far surpassing the allure of the bait lamps. The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became. After regaining his composure, Bai Xiaoshuang arrived, placing the dual cherry blossoms before Yu Yue and departing without a backward glance, leaving him wide-eyed in astonishment. Shouldn't this silly fox be reluctant to leave? Why was she so resolute in her departure? Soon, the figure of Master Haoyang appeared, aptly answering Yu Yue's confusion. The dual cherry blossoms are your senior sisters. A weapon intertwined with her very life. You are unworthy to wield it. Haoyang sighed softly. I have bestowed it upon you. Bai Xiaoshuang was stubborn, refusing to yield. Yu Yue gazed blankly at the dual cherry blossoms. Indeed, the silly fox had given them to him. Ha! Haoyang chuckled playfully. Your little tricks were played ages ago. With a wave of his hand, the originally shimmering dual cherry blossoms transformed into 2 wisps of fox fur, dancing gracefully in the wind. Yu Yue was taken aback. Did Bai Xiaoshuang possess the ability to change form 72 times? Wasn't this a skill akin to that of the Monkey King? How could a mere fox have acquired such a talent? With a perplexed expression, he wondered how he, Yu, could ever prove himself as the destined one. It was clear that she coveted her fated artifact. Bai Xiaoshuang, feeling aggrieved, pouted and reluctantly produced her true dual cherries. It was a painful decision. This was the genuine expression that Bai Xiaoshuang ought to have at that moment. Honestly, Haoyang couldn't bear to see her in such a woeful state. Simultaneously, a twinge of compassion filled his heart. This girl, upon her birth, must have encountered some unforeseen mishap. Her perfect 9-tailed celestial fox lineage had been stifled, leaving remnants of an ancient soul incomplete. Thus, the last 9-tailed celestial fox in existence has always possessed such a temperament. Oh, foolish girl, you truly have your fated artifact. Yet you are presently unable to wield it. You must ascend to the saint level first. Haoyang gently caressed Bai Xiaoshuang's head. This girl, even if he, Haoyang, had no partner or offspring, could not be treated with such difficulty as if she were his own daughter. The doting father was deeply concerned. You're deceiving me. Bai Xiaoshuang lamented, her eyes welling with tears. Fortunately, Yu quickly stepped forward, crouching down to place his hands on her shoulders. Sister, when has our master ever deceived you? Never. Bai Xiaoshuang paused her tears and gazed up into Yu Yue's eyes. Indeed. It was she who often played little tricks to outsmart Haoyang. Yu Yue smiled gently, the morning sun casting a tender glow upon his profile, reminiscent of an elder brother. That senior sister must hasten her advancement, no slacking allowed. When she attains enlightenment and becomes a saint, we shall venture forth together with our innate sacred artifacts, confronting those who irk us. After incapacitating them, shall we not seize their possessions? Bai Xiaoduan's eyes instantly sparkled with enchanting brilliance. Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. Haoyang. Yu Yue is far more adept at soothing children than himself. Moreover, the once innocent little fish has now resorted to snatching and striking, which is quite disheartening. Haoyang feels utterly fatigued. After pacifying Bai Xiaoshuang, Yu Yue ascends into the morning light, soaring through the skies on his sword, a map materializing in his mind. This map proves far more useful than any electric fishing device. At least it allows him, Yu, to follow closely behind Brother Fish without losing his way. Brother Fish is leading him onto the expressway. Indeed, amidst the endless ocean, a vast expanse of azure surrounds him, and with the map at hand, Yu does not wander astray this time. As he navigates swiftly through the skies on his sword, his consciousness sweeps across the ocean beneath, searching for potential prey to capture. After all, each catch means points. At present, Yu is quite impoverished. Were it not for ecological considerations, he would eagerly devour small fish and shrimp, each worth a point. However, Yu is a fish of principle. A principled fish, he stands upon the Long Yuan sword, the sea breeze rustling his garments, exuding an air reminiscent of a sword immortal. Yet, as the sword immortal passes by a solitary island, certain events unfolding there cause him to furrow his brow. The Zhang brothers? Pathetic. Let me tell you, if you do not reveal the origin of that healing elixir today, I shall send you both to join your second brother. At that moment, Zhang De and Zhang Xin find themselves surrounded by a throng of cultivators. These individuals are clad in uniform garb emblazoned with a skull motif, reminiscent of pirates. The one who spoke earlier is evidently the leader of this band of pirates, possessing mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, accompanied by 4 to 50 subordinates, all equally formidable. As for the Zhang brothers, although Zhang De has recently broken through to the nascent soul stage, they stand no chance against these adversaries. Both are bloodied and weary, clearly having sustained serious injuries from a relentless pursuit. You want to know? You seek to seize it? The one who gifted the elixir is the 4th disciple of the High Pavilion. Do you think you are worthy to contend with him? Upon hearing this, Zhang San, supporting his severely injured elder brother, is filled with murderous intent. Had Zhang De not shielded him from a blow earlier, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. High Pavilion? Does the High Pavilion even possess a 4th disciple? Even if they did, would they bestow such a precious item upon you two pathetic beings? Are you too inept? No sooner had he spoken than the pirate leader, with a cold sneer, unleashed a vicious strike. The sharp blade's aura hurtles toward Zhang De and Zhang San with ferocity. In the face of this assault, the brothers find themselves utterly powerless, akin to fish on a chopping block. Chapter 65. Threat or plea for mercy. Zhang De and Zhang San are engulfed in despair. At the last moment, Zhang De, dragging his injured body, fiercely pulls Zhang San behind him. As siblings, the brother laments his failure to protect them. As an elder, he wishes to provide them with a better life, yet he finds himself leading them through a treacherous path stained with blood. I have yet to find the body of our second brother. I did not even catch a final glimpse of him. Now, as an older brother, should I not stand in front of my younger sibling? Even if it means death, let me protect you one last time, in the next life. I am willing to be your brother once more. Zhang De cast a profound glance at Zhang San, whom he had fiercely shielded, and then closed his eyes. Yet, contrary to his expectations, death did not arrive. Instead, a tremendous tremor erupted behind him. Bang! A fierce and unyielding sword aura descended from an unknown source, clashing violently with the blade's light. The blade's radiance offered no resistance, disintegrating as effortlessly as delicate snowflakes under the scorching sun. The sword aura, relentless, surged forth towards the pirates, intent on annihilation. Who dares? The pirate leader, filled with rage and astonishment, frantically slashed dozens of times to disperse the sword aura. He was astonished that the newcomer's cultivation must surely surpass his own, and enraged that anyone would dare interfere in their affairs in this territory. All the pirates gazed at the dissipating smoke, their eyes filled with a frenzied desire for bloodshed. Zhang De and Zhang San also looked up, bewildered as to which formidable being would risk enmity with these desperate outlaws to come to their aid. As the swirling dust from the clash of sword aura and blade light settled, A figure in a blue robe stood steadfastly, sword in hand. It was none other than Yu Yue, who had arrived just in the nick of time. "Hey, my friend, it has been a long time." The smile upon Yu Yue's face was as refreshing as a spring breeze, yet his words were utterly down to earth. The aura of a master he had painstakingly cultivated vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the momentary bewilderment followed by the exuberant joy of the Zhang brothers. "Brother Yu," Zhang San exclaimed with delight. How could they be unaware of Yu Yue's prowess? After all, he was the one who single-handedly vanquished the Golden Sovereign and saved hundreds of Golden Core cultivators. Although that power was not solely his own, it was nonetheless formidable. Now that Yu Yue had arrived, what chance did those pirates have? "Brother Yu, be cautious." A hint of concern flickered in Zhang's large eyes. For it was likely that Yu Yue's master would not bestow him with too many of those overwhelming techniques used to slay the Golden Sovereign. Thus, facing this band of desperate rogues, there remained a certain degree of risk for Yu Yue. Yu Yue nonchalantly nodded and gazed ahead, where dozens of pirates regarded him with icy stares. Who is this insolent lad? Is he courting death? The pirate leader, though wary of Yu Yue, felt no fear. What of the late-stage nascent soul? Here, he had a mid-stage nascent soul under his command, nearly reaching the late stage, along with 3 subordinates in the early stage. In his mind, Yu Yue was merely a late-stage cultivator. Even a formidable tiger would not provoke a pack of wolves. He would not end well. Courting death? Yu Yue smiled mockingly, but soon his gaze intensified with murderous intent. "Hi Yu Yue, may you all meet your demise." As the words left his lips, Yu Yue shot forth like an unbridled arrow, his unparalleled aura inspiring profound admiration from the Zhang brothers. Behold, this is the epitome of a noble scion, fearlessly advancing against foes that outnumber him by dozens. "Brother, you ought to be our exemplar." Were you to perceive their thoughts? He would undoubtedly feign grandeur while internally scoffing. "Nonsense. These are mere rabble, utterly inept. If I were to encounter a truly formidable opponent, you would see whether you would flee." At that moment, the pirate leader's eyes betrayed a flicker of terror. The jade pendant hanging from Yu Yue's waist was not unfamiliar to him. It was utterly absurd. He never anticipated that those 2 inept fools were genuinely acquainted with the members of the Sea Pavilion. Now, they had truly provoked the Sea Pavilion. What could he possibly do? Was there still a path to survival? Yet, a flicker of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. If he could eliminate this young man and seize the wealth upon his person, he could swiftly depart from the Eastern Sea region. Even if the master of the Sea Pavilion possessed unparalleled influence, he would likely be unable to track him down. Though spoken slowly, it transpired in an instant. At that moment, Yu Yue had already lunged toward the pirate chief, thrusting his sword viciously toward his neck. The pirate chief, unwilling to confront Yu Yue, whose cultivation surpassed his own, hastily retreated while shouting, "This man is impersonating a disciple of the Sea Pavilion. Brothers, let us slay him." He too was apprehensive. Despite being a desperate outlaw, the reputation of the Sea Pavilion was far too formidable. What if these ruffians hesitated to act? In this critical moment, the priority was to eliminate this young man. Afterward, he would make his escape, with little regard for the fate of the pirates. Ah, what a treacherous scheme. With a chilling curve at the corner of his mouth, Yu Yue's figure gradually vanished before the astonished gaze of the pirates. What was happening? These marauders had reigned with tyranny for many years, navigating their affairs with remarkable cunning. So much so that even the most formidable figures found no leverage to bring them down. Yet they had never witnessed such an extraordinary event, a living cultivator disappearing right beneath their noses. The pirate chief, equally bewildered, pondered the situation. However, in the next moment, his eyes blazed crimson. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Yue had materialized at his side, and with a flash of cold light, the dragon abyss plunged into his forehead. This strike, imbued with overwhelming sword intent, shattered the very soul of the pirate chief. The infant soul within him erupted, releasing a cry of defiance, only to be swept away by the sea breeze. This man would not even be afforded the chance of reincarnation. "Bold heretic, you dare? My chief is a formidable cultivator at the peak of the transformation stage. If we face misfortune, he shall annihilate your entire family." The trembling fingers of the other nascent soul practitioners pointed at Yu Yue, for they witnessed him not only slay their leader, but also relentlessly siphon away the remnants of his vitality, enveloped in a flicker of purple light. This was the hallmark of a nefarious practitioner, cruel and tyrannical. Coupled with Yu Yue's earlier enigmatic disappearance, he now appeared to them as a harbinger of death. After all, the unknown is eternally the most terrifying. Audacious. Zhang De could not suppress his rebuke. Yu Yue's family belonged to the Sea Pavilion. The Sea Pavilion, in the Eastern Seas, was forever regarded as a sanctum in the hearts of both humans and demon cultivators. The audacity of a mere pirate to utter such blasphemous words was tantamount to courting death. Oh, after devouring the life force of the pirate captain, Yu Yue's eyes flickered with a hint of purple, and he revealed a rather sinister smile. Is this to be considered a threat or a plea for mercy? The pirate, his gaze wavering, was uncertain. Though outnumbered, they were not afraid of Yu Yue, for his methods were indeed extraordinarily peculiar. The pirate captain, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, remained oblivious to the manner of his demise until his last breath. At this moment, the pirate dared not utter another word. Every pirate tensed. Their muscles coiled as they fixated on Yu Yue, fearing that he might choose them as the next to vanish, with the sword piercing their very brow. You speak of slaughtering my entire family? With an even more pronounced smile, Yu Yue inquired, late stage of transformation? Is one deserving to be called a grand cultivator? As his words echoed, the pirates trembled in terror. At long last, they beheld the jade pendant at Yu Yue's waist. Indeed, it was unmistakably the possession of the holy Emperor Hao Yang. Who in the eastern seas was unaware of it? The brazen pirate who had just spoken so insolently fell to his knees with a thud. What he had said was undeniably true. The late stage of transformation. A grand cultivator? In the presence of the sea pavilion, such titles held no weight. They were left with no choice but to kneel in supplication for a glimmer of mercy. My lord, we were merely misled by Qian Yin and thus dared to offend you. We have not committed any heinous acts. We implore your lordship for forgiveness. To spare our insignificant lives. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yue realized that eliminating human cultivators would not yield any evolution points. How frustrating. This aspect of the system seemed rather lacking, he thought to himself. Furthermore, he was not a malevolent cultivator, nor a bloodthirsty fiend. Sparing these individuals was not beyond the realm of possibility. Brother Yu, do not trust them. At that moment, Zhang De, supported by Zhang San, approached Yu Yue. His eyes filled with indignation as he glanced at the pirates. Brother Yu, these individuals are undeniably heinous. Each of them is stained with the blood of the innocent. One of the pirates suddenly grew agitated, exclaiming, You speak with such baseless arrogance. Silence. Yu Yue's voice grew cold, and the warmth in his gaze gradually faded. Brother Zhang, what has transpired? Upon hearing Yu Yue's inquiry, Zhang De, filled with resentment, recounted the tale of their misfortune, detailing how they encountered this band of pirates and why they were relentlessly pursued. There were 3 of us brothers residing in a humble fishing village, home to around 100 families, young and old. As Zhang spoke, a trace of desolation flickered in his eyes. The villagers are simple folk. The men toil from dawn to dusk to make a living from the sea, while the women and children tend to the household, blissfully unaware of the existence of cultivators, let alone our own abilities. They regarded us as mere fishermen. After our ordeal in the Fallen Valley, I returned to the village, having attained a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage with the help of Brother Yu. Little did I anticipate being followed by a pirate minion. As he spoke, both brothers' eyes brimmed with hatred and an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Due to my injuries from the breakthrough, I was compelled to consume the Holy Spirit pill gifted by Brother Yu, which that minion witnessed and reported to the pirates. They coveted the elixir and brazenly invaded our village. Our strength was no match for them. After surrendering the remaining Holy Spirit pill, they audaciously demanded more. Where could we procure it? Thus, before our very eyes, they slaughtered the villagers, innocent mortals. Zhang De struck his chest with heavy blows, his complexion growing even paler. He raised a trembling finger toward the equally pallid pirates, exclaiming, These wretches deserve death. Indeed, Brother Yu. Zhang San's face was etched with fury and remorse. They did not spare even the elderly, the infirm, or the children. Nearly all the women in the village were violated to death. Now, only the 2 of us remain alive. His anger stemmed from the pirates' utter inhumanity, while his regret lay in their inability to protect the villagers. They had once received kindness from the villagers and had vowed to eradicate piracy, yet the innocent had suffered and perished as a result of their failures. No, no, no. The pirate kneeling on the ground transformed from fear to despair, and then into sheer madness. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, hefting a heavy axe toward Yu Yue's head with lethal intent. Die. He was now completely consumed by insanity. The sea pavilion stood as the bastion of righteousness, a pillar of unwavering virtue. The iron law among cultivators forbids the slaughter of mortals. Though they were pirates, they too were cultivators. Such a law must be upheld. Yet now that the sea pavilion was aware of this incident, even if this man were to spare them, would the eastern seas forgive their transgressions? Other realms would certainly offer them no refuge. Wherever they went, death awaited them. Thus, he seethed with hatred, questioning the presence of sea pavilion members here and lamenting their ill-fated encounter. He wished for Yu Yue's demise. Yet this beast had never considered that while he harbored such hatred, what of the innocent lives lost at their hands? Did they not harbor resentment as well? As Yu Yue listened to the words of the Zhang brothers, a profound killing intent surged within his gaze. How could such a beast deserve to exist in this world? He turned to confront the man with the grotesque eyes. The pirate was filled with exuberance, thinking to himself that if he were to die, at least he would take someone down with him, especially since this fellow was a disciple of the Sea Pavilion. It would be worth it in his life. However, suddenly, he met Yu Yue's eyes. Heaven, what manner of eyes were these? They seemed capable of drawing in one's very soul. In that fleeting moment of contact, the massive axe he wielded came to an abrupt halt, and he felt his strength drain away, leaving behind only a void. A dazed expression devoid of the previous ferocity and fear. Yu Yue possesses the extraordinary ability known as soul captivation. Not only can he exert control over the souls of other beings, but he is also capable of obliterating them entirely. Naturally, the latter is a simpler task, particularly when dealing with entities of lesser cultivation, including cultivators themselves. With a swift stroke of Long Yuan, blood gushed forth from the throat of the pirate. Yet not a single drop tainted Yu Yue's form. Moreover, he refrained from devouring this man's life force, deeming it distasteful. Yu, a certain fish, possesses a rather peculiar obsession with cleanliness. Under the scrutiny of two gazes, the souls of the other two nascent soul cultivators were utterly obliterated, leaving them as lifeless husks on the ground. The remaining pirates were stricken with terror. Among them, the highest cultivation level barely reached the late golden core stage. What could they possibly do now? Let us deal with them. I shall await your arrival. Yu Yue tossed a couple of Holy Spirit pills to Zhang De, then waved his hand, unleashing a blade of light that struck down, causing the pirate ship at the island's edge to erupt in a thunderous explosion. This is the might of Long Yuan, coupled with the Zillion sword technique. Even though that pirate vessel was a formidable spiritual artifact, it could not withstand Yu Yue's sword. He then turned away, for even to this day, he harbored some resistance towards the slaughter of humanity, as his soul was undeniably that of a human being. The pirates, now thoroughly terrified, were no match for Zhang De, who, having ingested the Holy Spirit pills, was immediately restored to his peak condition. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, he slaughtered the pirates as effortlessly as a tiger among sheep. Listening to the cries of despair behind him, Yu Yue could not help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Such is the nature of this world. Without strength, one cannot protect their loved ones, nor safeguard their home. Much like the Zhang brothers, Yu Yue was determined to prevent such occurrences from befalling him. Thus, he resolved to become stronger, even if others perceived this ambition as trivial concern over inconsequential matters. After all, Hao Yang was a holy emperor. Did he truly require protection from a mere small fish? Yet, one must possess a heart. Yu Yue had never been the type to dwell perpetually in the cradle of others. Chapter 67. What a divine being this is! The cries behind him had nearly subsided, allowing one to envision the grim fate that awaited the band of pirates. Furthermore, he had no intention of sparing their formidable leader, who was rumored to possess the transcendent abilities of the transformation realm. The Zhang brothers were his friends. He believed in delivering them to safety without fail. As for the means of dispatch, Yu Yue had his own ingenious strategies. At present, he yearned to partake in a lottery, even if it merely yielded a fishing device. He, Yu, would accept it, not for any other reason, but to alleviate the discontent lingering in his heart. Come forth, I wish to draw a prize. A rather audacious voice resounded within him, and soon after, the lottery interface materialized. Yu Yue felt no trepidation whatsoever. 10 points per draw. He pressed the button. The rewards had been dispatched to the warehouse. Yu Yue extended his hand, his consciousness locking onto the extraction key, and with a gentle motion, a flash of blue light enveloped him. In an instant, he felt a small rectangular object materialize in his palm. As the blue glow dissipated, Yu Yue's gaze suddenly became fixated in astonishment. He swore he never anticipated that he would extract such an item. It was akin to savoring the dregs from the bottom of a pot. Name: Yellow Crane Tower Grade. 19 Yuan effect. Enhances cultivation state. Invigorates the mind. Notes: 1. Discourage smoking among youth. Prohibited for primary and secondary school students. 2. Smoking is detrimental to health. Please refrain from smoking in non-smoking areas. 3. This product has undergone special reinforcement by the system, offering a rich and robust flavor, enhancing the experience of cloud and mist. I certainly did not squander my 10 points. This is worth far more than 1,000. With a sense of excitement, Yu Yue eagerly unwrapped the package, revealing the familiar slender white stick. Although it was not his preferred brand, it was better than having nothing at all. He quickly pulled one out, rubbing it between his thumb and forefinger, igniting a small flame to light the cigarette. Ah, what a delightful sensation. After taking a couple of puffs, Yu Yue felt significantly more at ease. This marvelous item was simply extraordinary. No wonder it was so immensely popular on that vibrant blue planet. Moreover, the pack of Huangalu in his hand had undergone system enhancement, rendering its effects far superior to the ordinary. At that moment, the Zhang brothers, their bodies stained crimson with blood, approached Yu Yue, casting a surprised glance at him as he exhaled clouds of smoke. Both brothers knelt before him on one knee, proclaiming, "We, your humble servants, pledge to follow you. Not seeking entry into the high pavilion, but desiring to accompany you faithfully, never to betray." What are you doing? There's no need for such formality. We are all comrades here, just a small favor. Yu Yue waved his hand, concerned that these two straightforward brothers might be treated as mere servants by Xiaoshuang. After all, they were his comrades. However, the Zhang brothers, with unwavering determination in their eyes, bit their middle fingers and inscribed a simple yet profound symbol on their foreheads. Bowing deeply before Yu Yue. "Oh my, you are older than I am. Isn't this a shortening of my lifespan?" Yu Yue hurriedly approached to assist the two individuals, yet, in that moment, an inexplicable connection seemed to form between him and the brothers. Under the weight of this bond, Yu Yue found himself unable to lift them. "Young master, during our youth, we stumbled upon the remnants of an ancient, dilapidated cave dwelling from which we acquired a legacy, though most of its contents are fragmented. One secret technique remains intact. It is this very technique," Zhang San declared, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Yu Yue. They had nowhere else to turn, having offended the pirates who possessed the power of the transformation realm. Should you choose not to shelter them, they would be left with no path but death. "Young master, this secret technique poses no threat to you. My brother and I pledge our sincere loyalty to you. Should we betray this vow? Our souls shall be shattered under this technique, never to be liberated." Zhang San bowed deeply once more. Yu Yue could distinctly sense that the secret technique they had acquired was profoundly binding, tethering their fates to the chosen one, ensuring their unwavering allegiance. Yu Yue is the one they have chosen to pledge their allegiance to. Should Yu Yue perish, the Zhang brothers will meet their demise as well. Conversely, if the Zhang brothers fall, Yu Yue remains unscathed, and what the Zhang brothers have acquired is merely a shadow cast by Yu Yue's fortune. "Very well. The two of you may accompany me back to the sea pavilion. By the way, there is a fox at home. Should she trouble you, I cannot guarantee my intervention." With a sense of helplessness, Yu Yue responded softly. In a mere gesture, the Zhang brothers were effortlessly lifted to their feet, their eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." At that moment, a small purple fish emblem appeared on their foreheads, only to vanish shortly thereafter, signifying the completion of the secret contract. As for the fox that you mentioned, they seemed to have an inkling of its identity. Surely, the esteemed white elder would not torment such insignificant figures as themselves. "What lord and mother? Just call me boss, and I shall take you to greater heights." With a grand gesture, Yu Yue exuded a boundless ambition, marking the moment he became a figure of authority with his own followers. The contract established between the Zhang brothers and Yu Yue instantly made them feel as though their cultivation potential had more than doubled. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the awe and terror in the other's eyes. This secret technique of the contract had been a subject of their profound study, and now, with the bond formed with Yu Yue, their own abilities had significantly enhanced. One could only imagine how formidable Yu Yue's innate talents must be. Why the hesitation? Shall we indulge? Yu Yue smiled faintly. He had not discerned anything remarkable about the Zhang brothers' talents, but instead withdrew 2 Huangalu cigarettes from his case, offering one to each of the brothers. The eldest, Zhang, noticed the peculiar box in Yu Yue's hand, adorned with strange characters he could not comprehend. Could it be an ancient script? No, they had encountered ancient characters before, and they did not resemble this. Might this be an even older form of writing? The smoke. Invigorating and mind-clearing. As Yu Yue spoke, he once again withdrew a cigarette, deftly igniting it with a flick of his fingers, and inhaled deeply with a look of sheer ecstasy on his face. Zhang De and Zhang San observed Yu Yue's expression closely, noting how their newly appointed leader's eyes narrowed slightly amidst the swirling smoke. His countenance reflected 3 parts satisfaction, 2 parts exhilaration, a hint of profound melancholy, and 4 parts unadulterated pleasure. Was this little thing truly so magical? The 2 brothers exchanged glances, mimicking Yu Yue as they ignited their own cigarettes with a flick of their fingers, taking a few puffs. Instantly, their eyes lit up, and their scruffy faces were suffused with an unmistakable enchantment. Good heavens, this is truly extraordinary. After just a couple of puffs, Zhang De and Zhang San grasped the essence of this marvel. A cigarette for moments of joy, another for times of fatigue, yet another for boredom. And even one after a fierce battle with foes. Moreover, this wondrous creation invigorated the mind, sharpening one's thoughts and seemingly extending the reach of one's consciousness. My goodness! How astonishing! What a divine object this is! Why has it never graced the divine lands before? Zhang San took a deep drag, only to find it far superior to the likes of Huanggalu, as if it were tailor-made for cultivators. Boss, is this divine object called a cigarette? Zhang Da's hand trembled as he clutched the cigarette, feeling an overwhelming sense of negativity dissipate within him. Indeed, but I don't have many left. Let us make our way to Sakura Palace. Yu Yue cast a disdainful glance at the two individuals, bemused by their crude method of smoking, grasping the cigarette with their hands instead of elegantly pinching it between their fingers. Such rusticity, devoid of any finesse, left him incredulous. Chapter 68. My master's title is Hao Yang. The three of them, each with a cigarette in their mouths, embarked on their journey. Upon witnessing Yu Yue's impressive sword flight, the Zhang brothers eagerly mimicked his style. After all, the aspirations of the elder brother naturally became the pursuits of the younger. After a considerable journey, during which Yu Yue consumed 9 Huanggalu cigarettes, a picturesque island adorned with cherry blossom trees emerged before them. This island, slightly smaller than the sea pavilion, was aptly named Cherry Blossom Island, renowned for its blossoms that purportedly never wilted throughout the seasons. Atop this enchanting island stood the Cherry Blossom Palace, presided over by the second disciple of the Haoyang Saint Emperor, revered in the Eastern Sea region as the Cherry Master. Her cultivation reached extraordinary heights, mere steps away from the saint level. Moreover, it was said that her beauty could eclipse the moon and shy the flowers, though few have had the privilege of beholding her. Consequently, countless young talents from the Eastern Sea Pavilion flocked to the Cherry Blossom Palace under the pretext of flower viewing, many simply yearning for a glimpse of her exquisite visage. There were even those eager to join the palace, yet alas, it only admitted female disciples or those of the fairer sex. It is noteworthy that a disciple of the Xiangui Saint Emperor once attempted to forcefully enter the Cherry Blossom Palace, relying on his status, only to narrowly avoid a grievous fate. Since that incident, no one has dared to show even the slightest disrespect. Let us proceed and pay a visit to my second senior sister. Yu Yue chuckled softly as he swiftly descended with the Zhang brothers, soon finding himself on Cherry Blossom Island. It became immediately apparent to him that the place was truly bustling with activity. One could aptly describe it as a sea of humanity. However, most of the crowd consisted of elegantly poised young men, and as for their ages, Yu Yue was at a loss. After all, in the realm of cultivation, a practitioner's appearance does not necessarily reveal their true age. Take Bai Xiaoduan, for instance. Despite being 80,000 years old, she still resembled a youthful girl. Concurrently, Yu Yue suspected that his second senior sister was no spring chicken either. The Cherry Palace was perched atop Cherry Blossom Island, and at that moment, curiosity piqued Yu Yue's interest regarding just how beautiful his second senior sister truly was. This individual seemed to attract countless butterflies, drawn to her like moths to a flame. However, Yu Yue's assumptions were misplaced. Not all of these seemingly refined young men were present solely for the Cherry Master. After all, the Cherry Palace was comprised entirely of female disciples, reputed for their striking beauty. How delightful it would be to charm one of them. The three of them navigated through the throngs of people towards the Cherry Palace, only to encounter a boundary line midway. Beyond this line lay the teeming crowd, while within it were disciples of the Cherry Palace clad in delicate pink garments. You three, halt. Just as Yu Yue was about to cross the threshold, a crisp, cold voice rang out, startling him. What is the matter? Yu Yue lifted his head and spoke coldly, his handsome visage exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, upon encountering the strikingly beautiful female disciple, his icy demeanor dissipated instantaneously. Miss, we are here to meet the Sakura Master. Could you kindly grant us passage? The Zhang brothers retorted with disdain. Humph, lecherous fool. Retreat at once. The woman raised her hand, brandishing a short sword before her, her enchanting eyes gleaming with menace as she admonished him sharply. She had encountered many such lecherous individuals, none of whom met with a favorable end. Did they not consider the formidable prowess and background of her master? How dare a mere nascent soul cultivator presume to intrude? Miss, in truth, Yu Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, the visitor was merely seeking out his senior sister. Did they perceive him as some mere trifling fish? How vexing. Just then, an exceedingly discordant voice interrupted Yu Yue's impending self-introduction. Which young scion is so lacking in decorum causing a ruckus without regard for the setting. A figure appeared, appearing to be in his mid-20s, clad in a flowing white garment and wielding a folding fan, exuding an air of sophistication. At that moment, he cast a disdainful glance at Yu Yue and his companions, seemingly intent on showcasing his prowess before the esteemed Miss Sakura. Old Zhang, did you hear a dog barking? Yu Yue extended his pinky finger to scratch his ear, gazing at the white-clad youth with an expression of utter disdain. How ridiculous. Wasn't he at merely fifth-tier cultivation? What audacity to act recklessly in my senior sister's territory. I, the young master, will gladly play the role of the villain. If I cannot defeat you, I shall simply procure someone to eliminate you. Zhang stifled a laugh. The boss's words were far too cutting, especially with that expression. It could almost provoke a person to fury. With a sharp clap, the white-clad youth snapped his folding fan shut, his flushed face momentarily betraying a fierce killing intent. After all, he hailed from the Qi sect, a faction supported by the formidable Aolai Hall, only slightly less powerful than the Sakura Palace. As for Yu Yue and his companions, 2 in the nascent soul stage and 1 in the golden core stage, he deemed them beneath even the status of a mere dog in his presence. Thus, should he choose to eliminate these 3 lowly hounds here, he assumed the Sakura Palace would remain silent. You dare to strike? Feeling the surging spiritual energy within the white-clad youth, Yu Yue's lips curled into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a sneer. What an impudent young man, utterly ignorant of decorum. How dare you act so brazenly in such a place? He echoed the youth's earlier sentiments, momentarily halting the latter's rising momentum, inciting further rage. Even the female cultivator who had referred to Yu Yue as a lecher couldn't help but smile. This lecher was indeed amusing, nearly provoking another lecher to the point of bloodshed. You filthy dog, prepare to pay with your life. Unable to endure any longer, the white-clad youth unleashed a strike aimed directly at Yu Yue's head. As Yu Yue stood firm, the Zhang brothers behind him attempted to advance and confront the enemy, but he raised a hand to halt them. Truly, it seems that revealing one's identity is inevitable. Originally, you had preferred to remain an unassuming figure in the shadows. Alas. Yu Yue shook his head with a soft sigh, extending his hand to present a jade pendant towards the descending hand of the young man in white. The young man had anticipated that, in the next moment, Yu Yue's head would be shattered beneath his strike, and he would merely face a few days of confinement by a sect. However, upon catching sight of the jade pendant in Yu Yue's grasp, his eyes froze in disbelief. A thunderous sound erupted as he forcefully retracted his palm, as if struck by an unseen force, his hair disheveled. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward nearly 10 steps. He had initially unleashed his full power, but the abrupt cessation resulted in a backlash from that very strike. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on the jade pendant in Yu Yue's hand, wild and frenzied. Impossible, impossible, he exclaimed. There are only 4 of these jade pendants in existence. How could you possess one? It must be a counterfeit, a deception. Yu Yue's smile grew even warmer, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze in March. Young man, it is true that there are only 4 of these in the world, but this one was gifted to me. It is undeniably authentic. Yu Yue stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the young man in white. Alas, poor child. Attempting to show off has instead left you crushed beneath the weight of life's pressures, mercilessly beaten down, and all for naught. Who has bestowed this upon you? Oh, my revered master. Indeed, my master's name is Hao Yang. Yu Yue gazed at the child with an even greater sense of compassion. Alas, omnipotent Lord, grant him forgiveness. Yet, it seemed that the Lord had no intention of pardoning this pretentious child. After revealing the most fearful expression of his life, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and then fainted. Sigh, how challenging it is to remain inconspicuous. As Yu Yue stood beneath the reverent gazes of the crowd, he tilted his head upward at a 45-degree angle, catching a glimpse of the sun's dazzling brilliance. Chapter 69, A Misunderstanding Unfolds. Esteemed young master, might I request a moment to examine the jade pendant you possess? After a few individuals carried away the unfortunate child, the female cultivator who had earlier referred to Yu Yue as a libertine approached him with trepidation and gracefully bowed. Although the authenticity of the jade pendant was beyond question, no one in the Eastern Sea dared to counterfeit such an item. She felt compelled to verify it nonetheless. Perhaps this was merely a manifestation of a woman's inherent stubbornness. Here, take it. Yu Yue directly tossed the jade pendant towards the female cultivator, who, in a state of trepidation, caught it and shot him an exasperated glance. How outrageous. One would think that with his wealth, he could afford to carelessly discard anything. However, upon a mere glance, the female cultivator promptly knelt before Yu Yue, cradling the jade pendant with both hands. I am Xuan Yan, the seventh disciple of Sakura Palace. At your service, my lord. Ah, there is no need for such formalities. With his hands behind his back, Yu Yue exuded an air of confidence. Xuan Yan? A name that embodies both longing and sentiment, reminiscent of snow and rain. Truly exquisite. My apologies for any offense earlier, esteemed sir. I hope you can forgive me. Xuan Yan remained kneeling, her heart brimming with resentment towards the young man in white, whose flirtatious demeanor had interrupted the revelation of his true identity. No matter, he replied. My master has sent me to meet my senior sister. I would be grateful if you could guide me, Miss Xuan Yan. Thank you, kind sir. Please follow me. With a graceful bow, Xuan Yan rose and gestured for Yu to proceed. Yu beckoned to the Zhang brothers, who immediately followed him with alacrity. It was truly unexpected that these two individuals, whose names happened to be Zhang, were afforded such a fortune today, entering the illustrious Sakura Palace. A dream cherished by countless males across the Eastern Sea. The grandeur of their entrance was indeed impressive, a testament to the authority of the elder brother. In Yu Yue's perception, staying within the Sakura Palace must be far more comfortable than residing in the Sea Pavilion. The sheer magnificence of the palace complex, along with the enchanting beauty of the women within, delicate and graceful, was a sight to behold. As they were led to a particularly exquisite palace, suffused with a soft pink glow and a fragrant scent reminiscent of cherry blossoms that wafted through the air, one could not help but feel that an unparalleled beauty resided within. Young master, this is the residence of the palace master. Please feel free to enter. As for these two gentlemen, Xuan Yan's expression turned pensive, even though they were disciples of the palace master. Bringing in unfamiliar men, especially those as unrefined as these two, would certainly invite scorn from her senior sister. Fortunately, her thoughts remained unspoken. Or else the Zhang brothers might have taken offense. What is unattractive about us? Just a bit more facial hair and darker skin? A little grooming would reveal our handsomeness. Despite having lived for over 3 centuries, these two had never bothered to refine their appearances. Elder brother, we shall wait here. Zhang San expressed a hint of disappointment. While Zhang De, ever astute, understood the need for decorum. You two are indeed esteemed guests of the Sakura Palace. Please follow this young lady for further hospitality. Xuan Yan's words earned Yu Yue's silent approval. She was indeed perceptive, far more so than by Xiaoduan. Why did he always find himself reminiscing about that silly fox? Nevertheless, he resolved to call for them when he was ready to return to the Sea Pavilion. He nodded to the Zhang brothers, already contemplating bringing them along. After all, while the Sea Pavilion might be modest, the spiritual essence there was far richer than that of the Sakura Palace, and resources for cultivation were plentiful. If necessary, they could even assist by Xiaoduan in her work, which was quite lucrative. Having deemed them worthy of his care, Yu Yue understood that as their leader, it was his duty to look after them. After waving farewell to Xuan Yan and the Zhang brothers, he strode into the palace. His senior sister was expected to be well-educated and sensible, certainly more so than by Xiaoduan. While the palace exterior was resplendent, the interior was surprisingly simple, bare and sparse, reminiscent of his master's own quarters, albeit devoid of books. As Yu entered the palace, only 2 figures caught his eye, a man and a woman. Oh, no wonder his senior sister had turned away so many talented suitors. It appeared she had a brother-in-law. Could this be considered a hidden romance? His smile seemed rather lewd. At a table, the man gently tapped his fingers, allowing a chess piece to fall. He glanced at Yu Yue and remarked, "Is this my junior brother? He certainly has a fine appearance, but his smile is rather unsavory." The woman in the white dress, seated opposite the man, stifled a giggle upon hearing his words, though Yu Yue had noticed her long before. She was undoubtedly Sakura, his senior sister, and indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Sakura possessed a visage that could enthrall the world, her face akin to cherry blossoms, brows like willow leaves, hands delicate as tender shoots, and skin as smooth as congealed cream. Her eyes resembled a clear spring, and her black tresses cascaded like a waterfall. Notably, the cherry blossom mark between her brows adorned her already ethereal beauty with a touch of vibrancy. To be frank, Yu Yue had never encountered a woman so exquisite. Moreover, although Sakura's beauty was soft, there was a subtle air of heroism in her demeanor. She was a true woman of strength. These two contrasting qualities harmoniously coalesced within her, without a hint of awkwardness. However, staring at his senior sister like that was rather impolite. The man spoke again, making Yu Yue feel an urge to strike him with the sole of his size 42 shoe. Yet, he sensed he could not best the man, for at that moment, the sword intent within him quivered under the man's gaze. "I must say, do you wish to be my brother-in-law without consulting my master? Keep staring at me, and I might just report you." Should my master refuse to marry you to my sister, you will have no choice but to weep. This was the nature of masculinity. Even in the presence of beautiful women, one would never concede defeat. Ah, what are you thinking? At that moment, Sakura spoke, her voice imbued with a hint of coolness, yet predominantly warm and affectionate. Such is the nature of women, who easily become tender when addressing younger kin. Ha! Junior sister, he claims we are a couple. The man laughed heartily, and Yu Yue couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. This man was extraordinarily handsome, his demeanor reserved yet exuding a latent sharpness, like a peerless sword sheathed in its scabbard. Indeed, in terms of appearance, he was far more manly than Yu Yue. Alas, he was simply born this way. Though one could alter their form during transformation, Yu Yue had no desire to do so. Wait, junior sister? You were so preoccupied pondering whether the divine continent was producing handsome men and beautiful women that you overlooked the man's title. Could he be my senior brother? No wonder he possessed such an aura. No wonder the sword intent he had comprehended felt intimidated. He was the Sword King. It seemed this situation had taken a comical turn. Yu Yue now resembles a being transformed into its original form, seeking to penetrate through a crevice of water. Chapter 70. My heart feels utterly chilled. Ah, senior sister, our master has instructed me to deliver this item to you. Yu Yue hastily retrieved the twin cherry from the storage space and placed it on the table, a wave of sorrow washing over him. It appeared that his senior brother had fortuitously visited his senior sister, and the two were currently engaged in a game of strategy. He had misinterpreted the situation. The pseudo-sacred artifact, the cherry blossom master exclaimed, and in that moment, Yu Yue perceived an uncanny resemblance between the twinkling stars in his senior sister's eyes and those of Bai Xiaoshuang. Alas, it was not a sacred artifact. The cherry blossom master pouted and muttered a remark. Were outsiders to discover that the typically aloof cherry blossom master exhibited such a side, they would likely be utterly astonished. Given our current cultivation, even possessing a sacred artifact would not allow us to harness its full power. The Sword King smiled faintly and made another move. The twin cherry was originally your destined artifact. Now that it has ascended to a pseudo-sacred status, it can only exert its utmost potential in battle. Oh, senior brother, what do you mean by battle? I recall Master mentioning that senior sister would soon have use for the twin cherry. Is she preparing to engage in combat with someone? Yu Yue was somewhat perplexed. Recalling how his master had mentioned that he should remain ignorant of certain matters, thus he refrained from inquiring further at that time. Now, however, he found himself amidst his fellow disciples, all of the same generation, and felt it was perfectly acceptable to pose a question, as his master would remain oblivious. Alas, no matter. Master Sakura observed the increasingly apparent disadvantage on the chessboard, her frustration mounting as she felt utterly discontented. Would it not be possible to yield just a little? The Sword King cast a glance at Master Sakura, his smile growing ever more audacious. As he placed another piece on the board, he addressed Yu Yue without even glancing at the chessboard. You have only recently embarked on your journey. Your cultivation is still rather immature. Thus it is certain that your master has no intention of involving you in this matter. Then, senior brother, with whom shall we engage in battle? What is the cultivation threshold for participation? Are you attempting to extract information from me? The Sword King regarded Yu Yue with a penetrating gaze. To be honest, despite it being their first encounter, he found himself rather intrigued by this younger disciple. The sword intent emanating from Yu Yue bore a slight resemblance to his own in his youth. It is permissible to share this with you, in the divine continent. While our Eastern Sea region may not be the most powerful domain, it boasts the most abundant cultivation resources, far surpassing even the Central Plains. Surely, you are aware of this. Yu Yue nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the scarcity of practitioners and the vast expanse of the Eastern Sea. Indeed, the region is characterized by its vastness and sparse population, rendering cultivation resources particularly abundant. Thus, it is inevitable that it attracts covetous glances. The Sword King continued his discourse, making another move, which increasingly darkened the expression of the Cherry Master. Farther east in the Eastern Sea, there lies a cluster of islands that do not belong to its territory. Due to their barrenness, other realms have shown little interest in claiming them, leaving them desolate. At some unknown point, cultivators emerged from these islands, gradually growing in strength until they established a nation known as the Kingdom of Wa. The turmoil in the Eastern Sea can be traced back to this nascent power. How dare this diminutive Kingdom of Wa challenge the might of our sea? This situation bears an uncanny resemblance to a certain unsavory nation from a past life. Yu Yue listened intently. Yet he could clearly perceive the increasing distress on the Cherry Master's face. He would venture to assert that soon, the senior brother would find himself in dire straits. Meanwhile, the Sword King remained blissfully unaware, exhibiting emotional intelligence on par with that of Hao Yang. With a decisive move, he cornered the Cherry Master, flashing a triumphant grin that revealed his white teeth before continuing. Under ordinary circumstances, such audacity would indeed be unthinkable. Yet, this time, the Kingdom of Wa has inexplicably prospered, producing not one, but two figures of the sacred rank, which has only emboldened their ambitions. They have seemingly forged an alliance with two sacred rank beings from the western regions, preparing to engage us in battle. To participate in the conflict, one must at least attain the transformation stage, which equates to the 5th rank. Young junior brother, you must strive diligently. As the Sword King spoke, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes. His sword had long been free of bloodshed, and when the time for war arrived, it would surely shine once more, quenching its thirst with the blood of foes and invigorating his sword heart. As for the outcome of the conflict, the Sword King harbored no contempt for the mere 4 sacred rank individuals. He felt confident that their master need not intervene. For the Xin Gui Sacred Emperor and the Kai Huang Holy Maiden could easily dispatch those 4 inept contenders. Sacred? Even within their ranks, there are distinctions of strength. At that moment, however, the Cherry Master, with her slender fingers grasping a white piece, found herself at a loss for how to proceed. In exasperation, she tossed the piece onto the board, causing a flurry of chaos upon it. Master has not imparted such knowledge to the junior brother. Why must you speak? Furthermore, I have won this match. The Sword King paused, momentarily taken aback. A man should find fulfillment in wielding his sword against adversaries during the domain wars. Did we not participate without Master's consent? Moreover, how can you claim victory? This is unreasonable. Indeed, senior sister, you were clearly speaking of senior brother. You could not help but voice a fair opinion. Clearly, it was you who had no place to make a move, only to disrupt the chessboard and declare victory. This is akin to Bai Xiaoshuang, with remnants of the elixir still lingering on her lips, claiming innocence of any wrongdoing. Goodness. Sakura's expression turned icy, revealing a hint of dominance on her charming face. When did our Sakura Palace admit fraudulent men? And to conspire with you so soon after our first meeting? Do you believe I won't expel you at once? Who invited you here? The Sword King appeared somewhat awkward, realizing the gravity of the situation, unsure of how to respond. He cast a pleading glance towards Yu Yue, who, with an air of camaraderie, seemed to assure him that he would handle the matter. This reassured the Sword King, for his master had once praised this young disciple for his cleverness when he visited the Sword Pavilion. However, in the next moment, the Sword King's expression darkened. He swore he felt an overwhelming urge to slay Yu Yue. Without any sense of shame, Yu Yue approached the chessboard and waved his hand, instantly collecting all the scattered black pieces, leaving only the solitary white pieces behind. Sister, from my years of experience in chess, it is evident that all of Master Brother's pieces have been devoured, leaving him utterly defeated. This game is undoubtedly a complete victory for you. Sakura's face lit up with joy, her beauty radiating magnificently. I never realized, little brother, that you possessed such insight. The Sword King interjected, as far as I know. You have barely been in existence for a year. With whom have you played chess for several years? As he spoke, the atmosphere became somewhat tense. Yet, Sakura slammed her hand on the table, retorting, what business is it of yours? If my brother claims to have played for thousands of years, then he has. Sword King? Yu Yue was in high spirits. He felt an urge to hum a cheerful tune. Little friend, do you have countless questions? At the same time, he realized how challenging it is to become the beloved of the group. It is far easier to cling to the strong. After all, it currently seems that the senior brother cannot contend with the senior sister, although he finds the senior brother somewhat agreeable. However, that cannot serve as a stumbling block to their solid friendship. Alas, little junior brother, I never imagined you to be such a fish. The senior brother's heart is truly chilled. The Sword King, with a face full of melancholy, reluctantly conceded defeat. What could he do? After all, he is the senior brother. It is acceptable to yield to the junior brothers and sisters. Indeed, that is the way of it. But these two junior sisters have been yielding for several millennia. Now with the addition of Yu Yue, it is truly disheartening. Even as the senior brother, Hu Wunti wished to be the cherished one of the group. Chapter 71. Revenge is best served cold if you feel a bit dissatisfied. How about challenging me to a match? After pondering for a long while, he still could not devise a method to deal with Yu Yue. The illustrious Sword King is certainly no match for Bai Xiaoshuang. If Yu Yue dared to confront Bai Xiaoshuang in such a manner, he would undoubtedly receive a severe beating. Yet, as the senior brother, the Sword King could not resort to such actions. He could only teach Yu Yue a lesson on the chessboard. Now, Before the match, there was a rather serious question. Suddenly, Yu Yue's expression turned grave. You may ask, if you lose, senior brother, you won't behead me, will you? How could that be? The Sword King's face was equally solemn, revealing a hint of fighting spirit. In truth, Sakura Master does not understand chess at all, or rather, she is simply a poor player. Sparring with her is utterly uninteresting. As Yu Yue displayed the demeanor of a master, the Sword King immediately felt invigorated. In the realm of chess, the Sword King has encountered no one, aside from his master, who could rival him. Very well. The mastery evident on Yu Yue's face becomes increasingly pronounced. Although it is true that in the realm of chess, he is certainly no match for the Sword King after all. The chess strategies of this world far surpass those of his previous life. There, one relied on tactics and cunning. Yet in this realm, chess encompasses not only these elements but also the cultivation of formations, a concept that Yu Yue is utterly unfamiliar with. However, the outcome may still depend on the type of game Yu Yue chooses to engage in. Yu Yue sat in the position vacated by Sakura, and due to the Sword King's magnanimity, he took the black pieces first, his expression calm and composed, as if he possessed a deep understanding of the game. He delicately pinched a black stone between his index and middle fingers. Slap. Oh, little junior brother, have you not heard of the saying, golden corners and silver edges? With a belly of grass? Sakura exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape. Even she, a novice in the art of chess, recognized this principle. How could Yu Yue, with his self-assured demeanor, be oblivious? Or perhaps his chess skills had taken an unorthodox route. Do not speak. Silence is golden while observing the game. The Sword King expressed his displeasure, yet upon catching a glimpse of Sakura's perilous gaze, he softened his tone. All right, dear junior sister, do watch closely. Once your elder brother secures victory, I shall allow you a true win. Really? I, the Sword King, am a man of my word. Excellent. With each player having placed 4 pieces, the Sword King had already gained a significant advantage. Given this opening phase, even a chess master of comparable skill would find it arduous to recover from such a disadvantage. Yet Yu Yue maintained an air of nonchalance. In the center of the board, 4 black stones aligned in a row, followed by another placement. My goodness, is this not the advanced winning strategy of the chess realm, 5 in a row? Apologies, senior brother, but I have triumphed. In the midst of the confusion shared by the Sword King and Sakura, Yu Yue's slender left hand completed the quintet of black stones, proclaiming his victory. There was no denying it. Such prowess was indeed a source of pride, a testament to his audacity, and a reflection of his youthful impudence. The Sword King stared in bewilderment, utterly perplexed. What does this mean? How did you win? It's 5 in a row. With a smile revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, Yu Yue exclaimed, the first person to connect 5 words wins. Master brother, how could you not know this? How do you even navigate the realm of chess? The Sword King, brimming with indignation, felt a fierce urge to strike Yu Yue down with his sword. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. I was referring to go. I don't know how to play. Then why pretend to be a master? If I don't engage you today, you won't grasp the lesson that an elder brother is akin to a father. Were they in the Sword Pavilion, the Sword King would have overturned the table by now. However, this was not the Sakura Palace. Should he actually flip the table, his second junior sister might find herself in a predicament, stripped of her dignity. Yet, a game was still in order. He could not allow the junior brother to become too arrogant. Otherwise, how would he impart lessons when the junior brother's skills advanced? Nevertheless, considering Yu Yue's current level of cultivation, it seemed he could maintain this upper hand for quite some time. But the Sakura Palace reveled in the Sword King's misfortune. How could they not find joy in witnessing him humbled? After all, he never showed any leniency in their matches, the epitome of a steadfast man. The junior brother is still just a child. How could you lay a hand on him? Perhaps we could have a practice match? The palace master, like a protective eagle, kept Yu Yue closely guarded. The Sword King was irked, but he thought to himself that there would be plenty of opportunities to settle the score in the future. Soon, the 3 of them put away the chessboard and began to engage in light conversation, with Yu Yue mostly listening while the senior sibling spoke. For his understanding was indeed quite limited. In the Sword King's words, he might as well be a fly attracted to the waist of the Sword Monarch. Older in years than Yu Yue himself. All right, while there was a hint of defiance in that sentiment, it was indeed the truth, though the analogy was rather distasteful. As their conversation flowed, they touched upon the incidents Yu Yue encountered during his arrival. Master brother, master sister, your most adorable junior brother has been bullied. It is so disheartening. Those pirates were utterly outrageous, devoid of conscience. I merely applied a slight pressure, and he had the audacity to claim there was a formidable cultivator behind him in the late stage of transformation. threatening to annihilate our entire family. It nearly frightened me to death. Yu Yue felt wronged. If the pirates who perished at his hands were to hear such words, they would surely rise in indignation. How absurd. It is you who has relied upon devious methods to bully others. While we may be flawed, we too stand as victims before you. Moreover, when discussing the late stage of transformation, your disdainful demeanor suggested that one was akin to a pile of dung, infested with white worms. Where lies the fear in that? Yet, the Sword King and Sakura Master perceived matters differently. Their understanding was that their junior disciple had been wronged, especially by those vile, deranged pirates. Ultimately, those scoundrels dared to insult the Sea Pavilion? They must perish. Junior disciple, can you uncover the lair of those wretched fiends? Let us concoct an excuse and eliminate them. The Sword King's eyes seemed to shimmer with the menace of two divine blades. And even Sakura Master's usually serene countenance bore no warmth, her beautiful eyes glinting with lethal intent. She, like her senior brother, believed it was imperative to eliminate them. The dignity of the Sea Pavilion cannot be trifled with by such rabble. I may not know the precise location, but my two friends surely do. Yu Yue's lips curled into a smile brimming with excitement. The mere notion of facing the late-stage transformation god? In the presence of these two formidable figures, he would gladly write his name in reverse if he could merely leap into action. He had initially been unbothered by the situation, but he could only blame the one who had threatened him in his final moments. Unable to vanquish his foe alone, he thought, why not send someone to do the deed? Wouldn't it be more fitting to meet his end quietly? Yet, it seemed he was intent on dragging a few others down with him, though those unfortunate enough to bear the brunt were his own comrades. Moreover, the Zhang brothers harbored a deep-seated hatred for the current wave of pirates. Now, they would feign compliance in the eastern seas, shifting with the tides, while the morally bankrupt pirates could scarcely expect to survive much longer. Let us proceed. The Sword King and Sakura Master rose in unison, igniting a fervor within Yu Yue. Vengeance should not be delayed. Had he possessed similar capabilities, he would not have waited even a few hours to exact retribution. Chapter 72, Aiming at the Pirates. Now this is what life is meant to be. In the reception hall of the Sakura Palace, the Zhang brothers savored exquisite fruit wine and feasted upon rare spiritual fruits, all while being attended to by enchanting maidens. It was truly a sight to behold. Since forging a contractual secret with Yu Yue, Zhang San felt on the cusp of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. At his previous pace of cultivation, such a leap would typically require at least a year and a half. This realization only deepened his appreciation for his elder brother's sagacious decision. How could their elder be taken as a disciple by the Holy Emperor? Such talent was undoubtedly exceptional. Furthermore, he was one of the 4 elders of the Sea Pavilion. It was inconceivable that he would meet an untimely end so easily. As the two brothers reveled in their good fortune, the maidens respectfully retreated, and 3 figures entered the hall, conversing jovially. Elder brother, Zhang San called out, eager to invite Yu Yue to partake in the spiritual fruits. However, Zhang De, possessing far keener insight, swiftly urged Zhang San to rise. It was crucial to recognize the gravity of the occasion. The only one who could command their elder brother's attention, aside from the lord of the Sakura Palace, was none other than the latter herself. Moreover, the man exuding such profound energy was certainly no ordinary individual. There was no time for indulgence in spiritual fruits. They needed to pay their respects immediately. Zhang brothers, we pay our respects to the Sakura Master. There is no need for excessive formalities. The Sakura Master, her face veiled, concealed a beauty that could captivate the world, though her visage remained obscured. It was evident that she was a woman of extraordinary allure, yet the details remained elusive. Yu Yue approached the table occupied by the 2 individuals, seized a spirit fruit, rubbed it in his hands, and took a bite, smiling as he regarded them. You two certainly know how to indulge, he remarked, chuckling, thanks to our esteemed leader. Zhang San scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Then, Yu Yue pointed towards the Sword King and addressed the pair. This is my elder brother. I trust you have heard of him. Upon hearing this, Zhang San hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, Greetings, Sword King. His face radiated admiration. If the Cherry Lord was the dream lover of the common males in the eastern seas, then the Sword King was even more formidable. He was not only the dream lover of females but also the idol of nearly all males. With a sword in hand, he traversed the world, defeating an enemy with every 10 paces. What remarkable prowess! Just the thought of it is awe-inspiring. The Sword King simply nodded in acknowledgement, his expression devoid of arrogance. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, it exuded an air of warmth. I have heard about your situation from my junior brother. Do you know the whereabouts of that band of pirates' lair? Sword King, could it be? Zhang San suddenly raised his head, his eyes brimming with excitement. Yu Yue previously declared an intention to thoroughly eliminate those pirates, and they were still puzzled by his resolve. It now appears that dealing with them is remarkably effortless. Whether it is the Sword King or the Cherry Sovereign, either of these formidable figures is beyond the capacity of those pirates to withstand. Indeed, those pirates have lost all sense of morality, mercilessly slaughtering the innocent. Their crimes are beyond reproach. We are undoubtedly compelled to take action, for it is our duty to rid the eastern seas of this menace. Yu Yue assisted the Zhang brothers to their feet, resolutely patting his chest with a sense of righteousness. However, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Ingzhu's eyes, as if she nearly let slip a secret. It appears that the young apprentice has also been led astray by that girl, by Xiaoshuang. Very well, my brothers are aware of our stronghold. Thank you, my leader. Thank you, Sword King. Thank you, Ingzhu. The souls of those who perished at their hands can finally find peace. Zhang raised his head, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to spill from his eyes. They had resided in that fishing village for nearly a decade. Though 10 years may merely constitute a period of seclusion for cultivators, one cannot deny the emotions inherent in humanity. The fishermen were kind and unpretentious, treating the three brothers with exceptional care, never minding their status as outsiders. The faces and voices of those who suffered and perished at the hands of pirates were deeply etched in the hearts of the two brothers, transforming into an overwhelming hatred. Had they not encountered Yu Yue, they would have met a tragic fate. Now that they have the opportunity to avenge their grievances, how could they not feel exhilaration? Very well, let us proceed, but we must devise a pretext to confront them, for these individuals are reputed to be particularly slippery, with many forces seeking their demise without a valid cause. The Sword King waved his hand, though a hint of contemplation lingered in his gaze. While it is indeed feasible to strike them down with a single sword, it would be imprudent. Yes. Zhang San's face was filled with fury. It is said that they once ambushed disciples from the Aolai Hall, yet the mark of that disciple's demise did not trigger, leaving us to ponder their methods. Furthermore, they have taken numerous ordinary people hostage, erasing their memories for their own purposes, under the ironclad rules of cultivation. It is indeed difficult to take action, but does not their abduction of mortals constitute a crime? Yu Yue was somewhat taken aback by the audacity with which they manipulated the ironclad laws of balance. How outrageous! Those pirates, despite their unscrupulousness, truly exhibited a certain cunning. Yet, by abducting unskilled mortals, were they not also transgressing the very laws they sought to exploit? Ultimately, it was futile. These ordinary individuals had their memories erased, rendered mere puppets to serve their whims, having been indoctrinated with new ideologies that left no trace of evidence. The Sword King shook his head, contemplating how to embark on a righteous campaign to eliminate those pirates. After all, the Eastern Seas were unlike other realms. Sentient beings held immeasurable value to them. Yu Yue pondered for a moment. It is quite simple. Finding a reason to deal with them is effortless. Senior brothers and sisters, the two old Zhangs. Let us be on our way. Junior brother, do you have a plan? The beautiful eyes of Sakura Master widened in surprise. For so many years, the pirates in the Eastern Seas have remained unvanquished, yet you claim to have a solution? Let us not tarnish the reputation of the Sea Pavilion with the stain of bloodshed. We shall discuss it upon arrival. For now, let us depart. Yu Yue smiled mysteriously, creating an air of suspense, and without any preparation, the five of them set off from Sakura Palace towards the lair of the pirates. Windwheel Island, a seemingly inconspicuous small sect in the Eastern Sea, was led by a master whose cultivation was merely at the nascent soul stage. Yet, who could have anticipated that this very place would serve as the headquarters for the largest pirate gang in the Eastern Sea? Only those like the Zhang brothers, who had opposed pirates for many years, could uncover such a secret. At that moment, in a concealed chamber, Zhao Buchuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. For reasons unknown, a sudden unease gripped him, as if he were being watched by a savage beast. This feeling of trepidation had persisted since the previous day, and with his subordinates still absent after chasing high-level elixirs, his ominous premonition intensified. Although he had committed many acts that provoked public outrage, he had never left behind any incriminating evidence. He pondered deeply but could not discern the reason for his discomfort. Zhao Buchuan furrowed his brow tightly. Just then, the door to the chamber creaked open, and a middle-aged man clad in a black robe entered. With a goatee and eyes filled with cunning, he approached. Big brother, just now, 2 female cultivators were brought to us by our underlings. It seems those little rascals know what they're doing. They haven't touched them yet. Shall we enjoy ourselves? This man was the strategist of the pirates, and it was thanks to his clever plans that these scoundrels had thrived for so long. Although his cultivation was only at the golden core stage, he was the one Zhao Buchuan valued the most. Have we left any traces? Zhao Buchuan inquired, his frown deepening. The transformation realm could faintly connect with the heavens, and his unsettling intuition was not unfounded, yet he remained unaware of the cause. This sensation vexed him greatly. Are you still not at ease with me? Come on, big brother, stop being paranoid. If anything's bothering you, why not vent it out? Female cultivators can endure much more than ordinary women, the man with the goatee said, his eyes glimmering with lewd intent. Very well. Zhao Buchuan nodded and followed the man with the goatee as they made their way to an underground palace. The palace was extravagantly built, with opulent architecture. It was astonishing that such a small sect could possess such grandeur underground, and the area was surrounded by barriers, concealing it from even the senses of tribulation-crossing cultivators. They entered a chamber where two women in flowing skirts trembled in fear. The man with the goatee revealed a lewd grin as he approached and unsealed the binding on the women's mouths. You pirates have audacious courage. We are disciples of the Red Sect. Dare to lay a finger on us, and you shall face dire consequences. One of the women screamed defiantly. But the man with the goatee swiftly struck her across the face. What is the Red Sect to us? He sneered. You are but dogs of the Ally Hall. Even Ally Hall cannot touch us, and you dare to mention the Red Sect? Today, I shall not only lay a finger on you. I must move on. Ignoring the female cultivator's screams, his large hand pressed heavily against the fullness of her chest, kneading roughly. Zhao Buchuan also began to tear fiercely at another female cultivator, robes fluttering wildly. Before long, agonized shrieks seemed to echo throughout the entire underground palace. This is the place, it can't be wrong. Outside Finluan Island, 5 streaks of light descended. Zhang De stared at the island, his eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent at their peak. It's them, in our youth. The parents of the Zhang brothers perished at the hands of pirates. That's why we've opposed them ever since. And now, those very pirates have destroyed our second home. How could we not despise them? Sword King frowned slightly. Indeed, they are cunning. This place belongs to a minor sect, one whose name I can't even recall. Who would have thought it was the pirates' hidden stronghold? Little junior brother, now will you share your thoughts? The cherry blossom mistress gazed at Yu Yue with amusement in her beautiful eyes, her curiosity particularly piqued. Yu Yue stroked his bald chin, revealing a sly smile. If the senior brothers and sisters intervene, they will undoubtedly leave no trace. Yet it is quite simple. Pirates are inherently greedy. Imagine if a person, possessing immense cultivation wealth, inadvertently found themselves in this locale. Surely, they would resort to murder and plunder. In that case, if they sought to kill me, a disciple of the Sea Pavilion, wouldn't you, dear senior brothers and sisters, be justified in eliminating them? Upon hearing this, Sword King's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid idea. These scoundrels, being pirates, are detestable and deserve to be eradicated. If they dare to target a disciple of the Sea Pavilion, how audacious. Who would dare to speak against us if we were to vanquish them? It is noteworthy that previously, when Yu Yue sustained minor injuries, Emperor Haoyang boldly obliterated the Fallen Valley, disregarding the great taboo of the Eastern Sea region. Even the typically stoic Emperor Xian Gui refrained from voicing objections. However, the Sakura master expressed dissent. The pirate leader possesses the cultivation of transformation god. Should he strike, your current strength may not withstand a single blow. It is too perilous. Goodness! Both Zhang De and Zhang San exclaimed simultaneously, their gazes resolute. As long as we can eliminate these pirates and avenge our grievances, what does it matter if we perish in the process? Let us proceed. Yu Yue gently patted Zhang San on the shoulder and remarked, what if the pirates recognize you too? I am undoubtedly the most suitable choice, with the precious gifts bestowed upon me by my master. Even if they are at the divine transformation realm, they cannot defeat me effortlessly. Just be cautious, as long as there is a breath of time. I can swiftly reach your side. The Sakura master nodded, acknowledging the situation. Then I shall take my leave. After Yu Yue finished speaking, he broke into a grin and transformed into a streak of light, descending upon Wind Wheel Island, approaching the gate of the minor sect with a bewildered expression. The Sword King sent a sliver of his consciousness to Yu Yue, observing his dazed demeanor, and chuckled to himself, remarking how much he resembled a lost traveler. His little junior brother displayed remarkable acting skills. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yu Yue was genuinely directionally challenged. Such a look had been evident the last time he lost his way. Who goes there? The sect, known as the Windwheel sect, was comprised entirely of pirates, masquerading as a legitimate cultivation sect to conceal their true nature. At this moment, 2 gatekeeping pirates intercepted Yu Yue, demanding to know his intentions with a stern tone. They had been instructed to exercise caution with anyone arriving at Windwheel Island. Who could say if such individuals were sent by rival sects to spy on them? In comparison to authentic cultivation forces, these pirates were but a ragtag group. If strength were to be measured, even a second-rate cultivation sect could easily annihilate them. Hence, vigilance was imperative. Esteemed friends, you began. I hail from the central continent and have come to your domain for training, but I have unfortunately lost my way. Might your esteemed sect allow me entry to rest and recuperate? As he spoke, he generously offered the gatekeeping pirates 2 fourth-grade nurturing pills. At this moment, Yu Yue displayed an expression of utter bewilderment, coupled with the unmistakable delight of finally encountering another human being. To those unfamiliar with him, he would appear to be a lavishly wealthy scion from the Central Plains, lost in the Eastern Sea. Very well, allow me to report, he said. 2 pirates seized the elixir, inhaling its potent aroma, their eyes alight with a mix of excitement and cruelty. He, a lost little creature, and he offers a 4th-tier elixir, they exclaimed. We are truly in for a fortune this time. Surely, we shall earn great merit. Why would we continue to stand guard here? We shall become favored individuals. And perhaps the captain, in his good graces, will allow us to indulge in the enchanting female cultivators who were just brought back today. The 2 female cultivators they had glimpsed were indeed stunningly beautiful, and for mere foot soldiers like them, the prospect of spending a night with such beauties was worth sacrificing 10 years of life. The pirate rushing back to relay the news felt a surge of happiness within him. As for Yu Yue, he graciously thanked the remaining pirate with a bow before producing a meditation cushion to sit upon. He then uncorked a vial of stalactite essence and took a couple of hearty swigs. The pirate's heart raced. Had he possessed greater prowess? He might have considered dispatching Yu Yue to seize his possessions. Though his cultivation was lacking, he possessed a discerning eye. The cushion was evidently woven from spiritual herbs, and he could perceive the fragrant aroma of the medicinal essence, though he did not recognize the substance Yu Yue had consumed. Its rich scent alone made him feel as if his own cultivation had been subtly enhanced. Indeed, he was a pampered young master from the Central Plains. If one were to blame, it would be for his own blindness. Killing him would be an act of futility. The pirate mused, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Yue, fearful that he might escape. Such a substantial catch, he had never even heard of something so grand. Should he let him slip away? 1,000 deaths would not suffice to atone for his failure. Chapter 74. You are already dead, smack. The leader of the Windwheel sect, Zhang Baihang, who was essentially a larger pirate chief, slammed his palm on the table. Is what you say true? A solitary wealthy youth from the Central Plains has fallen into our grasp? Master, how could there be any doubt? Just take a look at this, replied the gatekeeper pirate, presenting the nurturing elixir bestowed by Yu Yue. Zhang Baihang's eyes sparkled as he grasped the elixir, examining it closely and inhaling its fragrance. Indeed, it is truly a 4th-tier nurturing elixir. What is his cultivation level? It is unclear. He seems to be at a level similar to yours, master, the gatekeeper pirate speculated. Considering he had not yet reached the foundational stage, he could not discern Yu Yue's abilities, but he sensed a profound aura that felt akin to Zhang Baihang's. Yuan, take this person to our location and treat him well. I shall seek out the captain. When he makes his move, it will be effortless. You will be credited with a significant achievement this time, Zhang Baihang declared, stowing away the nurturing elixir. Yes, the gatekeeper pirate felt a bittersweet sensation in his heart, yet dared not voice his thoughts, realizing the elixir's immense value even to someone of the sect leader's caliber. Had he known, he would have reconsidered his decision to deliver the news. Zhang Baihang was currently brimming with excitement. The nurturing elixir was, without a doubt, a rare treasure for him. It was a 4th-tier pill capable of enhancing the strength of the nascent soul and even mending hidden ailments. The disciples from the Central Continent could effortlessly bestow such a pill upon the 2 gatekeepers, showcasing the magnitude of their wealth. It was evident that the treasures he possessed were far beyond mere 4th-tier pills, causing Zhang Baihang to gasp in astonishment, hardly able to fathom the extent of it all. Turning around, he activated a mechanism behind him, revealing a door that slowly emerged from the once seamless wall, leading to the underground palace. Meanwhile, in the underground chamber, Zhao Buchuan and the bearded man had just finished donning their garments, while the 2 female cultivators lay disheveled, their eyes vacant, with ghastly bloodstains marking their lower bodies. Indeed, my elder brother is formidable. After such a long time, he has only released once, while my younger brother has enjoyed 3 or 4 times, the bearded man remarked enviously. Flattering, Zhao Buchuan. Does that mean you have had even more delightful encounters than I? Zhao Buchuan slightly squinted, feeling a significant alleviation of the turmoil within him. It was only natural, given that he had executed his plans flawlessly. How could the prominent figures lower themselves to trouble him? Moreover, he was at the peak of the transformation stage. What small fry would dare to challenge him? Such conclusions were rather fanciful. Perhaps it had been too long since he had indulged in the company of female cultivators, unable to find satisfaction with mundane women. At that moment, there were 3 knocks on the door, followed by Zhang Baihong's entrance. Haha, elder brother, look at the sect leader. He simply couldn't resist. The bearded man laughed boisterously, to which Zhao Buchuan nodded in agreement. He spends his days attending to trivial matters. It is indeed time for him to revel in pleasure. Elder brother, there is a significant business opportunity, an unprecedented venture, Zhang Baihang exclaimed, casting a glance at the 2 unclad female cultivators. Swallowing hard, but remaining focused on the matter at hand. Oh, what magnitude of business could possibly require my involvement? Zhao Buchuan queried, a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. Pondering how lazy this fellow had become. Wasn't it sufficient for a typical business venture for someone in the late nascent soul stage to take action? It is indeed significant. Elder brother, Zhang Baihang then recounted the incident of a solitary disciple from the central continent, laden with treasures, who had come to their doorstep. Is this true? Why not seize him directly? Zhao Buchuan rose hastily, his face alight with intense greed. Such a fortuitous opportunity, and Zhang Baihang had not acted, but instead brought it to him. This individual was indeed loyal. The sect leader had not been bestowed in vain. Elder brother, that individual is quite young, already possessing nascent soul cultivation, and likely has protective treasures. I lacked sufficient confidence, Zhang Baihang replied helplessly, admitting that had he been certain, he would have already captured the man. Very well. Zhao Buchuan clapped Zhang Baihang's shoulder emphatically. Baihang, relish this moment. I shall go after this individual. This is an unprecedented catch. Excellent. With you taking action, I am reassured. As Zhao Buchuan and the goatbeard exited, Zhang Baihang let out a wolfish howl and lunged toward the nude female cultivator who had just been beside the goatbeard. The goatbeard's endowment was rather pitiable, suggesting he had engaged in rather tight encounters. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Yu Yue awaited the arrival of the true big fish, untouched by the tea on the table, wary of its potential toxicity. At that moment, a concealed door materialized on the wall behind him, and a cold smirk curled at the corners of Yu Yue's mouth. The big fish had arrived. Are you perhaps the leader of the sect? Courtesy, after all, should be maintained. After all, they were all on the brink of departing. Allowing him to leave in a pleasant manner would be quite delightful. No, I am certainly not a sect leader. Zhao Buchuan's gaze swept over Yu Yue, noting the impressive attire he wore, undoubtedly worth a fortune. The absence of a spatial ring indicated that a formidable individual had bestowed upon this little one a personal space. Furthermore, there was protective clothing of an indiscernible grade, and fortunately, Zhang Baihang had refrained from making a move. Otherwise, he might have truly escaped. Oh, then who might you be? Yu Yue's gaze remained indifferent. He found the man's cultivation inscrutable, likely just a pirate leader at the divine transformation realm. How about this? Young brother? Zhao Buchuan waved his hand, sealing the space around Yu Yue, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Surrender all the treasures on your person, and I shall allow you to depart unscathed. Under ordinary circumstances, one would simply kill and seize the goods, but Yu Yue was empty-handed, clearly possessing a personal storage space. If one were to act rashly and kill him, the collapse of that storage could lead to considerable losses. Oh, Yu Yue wore a semblance of a smile, exuding an air of calmness. Speak the truth. Do you wish to kill me? If so, what of it? You are destined to die. Surrender your possessions, and I shall grant you a swift end. Zhao Buchuan's gaze was icy. Indeed, he was a disciple of a prestigious sect, possessing such demeanor, intellect, and an unflappable expression. He was likely a prodigy from a formidable power in the Central Plains. There was no possibility of allowing him to return, otherwise they could not withstand the wrath of their enemies. Well, I only need to know that you intend to kill me, Yu nodded, his eyes regarding Zhao Buchuan as if he were already deceased. This caused Zhao Buchuan's earlier unease to resurface, now even more intense. What do you mean by that? Quickly surrender your valuables, or I shall ensure your torment is endless, Zhao Buchuan bellowed. At that moment, the force that had been restraining Yu Yue's movements suddenly shattered, and a look of pity crossed Yu Yue's face. A pirate leader? A formidable cultivator of the transformation realm? Apologies, but you are already dead. As he spoke, the space beside Yu Yue twisted, and 2 figures gradually emerged. The man wielded a long sword, his aura pressing down like an immense ocean. radiating an overwhelming majesty akin to divine authority. Every living being on Windwheel Island trembled and knelt in reverence. The woman, clad in a pink gown, exuded grace and dignity. Her delicate features were mostly concealed by a veil, yet her cold, beautiful eyes fixated on Zhao Buchuan without a hint of warmth. Chapter 75. The senior brother has plans. Thud. Zhao Buchuan and the man with the goat-like beard were compelled to kneel beneath the immense spiritual pressure emanating from the Sword King. The stone beneath their knees shattering with a resounding crash. This was merely the Sword King withholding a portion of his power, had he unleashed his full might. This minor cultivator in the late transformation stage would have been crushed to oblivion, his soul utterly eradicated. "Forgive me, esteemed seniors," Zhao Buchuan stammered, his teeth chattering. At this moment, he understood the source of his rising panic. It was not mere foreboding, but a life-and-death crisis. Simultaneously, he could not fathom how he had offended someone from the Central Plains. He had never ventured beyond the Eastern Sea in his lifetime. It was profoundly frustrating. "You are mistaken? In what manner?" The cold voice of the cherry master cut through the air. Yu nearly laughed aloud. Women. They present a conundrum of the ages. A pirate leader, wreaking havoc across the seas, slaughtering mortals, enslaving them, extinguishing humanity. Now you seek to murder the disciple of the Sea Pavilion, Yu? Such crimes are unforgivable. You must die? Yu crouched down, a smile gracing his face as he patted Zhao Buchuan's broad visage. At that moment, the Zhang brothers arrived, panting heavily, for they lacked the ability to teleport. "Please, esteemed sir, I have never committed any wrongdoing. Otherwise, the numerous formidable forces in the sea would have long since eradicated us. This time, I was truly tempted by wealth. I beseech your forgiveness." Zhao Buchuan wished to kowtow, yet under the oppressive aura of the Sword King, he found himself unable to move even a finger, let alone bow. "Old Zhang Sanner, this is the advanced cultivator of the transformation stage. Judging by his attire, he seems to be a strategist. You two may proceed." Yu Yue waved his hand dismissively, then turned back to extract a yellow crane tower cigarette, placing it between his lips. He sparked a flame with his fingers, and a cloud of white smoke immediately enveloped him. He found no particular aversion to witnessing murder. Rather, he believed it exuded a certain sophistication, though regrettably. His cigarette was nearly extinguished. "Brother, just the two of them. I would recognize them even reduced to ashes." A sinister expression crept across Zhang San's face as he lunged forward, seizing the beard of the man before him. He still vividly recalled that scene from 3 centuries ago, despite the fact that the three brothers had been mere children at the time. This is what the so-called immortals looked like back then, Zhang sneered, gripping Zhao Buchuan's hair and gazing down at him with a similarly grotesque countenance. In truth, such expressions were rarely displayed by them, but desperation had driven them to this. Their parents were merchants, equally oblivious to tales of immortals or cultivators. However, that fateful voyage changed everything when they encountered pirates, not ordinary marauders, but practitioners of the arcane arts. Among them were these two men, the leaders. The Zhang brothers remembered their faces with striking clarity. The pirates plundered their goods, ruthlessly slaughtering all aboard and violating every woman on the merchant vessel. The only reason the Zhang brothers survived was that their father, sensing impending doom, had placed them on a large plank and pushed them into the sea, though it was not his desire. He clung to a glimmer of hope that the 3 children might endure, leaving behind a trace of their lineage. This was the final act a father could take. The plank drifted ashore, and it is unimaginable the hardships those 3 children under 10 endured to survive. Yet fortune favored them. They not only lived but inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient cave, gaining fortuitous opportunities that set them on the path of cultivation. Thanks to the heavens, they were afforded the chance to exact revenge today, to slay their enemies. "Father, mother, second brother, today, my brother and I shall avenge you." As the first scream pierced the air, the Sword King observed with keen interest. However, Sakura turned away, for the hatred accumulated over 3 centuries was indeed overwhelming. The brutality of the Zhang brothers' actions could only be imagined. "Hey, does releasing pressure require effort?" Yu Yue, holding a Huanga Tower cigarette, patted Sword King's shoulder. Sword King shot a disdainful glance at Yu Yue and remarked, "What effort is required for this? It's a trivial matter. By the way, what are you up to? Care for a smoke?" Yu Yue felt a twinge of reluctance as he retrieved a cigarette from the box and placed it between the lips of Sword King. He rubbed his fingers together and sighed. "Master brother must have it lit. I have no desire for this thing. It truly is foul." Before Yu Yue could respond, Sword King inhaled deeply, the sharpness intertwined with the aroma of tobacco coursing through him, which he exhaled through his nostrils. his gaze instantly lost in contemplation. This substance possesses a certain allure, doesn't it? What are you all doing? Sakura's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. You sensed that although his senior sister appeared aloof, she seemed to possess a touch of natural navet, which was rather endearing. We are contemplating the essence of life. Without waiting for Yu Yue to speak, Sword King released a plume of smoke, his expression gradually deepening. Sakura rolled her eyes, lightly chiding, and waved her hand. A gentle breeze, tinged with a hint of pink, enveloped her, dispersing the acrid scent of blood and tobacco, leaving only a faint fragrance of cherry blossoms. Still contemplating life? That odor is suffocating. Sword King retorted. What do you know, old woman? Who are you calling old? You must be mistaken. Sakura erupted, her voice sharp, as she summoned 2 cherry blossoms that whisked away a lock of Sword King's hair. Sword King twitched the corner of his mouth, daring not to utter a sound, and could only take a heavy drag from his cigarette, acknowledging the futility of resistance. Yu Yue watched in stunned silence, pondering whether he had misjudged the situation. Could Master Brother truly endure such provocation at his level of cultivation? It seemed he harbored feelings for the second senior sister. He stroked his chin, contemplating whether to offer Master Brother some advice. At this moment, Zhao Buqiuan and his bearded strategist had just met their end, dying anything but peacefully. The Zhang brothers first rendered their primordial souls useless, then incapacitated their vital essence. Before taking out a small bone-scraping knife and commencing their gruesome work from the top of their skulls. Halfway through, the 2 wretches perished from excruciating pain. After a while, the Zhang brothers held 2 ghastly skulls devoid of flesh, which they intended to fashion into incense burners, to honor their kin and the villagers, offering daily tributes. Thank you, boss. Thank you, esteemed elders. My brother and I vow to serve faithfully for generations, never to betray. Simultaneously, the Zhang brothers knelt. Their previous scars on their Dao hearts completely healed. With their Dao hearts now whole, the barriers that had long hindered Zhang San's cultivation shattered, his formidable aura soaring into the heavens. At this juncture, the Zhang brothers were now both at the primordial soul stage. No need. I, Sakura Palace, have no use for men. Sakura shook her head, a glimmer of disdain in her eyes, for in her view, aside from her family, no other man was worth a second glance. Yu chuckled softly, saying, You 2 calling me boss makes you my brothers, and the notion of toiling endlessly is quite unnecessary. The Zhang brothers felt a deep sense of frustration. After all, as nascent soul cultivators, they could easily attain the status of elders in smaller sections. Why then? Were they reduced to such menial servitude, with no one willing to accept them? It was truly baffling. Chapter 76. The greedy fish. Only the Sword King smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent, yet his demeanor bore a hint of cruelty. If you 2 are still unsatisfied, the Sakura Lord can assist by binding their souls within their skulls, allowing you to torment them at your leisure. This suggestion was met with enthusiastic agreement from the Zhang brothers, who were eager to partake in such retribution. The Sakura Lord cast a resigned glance at the Sword King before extracting the souls of the 2 men. At that moment, they truly comprehended the formidable capabilities of a great cultivator, their souls suspended in the air, pleading for mercy. However, upon the sealing of their souls by the Sakura Lord's incantation, they were firmly imprisoned within their respective skulls. Henceforth, tormenting their skulls would equate to torturing their very souls. It could be said that they had utterly forfeited any hope of reincarnation. As for those pirates, well, let us extinguish them all. At present, they were paralyzed by the oppressive aura of the senior brother, rendering even Foundation establishment cultivators capable of claiming their lives. Yu took a final puff of his cigarette and said lightly, before tossing the butt to the ground and extinguishing it with a single step. The embers extinguished underfoot, reminiscent of the countless lives of pirates on Windwheel Island. Oh, are you not inclined to offer a path for survival? The corners of Sakura's mouth curled into an intriguing smile. She sensed that her junior brother seemed somewhat averse to the act of killing. The Sword King cast a somewhat surprised glance at Yu Yue, noting that his resolute demeanor indeed reflected the potential of a promising talent, as spoken by their master. There was a certain decisiveness about him. Don't look at me like that. Yu Yue helplessly spread his hands. Beneath his, every pirate on Windwheel Island was ensnared by a web of intricate causal threads, each one representing a vengeful spirit. To spare their lives would only invite calamity. Through this experience, Yu Yue also came to comprehend the terrifying nature of the eyes he had acquired from the mutated crocodile. Such fantastical abilities enabled one to discern the moral fiber of an individual. The likes of Sword King, Sakura Master, and even the Zhang brothers were indeed entwined with numerous causal threads, for any living being inevitably bears the weight of causality. Yet, the strands upon them lacked the malevolent essence found among these pirates. They could be deemed as virtuous souls. This proved invaluable, a remarkable treasure indeed, though its potential as a form of X-ray vision remained uncertain. Contemplating this, Yu Yue's gaze inadvertently shifted towards Sakura Master. Alas, must you gaze at me so lewdly? Moreover, do you expect us to act while you two stand idle? Sakura Master cast a sidelong glance at Yu Yue, then reprimanded the Zhang brothers, prompting them to hastily set forth to slay the pirates. Fortunately, dusk was approaching. Had the pirates scattered too widely, even a moment's hesitation would prolong the inevitable slaughter. Thus, as the last vestige of sunlight faded from Windwheel Island, a tempest of vengeful carnage erupted. 2 gatekeeping pirates fell, slain. An elder-level pirate in the nascent soul stage met the same fate. Almost every few breaths, a pirate would lose their life. Perhaps, when one ceases to regard other beings as life, such a day is fated to dawn. This is the essence of causality, retribution unerring. Junior brother, behind this door lies a subterranean palace. You may seize the treasures within. Sakura Master, having sensed the surroundings, regarded Yu Yue with a knowing smile. This fellow had been fixated on the pirate's riches, akin to that girl, by Xiaoshuang. Senior sister, your words are not entirely accurate. Yu Yue's expression suddenly turned serious, leaving even the Sword King momentarily stunned. Goodness, do you dare to confront this formidable tigress? Oh, the beautiful eyes of Sakura narrowed slightly, and Yu Yue instantly sensed danger. Yet, he remained undaunted, his face suddenly radiating a divine glow. This cannot be termed as theft. It is merely redirecting the pirates' ill-gotten gains towards a righteous purpose. Moreover, it serves as our collective expense, considering the considerable effort we 5 have exerted during this earth-shattering battle against the pirates of Windwheel Island. We are utterly exhausted, and it is only fitting that we receive some recompense. The Sword King and Sakura both laughed, for it was the first time they had heard someone speak of theft in such a sanctified manner. Their junior brother was indeed unparalleled, surpassing even by Xiaoshuang. What a character! With that, the trio stepped through the hidden door. The Sword King and Sakura appeared composed, while Yu Yue occasionally rubbed his hands together, resembling a fish enamored with wealth. After all, he was rather impoverished. Beyond the secret door lay a lengthy passage that extended nearly 300 feet underground before reaching its terminus. Additionally, the surrounding subterranean palace was fortified with formidable barriers to shield against divine perception. However, for formidable warriors like the Sword King and Sakura, such barriers were of little consequence. This mere pirate mausoleum is more splendid than my sea pavilion, the Sword King mused, recalling that his sea pavilion consisted only of a small courtyard and a patch of spiritual herb fields. He had once suggested to his master that the sea pavilion be refurbished to reflect a more dignified stature, but Haoyang had dismissed him. At this thought, the Sword King's lips twitched slightly. He had merely intended to be helpful. Sister, brother, this mausoleum houses numerous individuals, yet they do not seem to resemble pirates. With a grave expression, Yu pondered that these must be the ordinary mortals, pitiable souls who cannot be slain. Yet he was at a loss as to how to proceed. This conundrum was indeed a source of great vexation for him. No matter. The Sword King remarked with a faint smile, gesturing towards the Cherry Blossom Master. Your senior sister possesses formidable prowess in the realm of spiritual awareness, dealing with mere mortals. She can surely assist them in reclaiming their memories. That will suffice. Yu Yue let out a sigh of relief. And soon the 3 of them began to leisurely search for treasures, collecting anything of value they encountered, hoping to sell a few spirit stones. It was the first time Yu Yue had ever seen spirit stones. However, upon entering a room, a wave of fury surged violently within them, especially in Sakura. The room contained a large bed where 2 female cultivators lay in a pitiful state, and the air was thick with a foul odor. At that moment, Zhang Baihang was committing acts of violence, seemingly frozen in place as if under a binding spell, rendered immobile by the overwhelming spiritual pressure of the Sword King. Trembling like a leaf and drenched in cold sweat, the 2 female cultivators exhibited no signs of life in their eyes, their tears seemingly spent, and their numb faces revealed the heinous acts of the pirates. The scene was so tragic that Yu had never witnessed anything like it before, and a righteous anger surged within him, igniting Sakura's wrath even further. Turn away. Do not look. With Sakura's cold command, the Sword King and Yu Yue quickly averted their gazes. Only then did Sakura coldly direct her attention toward the trembling Zhang Baihang. You shall pay for this. As she spoke, a pink ethereal flame seemed to ignite out of thin air upon Zhang Baihang, yet it did not harm the female cultivators in the slightest. Amidst Zhang Baihong's anguished screams, his flesh was reduced to a handful of ash. His soul was directly seized by Sakura, and a faint green ethereal figure knelt in the palm of her hand, repeatedly bowing. Yet, in Sakura's icy gaze, the pink flames danced, consuming the soul as well. The horrific screams were inaudible to the ears, but the sense of consciousness could perceive them with chilling clarity, evoking a sense of dread within Yu Yue. Finally, after a torturous quarter of an hour, the screams ceased, leaving one to imagine the extent of torment Zhang Baihong's soul had endured. Chapter 77. The Wrath of Sakura. Sakura held a certain disdain for men, save for Haoyang, the Sword King, and Yu Yue. The path of a woman in cultivation was fraught with challenges, which is why, upon her departure from the Sea Pavilion, she sought to establish the Sakura Palace, providing a sanctuary for women, as her title of Sakura Master granted her the ability to protect them. Now, witnessing the appalling violation of the two female cultivators at the hands of savage pirates, how could she remain unperturbed? Had Zhang Baihong's soul not been so fragile, Sakura felt she could have tormented him for much longer, even with her careful control over the flames. Gently approaching the two female cultivators, she used her spiritual energy to conjure cherry blossom-scented spirit water to cleanse their bodies, heal their wounds, and drape them in her own garments. However, Sakura's heart ached as she realized that the spark of life had vanished from their eyes. They had lost all faith in existence. What kind of humiliation could reduce a woman to such a state? With a heavy heart, Sakura embraced them, tears glistening in her beautiful eyes. "It's all right. It's all right. All those pirates have been vanquished. You are safe now." Speaking gently, she simultaneously soothed their battered souls with her immense cultivation. At last, the two female cultivators clung to Sakura, weeping bitterly, as if she were their mother in that moment. Yu Yue and the Sword King turned around, their eyes filled with profound sorrow. Soon, the severely tormented female cultivator fell into a deep slumber, and Sakura gently laid her down. Rising slowly, Sakura suddenly emanated an overwhelming pressure, rivaling that of the Sword King, soaring into the heavens. The clouds above Windwheel Island were torn asunder by this tremendous force. For thousands of miles around, beings both cultivated and mundane knelt in reverence, as if welcoming their sovereign. The Sword King retracted his spiritual pressure, blinking helplessly at Yu Yue. "Behold, this girl possesses such formidable strength." In a life-and-death confrontation, he could only concede that the odds against Sakura would be at best 50-50, and even in victory, he would pay a near-fatal price. Meanwhile, the Zhang brothers, who were slaughtering pirates on the island, were taken aback, almost striking themselves with their blades. In the next moment, a terrifying presence descended as the Sword King's pressure withdrew, enveloping all the pirates on the island. However, this time it did not render them immobile. Instead, fierce purple flames ignited upon them. The inferno blazed upon their bodies, devoid of any acrid scent, yet the pirates began to vanish slowly. Inhuman screams echoed throughout Windwheel Island. In the underground chamber, the trio ceased their search for treasures and began rescuing the common folk. Their anger grew as they discovered a vast room containing 500 wooden beds, each bound with a woman in a star position, both cultivated and unrefined. Among them, the youngest appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Truly, it was an abomination. Yu Yue's eyes blazed with fury as he struck the wall with a fierce punch, sending terrifying cracks spiraling outward. "I shall personally slay those pirates. Anything less would not suffice to quell my wrath." "Stop." Sakura's voice was cold yet tremulous. "They are gone. First, let us assist the women." "Very well." Both Sword King and Yu Yue nodded in agreement, for the eyes of those women were devoid of life, and many had already succumbed to death. The corpses began to decay, emitting a foul stench, and no one ventured to tend to them. Truly, these pirates were worse than beasts. A terrifying resolve shone in Sword King's eyes. Upon their return, he intended to rally the entire Eastern Sea under the banner of the Sword Pavilion, vowing to exterminate the pirates without exception. Sakura shared this sentiment. Had she known the depths of depravity these wretches possessed, there would have been no need for pretense. Action would have been taken without hesitation. Moreover, utilizing the Sakura divine flame to obliterate them would be a kindness. The trio gently rescued the women, taking considerable time, and afterward, Sakura used her spiritual prowess to soothe them, dressing them appropriately. Only after they had settled into a peaceful slumber did she depart. "Senior sister, what do you intend to do with these women?" Sword King inquired, scratching his head. These women had once been lost. If Sakura were to take them in, it could tarnish the reputation of the Sakura Palace. "Bring them into the Sakura Palace," she stated resolutely. Sword King sighed with resignation. Indeed. Yet, Sakura cast a stern glance at both Yu Yue and Sword King. Not a word of this shall be spoken outside. Their broken bodies shall be mended, even if I must erase their memories. Otherwise, aside from the Sakura Palace, they would have nowhere to go. Senior sister, I shall not speak indiscreetly, Yu Yue replied. Do you take me for a gossip? Both men readily agreed. The Yu Yue secretly concealed a jade slip containing records of the pirates' atrocities. Should trouble arise in the future, it would serve as a potent piece of evidence. Subsequently, the trio liberated the enslaved commoners, burying the deceased on the island and erecting a simple unmarked grave, with the ashes of the incinerated pirates as fertilizer. These souls would surely rest in peace. Finally, they returned to the underground palace, where Sakura placed the two female cultivators alongside the other women. As she gazed at the slumbering figures, a profound sorrow welled within her. Senior brother, I need your assistance. Of course. Sword King nodded earnestly. How long had it been? Typically, she referred to him as brother, with the instances of calling him senior brother being few and far between. She considered herself superior in every way except for her later entrance into the sect. Yet, when she spoke those two words, it signified a matter of grave importance. Sword King looked into Sakura's eyes, a flicker of tenderness passing through. Yu Yue, the obedient child, patiently stood aside to guard the two formidable figures, not due to his lack of skill, but in his role as protector. The cherry blossom mistress's delicate form gradually ascended, her silhouette adorned with ethereal pink cherry blossoms that flickered incessantly behind her, leaving Yu Yue astounded. Could it be that the true essence of the second senior sister was that of cherry blossoms? For whenever he employed certain techniques, a fish mirroring his own appearance would thrash about behind him. Yu Yue gazed at the cherry master with his, yet the essence of the individual remained elusive to him, primarily due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. He could only perceive a multitude of delicate, even imperceptible threads of causality emanating from the cherry master, ultimately connecting to those women. These threads represented the benevolent causes and effects between the cherry master and the ladies. As the ethereal cherry blossoms behind the cherry master gradually unfurled, a refreshing fragrance of cherry blossoms swiftly dispelled the unpleasant odors permeating the spacious room. Simultaneously, countless soft pink pollen particles gracefully drifted toward the women. Chapter 78, The First Task of Infancy. Yu Yue acutely sensed that with each passing moment and every wisp of pollen released, Sakura Master grew increasingly frail. In stark contrast, the fragile bodies and even the vitality of those women were gradually restored. A profound pain flickered in the Sword King's eyes as he beheld his junior sister. She was exhausting her very essence to rejuvenate those women. Yet, she had not yet ascended to the sacred realm, and her reserves were woefully insufficient. At this juncture, it was not his time to intervene. He could only endure the intense heartache, his gaze fixed upon Sakura Master. At last, her delicate visage paled further. Her essence and spiritual energy depleted to a critical state, and the ethereal cherry blossoms behind her began to fade. Suddenly, the Sword King's eyes narrowed, and a resounding sword cry echoed from an unknown source. He reached out with his right hand towards Sakura Master suspended in midair, his expression grave. Streams of pure energy flowed from his palm, transforming from sharp to tender the moment they made contact with her back. Sakura Master lowered her head, casting a grateful glance at the Sword King as she continued her restoration efforts for the women. The Sword King responded with a gentle nod. A swordsman embodies coldness, pride, and sharpness, yet at this moment, the Sword King radiated boundless tenderness, a sentiment reserved solely for one. As the pollen continued to drift down, the previously pallid faces of the women rapidly regained their color, their depleted essence swiftly revitalizing, their shattered bodies returning to their former states. To orchestrate such a miraculous reversal was no small feat, although the Sword King and Sakura Master stood merely a step away from the sacred tier. One could only imagine the price they would pay. Eventually, the Sword King's aura began to waver, and Sakura Master in midair showed signs of descending. Yu Yue, filled with urgency, recognized that they had reached a critical juncture. Yet, the number of women was overwhelming. His senior brother and sister were on the brink of collapse. A resolute glint appeared in Yu Yue's eyes as a flicker of spiritual light emanated from his hand, revealing a bottle of sacred spirit elixir. As Yu glanced around, he estimated there were still a dozen or so left. Without further ado, he poured them all into his mouth. Pounce, bear. Pounce, wolf. Senior brother, senior sister. I am here to assist. It was hard to articulate, but Yu directly placed his hands on the Sword King's shoulders. Suddenly, the little white fish of his dantian began to thrash its adorable tail, commencing its work as all of Yu Yue's spiritual energy poured forth. Stop. The Sword King turned around, roaring fiercely, "You are courting death." Yet, at that moment, it was too late to deter Yu Yue. Ah! I couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Only by participating did I realize how terrifying this situation was. In a mere 2 breaths, Yu Yue was nearly drained to the point of becoming dried fish. Fortunately, his spiritual energy was abundant, its purity far surpassing that of an ordinary 4th tier. Otherwise, he would have perished in an instant. Quickly, he swallowed a Holy Spirit pill, fully refining it before being reduced to dried fish. It was fortunate that the Holy Spirit pill was a miraculous healing elixir, endowed with supplementary spiritual energy, and, most importantly, unlike other pills, it was easy to refine. Under such circumstances, Yu Yue managed to refine 1 Holy Spirit pill every 2 breaths, astonishingly sustaining himself for over 30 breaths. This earned him the admiration of both the Sword King and the Sakura Master. "Well done, young man. Almost there." The anxious voice of the Sakura Master echoed through the air. Yu Yue swallowed the last Holy Spirit pill, his face contorting in pain. He could barely hold on any longer. After 3 breaths, his flesh began to wither, his human form flickering as he struggled to maintain his existence. However, at that moment, the twin spirits within his dantian, specifically the white fish, was on the brink of death. Meanwhile, the black fish suddenly opened its eyes wide, staring intently at the white spirit, as if to say, "You are about to perish." Of course, it could not be allowed to die. Thus, the little black fish began to frantically thrash its tail, embarking on its very first task in this life. Yu Yue was acutely aware of the condition within his own body. A gasp escaped him as an unprecedented surge of power, one that was inherently his, surged wildly within his dantian and meridians. This force was starkly different from the gentle, delicate purity of a white primordial infant. It was instead a ferocious and domineering kind. The moment this energy manifested, it was drawn away by the Sword King, leaving Yu Yue with no say in the matter. Upon sensing this power, the Sword King narrowed his eyes, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing his concern. Fortunately, Yu Yue's inexperience meant that this violent energy posed no true threat to the Sword King's level of mastery. With a little tidying up, the force was subdued and subsequently directed to Sakura Master. 7 breaths. The black primordial infant astonishingly sustained itself for 7 breaths. Ultimately, it directed its head skyward, its small fins incessantly pointing upward, which was essentially a gesture directed at Yu Yue, its mouth moving as if to scold him. Finally, with a splat, it returned to its original position, exhausted and on the brink of demise. Thus, bereft of the support from the primordial infant's power, Yu Yue shattered, transforming into a large purple fish that lay heavily upon the Sword King, causing the latter's lips to twitch uncontrollably. After another breath, the 3-meter-long purple fish, its shimmering scales dimming, began to shrink in size, ultimately becoming a tiny purple fish no longer than a fingertip, resting on the Sword King's shoulder. Meanwhile, Sakura Master had finally recovered. The women around her, their complexions rosy and breath steady, were peacefully asleep, their bodies unscathed, and the over-extracted essence was restored. As Sakura Master stumbled upon landing, the Sword King quickly steadied her. "How do you feel?" Their faces were pale, resembling parchment, clearly nearing the point of exhaustion. "Where is the junior disciple? We owe him so much." Sakura Master hurriedly searched for Yu Yue, her gaze eventually landing on the Sword King's shoulder. The pair exchanged a knowing glance, and to their surprise, they chuckled without a hint of remorse. "You still laugh? Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for our junior disciple, we would be doomed." With an exasperated glare at the Sword King, Sakura Master pinched Yu Yue's tail with her delicate fingers, lifting him to her eye level and giving him a shake. He appeared to still be alive. The Sword King felt a sense of indignation. It was as if he had not laughed at all. Yet, the pressing matter was Yu Yue's condition. Thus, the esteemed Sword King rummaged through his storage space, retrieving a small pot, indeed, a pot. He then summoned the water elemental essence from the air, filling the pot halfway, and placed Yu Yue inside. With a twinge of tenderness, he took out 2 top-grade spirit stones, crushed them into powder, and sprinkled them into the pot, followed by 2 high-grade pills, also crushed and added. "Are you cooking fish?" Sakura Master blinked in surprise. "Nonsense, this will help him recover faster." At that moment, if the unconscious Yu Yue in the pot were aware of the state of his senior brothers and sisters, he would undoubtedly spring up to rebuke them. "I was trying to help you both, and I can barely maintain my human form, let alone my true self. And here you are, laughing." Chapter 79. The annihilation of the pirates. Subsequently, the Sword King and the Cherry Lord consumed their elixirs to restore their vitality. while summoning the Zhang brothers to serve as their guardians. Upon witnessing the twitching lips of Yu Yue in the pot, the brothers struggled to contain their amusement. It was inappropriate to laugh, yet the urge was almost unbearable. It's all right. If you wish to laugh, then do so. Your leader is none the wiser, remarked the Sword King, a smirk gracing his lips as he playfully poked Yu Yue in the pot. As the little purple fish was pressed down and then swiftly bobbed back to the surface, the Zhang brothers could no longer hold back and erupted into hearty laughter. By the following day, as the morning sun illuminated the now pirate-free Wind Wheel Island, the light seemed to shine even more brightly. The Sword King and the Cherry Lord had regained their strength, yet replenishing their essence would require at least 2 months or more. Yu Yue has yet to awaken, however. A resplendent purple light begins to emanate from his body, creating a stunning spectacle. Have you eradicated the memories of those women? The Sword King, having breached Yu Yue's personal space, gazed upon his desolate state and uttered a curse before producing a box containing 6 remaining Huangala cigarettes. Igniting one as he inquired of Lord Sakura. Indeed, new memories have been added. At this moment, they are all disciples of my Sakura Palace. Furthermore, you are henceforth forbidden from touching the belongings of the junior disciple. He is merely at the 4th stage. How can you torment him so without a pang of conscience? The Sword King rolled his eyes in response. Conscience? What is that? Have you forgotten how he bullied me during our games? Simultaneously, Lord Sakura vowed to never faint before this unscrupulous senior brother, for if he were to rummage through her storage space, it would be utterly mortifying. As a female cultivator, her storage naturally contained intimate garments, but more importantly, it housed a painting she had painstakingly replicated. The artwork depicted a cherry blossom tree, beneath which stood a man in white, sword in hand, gazing proudly at the heavens. Subsequently, as the women gradually regained consciousness, they respectfully knelt before Lord Sakura, reverently addressing her as the palace master. Both Lord Sakura and the Sword King were beings nearing the saint level, and despite the depletion of their essence, not only were the women's physical foundations restored, but their cultivation potential was also significantly enhanced. Perhaps this is what they call fortune arising from adversity. As for those unpleasant memories, let them dissipate like the ashes of those pirate corpses, forever vanished without concern. 3 days passed. Only after the return of the Sword King and Lord Sakura, accompanied by nearly 500 female cultivators to Sakura Palace, did Yu Yue finally awaken. During these 3 days, the women had been completely settled within the palace. Lord Sakura had claimed both internally and externally that these were her secretly cultivated disciples, and no one dared to question it. Meanwhile, the decree for the extermination of pirates had been issued by both the Sakura Palace and the Sword Pavilion, citing the persecution of the 4th disciple, Yu Yue, by the pirates as the cause of his current unconsciousness. Numerous masters from both factions mobilized, engaging in a relentless hunt for the pirates across various sea regions. Due to the Sword King's earlier search for the spirit of the goat-bearded strategist, the whereabouts and hideouts of these pirates were entirely under control. Many sects also joined the crusade against the pirates, who faced imminent annihilation. Notably, among the pirates was an ancient ancestor. This individual's cultivation was nearly at the saint level, a presence that would give even the Sword King and Lord Sakura a headache. However, this ancestor, having only just emerged from a secluded island since the calamity befalling the pirates, before he could ascend into the air, he spotted a middle-aged man in white standing not far from him. The pirate ancestor had just begun to utter a word when the middle-aged man in white swiftly struck down with a single palm. In an instant, the entire island was reduced to ashes. This strike conjured colossal waves reaching thousands of feet, causing the sea level to drop dramatically. With a single strike, the pirate patriarch was reduced to nothingness, his essence utterly obliterated, leaving no trace of hair or soul behind. In the Cherry Blossom Palace, Yu Yue awakened, feeling as if he were submerged in the ethereal spring of the sea pavilion. The water was indeed remarkably soothing. However, within his dantian, the twin infants were languid, the meridians depleted, and not a shred of spiritual energy remained. Yu Yue shook his head, vividly recalling the moment when, just as he was nearing his limit, the black infant spirit fish stirred. It was this creature that enabled him to endure an excruciating surge of spiritual energy for an additional 7 breaths. What a remarkable being. Truly exceptional. Rest assured, you, shall not neglect you too, he expressed sincerely to the 2 little fish. The white infant spirit fish waved its fin, seemingly performing an okay gesture. Indeed, it radiated an aura of obedience, resembling a delightful little white darling. In stark contrast, the black fish lay lethargically, but upon hearing Yu Yue's words, it lifted its head, its tiny mouth moving animatedly for some time, spitting out several drops of condensed black spiritual energy. It seemed to be expressing its disdain. How audacious! Yu Yue felt a surge of indignation. You've done nothing your entire life, and now that you finally make a move, you dare to be defiant? If possible, he would like nothing more than to challenge that black infant spirit fish to a duel. After all, they were of similar size. It was a matter of pride. Whoever faltered would be deemed a coward. As he contemplated this, Yu Yue suddenly had a revelation and set aside the notion of confronting the black infant spirit fish. He quickly began to assess his surroundings. It was dark. This was not a spiritual spring. Where was he? After swimming a couple of laps, he realized this place seemed familiar. Once he formed a rough impression of the object before him, he fell into deep contemplation. It was wide and circular on top, tapering down to a smaller round bottom, resembling a hemisphere, with two ears protruding on either side. This cursed thing was a pot. Who would be so cruel? A heart-wrenching sound echoed throughout the pot. Yet it failed to carry far. Despair enveloped Yu Yue as he attempted to transform, but found himself devoid of any spiritual energy. Now, he longed to see the black infant spirit fish again. Brother, do you have any left? Spit out some more. After a long wait, he noticed that above the pot were pink structures reminiscent of cherry blossoms, which brought him some reassurance. He was in the cherry palace, likely placed there by his senior brother as retribution for their inferior chess skills. As for the broth, nay, the water, rich in spiritual energy, he decided to absorb some. He needed to transform first, as this bout of depletion had severely impacted him, nearly causing him to drop a small realm. Originally at the peak of the 4th stage, he now found himself merely at the onset of the 4th stage, a state he had never experienced before. With the aid of his system father, each of his breakthroughs had always been at the pinnacle of his current minor realm. What mattered now was replenishing his internal spiritual energy and refining some cultivation resources. If necessary, he would shamelessly borrow from his senior brother. Once he did, he could break through to the pinnacle of the 4th stage. And such a minor loss of cultivation? It was hardly a concern, merely a triviality. As he was absorbing the spiritual energy from the water in the cauldron, he suddenly felt a darkness above him, as a slender, pristine finger descended toward him. Chapter 80. The Principles of Size and Proportion. Although that finger was delicate, elongated, and quite aesthetically pleasing, imbued with a delightful fragrance of cherry blossoms, to Yu Yue, it appeared as a colossal entity. It pressed down on his head, submerging him in the water. As he resurfaced, a booming laughter echoed, reminiscent of a barbell's clang. Ha ha ha, so adorable. Senior sister, you cannot treat me this way. Yu Yue lifted his head, his small mouth moving slightly, though his voice was faint. It reached the ears of the esteemed Sakura master. The young lady gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Little junior brother, you have awakened." Sighing, she added, "Who knows how long I have been in a stupor? How have you all treated me during this time?" As he spoke, Yu Yue felt tears welling up, lamenting, "I did all this to save you both. I have shed blood and earned merit for my fellow disciples. Do not cry." Sakura master admonished sharply, and Yu Yue instantly felt his emotions dampen. He feared that his elder sister might unleash another bout of her fiery temperament, leaving him unworthy even of roasting fish. After a brief pause, noticing her tone was somewhat inappropriate, Sakura master smiled apologetically. She extended her finger, gently pressing it against Yu Yue's small head. In response to his fearful gaze, a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy flowed into Yu Yue's body. The black and white little fish spirit twins fervently swished their tiny tails, eagerly absorbing the energy, and in an instant, they appeared revitalized. However, the black fish spirit remained motionless, exuding an air of indolence. Meanwhile, the white fish twirled around, and the once parched meridians within Yu Yue's body were once again filled with a torrent of spiritual power. Such was the prowess of a master like Sakura. With merely a flick of her hand, she could restore Yu Yue to his peak condition. The only reason she had refrained from acting sooner was her concern that the unconscious Yu Yue might not withstand it. "Thank you, senior sister." With a resounding plop, Yu Yue leapt from the pot, reverting to his human form. He gazed at the black pot, overwhelmed by an immense sense of melancholy. At that moment, he yearned for a smoke, yet upon inspecting his storage space, he discovered that only 6 Huangala cigarettes remained, now vanished. "Are you searching for that item capable of producing smoke?" Sakura inquired, her beautiful eyes glimmering with mirth. "Your senior brother took it while you were in a state of unconsciousness." Yu Yue inhaled deeply, feeling that his senior brother had acted rather unscrupulously. "I'll confront him," he declared, and sensed that the man had pilfered his 6 precious cigarettes. After all, such items are the lifeblood of a man, This vendetta felt rather significant. As he stormed out, a tempestuous aura surrounding him, Sakura, the master, couldn't help but chuckle at the audacity of her little apprentice. It appeared that this young disciple was indeed not to be trifled with. However, should he seek retribution against that individual, he might very well face a beating. At the pinnacle of the Sakura Palace stood a towering cultivation tower, its height reaching into the clouds with 100 levels. The disciples of Sakura Palace ascended the tower based on their respective cultivation levels, yet at this moment, a young man clad in white sat atop it. One leg lay flat while the other was propped up. His gaze was fixed upon the horizon where the sea met the sky. As he exhaled a plume of white mist, his expression grew more profound, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Who else could this be but the Sword King? At that moment, he looked at the empty cigarette box before him, his gaze clouded with even greater sorrow. Such a divine item ought not to be in abundance. Suddenly, a figure in a green robe soared in on a sword and landed gracefully at the tower's summit. Yu Yue, upon witnessing the Sword King indulging in his huangalu, was filled with indignation. As the esteemed master of the Sword Pavilion, is it not a bit excessive to steal the cigarettes of your little disciple? What troubles you? You appear quite disheartened, the Sword King remarked, reluctantly tossing aside the cigarette, but while casting a teasing glance at Yu Yue, who was unable to suppress a smirk at the thought of the young man's earlier state in the pot. Though I cannot match him in strength, I shall not dwell on it, he reassured himself repeatedly. After a lengthy pause, he finally mustered the courage to utter 4 words to the Sword King. Give me one. Alas, there are none left, the Sword King replied, spreading his hands and tossing the empty cigarette box into Yu Yue's embrace. Damn you to the depths! Yu Yue exclaimed in frustration. Yu Yue was engulfed in profound sorrow. However, before his lamentations could fully escape his lips, the Sword King waved his hand and cast another glimmering object into Yu Yue's embrace. As Yu Yue discerned the nature of the object before him, his eyes narrowed in realization. It was a storage ring. The expression on the Sword King's face was one of heightened mockery, regardless of what others might think. The Sword King believed his little junior brother was indeed principled in grand matters. Yet, in trivial matters, well, the Sword King saw through this fellow entirely. Sure enough, Yu Yue quickly abandoned his fixation on that meager half-box of huangalu. After all, there was still a chance to draw more. He promptly opened the storage ring for but a fleeting glance, just a mere glimpse. Instantly, his gaze turned envious. Resources for cultivation, in addition to various spiritual herbs and artifacts. There was a veritable mountain of spirit stones. Such treasures were undeniably exquisite, presenting themselves as 6-sided crystalline forms. These verdant little crystals were absolutely indispensable for cultivators. Firstly, they served as the universal currency of the continent. Secondly, they provided spiritual energy for practitioners' cultivation and even facilitated healing and recovery of spiritual energy. Furthermore, superior-grade spirit stones, when placed in the hands of a master of formations, could be used to craft formidable arrays, the benefits of which are self-evident. Oh, dear brother, how could I possibly accept this? Yu Yue wore a beaming smile, a hint of bashfulness gracing his handsome features. Yet his hands moved with remarkable swiftness as he deftly tossed the storage ring into his personal space. It was of no concern. These treasures constituted the entire wealth of the pirates from Windwheel Island, and it was thanks to you that they had been secured. Thus, as I prepared to depart, I collected their resources, among which were some spirit stones bestowed upon you by me and your senior sister. The Sword King waved his hand dismissively. They held no interest in such items, for they were of no practical use to them. However, for Yu Yue, their significance was monumental. Moreover, it would alleviate some of the burden from their esteemed master. After all, whether it be he, the Cherry Master, or by Xiaoshuang, they were all rather extravagant individuals. Having been supported by Haoyang for countless millennia, it was likely that their fortunes had been largely depleted. Should Haoyang learn of this, he would surely be deeply moved. Truly, the eldest and second eldest are quite considerate. At this moment, he felt utterly destitute. Thank you, senior brother. Yu Yue respectfully performed a bow, realizing that he truly was the cherished one of the group. Suddenly, the Sword King seemed to recall something, rummaging through his storage space for a considerable time before producing an object. Upon seeing this item, Yu Yue felt his entire bloodline begin to surge with fervor, an overwhelming desire to claim it for himself igniting within him. However, that was his senior brother, so it was absolutely out of the question. Yu Yue shook his head, his eyes aflame with passion, yet tempered by clarity. Quite commendable for one of your lineage to remain composed upon encountering such an artifact. Junior sister, I had mentioned that our junior brother possesses principles. Amidst Yu Yue's astonished gaze, A ripple in the space beside the Sword King heralded the appearance of the enchanting figure of Sakura Master, her eyes casting a gaze of unmistakable satisfaction upon Yu Yue. Yet, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her features. Could he truly integrate it given his cultivation level? Should the master learn of this, both of them would be doomed. Chapter 81. The fragmented dragon crystal. Sakura Master reminisced about her childhood, recalling how her competitive spirit led her to inflict a heavier strike than intended during sparring with her senior brother, who, in turn, had shown her leniency, resulting in a more severe injury. The punishment from their master at that time remained vividly etched in her memory. The Sword King had also faced his share of reprimands. Sakura Master could not fathom why he would dare to take such a risk this time, especially with a target like the junior brother, whose remarkable talent was evident, indicating that he was undoubtedly favored by the master. The thought of even a minor injury was unthinkable. Oh dear, junior sister, why have you become so timid? Our junior brother possesses twin essences within him. Moreover, his aura of late-stage fourth realm cultivation is robust, rivaling that of the fifth realm. The Sword King tossed the object in his hand, leaving Yi bewildered. What was he referring to? Nevertheless, the item in the Sword King's grasp indeed held immense allure for him, greater than the temptation of the fish-attracting lantern. However, its appearance was rather unremarkable, and it was damaged. Seemingly a fragment of a crystal in its entirety, there was merely a small corner left, devoid of any spiritual light. It hardly resembled a treasure. Who dares call me cowardly? Shall we fight? Sakura Master exclaimed sharply, causing the Sword King to fall silent, his expression one of reluctant concession. Yet, worry filled Sakura Master's brow. It might not be feasible, as such artifacts typically required at least sixth realm cultivation for integration. But time was of the essence. The impending battle would be brutal. Could the junior brother refrain from participation? Should he succeed in merging with this object, not only would his current abilities soar, but it would also greatly benefit his future path. And with the two of us present, can we not manage a mere fragment? Though the Sword King harbored reservations, his demeanor remained resolute and confident. Yu could no longer contain his frustration, and the conversation between the two esteemed figures was utterly incomprehensible to him, causing him considerable discomfort. Senior brother, senior sister, what on earth is this? To be honest, I am exceedingly eager to refine it. The Sword King turned his head and bestowed upon Yu Yue a benevolent smile. Junior brother, this is a remarkable treasure, dragon crystal. Have you ever heard of it? As he spoke, he raised his eyebrows at Yu Yue. Dragon crystal? No. Yu Yue candidly revealed his ignorance, while secretly resolving to read more upon returning to Hage. Otherwise, he would be easily deceived, and he, Yu, absolutely refused to be an uncultured fish. You don't even know this. The Sword King exaggeratedly brandished the dragon crystal before Yu Yue's eyes, his face brimming with arrogance and self-satisfaction, prompting Sakura Master to cast several disdainful glances at him. Yu Yue felt a bit bewildered, sensing an unsettling air of coercion in the atmosphere. Was this the demeanor of a mere salesman? He couldn't help but question if all salespeople in this world possessed such prowess. Internally, he resisted fervently, yet his body betrayed him. Drawn irresistibly to the allure of the dragon crystal fragment, his gaze remained fixated on it, moving in tandem with the Sword King's hand. In ancient times, the dragon race thrived, and beings endowed with the true dragon bloodline aspired towards transformation into dragons. Among them were both the triumphant and the vanquished. As for the dragon crystal, it belonged to a third category, those beings that had attempted transformation yet neither succeeded nor failed, possessing effects akin to that of a genuine dragon pearl. Indeed, some formidable beings with dragon crystals could even compel true dragons to retreat in deference. At present, what rested in my hand was indeed a fragment of the dragon crystal. The pirates, oblivious to its significance, would have fetched a fortune in spiritual stones had they brought it to the auction house. The Sword King's words dripped with temptation, and Yu Yue, fully entranced by his scheme, inquired, "Can I merge with it? What benefits would it confer upon me?" Bravo! A splendid question. The Sword King clapped his hands, his expression turning solemn. Even the Cherry Master couldn't help but cover his eyes, realizing that his junior brother had unwittingly stepped into a trap, still so naive. Unaware of the trials that awaited him, you possess the true dragon bloodline, and it appears to be of considerable quality. Upon merging with this dragon crystal, it will nourish your inner dragon bloodline. Furthermore, with the dragon energy within, you can repair the dragon crystal, potentially evolving it into a true dragon pearl. So, tell me, do you not see its value? The Sword King, resembling a benevolent father, affectionately ruffled Yu Yue's hair. Yu Yue, visibly displeased, swatted away the Sword King's hand. How can I merge? Must I wait until the 6th rank? That is the theoretical requirement, the Sword King nodded, observing the flicker of melancholy in Yu Yue's eyes. Smacking his lips, he continued, however, with your senior sister and me here, your chances of successfully merging with the dragon crystal will be significantly enhanced with our divine power. Yu Yue gazed at the Sword King with a hint of skepticism. Elder brother, have you and elder sister not yet attained the path of sanctity? Perhaps I should seek our master instead. Alas, Sakura could no longer contain herself. That seems prudent. I also believe it is a more sensible course of action. Oh dear. Junior sister, junior brother. The Sword King wore an expression that suggested their ignorance. Our master has always favored caution and values a solid foundation. Do you truly believe he would assist junior brother in merging the dragon crystal at such a nascent stage of his journey? You contemplated for a moment and indeed recognized the truth in this reasoning. In the past, when his progress was swift, his master had instructed by Xiaoshuang to sever his connection with the celestial and earthly spiritual energies. However, upon reflection, he realized that his master was not the type to adhere rigidly to tradition. Therefore, if I were to express my desire to participate in the impending war, my master would undoubtedly assist me in merging with the dragon crystal, providing me with a means of self-preservation. Alas, the Sakura Lord felt somewhat helpless, realizing that those who entered the path later often lacked a true understanding of their master. He chuckled softly. The Sword King, with a cold sneer, interjected. This is a domain war. The western region is teeming with sacred tier warriors. Even your master would be stretched thin. Do you truly believe he would permit your involvement in this conflict? Yu Yue, it is unlikely. Therefore, if you wish to engage in battle, it must be done discreetly. Though the battlefield is perilous, the opportunities for growth and fortune are indeed abundant. If you choose not to participate in the conflict, this dragon crystal shall await your 6th tier. Simply allow your master to assist you in its fusion. Is there any danger in fusing it now? Only a slight chance. After all, both your senior sister and I are perilously close to the sacred tier. The Sword King's expression was one of unwavering certainty. Very well, let us proceed. Yu Yue's expression also became resolute. Transforming into a dragon was indeed his aspiration. To become a true dragon, one must possess a dragon pearl, and furthermore, this dragon crystal could enhance his true dragon bloodline. What could be more advantageous? Naturally, the sooner, the better. Such audacity is commendable. The Sword King revealed a smile laden with significance and gave Yu Yue a thumbs up. Subsequently, he led Yu Yue and the somewhat reluctant Sakura Master from the pinnacle of the training tower to the exclusive training chamber designated for Sakura Master at the very top. Junior brother, merging with the dragon crystal will be the most pivotal moment before your true transformation into a dragon. If you fail, you shall have to wait until you genuinely transform and condense a dragon pearl. So go for it. Chapter 82, Remnants of the Cursed Dragon. All right. Yu Yue's expression was equally grave as he elevated his state to its zenith, slowly opening his eyes, with violet light flickering incessantly within them. Senior brother, senior sister. I am prepared. Indeed. The Sword King and Sakura Lord exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Subsequently, the fragmented dragon crystal was summoned by the Sword King. To their astonishment, the once dim and lifeless shard began to emanate a resplendent crimson glow under the overwhelming pressure of their spiritual energies, casting the entire training chamber in a sanguine hue. A colossal phantom abruptly materialized, roaring at the three of them. It was a true dragon, adorned in hues of black and red. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a furious murderous intent, and the dragon's might sent shivers through Yu Yue's very bloodline. Humph. At that moment, the Sakura Lord let out a cold snort, waving her sleeve, which dispelled the overwhelming dragon might with a gentle breeze. So it is a cursed dragon. You are merely at the 9th tier in your prime, and now you dare to act insolently before me. Senior brother, eradicate its lingering soul, otherwise it will become a considerable nuisance. The Sakura Lord commanded sharply, raising her hand to unleash a potent surge of spiritual light that struck the cursed dragon's phantom squarely on the head. The Sword King, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a melodious chime from his longsword, delivering a decisive strike. Even in life, the cursed dragon could not contend with such formidable masters. Now, as a mere remnant soul clinging to the shattered dragon crystal, it let out a defiant roar under the combined assault of these two titans, before dissipating into nothingness. Yu Yue also let out a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously felt an unsettling disquiet within. Logically, the dragon tribe should possess unparalleled strength. How could it be so easily vanquished even in a state of fragmented souls? However, there was no time for deep contemplation. The Sword King issued a commanding call. Junior brother, I shall now infuse the dragon crystal into your body. You must embrace unity and channel all your spiritual energy to suppress the dragon crystal. At present, the dragon crystal existed as an unclaimed entity. Although Yu Yue's cultivation was insufficient and might face rejection, under the suppression of sacred power, it would likely soon acknowledge Yu Yue as its master. At that moment, it would automatically nurture Yu Yue's true dragon bloodline, even transforming ordinary blood into dragon blood, simultaneously nourished by the true dragon bloodline. The dragon crystal could gradually restore its original form. In this manner, Yu Yue would effectively gain two substantial benefits. This was an exquisite turn of fortune. Yu Yue nodded in agreement, his expression earnest and solemn. Subsequently, the Sword King directly infused the shattered dragon crystal into Yu Yue's dantian. In that very instant when the crystal entered his body, an unprecedented wave of repulsion surged forth. Yu Yue hastily summoned all his spiritual energy to suppress the overwhelming repulsive force, yet he was utterly no match for its might. Should this situation persist, it would not be long before he was torn asunder by this formidable force. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged from his dantian. A torment far more intense than the process of enhancing one's bloodline, perhaps even dozens or hundreds of times greater. Were it not for Yu Yue's resolute mind and formidable will, he would have surely succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the small white fish spirit, his nascent soul, fervently thrashed its tail and spun in frantic circles, striving to provide Yu Yue with additional spiritual energy, while the black fish, sensing the imminent threat to life, also began to spring into action. It incessantly pointed upwards with its tiny fins, its mouth moving in a seemingly irate manner, undoubtedly cursing vehemently. Yu Yue too felt the urge to vent his frustrations, had not his senior brother claimed that the danger was minimal? Now, even the black fish spirit had stirred. What magnitude of peril could possibly compel such a grand being to move? Such a deceitful senior brother. Yet, at that moment, two beams of golden energy descended as if divine retribution had arrived. The formidable repulsive force retreated like snow before the divine fire, dissipating gradually. In but a brief moment, those two energies approached the essence of the dragon crystal. Junior brother, infiltrate the dragon crystal and imprint your own mark upon it. Hurry, we cannot hold out much longer. The anxious voice of the Sword King resonated within Yu Yue's mind. Both the dragon crystal and dragon pearl were treasures of the dragon clan. During the illustrious era of antiquity, they were considered unparalleled treasures. Ordinary power was utterly inadequate to subdue them. Only sacred power could suffice. Yet, neither the Sword King nor the Cherry Master had attained the sacred realm, and the sacred power within them was pitifully scant. Otherwise, why would they have waited until the moment when their junior brother was on the brink of collapse to intervene? Understood. Yu Yue was filled with excitement as his consciousness surged forth from his sea of awareness, directly flowing into the fractured dragon crystal that was being suppressed. Suddenly, he found himself enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, with only the faintest glimmers of golden light at the edges of this space, emanating from the sacred powers of Sword King and Sakura Master. However, this abyssal darkness held no sway over Yu Yue's spiritual state. With a mere flicker of perception, he located a fragment radiating a soft glow, which was none other than the core of the dragon crystal. Junior brother, imprint your consciousness. Sakura Master's voice grew increasingly faint. Without hesitation, Yu Yue resolved to etch his will upon the core of the dragon crystal. Once this imprint was established, the dragon crystal would belong to him. Yu Yue. Done. Outside, Sword King sensed the aura of Yu Yue gradually spreading within the fractured dragon crystal. A genuine smile transforming into a wild grin upon his lips. Though the true dragon bloodline is quite pure, its numbers are few. Yet, how many beings across the divine continent can claim to possess such a divine artifact as the dragon crystal at the 4th tier? Alas, such is the fortune of our junior brother. While Sakura Master shared in the joy, she cast a sidelong glance at Sword King, her lips curling into a smile as well. This would undoubtedly pave a smoother path for her junior brother's future cultivation. Given his talents and foundation, he was destined to achieve remarkable feats without a doubt. However, at that moment, Sword King's smile abruptly froze, replaced by shock. Not good. We've been deceived by Tama. The dragon crystal, which had been nearly saturated with Yu Yue's essence, suddenly erupted with a vibrant crimson hue, akin to a virus, rapidly consuming Yu Yue's aura. In the pitch-black space, Yu Yue shared a similar wild grin, sensing the connection with the dragon crystal. Yet, his smile too faltered. Behind his spiritual form, a diminutive yet malevolent dragon writhed, its blood-red eyes fixated on Yu Yue, laced with a hint of cunning. As his spiritual body, forged from the entirety of his consciousness, entered the dragon crystal, Yu Yue had thought himself the master of this realm. Little did he know that he was akin to a thief caught red-handed, having brought all his treasures into the lair. "Hey there, big brother, how are you?" Yu Yue instinctively attempted to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. However, he realized there was no cold sweat to speak of. This malevolent dragon was of the same caliber as his senior brothers and sisters. Even a remnant soul would struggle to contend with it. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? Chapter 83. Fading Memories. I am perfectly fine. Although your realization comes rather late. With a resounding roar, the malevolent dragon did not launch an attack. Instead, its massive form transformed into wisps of crimson mist, merging seamlessly into Yu Yue's consciousness. As Yu Yue's consciousness began to spiral into confusion, the originally soft purple light emanating from the external realm was unexpectedly tainted by strands of blood-red aura. It was truly astonishing how cunning the remnant of the cursed dragon could be. What should be done now? The face of the Sakura master was etched with anxiety. With Yu Yue's mere fourth-tier spiritual strength, confronting the remnant of the cursed dragon was akin to offering oneself as a sacrifice. Unfortunately, neither she nor the Sword King could provide any assistance to Yu Yue with their spiritual powers. Otherwise, given the intensity of their souls, Yu Yue would likely be obliterated before he could even be defeated by the cursed dragon, as their combined might could easily shatter his sea of consciousness. I must think. The Sword King, who was far from the serene and ethereal sword immortal he once appeared to be, was now in a state of utter disarray. He couldn't even bother with the potential wrath of Hao Yang. He urgently transmitted a message to the Holy Emperor Hao Yang. However, in such circumstances, even a holy tier being would hesitate to intervene lightly. Within the pitch-black interior of the dragon crystal, Yu Yue's spiritual form was seated in meditation, his eyes flickering between a clear purple brilliance and a frenzied blood red. Yu Yue was truly exerting every ounce of strength he possessed to resist. His consciousness grew increasingly chaotic. At times he could distinctly feel that he was himself, while at other moments he felt as if he were a colossal dragon that had once defied its kin, roaring defiantly against the heavens. At this moment, amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Yu Yue experienced a moment of clarity. The memories that belonged solely to him were undeniably his own, while the others were naturally those of the cursed dragon's remnant. Ultimately, the consciousness that prevailed would not only seize control of the dragon crystal, but would also dominate Yu Yue's very being. Should Yu Yue succumb this time, when he reopened his eyes, he would still be himself, yet he would no longer be the Yu Yue he once knew. No, such a fate was utterly unacceptable to him. Suddenly, the remnant of the cursed dragon felt its progress in assimilating Yu Yue's spiritual form severely obstructed, which left it perplexed. How could such a feeble creature possess such formidable willpower? I command you to relinquish your resistance and surrender your body to me. Then my glory shall be yours. The dragon's voice resonated within Yu Yue's mind like a thunderous bell, causing even his spiritual form to quiver unsteadily. Yet, the overwhelming allure contained within that voice was negligible to Yu Yue. After all, he had tasted death once before, and relinquishing this opportunity was simply out of the question. However, apart from resisting, Yu Yue was at a loss for what else to do, so he could only roar in defiance. Get lost, you wretched beast. Depart from my consciousness at once. Huh, you dare to call me a wretched beast? The figure of the cursed dragon materialized before Yu Yue, but this time not as a colossal entity, rather as a diminutive black-red dragon. Upon hearing Yu Yue's words, it could no longer contain itself. What is the most vital aspect of the dragon clan? Pride. Though it had erred and become a cursed dragon, the inherent pride of its lineage had not diminished in the slightest. Do you dare to equate me with such a lowly being? You are truly seeking your own demise. As the words fell, Yu Yue felt an increasingly potent force gnawing at his consciousness. Yet, he could not help but be infuriated by the sight of that miniature dragon flaunting its tail with such arrogance. It was truly an affront to his dignity. Thus, disregarding all reason, Yu Yue charged at the diminutive dragon, unleashing a punch. His spiritual embodiment took the form of a human, as the creature was originally a person. However, upon striking, an expression of profound frustration spread across Yu Yue's face. He had struck nothing but emptiness. The spiritual embodiment was merely an illusion, and the dragon was nothing more than a remnant of a thought, incapable of sustaining any harm. What puzzled him was the creature's astonishing level of intelligence, capable of deceiving even his senior brothers and sisters. One might say that your lowly intellect is indeed questionable. Daring to attack me? How amusing. The mini-dragon's blood-red eyes were filled with chilling malice, and with a furious roar, an overwhelming dragon might envelop the space. Yu Yue felt as if a significant portion of his consciousness was devoured, his memories dwindling while the cacophony of the dragon's mocking laughter echoed in his ears. As his awareness sank deeper, fragments of his past life emerged: his father, his mother whom he had never met, and a woman he had never particularly cared for, alongside the 20-plus years of his existence. To others, he was a prodigy, achieving a level of success that made countless individuals revere him for a lifetime. He had vanquished numerous adversaries, and, even without relying on the Yu family, his burgeoning commercial empire was taking shape. Though fleeting, it was his life. Gradually, these memories began to shatter, slipping away from his grasp. Then came the recollections of his current life, the perils and confusion upon entering this world, the discovery of his system father, and the struggle for survival. He encountered the mighty Haoyang Saint Emperor, his master, who brought him back to the Sea Pavilion, offering him an extraordinary path. With the support of his system father, endowed with exceptional talent, he became the fourth disciple of Haoyang, forming friendships and bonds with senior brothers and sisters, including the endearing yet infuriating little Loli, by Xiaoshuang. Achio, in the Sea Pavilion, by Xiaoshuang, who had been dozing, stirred awake, rubbing her petite nose. Her alluring gaze was filled with confusion as she glanced around the empty pavilion, realizing that her master was absent that day. Alas, on the sixth day without little fish, she found herself missing him dearly. Meanwhile, all the practitioners of the Sakura Palace went about their routines as usual, unaware that at the pinnacle of the cultivation tower, a figure clad in white had materialized within the topmost chamber. At that moment, Haoyang wore a stern expression as he glanced at Yu Yue, then at the Sword King and Sakura Lord, who appeared as if they had committed a grave misdeed. "What is the matter?" His voice, though calm, carried an undeniable weight. For both the Sword King and the Sakura Lord had been disciples under the Haoyang Saint Emperor for many years. How could they not sense their master's fury? "Master, it is all my fault. I was too hasty in merging the dragon crystal with little junior brother. Master, you must save him." The Sword King suddenly knelt with a thud, his countenance reflecting profound regret. He had overestimated himself, initially, with the sacred power he shared with the Sakura Lord. Subduing the dragon crystal should have required merely a modicum of effort. Yet, he was taken aback by the unexpected intelligence exhibited by the vestige of the malevolent dragon. "Alas, all of you have set forth on your journeys. Could you not spare me some concern?" Haoyang shook his head in exasperation. Although he felt an impulse to admonish the Sword King, he reminded himself that he could not inadvertently harm his own disciple, for it would be a waste after nurturing him for so long. In Chapter 84, titled "The System's Father is Impressive," the Sakura Lord timidly inquired, "Can you first save our junior brother?" At that moment, the faint lavender glow enveloping Yu Yue's true form had nearly vanished, and it became evident that his life was in imminent peril. Haoyang sighed once more, for he could sense Yu Yue's dire condition with a mere flicker of perception. However, his intervention would undoubtedly consume an exorbitant amount of restorative spiritual energy, prolonging the time necessary to replenish Yu Yue's soul. While he possessed the capability to obliterate the malevolent dragon's remnant, he feared that Yu Yue's spiritual essence might also suffer catastrophic collapse. Just then, as Haoyang raised his hand, he hesitated in astonishment. This little fish was proving to be rather extraordinary. Within the pitch-black void, Yu Yue, whose consciousness was on the verge of dissipating, suddenly heard a chilling voice reverberating in his mind. "Ding! The host is encountering an irresistible threat. Emergency energy activation engaged. Ding! Emergency energy has been expended once, with 2 uses remaining." It was the voice of the system's father. The moment the words echoed, an ethereal golden light inexplicably erupted from an unknown source, gradually enveloping Yu Yue's entire being despite his inability to resist. To his astonishment, the consciousness that he believed was on the brink of total oblivion began to revive. Thank goodness for the system's father, and for the existence of this emergency energy. Fortune indeed favored him this time. The malevolent dragon, which had already claimed 99% of Yu Yue's consciousness, had been wearing a smile reminiscent of a blooming flower, but suddenly, that smile froze. Yu Yue, who was once barely clinging to life, found himself breaking free from its grasp.